This is an era that commences with the sword and will undoubtedly conclude with it. When the formidable El Bu, in his moment of glory, pressed upon Sheng Qi, the latter found himself utterly bewildered. Standing at the city gate, Xiang Yan gazed at the retreating Chu army and lamented, "Since there is a Yin, why must there be a Liang?" Observing the valiant Zhao Zilong, who charged in and out of battle on horseback, Ying Xiuyuan murmured, "This Zhao Zilong from Shijiazhuang is truly exceptional. This is a tumultuous age, yet it is also one of the most captivating." Boom! Within the imposing and somber halls of the Xianyang Palace, a figure knelt upon a high platform. As he perused the intelligence report presented to him, the king of Qin furrowed his brow. After a moment, the king slowly lifted his head, the secret ghost, like maggots clinging to bone, shadows that follow. To achieve such prowess so soon after establishment, you have done well, living up to the name of the Shadow Secret Guard. The king paused, seemingly recalling something, and casually inquired, "I have heard that you have been privately nurturing a child, intending to groom him as your successor?" Though merely a question, his words bore no trace of inquiry, instead exuding a chilling intent. The black-clad man kneeling below trembled slightly. "Your Majesty, I recently discovered a promising candidate while executing my duties. Upon confirming his identity, I thought to retain him for your service." Despite his efforts to maintain composure, the tremor in his voice was unmistakable. The king nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Time passed slowly, and the palace was enveloped in silence. The man kneeling below felt as though his heart would leap from his chest. "This is the first and the last time," the king said impatiently, waving his hand. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life." The man bowed deeply, then rose to retreat backward. As the doors creaked open, the sound of wailing echoed in, causing the king to furrow his brow. Before he could speak, a eunuch rushed in, shouting something in a panic. "Report! Report!" The eunuch stumbled into the hall and, upon reaching the entrance, fell to his knees with a thud, for his station allowed him no further. "Your Majesty, the Ming concubine has unexpectedly given birth prematurely. Although she has delivered a son for you, the Ming concubine herself has departed." The eunuch spoke hastily, tears nearly spilling over, yet he managed to suppress them. The king shuddered slightly, choosing not to chastise the eunuch for his lack of decorum, his expression remaining impassive. "Ying's surname, Zhao clan name." The king pondered deeply for some time. Then, he raised his head and recited slowly, "The road is long, and has no ending, yet high and low it'll search with my will. The Ming concubine adored the Chu Ci, so let us name him Ying Xiuyuan. I entrust this child to Madame Huayang for care." With that, the king gestured for the eunuch and the black-clad man to withdraw. "Yes," the eunuch replied, rising and retreating slowly. Outside the grand hall, the black-clad man observed the hurried eunuch leaving and then turned his gaze toward the direction of the infant's cries, contemplating for a moment. Clenching his fists, he seemed to make a decision, then diverted his gaze and strode out of the palace complex without looking back. The scene shifted to the Yuyang Palace, where a maid cradled the swaddled infant, who gazed innocently at his surroundings. This is not death." The sound that should have been a gasp instead emerged as the child's cooing. A eunuch burst in urgently, and the nearby maid quickly restrained him, anxiously asking, "What happened? What did the king say?" The eunuch recounted the king's words to the maid. Upon hearing the eunuch's account, the child fell into contemplation. "Is Ying Xiuyuan truly the name of my current existence? Waiting? Could it be that I am in the ancient Qin dynasty?" Ying Xiuyuan silently prayed, "Even if it is the Qin dynasty, may I not be the son of Qin Shi Huang, or I shall befall great misfortune. I recall that all of Qin Shi Huang's children were ultimately slain by Hu Hai. Could it be that I have just reincarnated only to meet my end once more?" The thought of possibly facing yet another rebirth caused Ying Xiuyuan great anguish. The maid nearby was charmed by the child's serious expression and playfully remarked, "Poor child, born and already bereft of a mother." The eunuch interjected, "Indeed, among the vast harem, only the Ming concubine treated us with genuine kindness, yet she has left us so suddenly." The maid looked at the child in the cradle and sighed. The Ming concubine was the king's favored consort. Having birthed 6 sons for him, she should have enjoyed a life of luxury and splendor. Alas, fate is cruel. Hearing this, the surrounding maids were reminded of the Ming concubine's kindness in life, and their weeping grew more fervent. The eunuch wiped his tears and said, "Stop crying, let us swiftly attend to the king's orders, or we shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing the eunuch's words, the maid sprang into action, tidying up the Yuyang palace. The eunuch approached the cradle, gazing gently at the child and murmuring, "Child, though you have lost your mother, the Ming concubine treated us as her own. We shall care for you well." While peace reigned within the Xianyang palace, turmoil erupted outside. Dong Huangtai, he sat high upon a platform, observing the celestial configurations, and suddenly stood up in alarm, exclaiming, "How can this be? The Ziwei Emperor star has re-emerged. This is a fate that even the King of Qin has never experienced, and it manifests within the very palace of the King of Qin. Is it that my Yin Yang family shall never rise again?" Since the previous Dong Huangtai he passed on his position to him and ascended, few things had ever caused him such disarray. An elderly man sat cross-legged atop a peak, although heavy snow drifted around him, within a 3-foot radius. Not a flake touched the ground, as if it were spring. Suddenly, the old man appeared startled, raising his head. Anomalous signs. Anomalous signs. What has transpired within the palace of the King of Qin? The one who can bring stability to the world has appeared at this moment. I, in my lifetime, have witnessed the legendary Ziwei Emperor star. Realizing he had lost his composure, the old man steadied himself and murmured, "This warfare shall cease, and a prosperous era shall emerge. The heavenly sect shall witness the conclusion of a century-long chaos." The last words he nearly shouted, echoing through the valley. Across this vast land, disparate locations played out similar tales, yet each was unique. Each individual experienced joy and sorrow, and in a moment, chaos reigned in various nations, with hearts filled with trepidation. Time swiftly passed, and 6 years had elapsed. During these 6 years, the gap between the Qin state and the other 6 nations widened daily. The King of Qin eliminated El Buwei, a significant threat, and without any restraints, he began to reveal his brilliance. Since the memorial on expelling guests, the King of Qin began to employ Li Si, Wei Liao, and even other guest scholars from the 6 nations. Meanwhile, the construction of the Zhengwu Canal not only failed to weaken the Qin state as the other 6 nations anticipated, but rather augmented the momentum of this war machine. The King of Qin tirelessly prepared for the conquest of the 6 nations now. All was in readiness, merely awaiting the next opportunity. Though the rapid rise of the Qin state instilled fear in the remaining 6 nations, they found themselves utterly powerless to counter it. Chapter 2. The system begins to emerge on the steps outside the Yuyang Palace. A boy with a strikingly delicate appearance sat in a daze, gazing vacantly at the clouds drifting in the sky. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he possessed an extraordinary demeanor. His long hair, tied back at the nape, danced lightly in the breeze. Although his looks were not particularly outstanding, the languid air combined with his youthful visage created an impression of effortless grace, compelling one to steal a few more glances. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the tranquility, and a palace maid rushed in, flustered. "Sixth young master, a new tutor has just arrived. The tutor instructed us to bring the assignments left by the previous tutor for all the young masters." The boy cast a fleeting glance at her before returning his gaze skyward, nonchalantly replying, "Take it away." "Understood," the maid responded, her small feet scurrying into the Yuyang Palace, where she picked up the assignments from the table and hurriedly made her way back outside. "Alas, I am truly not a born protagonist. Even after being reborn, I still have to complete assignments daily. After the unification of Qin, where shall I go from here?" The boy sighed, his melancholic expression distinctly uncharacteristic of a mere 6-year-old. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed, seemingly imbued with a 3D surround effect, resonating in his ears. "Who dares to plot against this young master?" Ying Xiuyuan sprang up from the ground in alarm, but then he recalled that he was within the Qin royal palace, arguably the safest place among the 7 kingdoms. "Beep, beep, could you not be so dramatic, host? You're embarrassing my system." The voice continued to echo in Ying Xiuyuan's ears. Glancing around, he found no one in sight and tentatively inquired, "Are you the system? What else could I be?" The arrogant voice replied, maintaining its eerie presence in Ying Xiuyuan's ear, "Goodness, if there's a system, why didn't you show up earlier?" Ying Xiuyuan complained, "You must understand. I am currently at a critical juncture of life and death. Beep, beep, can you not aspire to greater things? As a new youth of the 21st century, shouldn't you be shaking with vigor, compelling your subordinates to step forward?" The system unabashedly expressed its disdain. Ying Xiuyuan found himself at a loss for words, sitting on the steps, silently exuding an aura of melancholy. All right, enough with the idle chatter." Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he felt as though he had plunged into an endless abyss. When a glimmer of light returned to his eyes, he discovered he was standing above a small stream. Although he stood atop the flowing water, he remained perfectly unharmed, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that the water was indeed in motion beneath him. Yet it did not impede his stance. Just as he began to acclimate to this new environment, a voice resonated from behind him. This is your sea of consciousness. Even if 1,000 years pass within, the outside world remains unchanged, just as it was when you first entered. If you encounter any issues in the future, you can come here to find me. Simply silently utter system in your mind to enter. As the voice of the system echoed behind him, Ying Xiuyuan turned his head, only to be met by a large glowing orb hurtling towards him. Fixated on the luminous sphere, Ying could no longer suppress the sarcastic thoughts bubbling within him. What kind of aesthetic do you systems possess? Why must you take the form of a radiant egg? You are the egg. Your entire family is. All right, enough of that before I get cut off. Please, enlighten me about your functions. Ying Xiuyuan interrupted with a sense of resignation. This system is a manifestation of a sliver of vitality amidst the primordial chaos of the heavenly Tao, self-styled as the Great Talent System. After millennia of gestation, it possesses the ability to traverse different universes. It can glimpse the future and analyze potential beings, objects, or techniques that may exist in this world or parallel universes, replicating them and bringing them to the present. The system proclaimed proudly in one breath. Upon hearing the system's declaration, Ying Xiuyuan's mind raced with possibilities. Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, Genghis Khan. Wake up, wake up. I haven't finished speaking yet. The system interjected, due to the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao of this world. While all of the aforementioned is indeed possible, certain conditions must be met. Wiping away the non-existent drool, Ying Xiuyuan snorted. I knew there was no such thing as a free meal. Speak. What are the conditions? It boils down to this: emotional value. Simply put, it encompasses the gratitude or resentment others feel towards you. You can use this to participate in a lottery, which is divided into benevolent and malevolent values. It is crucial to note that these two values do not interconnect. Ying Xiuyuan pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, before nodding. I believe I grasped the essence of it. Raising his head, he inquired, so, will the items drawn from these two values differ? Indeed, the system responded, the characters and items drawn from benevolent and malevolent values are distinctly different. You may consider that those drawn from malevolent values correspond to historical villains or weapons prone to treachery, which could very well lead to disastrous outcomes, whereas benevolent values yield the opposite results. It is essential to understand that both good and evil must stem from genuine sentiments. This condition was the result of extensive negotiations with the heavenly Tao of this world, so do not entertain thoughts of exploiting any loopholes. Observing Ying Xiuyuan lost in contemplation, the system asked, that is the gist of it. Do you have any further inquiries? How is this emotional value quantified? How much is required for a single lottery draw? Hitting the nail on the head, the system explained, the amount of emotional value one can accrue varies per individual, contingent upon the intensity of the emotions and the individual's cultivation level. Please direct your attention to the large screen. As the system spoke, a virtual screen materialized before Ying Xiuyuan. He glanced at the floating panel, which displayed the following information. Depending on the emotional value, the quality of the drawn items varies. Every 10 points allows for a standard draw, 30 points grants access to a green draw, 60 points allows for a blue draw, 100 points for a golden draw, 300 points for an epic draw, and 400 points for a legendary draw. Additionally, random item packs and deluxe random item packs can only be obtained through completing tasks. The random item gift pack will yield different levels of rewards based on the difficulty and completion of tasks. However, the luxurious random item gift pack can only be obtained upon the completion of major event tasks, with a requirement for the task completion to be rated as excellent or above. Within it, one may find items of all tiers below the epic level, while for epic and legendary items, one will randomly receive an item from one of those tiers. The system's lottery is entirely reliant on chance, and the rarity, quality, and level of the obtained items are determined by their colors. Ying Xiuyuan pondered for a moment, his expression exceedingly grave as he inquired, does your system not provide a beginner's gift pack or something of the sort? Surely, I cannot venture forth in my bare attire. Indeed, there is one. A luxurious random item gift pack is included upon system binding. Would you like to open it? Ying Xiuyuan seemed oblivious to the condescension laced in those words, and with a stoic expression, he replied, open it. Chapter 3. A great draw, a dazzling array of colors flashed before Ying Xiuyuan's eyes, momentarily blinding him. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his eyes. A luminous orb hovered in the distance, gradually approaching him until it came to a halt right before him. Suddenly, the radiance fragmented into 5 luminous spheres of white, green, blue, gold, and purple, which appeared to possess a consciousness of their own, arranging themselves in an orderly fashion before Ying Xiuyuan. As the blinding light diminished with the disintegration of the spheres, he lowered his arm and slowly opened his eyes, only to hear the system's voice once more. Ding, acquired whiteboard equipment, 10 pairs of comfortable men's underwear. Ding, acquired green skill, intermediate chess technique. Ding, acquired blue skill, advanced close combat techniques. Ding, acquired golden equipment, Minghong blade. Ding, acquired epic level general, Zhao Zilong. The equipment has been sent to the system's storage cabinet, which contains 30 slots and cannot hold living entities. For specific usage methods, please refer to a certain milk powder game or consult the system's user manual. Ding, the epic level general has been registered. Identified as a retainer of the Mingfei family, who has loyally served the Mingfei for generations. After the Mingfei's passing, he remained alongside his father to guard the remnants of her estate, awaiting his future master, the 6th young master of the Qin, now aged 14. Note: due to the current world's high martial prowess, Zhao Yuan has been adjusted to resemble the Zhao Yuan from the Dynasty Warriors series. Wait, did you just say that the current world's martial prowess is high? What does that mean? A troubling possibility began to stir in Ying Xiuyuan's mind. Correct, host. You have deduced rightly. This is the world of the king's avatar, set in the year 234 BC just as the Qin dynasty has commenced its conquest of the 6 states, with a significant event, the fall of Korea, looming 4 years hence. Ying Xiuyuan was momentarily taken aback, recalling the devastating power of the Azure Dragon that could obliterate a mechanical city with a single strike. The divine soldiers from the theatrical version, and those techniques capable of firmly sealing Newton's coffin. Glancing at his own frail physique, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Would you like to extract a skill? A sudden interruption from the system shattered Ying Xiuyuan's imaginative reverie. Gritting his teeth, he declared, as a true successor of communism in the 21st century, how could I possibly fear them? A chime echoed. Would you like to extract 2 skills simultaneously? With the fervor of a gambler, Ying Xiuyuan's eyes blazed with determination. Give me both. Another chime followed. Please confirm the surrounding environment is secure within 30 seconds. You are about to enter the teaching space. Additionally, the system does not recommend extracting 2 skills simultaneously. 30, 29, 28. Not recommend. Teaching space. What does that mean? Must I ensure safety just to acquire a skill? Ying Xiuyuan sensed a hint of deception in the system's demeanor. However, it was evident that the system had no intention of addressing his inquiries, as the countdown continued relentlessly. Growing anxious, Ying Xiuyuan hurried into the palace and collapsed onto his bed. Time is up. Loading teaching materials. In a realm shrouded in darkness, Ying Xiuyuan cautiously advanced, groping his way forward. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the gloom, illuminating the surroundings gradually. A swirling mass of black mist began to rise from the ground, eventually coalescing into the shape of a person. With a resounding thud, the mist dispersed, revealing a man who paid no heed to Ying Xiuyuan's astonished gaze. Instead, he spoke matter-of-factly. I am your instructor, tasked with imparting to you the true art of close combat. This art demands swiftness, precision, and ferocity. Each strike a potential death blow. This is the essence of combat. Let us commence the lesson. Defeating me shall signify your completion of training. And no sooner had the man finished speaking than he charged directly at the unprepared Ying Xiuyuan. After enduring a barrage of strikes, Ying Xiuyuan felt himself on the verge of collapse. Oh no, I can't go on. I need a moment to rest. Don't you ever tire? He complained, slumping onto the ground. Hardly had he settled when a swift whoosh resonated from afar. The man, who had been standing at a distance, closed the gap in an instant. With a sound like the slicing of air, his foot made intimate contact with Ying Xiuyuan's face. Bang! Ying Xiuyuan crashed heavily to the ground. The man, who had been exchanging blows with Ying Xiuyuan yet had spoken little, finally broke his silence. Though this won't be fatal, the pain is real, and as your teacher, I possess the authority to mete out punishment. With that, he hoisted Ying Xiuyuan up, narrowing the space between them, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Do you wish to give it a try? Dangerous glints flickered in the man's eyes. Just moments ago, Ying Xiuyuan had been whimpering in despair, but now he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Bring it on. I'm warmed up. His gaze was resolute as he faced the man in black, as if the earlier display of weakness had been enacted by another. Even the man, typically expressionless, felt the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. At last, after an indeterminate period, Ying Xiuyuan seized upon a flaw in the man's defense, his hand darting like a serpent, plunging with all his might into the man's throat. With a puff of smoke, the man transformed into a wisp of black mist, dissipating into the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the training. Ying Xiuyuan gasped for breath and questioned the system. Why must I learn on my own? However, before he could finish his sentence, The system interrupted him with a chime, causing a chill to creep down his spine and an ominous premonition to arise in his heart. Ding! The second skill is now loading. Intermediate chess skills. As he beheld the refined gentleman before him, Ying Xiuyuan displayed a smile that resembled tears. The elegant man gazed at him with a beaming smile, then tilted his head in inquiry. Shall we begin? Sigh. Let us just start. Ying Xiuyuan resigned himself after the earlier beating. I won. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Ying Xiuyuan, who had been lying on the bed, leaped up, but before he could steady himself, a wave of weakness washed over him. His legs buckled, and he fell heavily back onto the bed. Gasping for breath, he weakly asked, "What is happening?" The system explained. The experience you just underwent in the system involved not only mental learning but also physical transformation. Given your intelligence, you can understand it as having temporarily paused the world's time to engage in training. Dragging his fatigued body outside, Ying Xiuyuan complained, "You mean I have to learn this skill myself? Look at other systems, they provide painless enlightenment." The system retorted, "What you refer to is a forced enlightenment, which varies from person to person in understanding and application of different techniques. Such imposition would be detrimental to you without any benefit." While listening to the system's incessant chatter, Ying Xiuyuan slowly moved his weakened body and resignedly said, Fine. You are right." With that, he disregarded the system, summoned the maid waiting outside the palace, and decided to take a hot bath to relieve his fatigue. After dismissing the maid, Ying Xiuyuan sat alone in the wooden tub, savoring the moment. Ding! The system commenced the first task. Chapter 4. The first task. As the system's voice resonated, a virtual screen materialized before Ying Xiuyuan. Sitting in the tub, he rested his hands on the edge, adjusting to a position that felt most comfortable, and raised his head to scrutinize the content on the screen. Task description. As a good man, how can you remain in the palace doing assignments? I feel embarrassed for you. Hurry and find a way to leave Xianyang City, begin to establish your first faction, and seek a way to participate in the war against Han. Task requirements. Stand out in the war against Han. Task rewards. Random item package based on task completion. Failure penalty. None. After reading the task, Ying Xiuyuan inquired, System? The system replied blandly, "What is it? I just wanted to ask. Is this screen visible only to me?" The system paused momentarily, observing the awkwardly earnest Ying Xiuyuan as he incessantly poked at the virtual screen. Gritting its metaphorical teeth in frustration, it remarked, "Could you not inquire about something of substance? This information is directly projected onto your retina. You can peruse others' details through it, managed by a dedicated intelligence system, which you can control merely with your thoughts. For further elucidation, you may consult the 100T system manual at your leisure." 100T, such an immense volume. Even if it were merely videos, I could never finish it, Ying Xiuyuan mused, feeling his face twitch in exasperation. The system, now impatient, retorted, "Enough. Engaging in conversation with you is bound to drive me to distraction. I am off to rest. Unless there is an urgent matter, do not disturb me again." Ying Xiuyuan dried himself off, donned his attire with the assistance of the palace maids, and returned to his chamber. Seated himself by the table, his fingers rhythmically tapping upon the surface. Bored and restless, he propped his head with his left hand, murmuring, "How can I legitimately depart from this Xianyang city?" Meanwhile, a man clad in black hurried into the Xianyang palace. Kneeling on the ground to pay his respects before urgently stating, "Your Majesty, the Taoist Tianzong has sent someone to request an audience with you. Additionally, Ganya is waiting outside the hall, claiming he has urgent matters to discuss." The Qin King, his expression unchanged, continued to peruse the bamboo slips in his hands, responding nonchalantly, "Oh, what is the purpose of their visit?" "Your Majesty, they have come regarding the sixth young master. For Yuana, what do Giguzi and Beimingzi intend to achieve?" Although the Qin King felt a profound sense of confusion, he refrained from expressing it openly. Casting a glance at the kneeling figure in black, he coolly instructed, "Have them wait. You may withdraw for now." "Understood." The man in black rose and retreated slowly. Wei Liao pondered the motives behind Giguzi and Beimingzi's visit to Yuan. The Qin King remained focused on the bamboo slips, casting a sidelong glance into the shadows behind him. From the darkness to his right, a figure gradually emerged. 6 years prior, the birth of the sixth young master had stirred considerable intrigue, for the Ziwei Emperor's star had not been seen for a century, prompting many to seek involvement. Turning to gaze at Wei Liao, the Qin King inquired, "Though the Ziwei Emperor's star is rare, it has not been entirely absent in the past. Why does this occasion warrant such fervent interest from them?" "That is because, in this tumultuous era, geniuses often find survival more elusive than ordinary individuals, with many talents meeting untimely ends." Wei Liao paused before continuing. Yet the sixth young master is different. He was born within the great Qin, possessing all the requisite conditions, with the most difficult elements easily attainable. Humph. The Qin king disdainfully snorted, then abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming with authority, "A mere celestial phenomenon. Had Yuan not been born within my great Qin, do you truly believe that the other 6 kingdoms could extinguish my great Qin?" Wei Liao lowered his head, his gaze profoundly contemplative, lost in thought. The Qin king cast a glance at Wei Liao, who appeared to be respectfully bowing, and in that instant, he felt his resolve to continue speaking wane. Slowly, he resumed his seat, setting aside the bamboo slips in his hand, and after a prolonged period of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Bring Yuan to the hall to see me." When Ying Xiuyuan received the eunuch's message, he felt a wave of curiosity wash over him, silently pondering. At such an hour, what could my typically busy father possibly want with me? Although Ying Xiuyuan's mind was preoccupied with the reasons behind the Qin king's summons, he dared not delay, closely following the small eunuch as they made their way to the grandest hall within the Xianying palace. With careful, mincing steps, Ying Xiuyuan approached the water basin at the foot of the dais, bending his knees to perform a kneeling salute. "Your son pays his respects to his father. Rise," Ying Zheng said slowly, lowering the bamboo slips he held as he gazed at his son, who was elegant and courteous, a flicker of warmth passing through his eyes. "Yuan, you are now 6 years old, and it is time to find a tutor to guide you in your studies. Today, both the Taoists and the school of diplomacy are present. Which school of thought piques your interest more? Or do you have other philosophies that fascinate you?" A tender expression replaced Ying Zheng's usual indifference as he inquired of Ying Xiuyuan. "Father, I am more inclined towards the school of diplomacy," Ying Xiuyuan replied, lifting his head. "Oh? And why is that?" Ying Zheng asked, gazing curiously at his son. While the school of diplomacy boasted a prestigious reputation, it was primarily revered among those of certain standing. Compared to other philosophies, it did not enjoy widespread fame, and given Ying Xiuyuan's seclusion within the palace, he had little opportunity to encounter its renown. Was he to inform his brother that the Taoists were a reclusive lot, spending all their time on the mountains? Even if I found an excuse to venture out, how could I fulfill my duties? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Ying Xiuyuan was wise enough not to voice them. With an innocent demeanor, Ying Xiuyuan looked towards Ying Zheng and said, "I have heard that the Taoists are indifferent to worldly affairs. Compared to them, I prefer to study military strategy and swordsmanship with the school of diplomacy, so that I may assist my father in conquering the 6 kingdoms in the future." "Ha ha ha ha." Ying Zheng burst into a rare, hearty laughter, nodding repeatedly as he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Bring forth Master Gainye, along with the Taoists into the hall." Before long, Gainye entered the grand hall accompanied by a Taoist disciple. Both bowed in greeting. "I am Feng Qing of the Taoist school. Honored to meet the king. I am Gainye, paying my respects to the king." The Qin king acknowledged them with a faint response, disregarding their presence as he turned his attention to Ying Xiuyuan, who stood nearby. This marks the first occasion that Ying Xiuyuan has had the opportunity to closely observe the foremost swordsman of the great Qin. Clad in a robe of gray and white, with a tall and imposing stature, complemented by striking eyebrows and starry eyes, his presence exudes an aura of gallantry. Despite his youth, the demeanor he radiates is akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and formidable. Beside him stands a Taoist disciple, though lacking in comparison to Gainye, adorned in elegant white attire that appears soft yet refined, seemingly detached from the world, prompting exclamations of admiration. Such is the essence of an immortal's presence. "Yuan, since you have an affinity for the school of diplomacy, let Gainye accompany you on your journey." The words of the Qin king jolted Ying Xiuyuan back to reality. This proclamation thrust Ying Xiuyuan into the spotlight of the grand hall. As all eyes turned toward him, the Qin king continued, "I would be grateful if Mr. Gai could escort you on, and upon his return, there shall be generous rewards." Gainye inclined his head respectfully and replied, "Thank you for your graciousness, your majesty, but my master has commanded that I may teach, yet not take on disciples." And no sooner had Gainye spoken than a chilling wind swept through the hall, an ominous presence that seemed capable of engulfing an entire being. As the expression on the Qin king darkened, a torrent of murderous intent descended upon Gainye with unrestrained ferocity. The Taoist disciple standing nearby had never witnessed such a scene. Although the majority of the malice was directed at Gainye, even the scattered remnants of this murderous aura caused him to retreat in fear. In contrast, Gainye remained unfazed, standing there with a tranquil expression, as if nothing had transpired. The disparity between the two was immediately evident. The Qin king scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. "Guanzi can at most be regarded as a mere educator in my Qin. Do you truly believe he is worthy to be Yuan's master?" At the conclusion of his words, the surrounding hostility dissipated abruptly, as if nothing had occurred, leaving behind a serene atmosphere. The tension in the air began to lift, and Ying Zheng slightly softened his tone, continuing, Yuan, you may take your leave for now. You shall set forth tomorrow, accompanied by Mr. Guy, to pay your respects to your new master. Ying Xiuyuan bowed deeply and replied, Yes, father, I shall take my leave. Exiting the grand hall, he excitedly made his way toward the Yuyang palace. Once the assembly had dispersed, the Qin king turned to the black-clad figure kneeling before him, saying, Ensure the safety of Yuan is entrusted to you. Furthermore, seal this information. No one else must learn of this matter. Yes, your majesty, replied the figure, as Ying Zheng's gaze followed the departing shadow, his mind swirling with uncertainty, pondering whether his decision was indeed right or wrong. The following day, Ying Xiuyuan frolicked along the streets of Xianyang, with Gainia trailing behind, ever vigilant of their surroundings, accompanied by a young lad. Ying Xiuyuan frequently glanced at the youth beside him. Your name is Zhang Han, is it not? He inquired, leaning closer. Zhang Han, feeling rather exasperated, thought that this sixth son of the great Qin seemed somewhat dim-witted. Having asked him the same question over a dozen times within the span of a single morning, he mechanically responded, Yes, my lord. Chapter 5. The Zhao clan. This marked the first occasion since Ying Xiuyuan traversed to the Qin dynasty that he stepped out of the Xianyang palace, meandering through the bustling streets of Xianyang, the most vibrant locale of the Qin state. As Ying Xiuyuan ambled along the thoroughfare, he paused intermittently, captivated by the various stalls, and when he encountered unfamiliar and intriguing trinkets, he impulsively reached out to touch them, exuding the demeanor of a rustic bumpkin, devoid of the decorum and grace expected of a nobleman from the great Qin. Fortunately, his attire immediately bespoke his noble lineage, and with the stalwart presence of his protectors, Zhang Han and Gainia, none dared to trouble them. Young master, we have arrived, Zhang Han remarked, feeling utterly weary from the antics of the exuberant boy. Were it not for Ying Xiuyuan's status as the son of the Qin king, he would have surely subdued him with force. Standing before the grand entrance adorned with the Zhao family plaque, the estate before them emanated a sense of desolation, lacking the grandeur and magnificence one would anticipate. Could anyone possibly reside in such a forsaken place? Have we come to the wrong location? Despite his myriad of questions, Zhang Han nonetheless pushed open the imposing door. Within the courtyard stood a few scattered figures, all bowing their heads in concentration as they tended to the surroundings. An oppressive atmosphere of lifelessness pervading the art. As the door creaked open, the occupants raised their heads, their curiosity piqued by the arrival of the newcomers. An elderly gentleman, distinguished by his age, ambled forward. Although Ying Xiuyuan was the youngest among the trio, the old man discerned immediately that he was the leader of the group. Bowing slightly, the elder addressed Ying Xiuyuan with utmost respect. May I inquire why the three gentlemen have come uninvited? No sooner had he spoken than the seemingly affable old man's demeanor shifted dramatically, an unmistakable aura of lethal intent directed at Ying Xiuyuan and his companions. This was the first time Zhang Han had encountered such unadulterated malice. He understood all too well that within a mere breath, this elder could extinguish his life, let alone safeguard Ying Xiuyuan. Damn it, this old man is unexpectedly formidable. I failed to perceive his prowess as he approached. Zhang Han thought, sensing the situation spiraling towards an uncontrollable climax. Yet, upon reflecting on the identity of the impetuous boy beside him, he gradually eased his trepidation. Ying Xiuyuan appeared oblivious to the tension, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Grandfather, my name is Ying Xiuyuan, and I have come here because, before he could complete his sentence, the broom in the elder's hand clattered to the ground, leaving him momentarily stunned. Alarmed, Zhang Han instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his confidence wavering. However, standing beside him was Gainia, the foremost swordsman of the Qin state. Though they belonged to different factions, they had crossed paths previously, and he had had the fortune of witnessing Gainia's extraordinary skills. The elderly man hastily approached, taking 2 steps for every 3, halting just within reach of the swords drawn by the 2 men. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he spoke. Young master, you have finally arrived. Our Zhao family has awaited your return for 6 long years, a full 6 years. As he wiped his tears, he grasped Ying Xiuyuan's hand, leading him inside with a demeanor that suggested he feared the young man might flee. Turning to Ying Xiuyuan and his companions, he said, Please, young master, allow me to invite you within. Mr. Zhao is currently absent, and I shall attend to you. Kindly take your seats inside, esteemed gentlemen. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Han felt his apprehensions dissipate. He gestured invitingly with his hand towards the taciturn Gainia beside him, saying, let us proceed. Mr. Guy, as Ying Xiuyuan entered the hall, he was struck by the stark contrast to the desolation outside. The room was adorned with seemingly new furnishings, as if recently acquired, standing in stark opposition to the somber atmosphere beyond. At last, young master, we have awaited your arrival, the elder continued. You cannot fathom how our family has faltered since the demise of both the young lady and the elder. Most of our kin have departed, leaving only the Zhao clan here to await your return. Overcome with emotion, the old man could no longer contain himself and fell to his knees weeping. Ying Xiuyuan hurriedly rose to assist the elder, saying, "You have endured much. It is I who owe a debt to the Zhao family for these years." With that, he bowed deeply before the elderly man. Outside, Zhao Zilong peered in, uncertain of how to face this future master. He harbored an inexplicable sentiment towards Ying Xiuyuan. 6 years prior, Zhao Zilong had just celebrated his 8th birthday at the Zhao residence, an event marked by great splendor befitting the firstborn son of the Zhao clan, even receiving well wishes from the Lu family they served. However, this joy was short-lived. The following day, news arrived of Ming Fei's tragic death during childbirth, reaching their lord, the Lu family. Within days, the grief-stricken head of the Lu family also passed away, leading to the disintegration of their once mighty clan. As factions within the Lu family, each with their own motives, sought to seize the vast wealth of the family. The absence of Ming Fei and the family head led to a swift fragmentation of their holdings. At this juncture, the Zhao family launched a vigorous counteroffensive, reclaiming much of their business on behalf of Ying Xiuyuan. Just as the Lu family contemplated a retaliatory strike, the Qinhuang intervened, rendering their plans moot. Though the collateral branches of the Lu family dared not confront the Zhao family, bolstered by the support of the Qinhuang, they resorted to underhanded tactics, dispatching agents to slander the Zhao clan, casting them into disrepute. In a mere few days, Zhao Zilong transitioned from being the center of admiration to the target of scorn, and for 6 long years, the Zhao family bore this unjust stigma. He had often questioned his father, "Is it truly worth enduring this infamy for the sake of a young master we have never met, guarding wealth that may never be used?" Each time, his father replied with unwavering resolve, "Loyalty and righteousness flow through the veins of the Zhao family. They are the very foundation of our lineage. We may forsake everything, but we cannot abandon these 2 principles." After enduring 6 years of anticipation and bearing the weight of scorn, the Zhao family finally welcomed back Ying Xiuyuan. Observing the innocent child within the room, Zhao Zilong could no longer contain his emotions. As the once resilient young man shed tears, the onlookers found it increasingly difficult to restrain their own. For the first time, Zhao Zilong wept openly, as if in that moment he was releasing all the grievances he had suffered over the past 6 years. Ying Xiuyuan, sitting cross-legged before Zhao Zilong, solemnly declared, "Now that I have returned, I shall take it upon myself to protect the Zhao clan." Gazing at the radiant, youthful figure before him, Zhao Zilong felt a flicker of warmth within. He had always struggled to comprehend his father's actions, yet Ying Xiuyuan's words had begun to create a fissure in his heart. Wiping away his tears, Zhao Zilong rose and knelt reverently before Ying Xiuyuan, proclaiming, "The Zhao clan warmly welcomes you home." The crowd knelt in unison, echoing, "The Zhao clan warmly welcomes you." As he surveyed the kneeling individuals in the courtyard, Ying Xiuyuan reassured himself, "Ying Xiuyuan, even if not for myself, nor for the Qin state, I shall strive to alter the fate of the Qin dynasty for these people." Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Hosts will detected, mission issued. Alter the fate of the Qin state in this timeline." Ying Xiuyuan stood and pointed at the kneeling Zhao Zilong, saying, "You are Zhao Zilong, correct? Just you, come with me." Without waiting for Zhao Zilong's response, he turned and strode into the main hall. Zhang Han observed Zhao Zilong's transformation with curiosity. He had shed the despondency witnessed earlier, now radiating like a blade that had been drawn from its sheath. Zhang Han widened his eyes and murmured, "How is it possible? This youth is remarkably strong." Gainye glanced at the astonished Zhang Han, refraining from mocking his discomposure, and quietly remarked, "Even I am not his match. This individual is at least half a step into the innate realm. Perhaps even has already entered it. To achieve such a level at this age is truly astonishing." The elder beside them discerned their confusion and smiled as he explained, "Zilong was born with fully open innate meridians. He merely lacks practical experience. Otherwise, he would have long since surpassed the innate realm." Zhang Han could not help but inquire, "Might I ask from whom Zhao Zilong has received instruction?" Gainye shot him a glance and admonished, "Lord Zhang, such inquiries must be avoided. They are considered taboo in the martial world." "Ha ha ha, it matters not." The elder chuckled, clearly delighted, stroking his beard as he spoke. "Our Zilong began training in martial arts at the tender age of 7. showing little interest in various weapons, save for his fondness for the spear. Mr. Zhao commissioned a unique weapon for Zilong, resembling a spear yet distinct. Its tip is not as weighty as that of a conventional spear, and Mr. Zhao named it the Chong. Today, Zilong's proficiency with this Chong can be said to have developed into a style of its own. Upon hearing this, Gainia couldn't help but pause for a moment. The fact that such an extraordinary martial art could be mastered to this degree solely through individual effort was nothing short of astonishing. The talent of this young man was truly terrifying. As time swiftly passed, morning arrived, and Ying Xiuyuan had just risen. Upon opening his door, he was greeted by the sight of Zhao Zilong and a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. House servant Zhaoan, accompanied by his eldest son Zhao Zilong, pays respects to the sixth young master. With that, he bowed deeply, his forehead striking the ground. Gazing at the kneeling Zhaoan, Ying Xiuyuan was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Internally, he queried the system. Isn't this Zhaoan a descendant of Zhao Tuo? How could he possibly be here during the Warring States period? The system replied, once again, I must remind you that this is a parallel universe. While there may be similarities, this is not Earth. Hastily, Ying Xiuyuan assisted the kneeling Zhaoan and Zhao Zilong to their feet. While helping them up, he remarked, Mr. Zhao, please rise. You are not only an elder but have also safeguarded the last remnants of your late mother's legacy. How could a mere child like me merit such reverence? Observing the cultured and respectful demeanor of Ying Xiuyuan, Zhaoan finally felt at ease. He was the most loyal of the Zhao family, yet he also harbored the deepest fears. During the countless nights spent waiting for Ying Xiuyuan's return, he had been jolted awake from dreams, plagued by the dread that the Zhao clan had squandered their youth and loyalty, only to find themselves awaiting a debauched wastrel. Now that he stood before Ying Xiuyuan, he felt a weight lift from his heart as he gazed at the increasingly satisfying figure of Ying Xiuyuan. Zhaoan instructed a nearby servant, quickly go and prepare a feast. We must extend our warmest hospitality to the young master today. Following this, Zhaoan extended his hand toward Ying Xiuyuan in a gesture of respect, saying, Young master, please take a seat inside. I have matters to discuss with you. Young master, forgive my frankness, but we have traveled such a long way without accomplishing anything. Is our purpose merely to enjoy a good meal? What exactly is the reason for our visit? Once again, the group set out on the road out of the city. Zhang Han observed the lively and sprightly Ying Xiuyuan before him, unable to suppress the questions swirling in his mind. Ying Xiuyuan smiled gently at Zhang Han, feigning an air of mystery as he replied, You will come to know in due time. For the first time, Zhang Han perceived that Ying Xiuyuan was not to be underestimated, fixating on this seemingly innocent and carefree child. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh, recalling the admonitions of his father before his departure. Shaking his head, he hurriedly followed suit. Let me see your capabilities. Then, even for the sake of self-preservation, I, Zhang Han, shall never follow a person devoid of talent. Chapter 6. A first encounter with Guguzi. The group embarked on a long journey, finally arriving at the foot of the mountain. The journey had been remarkably tranquil, which left Ying Xiuyuan, who had been eager to seize an opportunity to display his prowess, feeling quite frustrated. With a dejected expression, he sat upon his horse and lamented. Why is there not a single soul along this route? Are there truly no bandits or robbers to challenge us? Zhang Han, wearing an expression of concern mingled with incredulity, replied, Young master, there have been shadowy guards scouting ahead the entire way. Who among the foolish would dare to ambush us? Rest assured. The last statement nearly betrayed Zhang Han's suppressed amusement. Observing the embarrassment etched on Ying Xiuyuan's face, Zhang Han felt a profound sense of vindication, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This Ying Xiuyuan had tormented him throughout their journey, and at last, karma had delivered its retribution. As they continued on their path, Gainia suddenly halted in front of them, dismounting to perform a respectful bow towards Ying Xiuyuan. Esteemed young master, we have now arrived at Yunming Mountain. The summit is enveloped in the intricate formations laid by our esteemed master. I implore you to dismount, allowing me to escort you upwards. Upon witnessing Ying Xiuyuan's descent from his steed, Gainia led the horse to Zhang Han, extending the reins towards him. He then bowed once more, addressing Zhang Han. I beseech your forgiveness, Sir Zhang. The Gigu sect does not entertain outsiders. Please wait at the foot of the mountain for a brief moment. Once I have safely delivered the young master, I shall return with you to Xianying. Zhang Han accepted the reins, and despite their initial enmity as members of the Anti-Brat Alliance, a flicker of mutual understanding sparked between them. With nonchalance, Zhang Han remarked, There is no need for formality. Mr. Guy, the shadow guards must proceed ahead, while I shall remain here. It appears that only you may return to Xianying. Though Ying Xiuyuan felt a pang of confusion, he refrained from voicing it, turning instead to follow Ying Xiuyuan up the mountain. After traversing a considerable distance, Ying Xiuyuan discovered that the view from the summit presented an entirely different visage from that seen at the mountain's base. From above, the landscape was devoid of the desolation that characterized the foot of the mountain, instead brimming with lush greenery, trees enveloping the sky. Strangely, despite it being midday, the atmosphere felt akin to that of night. Even more perplexing was the sensation that Ying Xiuyuan seemed to be leading him in circles. The trees surrounding them appeared as if sculpted from the same mold, with the scenery repeating itself incessantly. The fleeting glimpses of rabbits had become all too familiar. The encompassing woods, rather than exuding vitality, imparted an unsettling sense of gloom. At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, a beam of light pierced through the dense foliage. "Young master, we have arrived," Ying Xiuyuan announced. The moment he spoke, Ying Xiuyuan felt as though he had abruptly escaped the cyclical illusion of the prior landscape, and before him stood a house. Without waiting for the astonished youth to collect himself, Ying Xiuyuan grasped Ying Xiuyuan's hand and led him towards the interior. "Near, you have come," a voice emerged from behind a curtain within the house. The voice, though soft, resonated clearly as if whispered directly into the ear. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan promptly bowed, declaring, "Indeed, master. The king of Qin has acquiesced to the requests, and this gentleman is the sixth son of the king." The voice continued, "Shijiazhuang has descended the mountain. He ultimately chose to serve Han." Ying Xiuyuan bowed his head in silence at this revelation. "The state of Qin is on the brink of impatience. Since you have opted to serve Qin, you too should hasten your descent." With these words, Giguzi fell silent. An eerie stillness enveloped the room for several minutes, the sound of a pin drop audible in the charged atmosphere, while Ying Xiuyuan maintained his bowed posture, speechless. "The world is vast, the heavens ablaze. Among the myriad philosophies, only I traverse freely, though not allow trivial matters to ensnare your spirit." With a sigh, the voice from beyond the curtain resumed its quietude, and tranquility returned once more. "Thank you, master, for your guidance." After speaking, Ying Xiuyuan knelt on the ground and bowed deeply before rising to depart. In the fleeting moment he turned his head, Ying Xiuyuan, who had been standing behind, caught a glimpse of Ying Xiuyuan's eyes. The lingering uncertainty that had plagued him vanished entirely, leaving only resolute determination. As the sound of footsteps drew nearer, Ying Xiuyuan observed the shadow on the curtain growing larger. At this moment, his heart surged with excitement. Every strategist of the era is a pioneer of their time. It is not an exaggeration to assert that they wield the power to determine the rise and fall of nations. Figures like Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Pang Wan, and Sun Bing possessed the strength of 100,000 soldiers within a single individual. As Gongsun Yan once articulated, "The lineage of Gigu, when enraged, princes tremble. When at peace, the world is secure." The curtain slowly unfurled, revealing Giguzi, who did not exude the ethereal aura of a hermit as Ying Xiuyuan had envisioned, but rather appeared rather ordinary and unremarkable. Without careful observation, one might not even notice his presence. "What is your perspective on strategists, young master?" Giguzi inquired with a cheerful smile, gazing at the youthful Ying Xiuyuan. Without hesitation, Ying Xiuyuan replied, "The essence of merchants, the wisdom of chaotic times." Giguzi seated himself on the ground and asked, "Are you aware that I am the current Gigu?" Ying Xiuyuan, undeterred, joined him on the ground, responding, "I am aware." "Then do you know that on this mountain, it is just you and me? That young man down below cannot save you," Giguzi continued, still smiling enigmatically without any further action. Ying Xiuyuan, feeling a twinge of unease, began to think rapidly. Zhang Han? No one had informed him that Zhang Han was also present. Yet he sensed it on the mountain. What a peculiar ability! Although astonished internally, he maintained his composure and replied, "I know." Giguzi fixed his gaze on Ying Xiuyuan intently, and after a prolonged silence, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, you truly are extraordinary. With but a single statement, you have articulated the very essence of our strategist's survival. I acknowledge your insight, though your assertion is not entirely accurate. In the days to come, I shall provide you with a more profound understanding of the art of strategy." Giguzi rose and waved his hand to the side, causing the curtain to part as if it possessed a will of its own. He removed a ring from his finger and produced a scroll of bamboo slips from his robe. Placing both items upon the table, as Giguzi approached after setting down the items, Ying Xiuyuan could not restrain himself from asking, "Is this for Wei Zhuang?" Giguzi said nothing, slowly advancing until he stood before Ying Xiuyuan. He struck the latter's head playfully and declared, "From now on, address me as master or teacher." Ying Xiuyuan, puzzled, replied, "Did you not say you could not be my teacher?" "That was the former Giguzi. I am no longer that." Giguzi responded. Observing the old trickster before him, Ying Xiuyuan felt for the first time a sense of unreliability in someone from this era. Ying Xiuyuan then inquired, "Have you chosen Weizhuang? How did you deduce that?" Geguzi asked, leading Ying Xiuyuan outside. Ying Xiuyuan shot him a look of incredulity and retorted, "I am not illiterate, and I have seen Mr. Guy utilize the 100 steps flying sword." Geguzi has always worn an expression of assured wisdom, but upon witnessing Ying Xiuyuan's moment of humiliation for the first time, a sense of relief washed over him. As they journeyed towards Xianyang, Gainya suddenly shivered, recalling the figure of Ying Xiuyuan, who seemed to possess devilish wings behind him. Clenching his right fist and striking his left hand, he murmured, "In my preoccupation with Shijiazhuang, I neglected to remind my master." Chapter 7. Emoya and by Feng Master. Master, I was in the wrong. Please, show your magnanimity and spare me. On a desolate ancient path, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from afar. Drawing closer, an elderly man rode ahead, followed by a young boy. The boy frequently glanced at the elder's back, covering his mouth as if suppressing something. It turned out that the old man had a wooden stick slung over his shoulder, from which dangled a child, who incessantly pleaded for mercy. If this were the modern era, it would surely be a sensational headline. Ying Xiuyuan feigned a cute pout and addressed Geguzi, "Master, I truly acknowledge my mistake." Had this been their first encounter, Geguzi might have been inclined to believe his fabrications. Noticing Geguzi's indifference, Ying Xiuyuan resigned himself to hanging there. His peripheral vision caught sight of Zhang Han, who was stifling laughter, silently jotting down notes in his little book. Geguzi picked up a wine gourd, taking a sip as he spoke, "You honor, I have a question for you. If you can answer it, I shall set you free." Hearing the prospect of liberation, Ying Xiuyuan withdrew his resentful gaze from Zhang Han, which relieved Zhang Han, who had been feeling uneasy ever since that day when Ying Xiuyuan had secretly fed his horse an abundance of fresh grass, leaving him to lead a horse suffering from diarrhea for several days. He had realized that this mischievous child was truly beyond measure. Eagerly, Ying Xiuyuan asked, "Master, what is the question?" The development of the Qin state over the past decade has instilled fear in the other 6 states. Now, the legalists have transformed the entire Qin into a war machine. If the aim is to annihilate the 6 states, which one do you think your father would choose to strike first? Upon finishing his query, Geguzi lowered the wine gourd and turned to observe Ying Xiuyuan, who had fallen into contemplation. Suddenly, Ying Xiuyuan raised his head and replied, "The Han." Geguzi, surprised, inquired, "Oh, why is that?" Firstly, if our Qin were to go to war, it would inevitably target one of the 4 states, Zhao, Wei, Han, or Chu. Zhao and Chu are the most pressing threats to Qin, yet the two have been at a stalemate for ages, with battles historically resulting in a 50-50 outcome. Chu, with its vast territory, strong army, and abundant talents, is not an easy target for conquest. Secondly, Han lies at the strategic throat of the 6 states, connecting the north to Zhao, the south to Wei, and the east to Qi. After annexing Zheng, its resources are the richest among the 7 states, yet its strength remains the weakest. Thirdly, as a vassal state of Qin, Han has plotted against us and, after failing, has even attempted to execute the Han people in Zheng. My father is proud, yet Han has repeatedly slapped him in the face. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions of the 2 individuals, Ying Xiuyuan disdainfully rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Are you frightened? My brother is well versed in history and was the top scorer in the comprehensive section of the college entrance examination in our county." Geguzi, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he flicked his fingers twice, producing 2 sharp sounds that pierced the air. By the time Ying Xiuyuan reacted, he found himself securely seated upon a horse beside him. "Ha ha ha, were it not for the knowledge of your tender age of merely 6, I might have suspected you to be some immortal who has returned to youth," Geguzi remarked, stroking his beard with evident satisfaction. Zhang Han was even more astonished, struggling to process the situation. His gaze fixated on Ying Xiuyuan, causing the latter to feel a twinge of discomfort. "I am a respectable individual, not one to engage in such frivolities," he declared before spurring his horse to catch up with Geguzi, leaving Zhang Han in a state of bewilderment. Although Zhang Han was unfamiliar with the term engage in frivolities, he surmised that this mischievous child would not utter anything commendable. He felt his lips twitch involuntarily, took a deep breath, and silently followed the 2 ahead. Within the city of Xinjiang, the group sought refuge in an inn. While it did not rival the splendor of Xianyang, it possessed a unique charm, though beneath the seemingly tranquil faade lay the undercurrents of bloodshed and turmoil. "Master, I shall take a stroll," Ying Xiuyuan proclaimed, darting out before Geguzi could respond. He stealthily slipped out of the city, searching intently for something until he finally spotted 2 figures atop a tree canopy. One was clad in blue and the other in black, engaged in conversation. However, due to their elevated position, Ying Xiuyuan could only discern vague lip movements. Suddenly, both figures began to sprint forward simultaneously, prompting Ying Xiuyuan to follow suit. Just as he was on the verge of losing sight of them, they halted beneath an eave. Ying Xiuyuan circled around and leaped onto the rooftop from the opposite side, peering down at the two below. The man in black stood up and approached the man in blue, saying, "The Sparrow Pavilion has acquired a new master. Shall we go take a look?" The blue-clad man cast a sidelong glance at his companion and replied nonchalantly, "I have no interest in an instant." A piercing sound sliced through the air, and a streak of black light flashed by at breakneck speed. Ying Xiuyuan swiftly dodged to the side, clamping his fingers together. It was a black feather, its tip gleaming with a chilling radiance under the sunset, as though it were proclaiming its extraordinary nature to him. "Come forth, you who lurk in the shadows. Do you not find it excessive to hide before us?" Ying Xiuyuan stood up and approached the two, casually remarking, "The renowned Nightfall, and yet you are so wary of a mere child. How embarrassing it would be if this were to be known." As he regarded the child positioned between them, Imoya was struck by an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Few, aside from Wei Zhuang, could so effortlessly parry his feathered blades. By Feng, fiddling with the feather blade in his hand, asked cautiously, "Who are you? There has been no mention of someone like you in Xinjiang. Your martial prowess must be at least that of a top-tier warrior." Ying Xiuyuan paid little heed to their wariness, settling himself comfortably as if engaged in casual conversation, and lamented, "You see, I only just achieved that level a few days ago. After several days of arduous effort, the master finally imparted to me the art of breath regulation. Truly a miserly old man.it felt as simple as partaking in a meal. Oya and Bai Feng exchanged glances, and without any forewarning, they simultaneously launched an attack towards Ying Xiuyuan, who was seated beneath the eaves. Ying Xiuyuan placed his hands on the eaves, propelled himself upward with great force, and leaped down, rolling once upon landing before sitting back on the ground. Casting a sidelong glance, a faint smile graced his lips as he continued to sit there, saying, "Oh dear, treating a mere child like this seems rather unkind." Oya and Bai Feng once again hurled their feather blades, which encircled Ying Xiuyuan, sealing off all avenues of escape, resembling a vast net descending upon him. Observing Ying Xiuyuan's lack of movement, still seated and smiling faintly, he bore an expression of someone with a firm grasp of the situation. Oya and Bai Feng exchanged another glance, and Oya pondered, "Have I perhaps overestimated him? If we were to eliminate him now, how would his master respond?" The feather blades continued to close in, swiftly reaching Ying Xiuyuan's front. In that fleeting moment, a man clad in white suddenly materialized before Ying Xiuyuan, twirling his spear, the afterimages of the weapon forming a circular shield in front of him. Deflecting the incoming feather blades with ease, Oya furrowed his brow upon seeing the newcomer and remarked, "Brother Zhao, this may not be appropriate." However, the apprehension regarding the man's prowess silenced any further objections. Zhao Zilong had appeared in Xinjiang City a few months prior, his origin shrouded in mystery, claiming to hail from Shijiazhuang, a place no one had ever heard of. Ji Wuya's attempts to invite him had been met with refusal, and that very night, nearly 30 elite assassins dispatched by Ji Wuya had returned without a single survivor. Thus, Zhao Zilong's name resonated throughout Xinjiang City following that battle. "May I kindly request that you spare my master?" Zhao Zilong's words hung in the air, and in that instant, Oya and Bai Feng felt the atmosphere around them grow heavy and still. Oya relinquished his haughty demeanor, adopting a stance of utmost respect as he stated, "We harbor no ill intentions." Yet, what lay in Oya's heart remained a mystery to all. Zhao Zilong paid no heed to Oya's attitude, instead directing his gaze towards Ying Xiuyuan, who lounged nonchalantly on the ground, a piece of grass he had found dangling from his mouth. "I have no desire to trouble you. You may leave," he declared, dismissively waving his hand. Upon hearing this, Oya and Bai Feng fled the scene in haste. And no sooner had they departed than Zhao Zilong knelt, saying, "I have just seen the mark left by my lord, but I have arrived a moment too late. Please forgive me." Ying Xiuyuan wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, patting his chest. "Oh, it's quite all right, quite all right. You nearly scared me to death. I thought I was done for before you arrived." Chapter 8. The sounds of birds in the empty mountains as night deepened. Only one room within the inn remained brightly lit. Air. "Your courage has grown significantly of late," Guguzi remarked, standing at the door with his back turned to Ying Xiuyuan, his voice laced with gritted teeth. At this moment, Ying Xiuyuan found himself suspended upside down from the beam above, while Zhao Zilong gazed at him with evident concern. In contrast, Zhang Han had grown quite accustomed to such spectacles. With a sudden burst of strength, Ying Xiuyuan rotated his body, addressing his master, Geguzi, who had his back turned to him. Master, could you perhaps turn around? He then muttered under his breath, every day, pretending to be a sage. Doesn't that ever tire you? Geguzi felt as though he might truly vomit blood from the suppressed energy surging within him. He abruptly turned to face Ying Xiuyuan, a sinister smile creeping across his face. A chill involuntarily coursed through Ying Xiuyuan's body, starting from his head and spreading downward. Master, I swear I won't run off again. You must believe me. As he watched Geguzi approach slowly, Ying Xiuyuan resignedly shut his eyes. However, after a considerable time, the room remained eerily silent. The sudden sound of a door slamming caused him to quickly reopen one eye, only to shut it again in haste. After a moment, when he finally dared to open his eyes, he discovered he was alone in the room. Leaning into the momentum of his body, he spun around, confirming that everyone had indeed departed. A sigh of relief escaped him, but just as he attempted to move, he realized something was amiss. Damn it. I'm still tied up. Once the realization dawned on Ying Xiuyuan, a heart-wrenching wail followed. Yet, before he could lament for long, a rush of energy soared through the window, striking him squarely. At that moment, he found himself unable to vocalize any sound, only able to emit muffled whimpers as if his mouth were filled with something. Be quiet. If you don't sleep, others won't either. Watching the figure outside fade into the distance, Ying Xiuyuan relinquished his struggle. The following morning, all the patrons in the inn stared wide-eyed at the table in the center. A child squatted on the bench, devouring food voraciously, nearly resorting to shoving it directly into his mouth, while the elegance of the other three at the table starkly contrasted with his behavior. Having hastily finished his meal, Ying Xiuyuan tugged at Zhao Zilong, who was still savoring his food beside him, saying, Zilong, why are you so slow? Come with me. You can eat while we walk. Ahem, all right. Sitting across from them, Geguzi made his presence known with a nonchalant remark, You honor. I believe this upside-down position has greatly contributed to your martial arts progress. Ying Xiuyuan, who had been dragging Zhao Zilong towards the exit, abruptly halted. He trotted over to Geguzi's side, looking pitifully and saying, Master, with Zilong accompanying me, please let me go. Geguzi sighed and replied, I must visit a friend. If you are not at the inn by nightfall. His tone hinted at an unmistakable threat. Thank you, Master. With that, he grasped Zhao Zilong and vanished without a trace. After finishing his bowl of porridge, Geguzi also departed gracefully. Zhang Han stared at the table littered with empty bowls and chopsticks, feeling his face twitch several times in disbelief. In the initial chapters, Laozi was at least a supporting character. However, it is rather sudden for him to be relegated to a mere background role. Shaking his head to dispel this inexplicable notion, Zhang Han felt a sense of liberation at the prospect of no longer having to keep an eye on the mischievous Ying Xiuyuan. The latter indulged himself in exploration until the afternoon, leaving Zhao Zilong to feel as if he had prematurely entered the realm of parenthood. Swiftly, Zhao Zilong evaded the numerous guards of the Sparrow Pavilion while carrying Ying Xiuyuan on his back. As they neared the pinnacle of the pavilion, Ying Xiuyuan patted Zhao Zilong's back and said, This will suffice. Gently placing Ying Xiuyuan down, Zhao Zilong inquired, My lord, what brings us here? Ying Xiuyuan, feigning an air of mystery, replied, A wondrous spectacle awaits us here, and of course, we must witness it. Barely had Zhao Zilong settled when melodious strains of music filled the air above them. The sound of the lute fluttered like a butterfly poised for flight. Dancing gracefully in the atmosphere, it resembled a gentle stream, flowing tenderly into the heart. The song yearned for the beauty of freedom, at times exuberant and bright, and at other moments, subtle and delicate. Observing the birds soaring around the pavilion, Zhao Zilong could not help but exclaim, I once thought the tales of lingering melodies were mere exaggerations in literature, yet now I realize the existence of such exquisite music is indeed true. Ying Xiuyuan, equally mesmerized by the scene before him, murmured, This surpasses even the genius of Chopin, though alas, it shall be lost to time. With a quiet sigh, he lifted his gaze once more to appreciate the unparalleled beauty surrounding him. As the music came to a close, Ying Xiuyuan rose, brushed off the dust from his attire, and addressed the still enraptured Zhao Zilong, Let us depart. It is essential to rest well, for a fierce battle awaits us tomorrow night. Zhao Zilong hoisted Ying Xiuyuan onto his back, seizing the moment when all eyes were drawn to the Sparrow Pavilion to stealthily make their exit through the back door. The following day, as Ying Xiuyuan continued to run about for nearly the entire day, Zhao Zilong felt his patience wearing thin. Glancing at the restless Zhao Zilong, Ying Xiuyuan remarked, Do not fret, Zilong. The true performance has merely begun. Sensing that the time was ripe, Ying Xiuyuan declared, Let us proceed to General Ji Wei's residence to make his acquaintance. as Zhao Zilong prepared to depart with Ying Xiuyuan on his back. He paused at Ying Xiuyuan's words. "But my lord," Zhao Zilong began, only to be interrupted by Ying Xiuyuan. "I understand your concerns, yet the general's estate is the true stage." Observing Ying Xiuyuan's enigmatic demeanor, Zhao Zilong chose to trust him. Hastily, he turned around and rushed toward the general's residence. Upon stealthily entering the estate, a sudden whoosh echoed as an arrow shot down from the roof of the central hall. Witnessing this, Ying Xiuyuan revealed a mysterious smile and murmured, "It is our time to shine." Turning to Zhao Zilong, he instructed, "Zilong, breach this wall and rescue Moy.as for Ji Wuya. Do not eliminate him just yet. His fate shall be decided by Brother Weis." Soon as the words left his mouth, Bai Feng, bearing numerous wounds, leapt from the roof through the hole, cradling an exquisite beauty in his arms, and dashed away without a glance back. Upon witnessing Bai Feng's successful escape, Zhao Zilong let out a sigh of relief. He approached the grand hall, holding his breath and concentrating, channeling all his strength to strike the side wall. To his astonishment, it was not the wall that shattered, but the firearm in Zhao Zilong's hands. Anxiously, he turned to Ying Xiuyuan and exclaimed, "My lord, this wall has been reinforced with fine steel on all sides. My current weapon is insufficient to breach it." He then added, "But this blade can cleave through it." As he spoke, Ying Xiuyuan handed Zhao Zilong a knife. Zhao Zilong examined it closely. He had never encountered a weapon of this kind before. The blade featured a cutting edge on only one side and was not tapered like a typical knife, but rather maintained a uniform width akin to a sword. Measuring 3 feet in length, when held, the knife emanated an astonishing aura of sharpness that was truly remarkable. With focused determination, Zhao Zilong swung forward with force, and to his astonishment, the steel-reinforced wall was effortlessly sliced open as if it were mere tofu. The momentum of the blade's intent continued unabated, slicing forward. Inside, Ji Wuya gazed at the fallen Moya on the ground, grinding his teeth as he muttered, "Let us see what tricks you can conjure next." Just as he was about to act, a wave of blade intent seemed to pierce through the wall, hurtling towards Ji Wuya. He was taken aback by the fragility of the fortress he had invested so heavily in. Having been breached twice in a single day, with a swift roll to the side, he barely evaded the deadly intent. Once Ji Wuya steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings, he realized that both Moya and the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. "Bring me everyone. Conduct a citywide search. If you cannot locate the 4 of them, you shall present your heads to me." Ji Wuya's frantic voice echoed throughout the general's residence. Outside Xinjing City, Wei Zhuang hurled Bai Feng to the ground and coldly remarked to the coughing Bai Feng, who was clutching his throat, "It is simply because you lack strength." Chapter 9. The revived Longyu. "Oh dear, senior brother is unexpectedly so ruthless. Treat your potential junior brother this way, and be wary of him turning against you in the future." The sudden remark drew the attention of everyone present. Wei Zhuang swiftly unsheathed his shark-toothed blade, pointing it toward the shadows and declared, "Who goes there?" "Step forward." Ying Xiuyuan emerged slowly, disregarding the tense atmosphere surrounding him, and approached Bai Feng, halting in front of him. Honestly, how can a man weep so pitifully? Without paying any heed to the incapacitated Bai Feng, he strode directly towards Longyu, who was leaning against a tree. Witnessing Ying Xiuyuan approach the woman he cherished, Bai Feng could not afford to ponder the forces behind this boy. Without a second thought, he struck out at Ying Xiuyuan. A shadow flashed suddenly, moving with such speed that even Wei Zhuang could not react in time. With a resounding thud, Bai Feng was once again brought down to the ground. This relentless barrage of blows made him acutely aware of his own fragility. The combined assaults from Ji Wuya, Wei Zhuang, and the mysterious figure within a single day had nearly shattered him. "Zilong, you've arrived. Have you completed the task?" Ying Xiuyuan turned his head to address Zhao Zilong, who stood behind him. Zhao Zilong knelt upon the ground and proclaimed, "Young master, the person has already been entrusted to Zhang Han." Ying Xiuyuan nodded slightly, disregarding the crowd, and continued on his solitary path towards the tree beneath which Nongyu stood. The sudden appearance of Zhao Zilong caused all present to halt, paralyzed by the gravity of the moment, hesitant to act rashly. "Senior brother, you have overlooked one crucial detail. Nongyu is far from dead." At this juncture, Ying Xiuyuan, observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, relished the exhilarating sensation of orchestrating the unfolding events. Were he to possess a fan to waft gently, the theatricality would be further amplified. Like a living embodiment of Zhuge Liang, he momentarily indulged in his own fantasies before retrieving a medicinal pill and placing it upon Nongyu's lips. Coughed. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly deceased Nongyu abruptly awakened, as if rising from the dead. Upon witnessing her revival, Bai Bai Feng disregarded Zhao Zilong standing before her and dashed forward in a single, swift motion. Ying Xiuyuan gestured subtly to Zhao Zilong, who chose to ignore Bai Feng's advance. Remaining vigilant towards Wei Zhuang and his entourage, Zizhu, struck with astonishment, turned to Ying Xiuyuan and exclaimed, "Impossible! This poison has no antidote." Sister Zizhu, indeed this poison is beyond remedy, yet if it is not ingested, what harm can befall one? Ying Xiuyuan replied with an innocent expression, glancing at the slightly flustered Zizhu. What? His words left the crowd in stunned silence. At that moment, Nongyu was gradually regaining her senses, and upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's statement, she too was taken aback. No, this cannot be. I distinctly swallowed it. Confusion clouded Nongyu's mind as she grappled with the inexplicable turn of events. Indeed, it is right here with me. As he spoke, Ying Xiuyuan produced a white tooth from his garment. With a smile, he addressed Nongyu. I presume you slept quite soundly last night, dear sister Nongyu. Although Nongyu's martial prowess was limited, the act of stealthily replacing her tooth without her notice was no trivial feat. Upon witnessing Nongyu's awakening, Wei Zhuang furrowed his brow, for it was the first time since descending the mountain that he felt the situation slipping from his grasp. Despite Ying Xiuyuan's act of salvation, Wei Zhuang remained wary of him, sensing an unsettling resemblance to his initial encounter with Han Fei. Senior brother, your fear of me is quite disheartening. Ying Xiuyuan feigned a wounded demeanor, gazing at Wei Zhuang with an expression of poignant melancholy. Wei Zhuang dismissed him with a flick of his sleeve, scoffing, nonsense. The Zhongheng school has merely 2 disciples. What do you represent? Observing Wei Zhuang's skepticism, Ying Xiuyuan ceased his enigmatic charade. I am indeed your junior brother, though not of the Zhongheng school. We share a master, yet belong to different sections. Ying Xiuyuan shrugged helplessly. Suddenly, a revelation struck Wei Zhuang, and he exclaimed in astonishment, could it be that you are? Before he could finish, Ying Xiuyuan interrupted, Senior brother, as we are fellow disciples, I implore you to keep this secret. Though Ying Xiuyuan's tone was somewhat irksome, Wei Zhuang halted his words, surveying the crowd still fixated upon him. Aware of the precariousness of his identity, Ying Xiuyuan knew it was time to depart swiftly. Very well, it is high time for us to take our leave. Ying Xiuyuan stretched languidly and continued, dinner has yet to arrive. How frustrating. Just then, Bai Feng extended her arms, blocking the path of Ying Xiuyuan and his companion. Have you rescued Emoya? May I be granted a moment to see him? Bai Feng implored, bowing slightly. Ying Xiuyuan approached her slowly, leaning close to whisper in her ear, your senior brother speaks the truth. You are indeed too feeble. He then stepped back and declared loudly, should the day come when you possess sufficient strength, then it shall be your moment to reunite. With that, he departed alongside Zhao Zilong, leaving the onlookers in a collective sigh of relief. Zhao Zilong's formidable presence, even under the cloak of night, shone like a beacon, instilling awe in all who beheld him. How can such a powerful figure be merely a child's subordinate? Who exactly is this child? Xinu queried, casting a puzzled glance at Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang, gazing in the direction of Ying Xiuyuan's exit, remarked, this individual is not to be feared. What is truly daunting is the one who stands behind him. He is a person capable of altering the very fabric of this realm, perhaps even on the verge of doing so. Ying Xiuyuan observed Emoya, who lay on the bed, struggling for breath, and turned to Zhang Han, who was tending to the wounds. Is there still hope for him? He inquired, noting the precarious state of Emoya. Zhang Han, diligently attending to Emoya's injuries, replied, the Shadow Guard possesses a specific remedy designed to sustain life in dire circumstances. These wounds are relatively minor. Each time the Shadow Guard was mentioned, Zhang Han wore an expression of pride. After speaking, he suddenly appeared to recall something, his demeanor turning grave as he bowed his head, silently continuing his work on Mo Ya's wounds. Observing Zhang Han's sudden silence, Ying Xiuyuan, unusually, refrained from pressing further, falling into a contemplative quietude. The door creaked open, and Zhao Zilong's arrival shattered the awkward tension. Young master, Ji Wuye's men continue to loiter outside. Pay them no heed. Should they dare to provoke us, we shall expedite Ji Wuye's return to the netherworld. Ying Xiuyuan's icy countenance left the others momentarily incredulous, for he was but a child of less than 10 years. Chapter 10. The Hall of Shadows. The 3 remained there for a full 3 days before Emoya gradually regained consciousness. During this time, Bai Feng repeatedly attempted to breach the door to see Emoya, but each time, she was repelled by Zhao Zilong. With great effort, Emoya opened his eyes, surveying his unfamiliar surroundings. The instincts of a killer compelled him to spring up. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, he moved toward the window. With a creak, the door swung open. A young man entered, carrying a basin, and without a second thought, Emoya darted behind him, pinching the young man's neck with 2 fingers, threatening him with a feather blade. In that fleeting moment, as he beheld the young man seemingly frozen in fear, Emoya himself could scarcely believe how effortlessly he had subdued his opponent. Zhang Han glanced at Emoya and the encroaching feather blade, chuckling lightly before delivering a sharp elbow to Emoya's wound. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he lunged forward and swiftly grasped the neck of Emoya. Without a care for the wounds adorning Emoya's body, he forcefully hurled him onto the bed. Hearing the commotion from upstairs, Ying Xiuyuan realized that Emoya had regained consciousness. He set down his tea and sauntered leisurely toward the upper floor. By the time Ying Xiuyuan reached the top, Emoya had relinquished all resistance and sat awaiting his arrival. Now completely composed, he understood that this young man must have others backing him, and that individual was the true master of the situation. The renowned Emoya, reduced to a state akin to a stray dog, would certainly appear ludicrous to those who perished at his hands if they were to learn of this. Ying Xiuyuan entered with deliberate steps, observing Emoya seated on the bed, mercilessly taunting him as he regarded the youth before him. A flicker of absurdity crossed Emoya's mind. Just days prior, had it not been for Zhao Zilong's sudden intervention, he might have nearly taken the child's life. Yet now, this very child had transformed into his savior. Why save me? We share no connection. I nearly killed you. Emoya remained perplexed by the events that had transpired, unable to fathom why this boy would command his subordinates to rescue him. Ying Xiuyuan did not respond to Emoya's inquiries, but rather continued, "You are a person of great talent. You possess courage and strategy in abundance. Why then do you submit to Ji Wuyi?" Emoya chuckled in self-mockery. In this chaotic world, how many can remain uninvolved? All in this realm are but birds confined within a cage. Ying Xiuyuan approached the window, gazing at the ceaseless flow of humanity below. After a prolonged silence, he turned to the slumped figure of Emoya and declared, "I harbor a dream, yet I find myself lacking the most crucial element." Intrigued, Emoya focused on the child before him for the first time. "Oh? What element is that?" "I require a sword." "What kind of sword?" "A sword capable of piercing the human heart." "What is its name?" "Yu Ming Tang." Following this abrupt exchange of questions and answers, the two fell into silence once more. Ying Xiuyuan turned to gaze at the clouds in the sky and softly remarked, "The great tides of the world, after long division, must unite. After prolonged unity, must divide. This realm has been in turmoil for over a century." Emoya sneered derisively, "The coming and going of this world's factions is hardly within your control." Unperturbed by Emoya's demeanor, Ying Xiuyuan continued, "This world is on the brink of unification, and it shall welcome its first king, whose authority will surpass even that of Zhou Wang." Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's resolute assertions, Emoya furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who is it?" Ying Xiuyuan regarded the perplexed Emoya and countered, "In this vast land, 7 nations dominate. Who do you think it is?" Emoya pondered for a long while before suddenly lifting his head to meet Ying Xiuyuan's gaze. "You are of the Qin King's faction?" Rather than answering Xiuyuan's question, Emoya voiced his own speculation. "Who I am is of little consequence. You need not be concerned. What matters most is what I intend to accomplish." Observing the terror-stricken expression on Emoya's face, Ying Xiuyuan replied in a leisurely manner. Gradually, Emoya regained his composure, recalling a certain man he had encountered before, someone for whom Han Fei had devoted himself so meticulously, even to the point of risking everything. He could likely deduce who that individual was. Later, as the Qin army loomed ominously, it became evident that their primary objective was to demand Han Fei, further solidifying his suspicions regarding the man's identity, the one closest to the ruler of this realm, King Yingzheng of Qin. Even now, he could not forget the overwhelming ambition that shimmered in that man's gaze, a hunger vast enough to consume the entire world. Noticing that Emoya's expression was beginning to soften, Ying Xiuyuan continued, "My father is a complete madman. However, his ambition and prowess are sufficient to sustain his aspirations. He is Yingzheng, and he will not tolerate anyone of equal nobility." As Emoya's countenance shifted back to one of alarm, Ying Xiuyuan paused before elaborating. "Throughout the ages, for hundreds of years, the position of hegemony has shifted incessantly, yet no one has dared to covet the title of the world's sovereign. Yet, the king of Qin is unlike the king Wu of Qin. His capabilities and strategies are enough to support his madness." Emoya felt overwhelmed by the revelations of the day, his mind nearly taxed beyond capacity. After a prolonged contemplation, he inquired, "If you hold him in such high regard, why then the desire for that sword?" Ying Xiuyuan patiently awaited Emoya to sort through his thoughts, kneeling beside him while leisurely sipping tea. because the king of Qin is a rational man, terrifyingly so. His disregard for humanity guarantees his success in becoming the sovereign of this realm. Yet, this same trait predicates his eventual failure and the fall of Qin. The contradictory nature of his answer left Imoya momentarily bewildered. Ying Xiuyuan pressed on, the king of Qin is formidable, hence he will triumph. He regards the myriad schools of thought and the other 6 kingdoms as mere rubble, thus he shall falter. His strength is solely his own, while the state of Qin remains pitifully weak. Ying Xiuyuan did not afford Imoya the opportunity to pose further questions, declaring, the unification of a nation does not equate to true unity. Only a convergence of thought can ensure lasting prosperity. Imoya fell into deep contemplation, before continuing to ask, are you aware of what stands before you? Ying Xiuyuan nonchalantly replied, the myriad schools of thought, and indeed the entirety of this world. However, the king of Qin is an unequivocal madman, and I too am not exempt from that description. A flicker of madness flashed in Ying Xiuyuan's eyes. Gazing at the youthful figure before him, Imoya felt as though he had returned to that day, confronted once more by that man, that wild gaze. Struggling to suppress the rapid beating of his heart, he gasped for breath and solemnly knelt, proclaiming, let me be that sword, a blade that penetrates the hearts of men. From the union of a mad master and a mad subordinate, in that inn was born a fearsome organization. The Yuming Hall, Chapter 11. The first encounter with Han Fei. A year swiftly passed, during which Ying Xiuyuan had dispatched Imoya and Zhang Han to attend to the affairs of the Yuming Hall, while Zhao Zilong safeguarded him as they roamed the land with Giguzi. On one particular night, Ying Xiuyuan sought out Giguzi. Master, he bowed respectfully. After a period of tutelage under Giguzi, Ying Xiuyuan had learned an ancient adage. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Giguzi nodded and inquired, it is late. What brings you here? Ying Xiuyuan feigned a look of grievance and replied, Master, how can you say that? Your disciple merely wishes to inquire about your well-being. This rascal Ying Xiuyuan, always brimming with mischief, was clearly up to no good. Giguzi did not believe for a moment that he had come merely to exchange pleasantries at such an hour. If you do not speak further, I shall not acquiesce, Giguzi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the pretentious Ying Xiuyuan. Suddenly, Ying Xiuyuan closed the distance, patting Giguzi's back while proclaiming, Master, you see, your disciple is but a child, is he not? As the ancients say, during festive times, one longs for kin. In a few months, we shall. Before he could finish, Giguzi interrupted, what ancient saying is that? I have not heard of it. If you wish to return to the Qin state, just say so. Giguzi was intrigued, wondering where this mischievous child had acquired such an array of ancient sayings, which he himself had never encountered. Although Giguzi was skeptical of Ying Xiuyuan's tall tales, it was evident that this imp was feigning ignorance for a purpose, and the desire to return to Qin at this juncture suggested there was significant business at hand. The words he had overheard at the inn still sent shivers down his spine. The military strategists say, the best generals conquer through strategy, next through alliances, and lastly through force, with siege as the least preferred option. Yet this young lad, in this era of diverse philosophies, aspired to unify thought. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, no school of thought had succeeded in convincing the world. Ying Zheng ruled through fear of arms, but such a method could not endure. Giguzi was curious to see if Ying Xiuyuan could indeed achieve his grand ambitions. After much contemplation, Giguzi turned to the expectant Ying Xiuyuan and stated, then we shall set forth for Qin on the morrow. Once you have arranged your affairs, we shall also visit the Taoists to meet my old friend. Unfazed at having his schemes unveiled, Ying Xiuyuan joyfully bounced away. Xianyang remained a scene of flourishing prosperity, and after a year of wandering, Ying Xiuyuan had slowly grown accustomed to the destitution he observed outside. Rags for clothing, exchanging children for sustenance. These scenes, once confined to the pages of history books, now unfolded vividly before him. The emotions stirred within him were inexplicable. The experiences of this past year had subtly transformed him. Now, he was more eager than even the king of Qin to unify the realm. In the great hall, Ying Xiuyuan approached the pool of water. Though it seemed a distant journey, few could traverse such a vast expanse. Observing the bowing Ying Xiuyuan, Ying Zheng sensed a change, though he could not articulate it. Where once he viewed Ying Xiuyuan merely as a child, he now regarded him as an equal. Ying Zheng mused, you have traveled far and gained much in this year, my son. It seems that Giguzi is indeed a figure of great renown. Observing Ying Zheng, who was still administering eye drops to Giguzi outside the palace of Xianyang, Ying Xiuyuan felt as though he were tending to two quarreling children. Ying Xiuyuan expressed his inability to provoke anyone, opting instead to feign ignorance while gazing at his nose and then his heart. Ying Zheng, however, did not continue to express anything further, breaking the silence with a query. What brings you back this time? The ancestral sacrifice is approaching, and it has been over a year since I last roamed the world. I seized this opportunity to visit my father, he inquired. What of Zhang Han? Is he still in your service? Ying Xiuyuan asked nonchalantly. Indeed, he is a man of remarkable talent and unwavering loyalty, Ying Xiuyuan acknowledged, realizing he could not deceive the king of Qin and thus laid all the cards on the table. I once declared before the entire army, have you heard of it? Ying Xiuyuan asked blandly. Ying Xiuyuan replied, a hero cannot escape unscathed. How can Ying Xiuyuan stand proud in the world? From that day, his expression revealed to me that this Zhang Han had a connection with him. Ordinary men could not garner such attention from a merciless executioner. Ying Xiuyuan shook his head and continued, what a pity. I had hoped to see his child succeed him in the shadow guard. With a sigh, he turned to Ying Xiuyuan and said, you may leave now. Take that individual waiting outside with you. Your son takes his leave, Ying Xiuyuan replied, gradually retreating. Once he was gone, Ying Xiuyuan picked up the bamboo slips he had just set down. The time for the ancestral sacrifice drew ever closer. Yet history does not record the specific month in which Han Fei was imprisoned, leaving Ying Xiuyuan with no choice but to await patiently. During this period, Ying Xiuyuan had an unexpected encounter with the legendary master of legalism, Han Fei, outside the gates of the palace. Their interaction was minimal, merely exchanging nods and smiles in acknowledgement. With Han Fei imprisoned, Ying Xiuyuan, still lying in bed, received news from Zhang Han that made him spring to his feet. After enduring the long night, he seized the opportunity when the guards were unobservant, allowing Zhao Zilong to stealthily escort him out. Just as they slipped out of the king of Qin's palace, they encountered Zhang Han approaching swiftly. My lord, Zhang Han exclaimed, Han Fei is only confined in a common prison. How could that be? Han Fei is a favored figure before the king of Qin. He cannot merely be placed in an ordinary jail. Ying Xiuyuan reacted incredulously. My lord, from what I have observed, this matter runs too deep. The influence of Li Si and the Yinyang school both leave traces in this affair. Furthermore, the recently formed Yuming Hall carries risks of exposure and even subsequent plans. Before Zhang Han could finish, Ying Xiuyuan interrupted, no, Han Fei cannot be spared. Given the depth of this matter, we must not involve Yuming Hall. Gritting his teeth, Ying Xiuyuan realized that Han Fei was an indispensable link in this chain of events. Turning to Zhao Zilong, he declared, let us go and meet Han Fei if necessary. We shall forcefully bring him back. Within the confines of the prison, Han Fei sat despondently on the ground. From the moment he was incarcerated, he sensed that circumstances were far from ordinary. Yet, being in the state of Qin, he found himself at the mercy of others, a mere fish at the mercy of the knife. What could he possibly do? With a creak, the door swung open. Han Fei lifted his gaze, prepared to confront his fate. All his pride had been shattered. The man he once aspired to defeat had now ascended to become the sole ruler of Qin, while he had once again been reduced to a fallen noble. Observing the two figures clad in black before him, Han Fei felt a shift in the tides of fortune. As the hood was removed, Han Fei sprang to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief, how can it be you? We bear no grudges against one another. Why are you here? Calm yourself, Han Gongzi, Ying Xiuyuan replied, his expression tinged with exasperation as he regarded the astonished Han Fei. Chapter 12. Deceiving the heavens and crossing the seas, gazing at the beleaguered Han Fei. Ying Xiuyuan taunted, do you still cling to your pride, Han Gongzi? What pride can a prisoner possess? Here you are, the sixth young master of the great Qin, making such an effort to deign to visit, merely to witness a farce? In this moment, Han Fei could only engage in self-deprecating humor. Do you harbor resentment toward Li Si? Ying Xiuyuan continued, ignoring Han Fei's earlier musings. He not only orchestrated your imprisonment but employed every conceivable means to ensure your demise within these walls. The world, after all, is governed by the victors and never by principles of righteousness. Ying Xiuyuan's piercing gaze revealed to him the truth in Han Fei's words. Observing Han Fei's demeanor, Ying Xiuyuan finally comprehended why his father held such admiration for him, even going so far as to disrupt the campaign against the Six States to procure Han Fei from Han. His father yearned to establish a realm governed by the rule of law, yet he was too proud. While legalism may temporarily govern a nation, it could never fulfill his father's aspiration for a legacy that would endure through the ages. As Han Fei's expression grew increasingly earnest, Ying Xiuyuan thought to himself, there is potential here. You are a student of Xuanzi. You must be familiar with that renowned declaration he made which reverberated across the world, yes? Upon hearing the mention of his esteemed mentor, Han Fei's spirit ignited, and he replied with pride, of course, human nature is inherently evil. What do you believe humanity is? Ying Xiuyuan pressed on, unrelenting in his inquiry. Humans are but another species of animal, only capable of enlightenment through the imposition of penalties, Han Fei responded, his thoughts piqued by Ying Xiuyuan's rapid-fire questioning. Let us strike a bargain, Ying Xiuyuan proposed, shifting the conversation's focus to his true intentions. Han Fei, taken aback by the audacity of Ying Xiuyuan's proposition to negotiate with a condemned man, inquired curiously, what kind of bargain? I will save you, and in return, you shall serve under my command. Ying Xiuyuan interlaced his fingers, signaling the gravity of his proposal. 10 years. Only 10 years. After that, the seas shall be vast for the fish to leap, and the skies shall be high for the birds to soar. However, the name Han Fei shall never again cross your lips, nor shall you maintain clandestine contact with your friends. Agreed. Han Fei found himself utterly perplexed, unable to decipher the enigma of what Ying Xiuyuan's gourd truly contained. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Ying Xiuyuan produced a pill from within his robes, idly toying with it in his hand. The exterior of the pill was coated in wax, effectively sealing its venom. Although the toxin was potent, it had already undergone a process of neutralization. As he spoke, Ying Xiuyuan extended the pill towards Han Fei, placing it in his palm before continuing, upon poisoning, one would immediately succumb to a state of shock, resembling death. Yet, there exists a peril. If the antidote is not ingested within a day, even the great BNK would find it exceedingly difficult to provide a cure. After a moment's contemplation, Ying Xiuyuan elaborated, furthermore, the dosage varies according to one's constitution. Currently, we lack the precision to determine the correct amount. A slight excess could render it deadly, while a mere fraction less would yield no effect. Thus, you are left with no choice but to gamble. Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's words, Han Fei gazed at the pill in his hand, lost in thought. Ying Xiuyuan remarked flatly, this is a high-stakes gamble. One that wagers your very life. Han Fei, do you dare? Suddenly, Han Fei tossed the pill directly into his mouth and swallowed it with a decisive gulp. Observing the blood slowly seeping from the corner of Han Fei's mouth, Ying Xiuyuan's face betrayed a profound confusion as he grappled internally with an existential crisis of who am I? Where am I? Before finally regaining his composure, he seized Han Fei, who was now seated on the ground, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? You swallowed it without hesitation. Ha ha ha, I concede that you are quite clever. Yet you have overlooked the most critical aspect. I know Li Si better than you do. He is my closest confidant. No matter how much he despises me, he would never take matters into his own hands, for that would be the basest of strategies. Han Fei pushed Ying Xiuyuan's hand away and lay down on the ground with nonchalance, leisurely stating, regardless if ID, all conspiracies shall dissipate into nothingness. Though the night had grown late, the king of Qin continued to peruse the memorials submitted from various regions. A young eunuch beside him gently reminded, Your Majesty, the hour is late. It is time to retire. After finishing the bamboo slips in hand, the king set them aside, and the eunuch placed them on a stand behind him. Suddenly, a small eunuch rushed in, kneeling hastily at the entrance. Observing the anxious eunuch, the king inquired, What is the matter? The eunuch, trembling with apprehension, stammered, Your Majesty, Han Fei has perished in prison. What did you say? The king exclaimed, rising abruptly. The eunuch, taken aback, continued, Just now, the jailer discovered that Han Fei had been poisoned to death in his cell. Physician Xia has declared him beyond salvation. The king sank back into his seat, feeling a deep sense of loss. Though he genuinely lamented the loss of such a talent, he felt powerless in the face of the situation. In contrast, he needed Li Si more. Thus, he could only turn a blind eye to Li Si's actions. Regaining his composure, the king addressed the eunuchs below, saying, Proclaim a pardon for Han Fei's crimes. His funeral rites shall be conducted at the level befitting an official. Begin preparations immediately, and let him be laid to rest by dawn. The following day, news of Han Fei's death spread throughout the court, reaching both civil and military officials. Everyone's initial reaction was to glance at Li Si, yet they felt that something was amiss. Li Si, what is your perspective on this matter? Inquired the Qin king in a seemingly indifferent tone. Cold sweat streamed down Li Si's face as he bowed and replied, Your Majesty, this individual managed to poison Han Fei with remarkable ease within the confines of the Qin prison, leaving not a trace behind. It must be the work of a skilled practitioner from the martial world. The Qin king continued to speak in a calm manner. What do you believe should be done? Li Si responded earnestly, Your Majesty, this person shows such blatant disregard for the laws of Qin. We must dispatch individuals immediately to apprehend the fleeing murderer. The absence of any signs of struggle at the scene, coupled with the poison being administered directly through the mouth, indicates the exceptional prowess of this individual. Further investigation would yield no results. It would be prudent to close the case. The Qin king waved his hand in resignation. Li Si, internally bewildered by Han Fei's demise, pondered the fact that the Yin school, with its centuries-old lineage, employed such rudimentary methods to take a life. Simultaneously, the Yin school received news. The moon goddess, upon hearing it, expressed her confusion. Even if one were eager to eliminate Han Fei, the hastiness of the action was perplexing. Moreover, if one intended to act personally, what was the purpose of divulging so much information to the Yin school? A cleverly orchestrated misunderstanding prevented anyone from delving deeper into the matter. Han Fei, who had just been extricated from his coffin, remained in a deep slumber. Ying Xiuyuan asked anxiously, "How is he?" The physician, while stowing away his medicine box, replied, "Young master, he has already escaped danger. The remaining recovery will require time. Although the toxicity of this poison is not severe, it is still poison." Despite the extreme difficulty of the situation, it was fortunate that the Qin king did not wish to pursue the matter further, and neither the Yin school nor Li Si dared to investigate any deeper, allowing the incident to fade into obscurity. Chapter 13. Zhuang Zhou's dream of a butterfly. The Taoist heavenly sect lay hidden within the depths of a mountain, and they had been walking for nearly an hour since entering. At last, they halted at the foot of the highest peak amidst the mountains, where Giguzi called out, "Old North Ming, I have come to see if you are still alive." Suddenly, a group of young men and women emerged from the dense forest, encircling them and forming a formation of swords. Among them, a strikingly beautiful and older woman stepped forward and declared, "Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the heavenly sect?" Ying Xiuyuan surveyed his surroundings, but chose to ignore them. The young woman, noting the trio's indifference, displayed a hint of displeasure on her face, yet dared not voice her thoughts. The fact that this group had silently evaded the numerous guards outside to reach the innermost peak signified their exceptional capabilities. They were at least more competent than those who merely served as distractions. "Sister, that child is a noble from the Qin state." A voice suddenly emerged from behind Ying Xiuyuan. Turning around, he was surprised to see a Taoist disciple from the Xianying palace. Upon learning that he was from Qin, the woman pondered for a moment before instructing those beside her, quickly informed the master uncle. An elderly man with flowing white hair slowly descended from the heavens. He looked at the woman and said, "No need. These two are my esteemed guests, and this old man is my adversary." When the name Giguzi is mentioned, an unmistakable sense of gritted teeth can be discerned. The surrounding disciples of Taoism simultaneously bowed and intoned, "Master Baiming." The woman once again performed a bow, stating, "Since you are a guest of Master Baiming, you are also our honored guest." She then turned away, commanding, "Continue the patrol. All patrolling disciples are to observe a fast for 3 days." Observing the Taoist disciples glaring at them as they departed, Ying Xiuyuan made a face and gestured with an internationally recognized sign. Although the Taoist disciples were unclear about its meaning, they were certain it was not a pleasant one. As he witnessed his malevolent score surge to 100, he inwardly lamented, after years of effort, "I barely reached 70, now it has skyrocketed to 100. Ying Xiuyuan felt he had suffered a significant loss. Had he joined the Taoists back then, he would have been adorned with epic equipment by now. Watching Giguzi's expression of feigned sorrow for having bullied others, he could no longer maintain his composure and delivered a punch to Ying Xiuyuan's head. A wretched disciple, utterly incorrigible. What a disgrace. Master Baiming glanced at Giguzi's insincere smile, then turned his gaze towards Ying Xiuyuan, who was seated on the ground cradling his head. He silently rejoiced that Ying Xiuyuan had not joined the Taoists, for otherwise, calamity would surely have befallen the mountain. A prominent peak towered amidst a range of mountains, its summit piercing the clouds, standing considerably taller than the surrounding hills, as if proclaiming its sovereign status. Within a modest abode atop the mountain, 2 elders were engaged in a fervent debate. Should this debate reach the ears of the world's heroes, they would undoubtedly strive to witness it firsthand. Yet, the only spectators present were a youth and a drowsy child. In truth, Ying Xiuyuan could have easily departed and avoided this discourse, but in just a single day, the Taoist disciples had apprehended him 5 or 6 times. His misdeeds were so numerous they could scarcely be enumerated, causing chaos upon the mountain, compelling Giguzi to helplessly keep him by his side. As he listened to the debate between the 2 men, Ying Xiuyuan felt himself on the verge of slumber, while Zhao Zilong, seated nearby, listened with utmost seriousness. As the debate progressed, Zhao Zilong's aura began to fluctuate, at times surging with strength and at others waning. Just as he was deeply engrossed, both debaters suddenly ceased, directing their combined energies towards Zhao Zilong. He could only muster all his strength to resist, but ultimately, Zhao Zilong was no match for their innate prowess. He held out for only a few minutes before faltering. Just as he was about to surrender, a surge of murderous intent radiated from Master Baiming, targeting the still drowsy Ying Xiuyuan, while Zhao Zilong realized he was so heavily suppressed that he could barely move. The event transpired in an instant, leaving Zhao Zilong no time to contemplate in that fleeting moment. It felt as though he relived the entirety of his life in a vivid flash, memories of past humiliations, his father's teachings, and the smiles of each member of the Zhao clan flooded his mind, culminating in that day when Ying Xiuyuan stood before him and uttered those fateful words. Suddenly, his inner energy erupted, and Zhao Zilong rolled forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ying Xiuyuan. Gradually, the surrounding scenery began to blur, and Zhao Zilong felt as though a veil had been drawn over his eyes. Suddenly, a vortex appeared on the ground and drew him in. Meanwhile, Ying Xiuyuan, still in a drowsy state, caught a glimpse of the previously earnest Zhao Zilong, who then slowly closed his eyes. Just as Ying Xiuyuan was engulfed in confusion, Zhao Zilong's aura plummeted to an alarming low, as if he were on the brink of death. Startled, Ying Xiuyuan sprang to his feet, casting a glance at the side where Guguzi stood. Guguzi gestured for silence. Left with no choice, Ying Xiuyuan anxiously waited at a distance. Suddenly, Zhao Zilong abruptly opened his eyes, propping himself up with his hands, gasping for air as beads of sweat pelted the ground, his entire being reminiscent of someone just pulled from the depths of water. After a few minutes of recovery, Zhao Zilong glanced at the bewildered Ying Xiuyuan, then turned towards the smiling Guguzi and Bei Mingzi, who were stroking their beards. Gritting his teeth against the ache in his body, Zhao Zilong stood and bowed, saying, "I am immensely grateful to both masters for aiding my breakthrough into the innate realm." Guguzi waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is all the merit of this young man. I have done nothing." Zhao Zilong then bowed to Bei Mingzi, remarking, "Zhuangzi's dream of the butterfly is indeed a profound illusion, and the Yinyang school is renowned for its mastery of illusion, causing all to shudder at its mention. Yet, what many fail to realize is that the Taoist understanding of illusion is truly worthy of admiration. Ultimately, the Yinyang school has strayed from the path. All things in the world are innocent, and only those who wield them bear guilt." Bei Mingzi gazed at the young man before him, increasingly impressed. "Your current strength is but a step away from us two old fellows. The youth of today is indeed formidable. We old-timers feel a sense of inadequacy." Bei Mingzi shook his head. Opposite him, Guguzi chuckled and sighed. "We have indeed aged. Aged we are, ha ha ha." Zhao Zilong merely smiled faintly and replied, "Masters, you flatter me. Remain humble and patient. I find myself growing fonder of you. Unfortunately, you have reached this realm, and there is little I can teach you now." With that, Bei Mingzi extended his left hand and grasped at the air. Summoning a bamboo slip from the bookshelf towards him, he tossed the scroll to Zhao Zilong, saying, "Your martial prowess is remarkable, yet you lack a foundational mindset. This is a secret classic of my Taoist teachings, containing the essence of 10,000 rivers and autumn waters alongside a heart like still water. It may prove useful for you." "Master, this is too valuable," Zhao Zilong stammered, but Bei Mingzi, stroking his beard with a smile, interrupted, "Ha ha ha, take it. It holds little significance for your current level, primarily relying on your own understanding." He then turned to Ying Xiuyuan, "Young friend, if you are interested, you may also cultivate it." Chapter 14. The dream of dawn within the confines of this small room. Guguzi and Bei Mingzi engaged in spirited debate for a full 3 days. During this time, Ying Xiuyuan managed to accumulate a substantial 100 points of malice. As Guguzi departed, he noticed a group of Taoist disciples celebrating together. This marks the first occasion since Guguzi vanquished his elder brother and inherited the art of political maneuvering that he has encountered such an embarrassing predicament. With a fierce glare directed at Ying Xiuyuan, Guguzi observed the latter, who stood beside him, utterly devoid of remorse, and noted in his mental ledger that he would deal with him upon returning from the mountain. Ying Xiuyuan, gesturing towards the figure of Bei Mingzi behind him, addressed Guguzi, saying, "Master, may I inquire why he is accompanying us?" Bei Mingzi responded, "I must make a visit to the human sect for an important discussion." Just as the group emerged from the mountainous terrain, Bei Mingzi turned back to inquire, "What is your purpose in following us?" At that moment, the grass rustled unexpectedly, and suddenly, a Taoist disciple was ejected from the underbrush as if drawn by an unseen force, only to crash heavily onto the ground. The young man quickly scrambled to his feet, stammering before Bei Mingzi, "Disciple, disciple." Observing the disciple struggling to articulate his thoughts, Bei Mingzi coldly remarked, "If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall return to the mountain for 3 years of seclusion." Terrified, The young man promptly knelt and confessed, "Years ago, when I descended the mountain, I forged a close friendship. Recently, when I stealthily ventured out, I discovered that my friend had passed away, leaving behind his wife and a child of merely 6 months." Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Beimingzi, regarding the disciple with an unyielding gaze, replied, "Upon descending the mountain, ensure their well-being, then return to the mountain and explain the situation to the sect leader before facing your punishment. Should I find any concealment upon my return?" As the last words escaped his lips, Beimingzi's left hand sliced through the air towards a nearby tree, as though cleaving it in twain. The tree, upon his utterance, slowly began to topple, its cut resembling that of a masterfully honed blade, smooth and precise. The disciple repeatedly bowed his head, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Beiming." Thus, the 5 of them made their way to the nearest city, where they parted ways. Out. "Is this a place you can enter?" A voice rang out. "Who are you? What are you doing here? Where are the mother and daughter inside?" Ying Xiuyuan and his companions found an inn within the city and settled in. No sooner had they laid down their belongings than Ying Xiuyuan dashed out into the street, eager to seek his first victim of the day. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice emanating from the distance. Approaching, he discovered it was none other than the Taoist disciple who had descended the mountain with him. The man attempted to enter a particular residence, but was obstructed by a group at the entrance. A scar-faced man stepped forward and pointed to the grand house behind him, stating, "This family still owes us money. Naturally, this house is to be used as repayment." The man retorted, "Impossible. Brother Zhang's means are quite ample. How could he possibly owe money to you ruffians?" The scar-faced man began to throw a fit, exclaiming, "He is dead. You can assert whatever you wish now." The man, clearly inexperienced in the ways of the world, was no match for such brazen scoundrels. The man's patience had been utterly exhausted, and just as he was about to take action, a hand unexpectedly pressed down upon his slightly raised left hand. To his astonishment, the newcomer dispersed the energy he had been gathering with a mere touch, and remarkably, the force was perfectly measured, causing him not a scratch. The man turned in bewilderment, only to find no one in sight. Looking down, he discovered that it was the little demon who had tormented the disciples of the Tianzong for a full 3 days atop the mountain. "You?" Before Ying Xiuyuan could finish his sentence, he strode forward. The scarred-faced man glanced at the elegantly dressed child and then at the man behind him, who bore a sword, instantly realizing that these 2 individuals were not to be trifled with. The scarred man bent at the waist, a smile creeping across his face as he rubbed his hands together, saying, "What brings you here, young master?" With a resounding slap, the scarred man was forcefully struck, tumbling away. "Get lost with your kind." Ying Xiuyuan disdainfully clapped his hands together. "Leave. The scarred man scrambled to his feet and, along with his subordinates, hastily retreated towards the end of the street. The man said nothing further. Rushing inside in haste, within the room, a woman lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, clearly having been unconscious for an extended period. The man hurriedly dashed back out. The 2 waited outside for what felt like an eternity until the physician finally emerged. The man urgently inquired, "Sir, what is the situation?" The physician shook his head and replied, "Madame Zhang's condition is exceedingly frail. After giving birth, she suffered a shock, compounded by the heavy grief of losing her husband. There is no remedy left. Impossible. It cannot be," the man exclaimed, unable to accept such a grim outcome. He shook his head repeatedly, murmuring to himself. Falling to his knees, he grasped the physician's sleeve tightly, pleading, "I implore you. I will do anything to save her." The physician helped the man to his feet, stating, "The only person who can save Madame Zhang is Nian Duan from our medical family, but no one knows her whereabouts. Even if we did, the madam may not survive until then." The man sank into despair, the day's events having dealt him an overwhelming blow. After an indeterminate amount of time, the cries of a newborn startled him awake. He rushed inside and lifted the child from the bed. Gazing at the infant, hope reignited within his eyes. He placed the child in a nearby cradle and knelt before Ying Xiuyuan. Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding blows. "I beseech you, young master, have mercy and save this child's life," he implored, looking up at Ying Xiuyuan. Ying Xiuyuan was taken aback. "Me? How can I save her?" The man raised his head, addressing Ying Xiuyuan. "If I were to betray the Taoist teachings, I would lack the power to protect her. Yet, if I return to the Taoist sect with this child, her survival would be fraught with peril." He bowed again, asserting, "Should you be willing to assist, I vow to follow your lead for the rest of my life, ready to heed your every command." With that, he bowed deeply once more. Ying Xiuyuan pondered for a moment, gazing into the man's expectant eyes before he spoke. "Very well. I shall take this child under my care." As he accepted the infant, he inquired, "Does this child possess a name?" The man shook his head in response, uttering, "He has no name. This child, having barely entered this world, has already faced such calamity, akin to a fleeting dream at dawn, brief yet elusive. Let us name him Xiaoming." Observing Ying Xiuyuan's mouth slowly parting in surprise, the man, wearing an expression akin to having seen a ghost, asked, "What troubles you? If you find the name unsuitable, I beseech you to bestow one upon him." Ying Xiuyuan hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no, I am quite satisfied truly." Although Ying Xiuyuan's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar, the man opted not to press further. Chapter 15. Prelude to the invasion of Han. The following day, the man returned to the inn to seek out Ying Xiuyuan. After playfully engaging with the child for a while, he gently returned the infant to the cradle. Subsequently, the man retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom, exerting a forceful grip that caused the pendant to shatter, splitting it into two halves. "Please, noble sir, take this child and leave at once. Should you require my assistance, simply send word with this half of the pendant," he said, handing the fragment to Ying Xiuyuan. The trio had now transformed into a quartet, and for the first time, Ying Xiuyuan felt the burdens of parenthood, gaining insight into the trials and tribulations of motherhood. Meanwhile, Giguzi, observing Ying Xiuyuan flitting about with renewed purpose, felt a sense of relief. Previously, Ying Xiuyuan had been prone to mischief, leading Giguzi to ponder if this legendary Ziwei Emperor star was perhaps nothing more than a trickster in disguise. At last, someone had managed to tether him to a singular place. That moment, while Ying Xiuyuan meandered outside, he suddenly sneezed and mused aloud, "Who is speaking of me?" His emotional quotient was but a mere fraction away from reaching 300, and the impending battle against Han loomed ever closer. Thus, Ying Xiuyuan resolved to seize this opportunity to amass his malevolent points to the full count of 300, thereby bolstering his chances for success in the forthcoming conflict. Spotting a burly man careening recklessly down the street, Ying Xiuyuan chose him as his first target for the day. Upon returning to the inn, Ying Xiuyuan was unexpectedly met with messages from both Zhang Han and the Shadow Secret Guards. He first opened the envelope from Zhang Han, which contained but a single line. "The invasion of Han is imminent. Hurry back." Then, upon perusing the note from the Shadow Secret Guards, he immediately recognized the handwriting as that of the King of Qin. The letter's content inquired about Ying Xiuyuan's learnings over the past year, and then proceeded to declare that the ministers had begun deliberating on the final invasion of Han. At such a critical juncture, the king admonished Ying Xiuyuan for idling about, urging him to return post-haste. This missive from the king shattered Ying Xiuyuan's meticulously laid plans. Although he was a scion of the Qin, he was still merely a child. Among the numerous sons of the king, only Fusu held the privilege of being present as an observer. In a conflict of national annihilation, Ying Xiuyuan found himself devoid of any real agency. He had initially contemplated revealing the existence of the Underworld Hall, solely to enhance the likelihood of success in the impending campaign against Korea. After all, Korea was the weakest among all nations, merely a whetstone for the king of Qin. Historically, Korea was the easiest to conquer during the Qin subjugation of the Six States. The sudden recall of the king of Qin left him somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, Ying Xiuyuan had no choice but to comply, preparing to gather his belongings and return to the Qin state. The imminent invasion of Korea was approaching. It was unclear who had overheard whom, but it was rumored that the news had originated from within the palace. This single utterance enveloped the entire city of Xianyang in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Ordinarily, the populace would detest war, as it brought suffering whether in times of prosperity or demise. However, the situation in Qin was markedly different. If one were to closely observe the eyes of the old Qin people, it would not be difficult to discern that beneath this tension lay a profound sense of excitement and anticipation. Brave old Qin, together we face the national crisis. Brave old Qin, restore our mountains and rivers. Blood must not run dry. We shall fight to the death. Although Shang Yang had failed, he had nonetheless opened a grand door for Qin, a pathway leading to the pinnacle of the world. Now, the entire Qin state had been transformed into a war machine, a brilliance unparalleled in the annals of history. Every king of Qin throughout the ages had been a paragon of humanity, and King Yingzheng was the most exceptional among them. Each old Qin person felt an immense pride, and as the impending war drew near, they were all eager to take action. After concealing their strength for over a decade, Qin was finally ready to unsheath its long sword. "Young master, we have arrived." Zhao Zilong's words instantly roused Ying Xiuyuan within the carriage. Standing at the entrance of the Qilin Hall, the atmosphere within was somewhat unsettling for him. The moment Ying Xiuyuan stepped into the grand hall, he he drew the attention of all present. Those worthy of standing here were renowned talents of the age. Since King Qin adopted the memorial on expelling guests, the internal affairs of Qin had been infused with talents from across the 6 states. They belonged to different sects, hailed from various nations, and held diverse ideologies. Yet only in Qin could they realize their dreams and aspirations. Ying Xiuyuan stood at the doorway, scanning the crowd, and at the forefront, he spotted Fusu. The two exchanged a glance. With steady steps, Ying Xiuyuan proceeded down the path that split the crowd, arriving beside Fusu. He bowed respectfully and inquired, "How has my elder brother been lately?" Fusu, who had cherished reading since childhood and later became a disciple of a Confucian scholar, was deeply influenced by Confucian ideals, contrasting sharply with Ying Xiuyuan's disposition. Among the many sons of the king of Qin, Fusu had not met them all, but he had once encountered Ying Xiuyuan during his childhood, at the age of 1. Ying Xiuyuan was already capable of communication, and by 3, he could compose poetry with ease, astonishing many scholars of the time, including his own teacher upon returning. Fusu returned the greeting, saying, "I have had little to occupy my time. It seems you, 6th brother, have been living quite freely at this moment." The king of Qin had yet to appear, and Ying Xiuyuan's sudden arrival astonished all those present. Although South Korea may be perceived as a mere small nation by many, the war to eradicate it is of paramount national significance. It is astonishing that a mere 6th young master possesses the qualifications to attend the Grand Court as an observer. The voice of the eunuch echoed. All eyes returned to the figure of the king of Qin, who was steadily advancing towards the high platform. Every individual present in the court was preparing, fully aware that today would finalize the decisive blow against Korea. Each minister in attendance harbored their own considerations, knowing that the events of this day would etch their names into the annals of history with vivid strokes. The king of Qin had donned ceremonial robes and a crown for this occasion, even adorning himself with a long sword that symbolized his status. With palpable joy, he proclaimed, "Gentlemen, rise." Agreed. The excitement woven into the king's words stirred a profound thrill among the ministers, though they could not express it as openly as he. Their elation was unmistakably evident. Chapter 16. The glint of blades in the court. Once the ministers completed their salutations, Li Si stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report." This utterance instantly tightened the atmosphere within the court. Each of the 7 states of the Warring States period had thrived for centuries, and they were on the brink of annihilating one of them. The king of Qin endeavored to temper his inner joy, having sharpened his sword for a decade and waited for numerous years. At last, this day heralded the beginning of his reign as Yingzheng. The ministers in the court were engaged in fervent discussions, each eager to demonstrate their value in the impending campaign against Korea. The civil officials were proposing strategies, while the military officers clamored for the chance to lead the charge, all vying for attention. Only a few individuals at the forefront remained silent from the outset. At that moment, Xijiazhuang, positioned at the rear of the military ranks, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I possess an intimate understanding of Korea. Currently, the king of Korea is indulgent and tyrannical, while General Ji Wuyi is envious of capable talents. Although Korea occupies a favorable terrain, its internal structure resembles a disjointed assembly." His words brought the assembly to a halt. As all gazes turned towards him at the back of the ranks, a sense of discontent rippled through the crowd. How could a native of Korea, at such a critical juncture, dare to step forward and request to engage in battle? Ignoring the scrutiny, Xijiazhuang continued, "We must strike with the swiftness of lightning, launching an immediate assault. With the utmost advantage, we should strive to eliminate Korea in the shortest possible time." The king of Qin pondered for a considerable time before asking, "If you were to lead the troops, how many soldiers would you require?" Xijiazhuang replied decisively, "Your Majesty, I need only 100,000 troops to secure Korea." A minister then interjected, "Your Majesty, with all due respect, is it truly necessary to deploy 100,000 soldiers merely for a single Korea, and to resort to a surprise attack to achieve victory? Is Xijiazhuang attempting to emulate Nanyang?" The elite present at the court hailed from various states, each with their own motives. Yet those who had betrayed their homeland to join Qin were met with disdain, regardless of their reasoning. Changping-jun gazed at the minister and calmly remarked, "Might I inquire if you are alluding to something? Let us not forget that ever since Lord Li's admonition on expelling guests, our great Qin has long since cast aside the so-called biases of factionalism." Upon hearing Changping-jun's words, the minister was immediately drenched in cold sweat. "How could that be? Changping-jun has devoted himself wholeheartedly to our great Qin. How could I dare to speak ill of you?" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Qin Wang. "Enough. In the near future, All 6 states shall fall beneath the iron hooves of our great Qin, and yet you squabble over trivial matters and resurrect these ancient grievances. At that moment, Ying Xiuyuan stepped forward. Father, news of Qin's impending attack on Han has already circulated within the city of Xianyang. While seizing Han may appear facile, should they prepare in advance, our soldiers of great Qin could suffer needless casualties. The Qin Wang, filled with fury, retorted, "Look at you all! Merely to conquer a single Han, and the court descends into chaos. You dare to call yourselves exceptional talents, yet you resemble mere children. What a disgrace." Ying Xiuyuan bowed again and stated, "Father, though attacking Han seems straightforward, the military situation has reached a critical juncture. I implore you to make a swift decision." The Qin Wang turned to Ying Xiuyuan and inquired, "What is your perspective, my son?" "My views align with those of the ministers. 100,000 is excessive. Our great Qin is brimming with talent. Han could be vanquished in the blink of an eye, requiring no more than 50,000." Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's bold assertion, the ministers felt a swell of pride, and even Changping Jun and Li Si regarded the boy with newfound respect. However, the next words left them utterly astonished. Ying Xiuyuan raised 5 fingers and calmly declared, 50,000 will suffice to annihilate Han. I am willing to lead the charge, but we lack a resolute and valiant general to command the troops." The chamber fell silent. Such audacity in a child's words, to suggest that 50,000 could conquer Han. Everyone present deemed this legendary prodigy to be quite mad. Although Han is the weakest among the 7 warring states, it is by no means a soft target. Even Wang Jian, undefeated and invincible, would not dare to proclaim that 50,000 could suffice. The Qin Wang, observing Ying Xiuyuan's resolute gaze, stated, "There shall be no idle words in this court. Should we fail in this battle, you would find yourself in irretrievable ruin. Even as my child, I could not shield you from the consequences. Do you still dare to guarantee this?" Ying Xiuyuan recalled the man he had encountered before coming to Qin, having spent a considerable 300 malevolent points to summon him, and his momentary hesitation transformed into unwavering resolve. "Indeed, father, I dare to pledge a military oath. Should we not vanquish Han, I shall present my head to you." Ying Xiuyuan lifted his gaze towards the high-minded Qin Wang. The Qin Wang withdrew his gaze and addressed the ministers. "Gentlemen, is there anyone among you who opposes this matter?" At that moment, it became evident that the Qin Wang seemed to believe the child's words. A profound silence enveloped the room. No one dared to speak, fearing entanglement in the affair. "My king, I am willing to serve as the leading general and accompany the 6th young master to wage war against Han." At this moment, Neishi Teng unexpectedly stepped forward. All present were taken aback, and once they regained their composure, they gazed at Neishi Teng with expressions that were a mix of schadenfreude and disbelief. It was one thing for someone's son to go mad, but to involve oneself in such chaos was audacious. Neishi Teng was well aware that 50,000 troops would scarcely suffice, yet this represented his singular opportunity for redemption. As a seasoned Korean, he possessed advantages over everyone present, including Wang Jian, and thus he could not afford to let this chance slip away. He had long harbored the belief that the king of Korea was misguided, and remaining in Korea would merely squander his talents. He yearned for a sovereign who could recognize his abilities. The king of Qin epitomized his ideal ruler, and with renewed confidence, he journeyed to Qin, poised to showcase his talents. However, he soon realized how naive he had been. The state of Qin was a congregation of the finest elites from various fields, rendering him inconsequential in comparison. Had it not been for his position in that county, he would not even have qualified to enter the Qilin Hall. Thus, even though his plans had been thwarted by Ying Xiuyuan, he boldly volunteered, hoping to seize a sliver of opportunity. Victory would etch his name in history, while defeat would cost him his head. Now, Neishi Teng had come to terms with the situation. In such a corrupt Korea, if he could not prevail, then death would be his only fate, and he could blame no one but himself. The king of Qin regarded the 2 confident individuals before him and remarked, "Very well. Should you return victorious, I shall welcome you with the highest honors of the Qin. However, should you fail at this point," the king's tone grew somber, and his gaze sharpened, "you too shall present your heads to me." Thus, the campaign against Korea was solidified. Even after exiting the Qilin Hall, the crowd felt their minds swirling in confusion. Chapter 17. The scheme unfolds. As the morning court session concluded, Neishi Teng sought out Ying Xiuyuan. "Do you truly possess such confidence that, even with an army of 50,000, someone would dare accept the position of general to attack Korea?" Ying Xiuyuan replied nonchalantly, "Neishi Teng requires an opportunity, and fortuitously, I too am in need of one. While Teng believes he can annihilate Korea with 100,000 troops, it is equally fortuitous that I am confident I can do so with 50,000. Observing the ever-present smile on Ying Xiuyuan's face sent a chill down Neishi Ting's spine. With a creak, the door swung open, and a man approached Ying Xiuyuan, bowing slightly. "My lord, he has already infiltrated Korea." Although rumors of Qin's impending attack have begun to circulate within Korea, the king remained skeptical. Zhang Han whispered in Ying Xiuyuan's ear. Ying Xiuyuan then addressed Neishi Tung. "Neishi Tung, oh no, now it is General Tung. An intriguing performance is about to commence. I kindly ask you to proceed to Nanyang. We may reconvene in Xinjiang. Additionally, I would appreciate your cooperation in this theatrical endeavor." Neishi Tung, brimming with indignation, emerged from Ying Xiuyuan's residence, standing in the street with one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the gate. Cursing, "With such meager abilities, you dare to utter grandiose claims in the court, seeking your own demise while dragging me down with you." Zhao Zilong, seemingly incensed by the affront, retorted, "Who do you think you are? Dare to insult my lord again, and you shall pay dearly for it." In a fit of rage, Neishi Ting spat at Zhao Zilong, hurling insults. "You are but a mere dog, barking madly before me." With a resounding thud, Zhao Zilong delivered a swift kick, sending Neishi Tung crashing against the wall. Pointing at the unconscious Neishi Ting sprawled on the ground, Zhao Zilong proclaimed, "Remember this. Should you dare to insult my lord again, you shall find no way back." He then directed his ire at Neishi Tung's attendants. "You worthless fools, take him and be gone." This incident gradually spread throughout Xianyang City. In the aftermath, Ying Xiuyuan strolled aimlessly through the streets daily, while Neishi Tung feigned illness, recuperating at home. This event fell upon the anxious populace of the Qin state like a bucket of cold water, dousing their fervor for the impending offensive against Han. The campaign had barely commenced, yet the deputy general squandered his days idly, while the commanding general lay battered and half dead, as though the assault on Han had met an untimely demise. News of Qin's intentions to attack Han seemed to transform into a jest for the world to behold. The officials' minds began to stir once more, as they clamored in court to impeach Neishi Tung, each whispering ill of him before the Qin king. Yet none dared to provoke the sixth young master. Meanwhile, despite the king's relentless summons, Ying Xiuyuan's doorstep was nearly trampled by eunuchs, yet he continued to disregard the royal edicts, venturing out to play daily in the Han royal court. The ministers erupted into laughter upon hearing this news. Jiwei remarked to King Han, "Your Majesty, Qin has dispatched a mere child and a traitor with an army of 50,000 to attack Han. Truly absurd." He then glanced at Zhang Qi. "Minister, to fear such a force, have you grown old and lost your ambition?" As the grand army prepared to march on Han, Zhang Qi felt a profound helplessness. He sensed that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. Just days prior, he had successfully countered Jiwei's arguments, managing to capture the king's attention. Yet, with the emergence of this debacle, he had swiftly become the subject of ridicule in court. Steeling himself, Zhang Qi ventured, "Your Majesty, this could merely be a ruse by Qin to lull us into complacency." "Ha ha ha, the minister only knows how to incite fear. What of a strategy? Can a mere 50,000, led by a traitor, truly vanquish our Han?" Jiwei scoffed unabashedly at Zhang Qi. "Your Majesty, since matters have unfolded thus, may I inquire if the wedding between myself and Princess Honglian can proceed as planned?" Gazing at Jiwei's lascivious grin, Zhang Qi wished to voice his objections, yet ultimately remained silent. King Han was also immensely pleased, and with a grand wave of his hand, he commanded that preparations begin for the wedding of the princess and General Ji. Ensuring that an auspicious date be selected for the ceremony, as night descended, Zhao Zilong hurriedly returned. Everything is now in order, and there is no vigilance from the Han side, while General Teng is fully prepared. On the other side, our people have successfully infiltrated both inside and outside Xinjiang City. Very well, you shall act alongside General Teng, and ensure that all news is sealed. Render all within Xinjiang City deaf and blind. As for him, simply safeguard our most crucial piece. Understood. Later that night, within the Grand General's residence. "Princess, I have arrived," came the voice of Jiwei from outside the door. Honglian took a deep breath, clutching the dagger concealed within her flowing sleeves. As the sound of Jiwei's footsteps approached, Honglian felt her heart rise to her throat. The moment Jiwei lifted the veil, a glint of cold light flashed before him. Without needing to evade, Jiwei seized Honglian's right hand with great force, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. "Why must you do this, princess? The night is fleeting. Let us take our time." Gazing at Jiwei's unabashed smile, Honglian relinquished her struggle. "Zhuang, we shall meet again in our next life," she murmured, closing her eyes, daring to confront her innermost feelings at last, as she resolved to end her own life. Memories of Wei Zhuang flooded her mind, every detail of their time together etched vividly in her recollection. Suddenly, Ji Wuye released her, drawing the sword from his waist. "Who goes there? Step forth," Ji Wuye bellowed. From above, Wei Zhuang descended silently, saying nothing as he unsheathed his sword. Ji Wuye's blade shattered upon impact, and just as Wei Zhuang's sword was about to pierce Ji Wuye's body, a shadow flashed by. In that fleeting moment, Wei Zhuang sensed an approaching presence, but it was too late, as he was struck back violently. Zhuang. Upon witnessing her beloved man being hurled away, Hong Lian felt her heart pierced with anguish. "Who are you?" Wei Zhuang gasped, clutching his chest to steady his breath as he turned to face the newcomer. Ji Wuye cast the broken sword to the ground, glancing at the disheveled Wei Zhuang with a smile. "This is my junior brother, renowned as the most gifted individual in military arts in a century. With him here today, do you still think you can kill me?" The man twirled the long halberd in his hand and then thrust its base forcefully into the ground, the weapon embedding itself firmly into the earth. Releasing his weapon, the man crossed his arms over his chest and regarded the now slightly recovered Wei Zhuang, declaring, "I am Elbu." Chapter 18. Elbu's implementation of the plan. Ji Wuye clapped his hands, and a cage forged from fine steel descended, enclosing Wei Zhuang within. The main gate suddenly swung open, and waves of soldiers surged inside. "Wei Zhuang, oh, Wei Zhuang, unforeseen. I had already received word of your impending arrival here, which prompted me to meticulously set a trap, solely to ensnare you." Observing Wei Zhuang confined within, Ji Wuye reveled in his triumph, his petty nature unmistakably revealed. "The utmost gratitude must be directed towards my junior disciple, who delivered such invaluable intelligence. Had I remained oblivious, I might have met my demise at your hands," Ji Wuye proclaimed, vigorously patting Elbu on the shoulder. Elbu, with utmost respect, responded, "We are all brothers of the same sect. There is no need for thanks. It is my duty, and I merely hope that you will elevate me in the future." "Ha ha ha, fear not, junior. You shall serve under my command as my deputy," Ji Wuye said, his heart swelling with delight at Elbu's eagerness to seek recognition. "However, brother, what if I aspire to become the Grand General?" Elbu licked his parched lips, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. You, Ji Wuye began, but his words were abruptly silenced by a fatal strike. Even in death, disbelief marred Ji Wuye's visage. Wei Zhuang stood aghast at the turn of events. The rapidity of the situation left even his astute mind in turmoil. Elbu commanded his subordinates, "Confine him and take him away with me." The soldiers, without a hint of doubt, promptly complied. Witnessing their swift action, Wei Zhuang finally comprehended that this was a scheme, one meticulously orchestrated against both himself and Ji Wuye. The most terrifying revelation was that, within the span of a single night, the most formidable forces of the Han Kingdom, both overt and covert, had been obliterated in one fell swoop. The architect behind it all must have grand designs. As he was on the verge of being imprisoned in the dungeon, Wei Zhuang discerned the intricate design of his confinement and suddenly grasped the reality that someone intimately familiar with his every move had orchestrated this trap, tailored specifically for him. The construction of such a dungeon would undoubtedly require several days to perfect, further affirming that tonight's events were far from a mere whim of the man before him. Realizing escape was futile, Wei Zhuang voiced his inner torment. "Who is the mastermind behind you?" Elbu cast him a nonchalant glance. "You will come to know in due time. That person will meet you when the moment is ripe." With that, he paid no further heed to Wei Zhuang's bewilderment and unceremoniously confined him within the dungeon. The following day, news of Ji Wuye's assassination spread throughout Xinjiang. Following the simultaneous demise of Ji Wuye and Princess Hong Lian, Elbu relentlessly pursued the perpetrator, ultimately slaying Wei Zhuang just outside the city of Elzhuangshi. "Since you were the most trusted deputy of General Ji during his lifetime, the position of Grand General is now entrusted to you." With the source of his concerns eradicated, King Han felt the oppressive clouds over his head finally dissipate. In his exhilaration, he failed to notice that Elbu, seemingly respectful below, was actually surveying the court with a menacing glare. King Han continued, "Do any of you ministers have objections?" No. The crowd, gripped by fear, hastily expressed their opinions. Although the transaction between King Han and Elbu had been concluded, once power was grasped in hand, who would willingly relinquish it? King Han merely inquired of the assembly, aware that should even a single dissenting voice arise, he would certainly not surrender the freshly acquired authority. Yet, as he surveyed the gathered multitude, all expressed their agreement, leaving King Han in a state of bewilderment. Normally, these individuals reveled in impeachment at the sight of anyone. Now, confronted with the prospect of relinquishing such immense power, not a single soul dared to voice opposition. King Han, feeling the weight of his predicament, posed the question repeatedly, yet still, no one stepped forward to contest the matter. At this juncture, the ever-opposing Zhang Qi was absent, having been captured by bandits while his sons ventured outside the city. And coincidentally, Zhang Qi's other disciples were similarly preoccupied with various matters, and thus also missing. King Han tentatively queried once more, "Since no one objects, shall we entrust the position of Grand General to Elbu?" At that moment, the ministers unexpectedly knelt in unison, proclaiming, "Our king is wise. We beseech your majesty to bestow upon El the esteemed title of Grand General. You at this moment, even King Han, despite his folly, recognized that something was amiss. However, Elbu did not afford King Han the luxury of prolonged contemplation, kneeling as well. The king had once remarked, "The talents of the unworthy are extraordinary. Should General Ji ever depart, the role of Grand General is rightfully mine. Surely, your majesty would not be a man of broken promises." Observing Elbu's subtle allusion to their clandestine agreement, King Han hastily retorted, "How can that be? The position of Grand General has always been occupied by the virtuous. None among you oppose Elbu. General El possesses both talent and virtue. He is the unequivocal choice for Grand General. Who dares to dissent?" An official interjected, expressing unwavering loyalty to Elbu. King Han collapsed to the ground, realizing that what he had thought was an escape from captivity was merely an illusion of his own making. Elbu was appointed as the new Grand General, a revelation that sent shockwaves throughout Xinjiang. Meanwhile, the hurriedly arriving Zhang Qi, upon hearing this news, found that all had been irrevocably decided. He knew his grandson was no ordinary individual. A mere bandit could not possibly pose a threat to him. Yet, in his haste to rescue his kin, he had no time to ponder. Upon rescuing his sons and grandson atop a desolate mountain, he discovered that among the captives was the child of one of his other disciples. The entire affair reeked of the uncanny, prompting Zhang Qi to rush back towards the city. However, upon arriving at the city gates, he stumbled upon a newly posted proclamation. When his grandson recounted it to him, Zhang Qi was nearly overcome with rage. "I have brought shame upon the illustrious kings of Han." Even after returning home, Zhang Qi could not cease his lamentations at that moment. Within the city of Xianyang, Zhao Zilong located Ying Xiuyuan, who was wandering aimlessly. Hardly had he settled when Zhao Zilong urgently proclaimed, "My lord, Elbu has secured the title of Grand General, and General Tang has commenced an assault against Han. The grand performance is nearing its conclusion. Do not keep my second elder brother waiting in anxious anticipation." With that, Ying Xiuyuan rose to his feet. "Let us proceed together to the Qilin Hall. I am certain the esteemed lords are also eager." The two made their way towards the Xianyang Palace. Chapter 19. The fall of Korea. Within the court, the ministers were embroiled in fervent debate, to the point where even the king of Qin felt the weight of the mounting pressure. He could not afford to disappoint his people or leave his ministers disheartened. Just as he was about to formally revoke General Ting's position as inner minister, a eunuch hurriedly entered. "Your Majesty, the sixth young master requests an audience." Could it be that Ying Xiuyuan has come to regret his previous actions? Upon hearing that Ying Xiuyuan was approaching, the ministers braced themselves, ready to impart a lesson to the sixth young master of the Great Qin, teaching him the consequences of his boastful words. Ying Xiuyuan, however, entered with his usual calm demeanor, radiating the same spirited confidence as before. Approaching the throne, he bowed and addressed, "Father, I have come to request an army of 100,000. "Oh? Inner Minister Tang has already requested the military insignia from me. Are you not aware?" Upon the king's utterance, the ministers struggled to suppress their laughter. Even the seasoned Li Si and Changping Jun found the situation utterly absurd. All wore expressions of derision, save for the General Wang Jian, who stood silently, his face betraying a hint of gravity. Ying Xiuyuan replied, "I am aware, yet what I seek is not forces to assault Korea." Raising his gaze to the perplexed king, he continued, "What I require is the garrison from Nanyang, as well as that which General Tang has seized, territories of our Great Qin. Not a single soldier from this force shall be employed to attack Korea." "Wang Jian?" The king turned to his chief general with a look of confusion. "Your Majesty, Inner Minister Tang did not take any troop contingents with him. He went to Nanyang alone. The forces summoned by the military insignia are merely the garrison from Nanyang and a makeshift assembly from several other counties." Wang Jian conveyed, initially incredulous but now compelled to report the truth. The king felt a surge of anger and inquired, "Why am I only hearing this now? I was unaware that Inner Minister Tang had departed for Nanyang. I received this news only moments ago during the court session, and before I could report it, the sixth young master." Wang Jian gestured discreetly towards Ying Xiuyuan. It was then that the king comprehended. Ying Xiuyuan had cleverly exploited the time differential to catch Korea off guard. The news from Nanyang would take several days to reach the Qin state. Meanwhile, the Korean spies hidden within Qin would be slow to relay the information back to Korea, allowing Inner Minister Tang to launch a surprise attack while Korea remained vulnerable. Though only 5,000 troops were involved, they could at least conquer 2 counties. Coupled with the earlier performance they staged, it further lulled Korea into complacency. However, such tactics alone would not suffice. Such matters can only be deemed as mere cleverness. In the grand scale of national warfare, they are but embellishments. King Qin harbors doubts that Ying Xiuyuan, under the tutelage of Giguzi, is unaware of this. The current king of Qin feels a sense of anticipation regarding the forthcoming strategies of Ying Xiuyuan, which embolden him to assert that with an army of 50,000, he could annihilate Han, while the likes of Shijiazhuang dare to directly assault Han with a motley crew of 50,000 soldiers. He comprehends the rationale behind Shijiazhuang's agreement, yet he realizes that Shijiazhuang, entrusted with the governance of a prefecture by the king of Han, is no fool. Moreover, it is evident that Ying Xiuyuan must have devised contingency plans to ensure Shijiazhuang's confidence in the campaign against Han. After a moment of contemplation, the king of Qin gestured grandly, declaring, "Approved." While the king of Han was feasting with his ministers, a blood-soaked soldier suddenly burst into the hall. The ministers recoiled in shock, and the king of Han, upon witnessing the intrusion, was filled with fury. "Seize this traitor," he commanded, his voice echoing throughout the grand hall. Yet, no soldiers emerged to heed his call. The bloodied soldier fell to his knees with a thud, pointing towards the outside and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, dire news! The armies of Qin are less than 100 miles from Xinjiang." Upon hearing this news, the expression of the king of Han froze in disbelief. How can this be? Even if the Qin forces were to besiege a city, they could not possibly arrive so swiftly. Clearly, the king was skeptical of the soldier's words. "Your Majesty, the troops dispatched by Qin have been hastily summoned from Nanyang and several nearby counties, totaling even less than 50,000. They have launched night assaults upon our cities, catching our forces unawares, and have pressed forward without pausing, resulting in their rapid advance towards Xinjiang within a mere few dozen days." At that moment, a minister stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, they have only captured territories. They do not possess sufficient forces to fully occupy them. Currently, their presence in the heart of our Han territory is tenuous." The fact that these ministers occupy prominent positions in Han attests to their intelligence. "Indeed, we still have a chance," the king of Han murmured, somewhat reassured by the minister's analysis, as he consoled himself repeatedly. He then eagerly inquired, "What is the status of the places they have captured?" The soldier, trembling, replied, "It is said that a youth named Ying Xiuyuan, accompanied by an additional 100,000 troops, has completely occupied the prefectures they seized. And now, the land still under our control is less than half." Upon hearing this, the king of Han collapsed to the ground, and with apathy, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. The ministers were taken aback and rushed to support the king. "Your Majesty, are you well?" they cried. "Heaven has forsaken our great Han. Heaven has abandoned us." At that moment, Elbu appeared, clad in armor and wielding a halberd, slowly approaching the king of Han, who sat at the forefront. "Your Majesty, what do you believe has enabled this man to survive and reach this place? In fact, this marks the 15th report regarding military affairs in the past half-month." Elbu knelt on one knee, gradually leaning towards King Han's ear, and softly whispered, "Just half a month ago, at a distance of 50 li outside Xinjiang, I have already established a defensive line. No one is permitted to enter or exit freely, all in the name of protecting your Majesty." King Han, taken aback and seething with indignation, found himself momentarily speechless, and with a poof, another mouthful of blood escaped his lips. Rising to his feet, Elbu turned away, confident that the esteemed lords present were astute. Should they choose to ally with the Qin, fortune might favor them with positions of power, or at the very least, a comfortable life in their twilight years. However, should they dare to resist to this point, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Elbu's eyes. Those who had dared to oppose within the court had long been eliminated by Ji Wuya, and the Zhang family along with their disciples had already been forcibly expelled from the city under his command. Although he personally disapproved of such measures, believing Zhang to be of dubious character and his grandson no ordinary figure, Elbu had discerned his hidden motives. Regrettably, the young master had issued specific instructions, leaving him with no recourse. Once again, all assembled around Elbu, showering him with flattery. Chapter 20. A reunion with Wei Zhuang as the Qin army encircled Xinjiang. Elbu emerged with the bound King Han and the civil and military officials in tow. Elbu saluted, saying, "General Tang, I am fortunate to have fulfilled my duty and brought the King of Han to you." "Ah, Brother El, you are too modest. Had it not been for your transformation of Xinjiang into a realm of silence and blindness, severing Han's reinforcements and supply lines, we could not have so easily conquered Han. Rendering our journey through their territory as if it were uninhabited, General Teng replied joyfully, engaging in mutual pleasantries with Bu. Although this victory was largely attributable to Ying Xiuyuan's stratagem, Teng knew he would share in the glory. He understood that while he might not reach great wealth and status, at the very least, his official career would flourish, and he had now allied himself with the formidable presence of the sixth young master. "Brother, do you still remember me?" A familiar voice called out, and Zhuang turned towards the sound. Upon seeing the figure before him, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. "How could it be you?" Zhuang struggled to comprehend that he had been bested by a mere child. Ying Xiuyuan waved his hand, and Bu stepped forward, unleashing a surge of true energy that shattered the iron chains binding Zhuang. He then approached the fallen Zhuang, gripping the chains tightly and pulling them apart with force, causing them to break in the middle. "Does your heart harbor any defiance, brother?" Ying Xiuyuan inquired, observing Zhuang, who sat in silence. Casting a glance at Ying Xiuyuan, Zhuang lowered his head, at a loss for words. In this moment of heightened tension between the Han and Qin states, the audacity of a Qin nobleman to stride into Han's most secure prison to confront him was a stark testament to the precarious fate that now awaited Han. In the endless days and nights within this dreary dungeon, he pondered countless possibilities, contemplating every person he knew and those he did not. Yet he never once considered that it would be Ying Xiuyuan. That year, within the walls of Xinjiang, he had secretly met with his master, and he had certainly heard numerous praises regarding Ying Xiuyuan. He had always believed that he and his senior brother were rare talents, and that even if Ying Xiuyuan was intelligent, his brilliance had its limits. What of being the Ziwei Emperor's star? Even if he were to become a figure akin to the King of Qin in the future, he would not fear him. Experience is something that cannot be compensated for by mere cleverness. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to Zhuang's pride, causing him to lose his final opportunity. He bore no resentment towards Ying Xiuyuan. Instead, he loathed himself for his excessive confidence in his own abilities. Clearly, while at the Grand General's residence, he had sensed something amiss. Although Hong Lian's martial prowess was indeed lacking, it should have at least enabled her to exchange a few moves with Ji Wuye. It was impossible for her to have been captured so easily. Zhuang had been invincible in Han for far too long, to the point where he had no discernible flaws. He was ruthless and decisive in his actions, never allowing himself a moment's laxity. Yet, it was precisely due to his overwhelming perfection that he fell into a state of blind confidence, leading him to his current predicament. "Senior brother, you should leave. In truth, Qin is the place most suited to your ideals. You are different from senior brother Guy. His thoughts are still too idealistic. One day, I will persuade you." Observing the taciturn Zhuang, Ying Xiuyuan relinquished his attempt to persuade him further. Individuals of Zhuang's caliber could not be swayed by mere words. Zhuang exited the dungeon of Han, casting a glance at the sun he had not seen in ages, then disregarding the bustling Qin soldiers around him. He made his way towards the Grand General's residence. Hong Lian had been imprisoned here for far too long, so long that she had lost track of time. From the few maidservants who attended to her, she learned that the man who had suddenly appeared that fateful night was now the newly appointed Grand General of Han, while the outside world believed her to be dead. Moreover, her Zhuang had perished at his hands, which remained the most significant reason for her survival until now. The hope that one day she could avenge him, she vowed to inflict the most heinous punishment upon this man, subjecting him to the most excruciating torment. Since Lu Bu had captured her, he had not once sought her out, yet every time she attempted to escape, he was always there to recapture her. She knew not what schemes Lu Bu harbored, but she understood that only by first escaping this prison could she hope for vengeance. On the other hand, faced with the ever-escaping thoughts of Hong Lian, Lu Bu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet, before his arrival, his master had repeatedly instructed him that all target individuals were to be captured, not killed. He knew well that his master was no benevolent soul. Thus there must be further plans requiring these individuals. If it were the physique of Zhuang, he could merely shut the door and be done with it. However, Hong Lian is a pampered young lady. If he were to confine her like Zhuang, she would undoubtedly perish in the prison within a few days. Therefore, in order to further his master's plans, Bu must engage in a daily battle of wits and courage with Hong Lian in the Grand General's residence, leaving him feeling utterly exhausted. When Hong Lian beheld Zhuang once more, she could no longer contain the tears welling in her eyes. She relinquished her princess temper, her pride, and her inner shyness, throwing herself into Zhuang's embrace. Remarkably, Wei Zhuang did not respond with any other action. After a lengthy pause, he looked down and asked, "You have two choices. The first is to forsake everything, your identity, your name, your honor, and follow me from this day forth. I shall grant you a better Korea." The second choice. Before Wei Zhuang could finish his sentence, Hong Lian decisively interjected, "I choose the first. Do you not wish to know the second option?" Wei Zhuang queried. Hong Lian tightened her embrace, her eyes narrowed in bliss as she replied, "I have already made my choice." Wei Zhuang extended his left arm, drawing Hong Lian close, and with a casual swipe of his shark-toothed blade, the roof above them shattered. He then leapt forth into the open air. Chapter 21. The lottery. After the war against Han, Ying Xiuyuan gained renown throughout the realm. With his solitary strength, he disrupted the internal affairs of a nation, astonishing all who bore witness. Those who had once mocked him in the shadows now turned to criticize Ying Xiuyuan's treacherous and ruthless nature. Nevertheless, this event significantly bolstered Ying Xiuyuan's fortunes, as a product of the era of internet trolls. He once proudly identified as a glorious keyboard warrior on the front lines of this battlefield. Ying Xiuyuan remarked, "What has this young master not seen?" With a flick of his wrist, he amassed wealth in silence, with a wry smile. The legendary Elbu, he understood all too well. The moniker Three Surname House Slave was not merely a derogatory insult but a stark revelation of Elbu's true nature. Thankfully, this era was not akin to that of the Three Kingdoms, as Elbu lacked the capacity to ascend to the pinnacle of his time. However, he was rapidly closing the gap with the top-tier masters of the Qin era, such as Gaguzid. Elbu was once a small beggar whom the Ming concubine fortuitously saved when she was abroad. She did not scorn him. Instead, she brought him home and later took him to learn the art of warfare. This journey lasted over a decade, and Ying Xiuyuan could not fully trust him. What surprised Ying Xiuyuan most was that his singular moment of character revelation manifested in the form of malevolence. The system's lottery exhibited considerable volatility. For instance, Zhao Yun was of above-average caliber within the epic tier, while Elbu stood at its pinnacle. This discrepancy elucidated why Elbu and Zhao Zilong's strengths varied so greatly, yet both belonged to the epic tier. Months passed, and everything within Korea began to stabilize gradually. Meanwhile, officials dispatched by the King of Qin were diligently coordinating with the subordinates of the internal minister. At that moment, Ying Xiuyuan, on his journey back to the Qin kingdom, found himself lost in contemplation. Although he had just acquired a vast amount of malevolence, Ying Xiuyuan found himself ensnared in a web of contradictions. Aware that his current prowess was still somewhat lacking, he realized that summoning other nefarious individuals would likely render him unable to maintain control. "Have you made up your mind?" "I still need to return to my slumber," the system yawned in complaint. Ying Xiuyuan retorted, "You've been sleeping through dozens of chapters. Aren't you considering seizing this opportunity to make more appearances? What business is that of yours? If you don't summon me, I can return," the system replied. No. Let's first hand over the task and see what level of gift pack awaits." Ying Xiuyuan hurriedly interjected upon noticing the system's growing impatience. Beep. Task requirement. Make a mark in the Battle of Han. Beep. Task submitted. Beep. Assessing task completion. Beep. Task assessment complete. Task completion rate, perfect. Beep. Awarded a luxurious random item gift pack. The system inquired, "Would you like to open it?" With his hands pressed together in prayer, Ying Xiuyuan chanted, "Oh, Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, Jesus Christ, and revered Buddha, please bless me with a stroke of good fortune. Open it." Beep. Opening. Acquired whiteboard equipment, 10 disposable lighters. Acquired green equipment, 5 Desert Eagle handguns, with 100 rounds of ammunition. Acquired blue skill, advanced medical techniques. Acquired golden skill, Lingbo Weibu. Acquired legendary skill, Tai Xian Jing. "Would you like to extract everything?" No. Hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan hastily protested. After being severely deceived last time and nearly exhausting himself within the confines of the system's space, he was determined not to fall into the same trap again. Should he emerge drenched in sweat and unsteady on his feet, even jumping into the Yellow River would not absolve him. While Ying Xiuyuan continued to fiddle with the handgun in his hand, the carriage came to a halt, and Zhao Zilong lifted the curtain. "Young master, ahead lies the Xianyang Palace." Ying Xiuyuan adjusted his attire and concealed the firearm within his sleeve. This was his third entry into the Qilin Hall. The first time, he was disregarded. The second time, he faced mockery aplenty. Yet this time, he returned as a conqueror, having accomplished feats that the court officials had scarcely dared to imagine. Even a figure as esteemed as Wang Jian regarded him with eyes full of admiration. Ying Xiuyuan bowed deeply, saying, "Father, this time, under your glorious name, your son has fulfilled his duty and returned victorious." The king of Qin was equally elated. Despite others remarking on Ying Xiuyuan's extraordinary status, he was taken aback by the brilliance of the recent campaign against Han. Since the death of El Wei, there had been few matters that could conceal themselves from Ying Zheng, and Ying Xiuyuan's actions had unveiled the organization beneath him. Although the king of Qin was curious about the nature of this organization, he did not intend to delve deeply. Rather, he was eagerly anticipating the extent of Ying Xiuyuan's growth. Aware of the deficiencies within the Qin state, he found neither Li Si nor Han Fei met his expectations. Thus, even with Han Fei's demise, he merely sighed over the loss of talent without further investigation. Fu Su is indeed a commendable candidate. However, he exhibits a certain weakness. As a king, one must possess the ability to instill fear in subordinates. Otherwise, one will undoubtedly fall victim to their constraints. Deeply influenced by Confucian ideals, Fu Su is naturally incapable of meeting the standards set by the Qin king. In contrast, Ying Xiuyuan possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate the strength of an entire nation through his own cunning. Even his subordinates in Hangua, despite holding high positions, willingly relinquish their power to him. A feat beyond Fu Su's capabilities. That degree of resolve and strategic acumen has not been seen in a child since Gan Luo, and Ying Zheng has yet to witness it again in one so young. Yuan, you have performed admirably. In this campaign against Han, your strategy has been paramount. This marks the first time the Qin king has expressed such praise for his child, a distinction that Fu Su has never received. These words startled Changping Jun, who stood nearby, causing him to furrow his brow before lowering his head once more. Following this, accolades were bestowed, with Ne Shiting receiving commendation for his contributions, along with Lu Bu and other temporary commanders who had led troops. Who was this Lu Bu, that he could so effortlessly capture a figure like Wei Zhuang? Once the ministers had departed, only Ying Xiuyuan and the Qin king remained in Qilin Hall. The little beggar whom my mother had rescued years ago had later entered the military. Upon learning of my mother's passing, he came to serve under me, Ming Fei. The Qin king reflected sadly on this individual, who had not been mentioned in a long time. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he remarked, "You have performed well this time. The casualties among the soldiers were minimal. What reward do you seek?" Ying Xiuyuan, with a fervent expression, replied, "Father, I seek no reward. I only hope to expand the territories of our great Qin and dedicate myself to its unification until my last breath." Ha, ha, ha. Very well, you are indeed the son of a recluse. Your youth limits the rewards I can bestow, so come to me when you have made your decisions, mused the Qin king, increasingly satisfied with Ying Xiuyuan before him. Chapter 22. The Dao level technique. After the morning court, Ying Xiuyuan returned to his palace. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he contemplated the rewards he had just drawn. System, this Taishianjing is undoubtedly formidable. But is it truly of legendary status? Upon this inquiry, the system retorted, that can be attributed to your unfortunate luck, as Taishianjing is indeed a legendary level technique, without a doubt. However, it is merely a slight notch above the pinnacle of epic level techniques. As for everything else apart from Taishianjing, they are all peak items of their respective tiers. I cannot decide whether to lament your misfortune or simply your luck. Hearing the system's lament, Ying Xiuyuan felt disheartened. Turning his attention to the advanced medical skills he had just drawn, he inquired once more, what level does this advanced medical skill belong to? Skills of this nature far surpass mere martial arts in strength. The knowledge acquired through these skills pertains to the cultivation of the Tao. Advanced medical techniques are inherently skills nearing the golden quality of the Tao, equivalent to the level of a chief physician in modern times. Legendary medical arts, moreover, can elevate one directly into the realm of medical Tao, where feats such as resurrecting the dead are but trifles, and one can even defy the heavens through sheer human effort. Figures like Bian Ke and Hua Tuo merely graze the surface of the medical Tao. The distinction between the internal and external realms of the Tao lies in the contrast between epic quality and other levels. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan inquired once more, what of the Tai Xianjing? Does it also attain the level of Tao? While epic martial arts merely brush against the Tao, legendary techniques truly enter the realm of Tao. Mastery of legendary techniques is not achieved in a single endeavor. It requires segmented learning, with the speed of comprehension increasing with one's strength. Delving into the Tao is exceedingly arduous, yet if one comprehends it thoroughly, they can attain the current realm of Geguzi. This is the terrifying aspect of those who grasp the Tao. Figures like Laozi and Confucius, though seemingly powerless, could achieve the pinnacle of the world upon realizing their unique Tao. After listening to the system's explanation, Ying Xiuyuan ultimately resolved to set aside the Taishianjing, recognizing the formidable challenge of fully comprehending it. He was no Sherpatian. He decided to solidify his foundation before contemplating the Taishianjing. Upon emerging from the sea of consciousness, Ying Xiuyuan, drenched in sweat and weary, climbed into the pre-prepared bath. He mused. Indeed, novels often deceive. Having watched Duanyu on television, he thought learning could be that effortless. Yet here he was, nearly unable to escape the sea of consciousness. However, now equipped with the extraordinary skill of Lingbo Weibo, he no longer needed to worry about lacking true qi, for simply walking would suffice for cultivation. It is fair to say that this skill approaches the threshold of the Tao. Is there any other purpose for affection points besides lottery draws? After much deliberation, Ying Xiuyuan resolved against using evil points for a chance at an epic prize. Following the destruction of Korea, he amassed a substantial amount of evil points, suddenly possessing 723. Yet for Ying Xiuyuan, whose wings were still not fully developed, this posed an extreme danger. Good points were exceedingly difficult to earn. The system had existed for 4 years, and he had only accumulated 103 points. However, the allure of the evil points was irresistible. After tasting the sweetness of power since Lu Bu, he was reluctant to relinquish them. Affection points could unlock one's sea of consciousness. This differed from the learning acquired through lottery draws. This method of learning required the expenditure of affection points, usable for both good and evil. Every 24 hours, one could accrue 20 affection points, with the learning process akin to that of lottery learning. Note: insufficient affection points would result in immediate expulsion, and points could not be borrowed. If this is the case, why did you not mention it sooner? In Ying Xiuyuan's possession lie the 2 profound Taoist texts, Wanchuan Shoshui and Xian Ruaji Shui, yet he has long been plagued by the absence of a mentor. Zhao Zilong merely sought to reference them for understanding, without engaging in genuine study. Lacking comprehension of the Taoist truths, he is unable to cultivate, especially since he has already forged his own Tao. This elucidates why Bei Mingzi so generously entrusted the Taoist secrets and why they were bestowed upon Ying Xiuyuan, merely to foster a bond of goodwill. System: select the cultivation of Xian Ruaji Shui. Ding. Assessing. Assessment complete. Xian Ruaji Shui is identified as a Taoist classic, a pinnacle golden technique. Ding. Selecting a mentor. The chosen mentor is Bei Mingzi from a parallel world. Estimated duration for comprehension is 10 days within the sea of consciousness. Ding. Shall we immediately enter the sea of consciousness to commence instruction? Ying Xiuyuan nodded affirmatively, responding. Let us proceed at once. If you must go, there exists one who may assist you. The voice of Master Bai Ming resonated within the dimly lit abode. Seek him out. He is currently in the Qin kingdom. With his aid, your chances of success will significantly increase. Even if you cannot locate him, you should be able to retreat unscathed. I shall return to the mountain now. Bei Mingzi sighed, gently patting Xiao Ling's shoulder as he passed by. A surge of true energy flowed from Bei Mingzi into Xiao Ling's shoulder, traversing the meridians throughout his body. Huff, huff, huff. Xiao Ling pressed his hands against the ground, gasping for breath. Moments ago, Bei Mingzi had forcibly unblocked all the meridians within him. Sweat dripped steadily from his forehead, each droplet striking the floor, yet to Xiao Ling, the scene unfolded at an agonizingly slow pace. In that fleeting moment when his meridians were fully opened, Xiao Ling felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. For a seeker of the Tao, such forceful unblocking of meridians is not necessarily beneficial. Rather, it may hinder one's ability to meditate deeply on the Tao. Even the venerable sages Laozi and Confucius commenced their true cultivation only after attaining genuine enlightenment. After imparting this wisdom, Bei Mingzi departed. Master, your immense kindness and virtue will forever be etched in my heart, Xiao Ling uttered, marking perhaps the first and last time he called Bei Mingzi master. Feeling Xiao Ling's gaze upon him as he watched his departure, Bei Mingzi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The moment Bei Mingzi first laid eyes on Xiao Ling, the boy's demeanor and posture evoked memories of his own long-lost child. Had it not been for that fateful incident, he would never have entered the Tianzong. When his own heart of Tao had begun to take form, he believed he had completely buried the past. Yet, in the presence of Xiao Ling, he instinctively regarded him as his own offspring. Due to Xiao Yi, Xiao Ling had been unable to grasp the profound path of the Taoist Tianzong, repeatedly declining Bei Mingzi's offers of apprenticeship. Today, with Xiao Ling's simple utterance of master, Bei Mingzi nearly shattered the heart of his long-cultivated Taisong Wangqing Dao. Chapter 23. New mission. A full year has elapsed since the battle against Han, and Ying Xiuyuan has finally succeeded in merging Wanchuan Shoshui and Xian Ruaji Shui. Once again, he felt the formidable power of this system. Remarkably, it had taken him merely 13 days to master the 2 great secret texts of Taoism. In contrast, he himself had spent over a year integrating the 2, and although he could not compare to someone like Xiaoming, who at the tender age of 6 could easily best the elders of the Taoist heavenly sect, he was still considered a prodigy in his own right. Were his accumulated true qi sufficient? Even the current Wei Zhuang would find himself engaged in a back-and-forth struggle against him in the blink of an eye. He had surpassed the likes of Ji Wuya, achieving the realm of an unparalleled master. With the practice of Lingbo Weibu, a technique that could be cultivated even while walking, the refinement of true qi was merely a matter of time. Once he reached the innate realm, he would be able to comprehend the Tai Xian Jing, and at that point, he would be nearing the realm of Geguzi. The thought of this filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Just as Ying Xiuyuan completed his cultivation, news arrived from outside the palace, brought by Zhao Zilong, that a Taoist disciple was seeking him with a jade pendant in hand. Instantly, he recalled the Taoist disciple who had stealthily descended the mountain with them that day. As Ying Xiuyuan gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, it struck him as remarkably familiar, yet it was not the piece given to him by that man. The pendant he held was not only intact but also exquisitely smooth to the touch, radiating a gentle luster. However, he could not recall where he had last seen it. Upon arriving at the Zhao family residence, Ying Xiuyuan stepped through the door and immediately spotted a young man standing at the entrance, waiting. Observing the ethereal aura of this youth, he inquired with curiosity, "Who are you?" "I am Xiao Ling, a disciple of Master Bai Mingdiam. Why Master instructed me to seek your assistance in times of trouble. I find myself in need of your help," the young man replied. Upon witnessing Xiao Ling's forthright demeanor and recalling his introduction, Ying Xiuyuan suddenly realized. He had previously encountered this jade pendant on Bei Mingzi. During a debate with his master at the Taoist heavenly sect, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of it, though he had been half asleep at the time. Ying Xiuyuan mused to himself, "Are the people in these mountains all so blunt? Even if I owe your master a favor, I've never seen anyone so straightforward in soliciting assistance. It seems the disciples of the heavenly sect are truly naive about the world." "What? Are you out of your mind? You wish to enter the Yinyang school?" Upon hearing Xiao Ling's intentions, Ying Xiuyuan exclaimed in shock. The Yinyang school is guarded by 2 formidable protectors and 5 elders, each capable of slaying you dozens of times over. Not to mention the formidable Dong Huang Tai Yi. You dare to declare your desire to join them? Ying Xiuyuan felt utterly exhausted and overwhelmed. This young man seemed intent on courting disaster, yet still sought his help. "Can those 2 books still be returned?" Ying Xiuyuan inquired. Xiao Ling, his expression darkened with frustration, replied, "Our Taoist secret texts have been in your possession for such an extended period. You think you can just tell me you'll return them with no consequences? Surely, you jest." Coughing lightly, Zhao Zilong observed his young master becoming increasingly irreverent and offered a discreet reminder. Casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Zilong beside him, Ying Xiuyuan let out a deep sigh. Regarding the events of that fateful day, Zhao Zilong subsequently shared the details with him, yet the immense gratitude he felt could only be repaid in his own way. After a prolonged contemplation, Ying Xiuyuan proposed, "How about this? In a few days, the Yinyang sect will be recruiting disciples once more, and I can assist you in gaining entry. But how will you manage that?" The Yinyang sect is exceedingly cautious in their admissions, even employing specialists to probe memories. Only those with unblemished identities are permitted entry, came the skeptical reply from Xiao Ling, though Ying Xiuyuan assured her of his ability to facilitate her entrance. Xiao Ling could not shake the feeling that it was a rather dubious promise. "Remember, your admission hinges upon my mood. Otherwise, a mere word from me could seal your sister's fate within the confines of the Yinyang sect." Noticing Xiao Ling's demeanor, Ying Xiuyuan felt a surge of irritation. Realizing her own loss of composure, Xiao Ling hastily apologized. "I am truly sorry. With Xiaoyi's life hanging in the balance, my anxiety has overwhelmed me." Ying Xiuyuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he bore no ill will. He was well aware that gaining access to the Yinyang sect was no trivial matter, which left him perplexed as to how Xiao Ling, as depicted in the original narrative, managed to infiltrate it. He found it hard to believe that the Yinyang sect had no hand in the matter. Even for himself, the task of entering was fraught with complications. How could someone like Xiao Ling, an outsider with no connections, possibly navigate such a labyrinthine process? From their interaction that day, it was evident that he too recognized the formidable barriers to entry posed by the Yinyang sect. Yet, in the original tale, Xiao Ling had resolutely ventured inside, even after uncovering the sect's schemes. What motivated such a decision? This cascade of questions ignited Ying Xiuyuan's curiosity, further fueled by 2 particular matters that piqued his interest regarding the Yinyang sect. The first was the allure of their forbidden techniques. Now that he was aware of his own spatial consciousness, which served as a most convenient learning sanctuary, he was determined to acquire those arcane arts. The second matter involved the 2 individuals who had emerged. With Xiao Ling already present, it signified the imminent arrival of her companions, presenting him with the opportunity to recruit 2 skilled allies without any effort. This situation represented both a chance and a challenge for Ying Xiuyuan. He needed to infiltrate the Yin sect undetected, pilfer their forbidden techniques, and rescue those two individuals. As for how Xiaoling would escape, Ying Xiuyuan thought it inconsequential. The Yin sect was a veritable den of peril. His own safe departure was uncertain, let alone concerning the fates of others. Ding! A new mission was issued. Mission details: assist Xiaoling in locating Xiao Yi and thoroughly disrupt the schemes of the Yin sect. Mission requirements: rescue Xiaoling and find Xiao Yi. Mission rewards: a random item package. Note: the quality of the package is determined by the mission's completion level. This mission, not classified as a major event, can yield a maximum of legendary tier rewards, with no possibility of obtaining a luxurious random item package. Failure penalty: none. Well, it seemed he was only complicating matters for himself, yet regardless of the challenges, he knew he must press on. Upon scrutinizing the system's mission, Ying Xiuyuan discovered a troubling inconsistency. In the original narrative, Xing Hun had claimed that Xiao Yi had long since perished within the Yin sect, which was why Ying Xiuyuan felt averse to the undertaking. To expend such effort for someone already dead seemed a futile endeavor, merely to deliver a head on a platter and elevate another's standing. Ying Xiuyuan was reluctant to engage in such thankless tasks that would benefit the enemy. However, the system's directive to locate Xiao Yi indicated that Xinghuan had deceived Xiaoling, and the exact reasons would only become clear once he arrived at the Yin family to investigate the matter thoroughly. Given that events had unfolded to this point, Ying Xiuyuan had no choice but to issue his orders. Upon receiving his command, the entire Yuming Hall sprang into action, even deploying the considerable manpower and resources initially invested to infiltrate the Yin family. Ultimately, they succeeded in discreetly replacing two initially qualified disciples from the list of the Yin family. After Ying Xiuyuan's meticulous disguise, the two managed to blend in among the qualified disciples. Chapter 24. Successful Infiltration. The Five Spirits Xian Tong. What? How is that possible? The crowd began to chatter among themselves, while Xiaoling, as the party involved, maintained a blank expression, as if the matter bore no relevance to her. Among the new disciples, there was unexpectedly one who was the legendary Five Spirits Xian Tong. As this news spread throughout the Yin family, even figures like the Moon Goddess were drawn to witness the spectacle. Although the Moon Goddess's eyes were veiled, the moment she beheld Xiaoling, Ying Xiuyuan distinctly perceived a flicker of astonishment in her gaze. He sensed a whiff of conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. The Moon Goddess had hurriedly come to see this genius disciple of the Five Spirits Xian Tong, and her first reaction upon seeing her was one of shock. Xiaoling was soon whisked away, and it was evident that this legendary talent would have no further connection with ordinary disciples like them. Many regretted not having made more of an effort to establish a rapport with Xiaoling earlier. Hey, that Five Spirit Xian Tong is your fellow townsman, right? A teenager, no older than his teens, crept closer. Ying Xiuyuan feigned aloofness, replying, yes, of course. The boy rubbed his hands together, beaming, bro, I hope you'll look out for me in the future. We're both newcomers, so let's help each other out, he assured. Whenever you need anything, just come to me. I might not be able to assist with major issues, but for the little things, I'll be at your beck and call, he declared, patting his chest for emphasis. After the boy departed, several others approached, with the new disciples openly and covertly seeking to ingratiate themselves with him. As a fellow townsman of the Five Spirits Xian Tong, everyone was eager to leverage their connection to Ying Xiuyuan in hopes of gaining favor with the Five Spirits Xian Tong. Being a member of the Five Spirits Xian Tong, regardless of circumstances, would undeniably position one at the core of the sect's cultivation efforts. Since separating from the Taoist sect a century ago, the Yin family had tirelessly strived to attain its current status. Now, aside from the esteemed Dong Huang Taiyi, there remained only 10 members of the Five Spirits Xian Tong still alive, of which only one retained the status of disciple. The rest were either elders or guardians. Each disciple of the Five Spirits Xian Tong was far more esteemed than ordinary disciples, and even the least among them would, without fail, ascend to an elder's rank. Therefore, aligning oneself with the Five Spirits Xian Tong would ensure a future devoid of worry. However, the Five Spirits Xian Tong remained a rare gem, increasingly elusive compared to ordinary disciples. The disturbance caused by Xiaoling swiftly subsided, allowing the testing of the new disciples' qualifications to proceed. Due to the recent chaos, the crowd was required to line up once more, and this time, Ying Xiuyuan found himself positioned towards the back. As the throng gradually advanced, half an hour later, it finally became Ying Xiuyuan's turn. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, he placed his hand upon the qualification stone. After a moment of silence, the air seemed to stagnate, yet contrary to everyone's expectations, the stone did not emanate the anticipated golden glow. Instead, its surface remained unchanged. The disciples nearby were equally perplexed, as it was generally understood that even in the absence of qualifications, some form of reaction was expected. The disciple responsible for the assessment tapped the qualification stone and placed his own hand upon it. Another silence ensued, and still, the stone exhibited no response, as if it were broken. The Ying disciple in charge of the testing also found it peculiar. This qualification stone had only recently been replaced and was already malfunctioning. Currently, there were no alternative qualification stones available within the Ying sect. Thus, the testing for the new disciples had to be temporarily suspended. As for the remaining new disciples, they would have to wait for a period until new qualification stones arrived for further testing. After a brief discussion, the elders decided to allow the remaining disciples to choose their departments freely. Ying Xiuyuan, along with the youth who had first approached him for camaraderie, opted for the wood division, while the others selected different departments. "Brother, you truly have an eye for talent. You chose the wood division alongside me," the youth remarked, giving Ying Xiuyuan a thumbs up. Everyone claims that the elders of the wood division are no longer capable and that choosing this path holds little promise. Yet I beg to differ. The youth continued unabated, seemingly oblivious to whether Ying Xiuyuan was listening. Calmly, he analyzed for Ying Xiuyuan that the more the wood division faltered, the greater their opportunity would become, asserting that only by achieving success in such a place would they gain recognition, while elsewhere it would be challenging to stand out. Most importantly, it was said that the two elders of the wood division were rare beauties, a fact that slowly began to twist the youth's expression into something more lecherous. As the conversation veered into inappropriate territory, Ying Xiuyuan quickly lost his patience and rose to his feet. "Hey, brother. Wait, don't go yet, I haven't finished." Seeing Ying Xiuyuan depart, the youth hurriedly followed after him. Another young man emerged slowly from the shadows, clad in a blue robe, with markings on his face that added an air of mystery. Might the Lord of the Moon have discerned something? He inquired of the moon deity beside him. The identity of this person was undoubtedly significant. The two had quietly infiltrated the Ying sect with considerable intent. From the memories of Shao Yi, it was clear that this individual was indeed Xiao Ling. As for the other, the moon deity fell into contemplation. "Let me delve into his background," he thought, feeling a sense of urgency as the two began to slip from his sight. The vital energy from his entire being gradually converged upon his hands, manifesting the technique of blade of concentrated qi. This martial art is so elusive that even among the practitioners of forbidden arts within the Ying school, only a handful have succeeded in mastering it. The most renowned among them is the left guardian of the Ying sect, Xinghuan. He has achieved the 10th level of the blade of concentrated qi, a feat of innate talent that leaves others in his wake. This explains why no one within the Ying sect opposes Xinghuan's position as the crucial left guardian. Despite his youth, Xinghuan showed signs of preparing to strike. The moon goddess interjected, "Master Xinghuan, I implore you to exercise patience. This individual is merely a test, not worthy of your direct intervention. It would be prudent to fully comprehend his intentions before taking action." She cast a sidelong glance at Xinghuan and continued, "Moreover, the schemes of Lord Donghuang have reached a critical juncture. We must avoid alarming the serpent, lest the one known as Shaoling becomes wary. Are you perhaps threatening me?" Upon hearing the moon goddess's words, Xinghuan felt a surge of indignation. "Of course not. I merely wish to avoid sullying your hands, Master Xinghuan." After the moon goddess's remark, Xinghuan stormed away in a huff. The moon goddess gazed in the direction of Ying Xiuyuan's departure, pondering, "Who are you truly? How could two individuals so effortlessly infiltrate the Ying sect, leaving not a trace even for me to uncover?" Chapter 25. The harmony of the five spirits. The Ying sect is nestled within a secluded valley, surrounded by formidable barriers. Aside from the singular, visible entrance, the mountains and subterranean passages are laced with hidden paths. Should one attempt to enter through the main entrance, the instant one sets foot upon it, annihilation is assured. Each hidden passage within the Ying sect has its own restrictions, with different entrances available for use each day. Only elders and those of higher rank are privy to which entrances are accessible on a given day. Ordinary disciples must submit requests to discover this information. Although the Ying sect is encircled by mountains, it conveys an expansive feeling within. The scenery is exceptionally picturesque, showcasing a variety of sights that do not belong to this region or season. While the world often claims that Confucians revel in indulgence, they remain unaware that the landscapes within the Ying sect are even more enchanting, a fact that even the Confucians cannot rival. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Ying Xiuyuan awoke, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. However, he remained undisturbed, continuing to slumber, oblivious to the visitor outside. The door creaked open, and the intruder cautiously pushed it ajar. In an instant, Ying Xiuyuan shut his eyes. The soft rustling of footsteps approached, growing ever nearer, and as the visitor neared the threshold of Ying Xiuyuan's reach, they suddenly halted. After a brief shake to rouse Ying Xiuyuan, they seized the moment of his unresponsiveness to deliver a swift kick. In a moment of panic, Ying Xiuyuan nearly unleashed the Taoist technique of Wangquan Shui. He positioned himself according to the 8 trigrams of the I Ching, his form seeming to float as if possessed by a ghost. Having evaded the intruder's attack, he calmly maneuvered to their rear. Suddenly, a leaf appeared in Ying Xiuyuan's hand. The leaf multiplied, 1 yielding 2, 2 yielding 4, and 4 yielding 8, though the leaves in hand were few. They were nevertheless sufficient to reach the length of a sword. As the sword pointed menacingly at the approaching figure, a swift transformation occurred, and the sword was pressed directly against the stranger's throat. Despite being crafted from mere leaves, the blood slowly seeping from the stranger's throat bore testament to its sharpness. "Don't move. I surrender. I surrender." The stranger capitulated, lacking any semblance of fortitude. With a relaxed grip, Ying Xiuyuan allowed the once razor-sharp leaves to scatter and fall to the ground. "Brother, how did you manage to wield 8 leaves in such a short time? I suspect you must have been a disciple of the wood sect all along, here to test my genius." The young man babbled, diverting the conversation once more, causing Ying Xiuyuan great distress. From the very first day in the Yin sect, this youth had clung to him resolutely. During the aptitude test, the boy had stood right behind him. Thus they could only wait together for the arrival of the new aptitude stones. Upon learning they could choose their own paths, the boy had astonishingly selected the wood sect as well, and after arriving there, he persistently sought Ying Xiuyuan's company. Hey, don't walk away. Why can't you wait for others to finish speaking?" the boy continued, pressing closer. Today marked the annual day of exchange, where all disciples gathered in a unified hall. After the elders from various sects delivered their speeches, the disciples engaged freely in conversation. "Look, that's the legendary 10,000 leaves flying blossom style," exclaimed one, captivated by a group encircling a young girl. She sat at the center, disregarding the gaze of those around her, as a blade of grass steadily broke through the barren earth and reached skyward. This was the grand hall of the wood sect, and the fact that this girl could conjure a blade of grass from the bare stone spoke volumes of her profound mastery. While the wood sect disciples gasped in awe, the disciples from other sects outside wore expressions of collective disdain. Suddenly, a burst of flame erupted from the crowd, striking the branches before the girl. She struggled to maintain her output of vital energy, yet the flames had already ignited, and no matter her efforts, they proved futile. All the disciples of the wood sect glared angrily at the girl from the fire sect, who defiantly returned their gaze. The regulations of the Yin sect were notoriously stringent, and after allying with the Qin kingdom, they had been further influenced by the legalist school, prompting a specialized revision of internal laws, an overture to the Qin king. "Look, even our internal regulations are dictated by the Qin kingdom. You must believe in our sincerity," they implored. The Qin king was also greatly pleased by such actions from the Yin sect. The wood and fire sects exchanged wary glances, yet none dared to strike first. Look, the fire on the grass is being consumed," called out a voice from within the crowd, redirecting everyone's attention. They watched as the seemingly dying grass grew frantically, as if it were determined to charge into the flames above. Remarkably, even as the fire continued to blaze, each time the grass entered the flames, it diminished the fire's intensity. After a time, the fire was astonishingly extinguished by the grass, leaving all spectators utterly astounded. Between the 5 elements, there exists a cycle of mutual generation and overcoming. Earth conquers water, wood conquers earth, metal conquers wood, fire conquers metal, and water conquers fire. Yet wood can kindle fire, and an abundance of fire can consume wood. This is a truth universally acknowledged, deeply ingrained in human understanding over countless centuries. However, today, wood astonishingly extinguished fire. The onlookers were left in a state of cognitive dissonance. A female disciple from the wood sect stepped forward, intending to inquire about the incident involving the girl seated on the ground. Suddenly, the girl stood up and approached Ying Xiuyuan, bowing deeply. "Thank you." A celestial voice emanated from her lips, and the expressions of those around reflected a sense of healing, their faces enraptured. Yet, unlike disciples of other sects, none in the wood sect, be they new or old, had ever heard this legendary figure of the 5 spirits speak. They all believed her to be mute. At that moment, Elder Bai of the wood sect entered the throng and regarded Ying Xiuyuan with admiration, saying, "You have done remarkably well. The world believes that fire conquers wood as an immutable law, forgetting that within wood lies also water." Elder Bai turned to the gathered disciples and calmly declared, "If you must adhere strictly to conventions, then there is no need for you to study the art of yin and yang. Remember, common knowledge is not an ironclad rule. Although Bai held the position of elder within the Wood sect and was the current lesser divine fate, she was, in essence, still a youthful maiden. The yin-yang practitioners, stemming from Taoism, shared a certain philosophical affinity. Like the Taoists, they did not regard age as a determining factor, believing that the path of understanding is open to all who attain it. Bai's presence stirred excitement among the male disciples, who eagerly inquired about the art of yin and yang, eliciting jealousy from the female disciples, who found themselves powerless to counter her influence. Chapter 26. The library. The arrival of Bai instantly captivated all attention, and the preceding disputes were swiftly forgotten. Seizing the moment, Ying Xiuyuan quietly departed from the scene, while the girl remained silent, watching him leave. Walking along the inner path of the yin-yang sect, today marked the annual discussion event, attended by elders from various sects, including protectors, and even Dong Huang Tai. Every disciple of the yin-yang sect relished the opportunity to showcase their talents, rendering this moment the weakest for the sect, as Ying Xiuyuan planned to exploit the occasion to fulfill his primary objective, stealing books from the library. There is a saying that wealth and knowledge is akin to poverty and martial prowess, but this pertains to later generations, where the advent of paper and movable type printing democratized knowledge. In this era, records were solely inscribed on bamboo slips, which were difficult to preserve and challenging to engrave, resulting in knowledge being confined to noble families. Despite Ying Xiuyuan's relentless efforts, he could not produce paper, let alone inexpensive paper. In his past life, he had only glimpsed images in history books during his middle school days, and the lessons back then were rather vague. Although he endeavored to replicate the steps from memory, each attempt culminated in failure. Theory, after all, remains merely theory. Transforming it into reality proves exceedingly arduous. Beside the 6 paths of the Jiazi lock, Ying Xiuyuan retrieved a small box obtained from the Gongshu family and placed it upon the lock. Although the Yuming Hall had once acquired a set of seals from the Yin-yang family, reputed to unlock the 6 paths of the Jiazi lock, Ying Xiuyuan, as a staunch follower of the original text, expressed his skepticism. "I believe you not at all." The moment the box was set in place, its top and bottom sprang open automatically, revealing several claws that began to fiddle with the 6 paths of the Jiazi lock before Ying Xiuyuan. Unable to comprehend the intricacies of its actions, he could only await the completion of this curious device's task in silence. With a resounding click, the 6 paths of the Jiazi lock gradually unlocked, and the device morphed back into its original box form. The door creaked open, allowing a beam of light to stream forth. Ying Xiuyuan tucked the box into his bosom and stepped inside, causing the door to close slowly behind him. Just as his attention was captivated by the interior, he failed to notice a shadow flit past, entering the library alongside him. Upon encountering this seemingly boundless sea of books, Ying Xiuyuan found himself momentarily dazzled. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, he was aware that the library within the Qin Palace boasted a collection from across the realm, encompassing all manner of tomes. He understood that once the Qin king unified the 6 states, the true magnitude of the Qin's library would become evident. The Qin king had decreed that all texts plundered from the 6 states be inscribed in Qin seal script, with any non-Qin seal texts incinerated. Only then would the Qin truly possess the world's repository of knowledge, though subsequent dynastic changes rendered many of these texts lost to time. Yet, standing at the threshold and gazing out, he was astonished to find that the collection here was scarcely inferior to that of the current Qin Palace library, and the vast expanse of tomes was overwhelming. Ying Xiuyuan could only peruse the volumes one by one, fortunate that every text within his line of sight was recorded by the system. By the time evening approached, he had managed to sift through all the books. However, the subsequent scene drew his gaze. At the end of the library lay a formation, evidently left from many years past, nearly imperceptible if one did not pay close attention. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an unseen force compelling his attention towards it. As he stepped onto the formation, his vital energy began to flow along the intricate patterns inscribed upon it. Realizing the need to halt the influx of his vital energy after only a slight contribution, he was surprised to find that the energy continued to circulate within the formation, which bore a peculiar resemblance to the meridians of the human body, autonomously managing the vital energy. Suddenly, the scene before him became somewhat blurred. Meanwhile, a figure lurking in the shadows found the situation equally perplexing. From his vantage point, it appeared as if Ying Xiuyuan was lost in thought in a corner, and after a brief moment, his form began to flicker in and out of visibility. The mysterious observer, suspecting a flaw in his vision, rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to witness Ying Xiuyuan vanish entirely. The mysterious figure hurriedly approached the corner. Scrutinizing it closely and feeling the surface meticulously, yet discovered nothing amiss. The mysterious figure stealthily entered, with the only key nestled within Ying Xiuyuan's grasp. Thus, the enigmatic presence could only bide its time, perusing the volumes around while patiently awaiting an opportunity to escape this place. Upon experiencing a sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness, Ying Xiuyuan discovered that he was no longer within the library. It felt as if he stood amidst the cosmos, with everything around him imbued with an extraordinary freshness, as stars whirled incessantly in his vicinity. In the depths of his being, Ying Xiuyuan sensed that these celestial bodies seemed to be revolving according to some intrinsic law. Suddenly, a spectral figure materialized before him from the distance. "Young man, congratulations. You are the first to have entered this realm in a century. Fortunately, you arrived early. Had you come in a few hundred years, perhaps this fragment of my soul would not endure much longer." As he beheld the towering apparition, Ying Xiuyuan felt a surge of unease and inquired with curiosity, "Who are you?" The elder replied, "I am Zhao Yan. Are you the Zhao Yan who, a century ago, severed ties with the Taoist sect to establish the Yingyang school? The very one who caused the heavens to weep with snow in June?" Ying Xiuyuan gazed in astonishment at the spectral remnant. The elder spoke with a hint of detachment. "The Tao I left behind at the Yingyang school was merely my own path, not the true great Tao. The five elements and the path of Yingyang are not erroneous. The mistake lay in my pursuit of comprehending my Tao, which ultimately led me astray, planting the seeds of calamity for future generations." "What is your purpose in preserving this formation?" Ying Xiuyuan asked, perplexed. "To obliterate the Tao I have left behind. The strength of the Yingyang school stems from its techniques, yet its downfall may likewise arise from them. Thus, I wish to utilize your hands to destroy this library," the elder stated calmly, as if the gravity of his words bore no weight upon him. As a loyal disciple of the Yingyang school, I could never commit such an act that would jeopardize my sect," Ying Xiuyuan declared with righteous indignation, convincing even himself of his own conviction. "The Taoist principles of myriad rivers in autumn and heart like still water. Even I, at your age, could not fully master them. Young friend, you are destined to be a dragon among men," the elder remarked, his expression tinged with a hint of mockery. "Alas, this old man has seen through me. What shall I do now?" In that instant, a chill crept up Ying Xiuyuan's spine. Chapter 27. A Great Crisis. What are you saying? I do not quite comprehend. Ying Xiuyuan gradually began to retreat. Upon entering, he had noticed a formation identical to the one present when he first arrived, looming behind him. The elder, observing Ying Xiuyuan's slow retreat, remarked, "Young friend, you were able to enter this place because of me. I sensed your presence the moment you unlocked the 6 paths of reincarnation lock, then used an illusion to draw you here. What do you intend to do?" Ying Xiuyuan, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, recognized that he could not contend with such an ancient entity and thus relinquished his struggle. The secret tomes left within the Yingyang school's library were all the personal dasa of its talented practitioners. Yet ultimately, they were but minor paths that would constrain the Yingyang school. Thus, I beseech you to bring ruin to this place, and in return, I shall assist you in achieving the true great way." The elder spoke in a tone laced with subtle temptation. "To obliterate this locale would be to your immense benefit, devoid of any detriment. Although I remain oblivious to the purpose of your arrival, understand that once the library of books is destroyed, the Yingyang clan shall remain incapacitated for a century." Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan felt a disorienting haze clouding his mind, as if a malevolent spirit was urgently urging him forth. "Agree to his terms, comply with his wishes. Not only will the Yingyang clan be devastated, but it will also significantly aid your future endeavors, and you shall ascend to become the king of Great Qin." Ying Xiuyuan's pupils appeared unfocused, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the elder before him. "I shall comply," he uttered. "Excellent, my dear child. Now, step into the formation, and you shall attain the true great way," the elder coaxed. Obediently, Ying Xiuyuan settled into position, resembling a puppet guided by unseen strings. As he positioned himself within the formation, his vital energy surged forth like a sinuous water serpent, continuously flowing across the array. Ying Xiuyuan felt as if his head had been forcefully struck by a heavy hammer, followed by an overwhelming sensation of something being forcibly infused into his mind. The scenes before him shifted incessantly, as though the passage of time itself had slowed. Eventually, the imagery coalesced within a secluded valley. An elder stood at the valley's entrance, and as Ying Xiuyuan meticulously surveyed his surroundings, he recognized it as the current stronghold of the Yingyang clan. "I am the old man Zhao Yan. Today, I lead my disciples away from the Taoist path to establish the Yingyang clan in pursuit of the world's great way." The elder's voice reverberated through the air. The scene shifted once more. Ha, ha, ha. Since you all wish for my demise today, let us embark on this journey together. A thunderous explosion erupted, akin to an atomic bomb being unleashed, instantly reducing the surrounding flora to ashes. Just as the devastation was about to engulf Ying Xiuyuan's hiding place, the surroundings abruptly transformed into a monochromatic haze. The heavens and earth have lost their color, Ying Xiuyuan exclaimed. Yet the elder's efforts to maintain the fading world seemed to go unheard. One elder, filled with ire, retorted, I insisted that we old codgers could handle this alone, yet you insisted on bringing your disciples along. Now, what shall we do? Who could have foreseen that Zhou Yin would resort to such extremities? We are left with no choice but to sacrifice our lives to seal him away. In the blink of an eye, following a flash of white light, the scene transitioned once more, and Ying Xiuyuan found himself within his own sea of consciousness. Sleep now, sleep, slowly close your eyes, a voice whispered, soothing like a lullaby. Ying Xiuyuan, struggling to maintain his composure, felt his eyelids growing heavy, about to surrender to slumber. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing, a curious voice approached, growing louder. What is this entity? Following closely was a familiar voice. Ding, 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 alarm. The system is under siege. Ding, assessing. Ding, danger classified as low-level threat. Ding, the system is initiating secondary protection. After a brief silence, a wail pierced the air, startling Ying Xiuyuan from the brink of slumber. Clutching his head, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he had just awakened from a deep sleep. Shaking his head vigorously, his surroundings gradually came into focus, revealing him lying on the ground. System, what transpired? Ying Xiuyuan inquired, having entered his consciousness sea. What just happened? You were nearly possessed, the system replied, but the audacity of that individual to lay a hand on this system resulted in his immediate absorption. At present, remnants of that old man's memories linger within you. While they may hold little utility, they essentially bestow upon you an innate instructor in the arts of yin and yang. You may now materialize the secret techniques of the yin-yang family that you have recently acquired and embark on your own journey of skill acquisition. Materialization technique, concentrated chi blade. Ding, materialization successful. 1 point of malevolence deducted. Upon emerging from his consciousness sea, a physical tome manifested in Ying Xiuyuan's grasp. As he flipped through the pages, he perused the content with a cursory glance. When he lifted his gaze once more, he found himself nearly comprehending the concentrated chi blade technique. Observing the blade of violet energy forming in his hand, he began to experiment with it, leaving the mysterious figure lurking nearby utterly astonished. The yin-yang family placed great emphasis on innate talent. Each elite disciple was a rare prodigy, seldom encountered in a decade. Yet, the concentrated chi blade had thwarted many, with only Sheng Qi mastering it, and even then, it bore severe side effects. Nonetheless, Ying Xiuyuan toyed with it as if it were merely a plaything. After an hour of practice, Ying Xiuyuan gathered the books strewn about him. He sat there, each peculiar item he examined yielding a new skill in yin-yang arts. The mysterious figure, concealed behind the bookshelf, struggled to suppress the urge for covetousness. As time passed, the figure found himself growing desensitized, occasionally feeling perplexed at how Ying Xiuyuan could grasp the techniques after merely 2 readings. When Ying Xiuyuan stretched lazily, an invisible aura of energy emanated from him, expanding outward until it enveloped the entire library in the blink of an eye. Startled, he discovered, within the range of his newly learned perception technique, a figure crouching behind the bookshelf to his right. Fortunately, the newcomer appeared to harbor no malice. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences mere moments ago. Feigning composure, he remarked, it seems you have watched for quite some time. Perhaps it's time to reveal yourself. Chapter 28. A day of joyful mishaps. The mysterious figure sighed, reluctantly stepping into view. Ying Xiuyuan was taken aback to find that the individual before him was none other than the boy who clung to him daily. Curiosity piqued, Ying Xiuyuan queried, "What brings you here?" The boy shrugged, explaining, "I saw you sneaking out of the hall and decided to follow you. Upon witnessing your entrance into the library, I seized the opportunity to slip in unnoticed. It seems I am still lacking in maturity. Within the span of a single day, I nearly found myself in peril twice, a testament to my own negligence. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, we must depart from this place, for it harbors too many dangers. Should we linger any longer and risk exposure, our fates would be far worse than death." Upon hearing this, the youth suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and, with a hint of urgency, exclaimed, Yes, let's hurry. If we are discovered," he recalled the various torturous methods employed by the yin-yang sect he had inadvertently witnessed. "Though the world is vast, If the Yin sect's means of torment were to claim second place, none would dare to assert themselves as the first. Standing before the grand door, the youth curiously leaned closer to observe the small mechanism beast that was incessantly manipulating the 6 paths of time lock. With a resounding thud, the youth collapsed to the ground, while Ying Xiuyuan lowered his hand and crouched beside him. Ying Xiuyuan felt a profound sense of helplessness. He understood all too well that if the youth had wished to harm him, he had countless opportunities to do so before being discovered. However, having narrowly escaped disaster himself just moments ago, he was still in a state of heightened sensitivity and could only temporarily endure this predicament. Releasing his true energy, he enveloped the youth's head with a layer of blue aura, akin to a delicate membrane, which did not linger long before seeping downward as Ying Xiuyuan delved into the youth's memories. He confirmed that the boy had indeed followed him in by mere chance. He then bent down and hoisted him onto his back. Just then, the 6 paths of time lock before him clicked open, and Ying Xiuyuan swiftly stowed the small mechanism beast into his bosom before making a hasty exit. Stop! Ying Xiuyuan found himself confronted at a corner by a striking figure clad in red. Who are you? And who is it that you carry on your back? I must report to the esteemed Deciming. We were just engaged in a contest of sorts, and I inadvertently struck him too hard, rendering him unconscious. Ying Xiuyuan lamented, regretting his earlier decision to incapacitate the youth. You know me? I don't recall having seen you before, Deciming replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. If he were a disciple of the Yin sect, she should not feel so unfamiliar with him. Ying Xiuyuan explained, we are both new disciples, so it is entirely normal for you not to recognize me. A sly smile crept across Deciming's lips, sending a shiver down Ying Xiuyuan's spine. Oh, I was preoccupied with urgent matters during the recent recruitment of new disciples and have only just returned. Where exactly did you see me? Ying Xiuyuan felt his face twitching in discomfort, cursing himself for having overlooked this detail. Surely, he could not confess to having seen her on television. As he observed Deciming's increasingly suspicious gaze, his mind raced. Resolutely, he stepped closer to her, grasped her hand, and gazed deeply into her eyes. For the first time, Deciming found herself subjected to such an overt advance. Since entering the Yin sect to practice forbidden techniques, others had always regarded her with lewd intentions. Upon witnessing her hand, any man would typically recoil in fear, and those who outwardly treated her with utmost courtesy often whispered behind her back, labeling her a monster. Ying Xiuyuan's grasp rendered her, a ruthless killer, momentarily disoriented for the first time. Her cheeks flushed adorably. The great divine mandate appeared bashful, leaving Ying Xiuyuan momentarily dumbfounded. Lowering his gaze to steady his racing heart, he then unleashed his performance worthy of an esteemed actor. When he lifted his head again, his eyes glistened with tears, shimmering like orbs of water. Great divine mandate, from the moment I beheld your heroic figure that day, I have been utterly lost. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse, it remains etched in my memory for eternity. You are the greatest blessing bestowed upon me by the heavens. Allow me the privilege to care for you in the latter half of your life. A barrage of modern, rustic love declarations struck forth, leaving the great divine mandate utterly bewildered. Caught off guard by such an unexpected display, I must apologize. I need to return and contemplate this carefully, she said, withdrawing her hand and retreating hastily in the opposite direction. Ying Xiuyuan, heartbroken, cried out, No, no, please don't leave me. Upon hearing these words, the great divine mandate quickened her pace, while Ying Xiuyuan appeared to become engrossed in his role. Clutching his chest in anguish, the youth, who had just been sprawled on the ground, slowly rose, rubbing his neck and remarking, Could you refrain from wailing like a banshee? She's already gone. Ying Xiuyuan wiped the tears from his face and replied, It was I who saved you, yet you don't express gratitude for my superb acting. Instead, you mock me. With his palms slicing through the air like a blade, he glared threateningly at the youth. Are you considering sleeping again? The youth waved his hands in denial, pleading, No, no, spare me. Your strikes lack restraint. What if you accidentally killed me? Who would take responsibility? Ying Xiuyuan, dismissing him, focused on processing the benefits he had just acquired. The series of events that transpired today had sounded the alarm within him. He realized he was still too inexperienced compared to these ancient beings. Aside from understanding the narrative, he was utterly lacking. Experience was something that could not be compensated for by other means. Observing that Ying Xiuyuan had ignored him and left, the youth inched closer. Where did you learn those lines? If I could speak like that. Oh dear. Which faction do you belong to? Are you here on a mission for the Yin family? Can I join your organization? Your group must be quite formidable to dare send someone undercover in the Yin family. Throughout their journey, the The youth's chatter was incessant, reminiscent of the curious inquiries from his previous life, like the tales of blue cats, mischievous adventures, and the myriad of whys. After a lengthy monologue concerning the origins of humans and demons, they finally arrived at their abode. Once Ying Xiuyuan had emptied all the wooden tomes he acquired from the library into the youth's hands, he finally silenced him and returned with a satisfied grin. Just as he closed the door, the youth peeked his head back in, stating, "Consider this my pledge of allegiance. When you leave, you must take me with you, be by the way, after all this time. I still don't know your name." The young man firmly closed the door, only to kick it open once more, striding forward with an air of gravity. Standing atop a stool, he wore a rather theatrical expression and declared, "Listen well. For this name shall resonate across the seas. I am called Lu Shang." Ying Xiuyuan, reclining on his bed, lamented, "What a challenging day this is. Is today some grand gathering of celebrities?" Chapter 29. The quest for Xiaoyi. Though the name Lu Shang may seem unremarkable, the events triggered by him have sent shockwaves throughout the vast expanse of Huaxia. The construction of the Great Wall, the burning of books and burying of scholars, and the downfall of the Qin dynasty are all intricately linked to him. Indeed, these incidents may very well stem from his actions. These events also serve as significant reasons for the infamy that later befell the Qin king, providing evidence of his cruelty. Ying Xiuyuan found it difficult to reconcile the youth before him with the renowned alchemist of the Qin state. Yet the boy's unreliable demeanor suggested he might indeed be capable of inciting controversies about the king. After bidding farewell to Lu Shang, Ying Xiuyuan lay on his bed, inexplicably moved to tears. What sins had he committed to find himself entangled with so many illustrious figures in a single day? He resolved to maintain a low profile in the coming days, lest he attract further trouble. His fragile heart could hardly bear any more surprises. The next day, upon arriving at the wooden department, he was met with gazes of both admiration and pity from all around. The disciple who had initially brought him there approached, patting him on the shoulder. "Little junior brother, we are all aware of your situation. Since you hold such affection for the Grand Minister of Fate, do not concern yourself with status. Pursue the love that is rightfully yours without hesitation." With that, he gave Ying Xiuyuan an encouraging pat and left him alone, bewildered in the wind. "What?" Ying Xiuyuan stood lost in thought, only to nod as if he had grasped something profound. With a sudden flourish, he conjured a blade from a leaf, sharp and glimmering coldly in the light, causing the onlookers to flinch, silently praying for the unfortunate soul who had drawn his ire. Ying Xiuyuan shouldered the sword, his gaze scanning the crowd as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Lu Shang, come forth at once." With a creak, the door of the wooden department swung open, revealing Lu Shang, who feigned composure as he said, "What is it, elder brother? I just entered and heard you calling for me. Everyone has arrived quite early today." As if struck by a sudden thought, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I just remembered I haven't had breakfast yet. Elder brother, I shall go eat first." Noticing Ying Xiuyuan was not swayed by this act, Lu Shang began to retreat toward the door. As Ying Xiuyuan drew closer, Lu Shang's calm demeanor faltered. Hey, elder brother, please calm down. We, as fellow disciples, must not harm one another. This is the rule of our Yin-Yang family." The door slowly closed, and with it, Lu Shang's heart-wrenching wails echoed from outside. The others hastily returned to their training, each person becoming extraordinarily focused. The young girl sitting in the corner appeared somewhat despondent, and then she dismissed the thoughts swirling in her mind to commence her cultivation. However, the slightly chaotic energy emanating from the leaves betrayed her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, upon returning, the great death god regained composure, only to be engulfed by a fury upon recalling the myriad flaws in Ying Xiuyuan's words. Having endured various deceptions and betrayals throughout her life, this was the first time she had encountered the treachery of emotions. In that fleeting moment, she had felt a flicker of affection, but as she reflected on it further, she nearly succumbed to rage. "Cursed scoundrel, do not let me cross paths with you again, for I shall ensure your existence becomes a torment." Achoo. How peculiar. Who is speaking of me? Dage. It might be the great death god thinking of you. Lu Shang, sporting a bruised visage for reasons unknown, found his words somewhat garbled. Observing the shift in Ying Xiuyuan's expression to one of hostility, he promptly sealed his lips. This marked the first instance where Ying Xiuyuan encountered someone who induced a headache. If the Taoist disciples were to witness this scene, a celebratory gathering might ensue, perhaps even leading them to revere Lu Shang as a master. The two returned to Ying Xiuyuan's residence. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings and, after employing his newly acquired yin-yang technique to scan the area, secured the doors and windows tightly. Witnessing this meticulous procedure, Lu Shang was left dumbfounded. "Dage, I assure you, I have no proclivity for dragon-young affairs. Scram, neither do I, Ying Xiuyuan retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent Lu Sheng sprawling, before seating himself upon the bed. Rising once more, Lu Sheng rubbed his rear, then approached again, wearing a face that invited a slap. Is Dage about to commence a mission? If you require assistance, I am at your service. You have many acquaintances. Assist me in gathering information on a woman named Xiao Yi. Remember, proceed with utmost discretion. Lu Sheng raised his thumb in admiration. Could it be that Dage is here for a romantic interest? Impressive. Truly impressive. Ying Xiuyuan delivered another kick in response. Must you prattle on? If you succeed, the rewards will be plentiful. What I bestowed upon you that day was but a mere trifle. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed with avarice, resembling a famished beast. The secret tome Ying Xiuyuan had given him was something even elite disciples could scarcely glimpse, let alone an ordinary one like him. Were it not for Ying Xiuyuan's words, he might never have encountered such a trove of treasured tomes in his lifetime. Liu Sheng devoted 3 days to thoroughly scouring the entire Yin-Yang sect. Yet no one had heard of the name Xiao Yi. After numerous fruitless searches, Ying Xiuyuan shifted his focus to a young girl belonging to the same realm as Xiao Ling, known as Wu Ling Xiantong. The Yin-Yang sect would not abduct a girl of no consequence without reason, nor would they orchestrate such elaborate schemes merely to provide Xiao Ling, a Taoist disciple, with experience for the future little death god. It was perplexing that they opted for the most time-consuming and error-prone method when simpler alternatives existed. What if Xiao Ling failed to arrive, or if unforeseen circumstances arose? Were they to wait an eternity? Everything about this situation is exceedingly bizarre, leading Ying Xiuyuan to suspect that there is some underlying trickery at play. Consequently, he resolved to inquire about the young woman from the 5 spirits Xianong. Senior sister, could you please step forward? Upon uttering these words, every ear in the vicinity perked up. Following Lu Sheng's embellished tales, everyone was aware of the illicit relationship between Ying Xiuyuan and the grand deity of fate. Now, Ying Xiuyuan audaciously dared to openly flirt with another female disciple, causing all present to silently break into a cold sweat on his behalf. The young woman nodded, and under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, she departed the wooden department alongside Ying Xiuyuan. As soon as they emerged, Ying Xiuyuan swiftly executed a precise hand strike, aiding the fallen young woman before hastily making their way to his residence. Observing Ying Xiuyuan's increasingly refined technique, Lu Sheng couldn't help but comment, "Brother, your skills in incapacitating people are truly becoming remarkable. I take full credit for this. Stop right there, you scoundrel who deceived my affections. I have finally tracked you down." A familiar voice rang out from the end of the path. An ominous thought flickered in Ying Xiuyuan's mind. "Boss, you truly are a rogue. It seems you have also misled the feelings of others." No sooner had the words left his lips than Ying Xiuyuan delivered a swift kick, sending Lu Sheng flying. Chapter 30. Memories deep within the young girl as the figure drew closer to Ying Xiuyuan. His sense of unease intensified. When the visitor stood before him, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. At that moment, he comprehended the truth of the saying, not foes, not converging. The person before him was none other than the grand deity of fate, who had been searching for him for several days within the Yin-Yang sect. Liu Sheng, still sprawled on the ground, fainted upon recognizing the newcomer. Had it not been for his body continuing to move outward, Ying Xiuyuan might have believed him. Truly, this Lu Sheng was unreliable. Ying Xiuyuan sighed, his gaze fixed on the gradually approaching grand deity of fate. He resonated with Lu Sheng's earlier sentiment. Death was not terrifying. Awaiting death was. Ying Xiuyuan gathered his tears and raised his head to ask, "Grand deity, what troubles you? Why do you accuse me of deceit? My feelings for you are as clear as the sun and moon." Noticing a flicker of emotion in the grand deity's eyes, Ying Xiuyuan continued to persuade, "You may inquire in the wooden department. Everyone knows that my true love lies with you. I have made this matter public. And now you dare to doubt my loyalty?" Pushing the grand deity aside, Ying Xiuyuan sat despondently on the ground, his lonely and sorrowful silhouette evoking sympathy in those who beheld him. The grand deity stood there, momentarily stunned. Could it be that she had wronged him? Retreating into the wooden department, she returned with a face flushed crimson, standing there at a loss, unsure whether to comfort him or depart. Upon seeing the grand deity emerge, Ying Xiuyuan sighed in feigned sorrow, saying, "The disparity in our statuses is far too great. No wonder you look down upon me. It is best for you to leave. I shall no longer pursue you." As the grand deity stepped forward, poised to speak, she accidentally kicked an arm. "Since you are so fond of me, then please explain the presence of this unconscious female disciple here." The tone of the great master was imbued with an air of menace. Alas, I have overacted and forgotten that there was still someone lying here. Ying Xiuyuan stammered, you should inquire with Lu Sheng. He arrived before me. When I came, she was already unconscious here. I merely happened to pass by. Lying on the ground, Lu Sheng thought to himself. I have already feigned death, yet you still drag me into this. If I were truly dead, would you not simply cast the blame upon me? Lu Sheng understood a saying. When one lies on the ground, the pot falls from the heavens. Just as the situation threatened to stagnate, the young girl suddenly awakened without warning, casting a bewildered glance at those around her. The great master smiled, crouching down to address the girl seated on the ground, asking, You are the elite disciple from the Mubu, are you not? Come now, tell your sister, were it not those two who rendered you unconscious? The girl glanced at Ying Xiuyuan and then at the great master. She had encountered the great master several times before and had overheard others discussing her in hushed tones. However, she had never cared for such matters and wished to have no entanglement with her. Since forgetting her past, her world had remained shrouded in monochrome. Returning to the present, although the girl had yet to grasp the unfolding events, she felt an inexplicable aversion towards the great master. She shook her head in response to the great master and then turned her gaze back to Ying Xiuyuan. Ying Xiuyuan looked up at the sky, melancholically stating, I once directed my heart towards the bright moon. Yet fate led me to the mire. Since you harbor no feelings for me, I shall cease my relentless pursuit and strive to avoid you henceforth. Senior sister, let us depart. Watching as Ying Xiuyuan took the girl away, the great master felt a swell of anxiety, uncertain of how to proceed. This was her first encounter with such a predicament. Even as she watched the two disappear at the end of the path, she had not managed to voice her thoughts, a fury rising within her that she did not know how to express. Hearing the silence around him, Lu Sheng rose, intending to follow Ying Xiuyuan, but upon turning, he was met with the great master's fierce countenance. Ah! The practicing disciples of the Mubu, startled by Lu Sheng's scream, silently offered a prayer before returning to their earnest training. Outside the grand hall, the great master clapped her hands, relishing the release of pent-up emotions, and pondered her next course of action as she made her way back in his chamber. Ying Xiuyuan paced restlessly, uncertain how to elucidate the matter. Since joining the Yin Yang sect, nothing had gone smoothly for him. The girl remained silent, obediently seated, awaiting Ying Xiuyuan's explanation. Frustrated, Ying Xiuyuan leapt about the room until a sudden thought struck him, and he asked, Senior sister, have you perhaps lost a fragment of your memory? The girl nodded, her expression growing more perplexed as she gazed at him. This was a truth known only to her. Upon hearing her affirmation, Ying Xiuyuan, filled with excitement, approached her with determination, saying, Senior sister, I may act irrationally from here on, but please do not resist. I know this may sound absurd, yet I might be able to assist you in recovering your lost memories. The proximity between the two individuals was so intimate that it made the young girl feel somewhat uncomfortable. After creating a slight distance, she nodded gently. Upon seeing her acquiescence, Ying Xiuyuan performed a series of intricate hand seals that the girl could not comprehend. As the azure aura enveloped her head completely, she lost consciousness. Together, they ventured into the depths of the girl's consciousness, where at the very bottom lay a vessel, its seal unmistakably bearing the mark of the Yin Yang clan. The girl's hand instinctively reached out to touch it. With a sharp hiss, akin to touching a block of heated iron, she recoiled in pain. Suddenly, the moon goddess outside the Yin Yang clan halted. As if sensing something amiss, it was evident that someone had disturbed the seal. Ying Xiuyuan searched through Zhao Yan's memories for a considerable time before identifying this particular seal. Unlike the hypnotic curse mark that Tianming had been afflicted with, this seal bore no side effects. It would evolve alongside the recipient, gradually consuming the sealed memories until they vanished completely, serving solely to encapsulate memories. When the seal was released, they both entered the realm of the sealed memories. In a snow-laden valley, a pair of youths frolicked together. The girl's face radiated with joy as she playfully scolded her mischievous brother for throwing snow at her. The scenes shifted incessantly, portraying the myriad moments they shared, filled with both laughter and tears. Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks as she revisited these cherished memories time and again. Ying Xiuyuan continued to weave his seals, drawing the memories into the confines of the seal, while the girl anxiously grasped at the fragmented recollections, yet found nothing within her reach. Frustrated, she cast a resentful glance at Ying Xiuyuan. Sister, these memories will eventually be returned to you. For now, they serve only to harm you. With that, Ying Xiuyuan gestured once more, and the girl's recent memories began to fade away. Realizing she could not thwart Ying Xiuyuan, the girl relinquished her struggle, floating quietly within her consciousness, yearning for one last glimpse of those sweet memories. As the memories were sealed just as they entered, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. In Chapter 31, beneath the Hall of Rebirth, the girl felt as though she could faintly hear the moon goddess's voice echoing in her mind. What have you just done to her? When she awoke, she found Ying Xiuyuan seemingly imprisoned against the wall. While the moon goddess regarded her with evident concern, "Why, Lady Moon Goddess, I assure you it has nothing to do with me. It was merely my sister who collapsed on the path, and I happened to rescue her. Her fainting is not my doing." The moon goddess carefully scrutinized the seal repeatedly, confirming that it remained intact and unharmed. Yet she sensed an underlying complexity in the matter. Was the recent fainting truly unrelated to him? Addressing the still-dazed girl, the moon goddess inquired, "If you deny any connection, I shall uncover this person's fate." After all, Dong Huang Taiyi's plans are not intimately tied to this youth. The girl nodded, though uncertain of the reasons. A persistent voice within her urged her to place her trust in Ying Xiuyuan. After meticulously inspecting the seal once more, the moon goddess departed from that place, careful not to exhibit any overt signs of her intentions. After years of meticulous planning, they could not afford to let a trivial matter thwart their efforts. Just after Ying Xiuyuan had sealed away his memories once again, the moon goddess burst through the door, incapacitating him with a single strike. It is worth noting that after acquiring Zhou Yan's memories, his mastery of yin-yang techniques had become his most formidable asset. Yet, he still found himself unable to withstand even a single move from the moon goddess. It dawned on him that he had overestimated himself, perhaps underestimating the profound heritage of the yin-yang clan. This incident served as a wake-up call, making him realize that his reckless infiltration into the yin-yang clan could very well cost him his life. "Senior sister, this is the key to unlocking your sealed memories. Once you shatter it, the curse I left behind will assist you in breaking the seal within you. In the future, I may depart, or perhaps even meet my demise here." Observing Ying Xiuyuan's growing despondence, the young woman felt as though her heart was being tugged at by some unseen force. "Please promise me two things. First, if I do not actively assist you in unlocking your memories, you must wait until you assume the position of Xiao Siming before you can do so yourself. Second, if in the future you must kill someone named Xiaoling, I implore you to show mercy." The young woman parted her lips, wanting to voice her thoughts, yet ultimately refrained, merely nodding at Ying Xiuyuan. After bidding her farewell, he resumed his training, seeking to enhance his odds of escaping the yin-yang clan. The last hidden pawn within the clan had been eliminated for their entry. Ying Xiuyuan now found himself completely isolated from the outside world. Even though he had made preparations, the disparity in strength between him and the moon goddess made it painfully clear that escaping the yin-yang clan safely was but a distant dream. He could only place his hopes on the remaining emotional ties and his acquired yin-yang techniques. As long as he could escape, he had countless ways to survive. Now that Xiaoyi had been located, the formidable trap set by the yin-yang clan would not allow them to slip away so easily, thus they needed to devise a method that would ensure their safe exit. "What? You say he is not in the water department? There is no one even in his quarters?" After secluding himself within his room to practice yin-yang techniques, Ying Xiuyuan instructed Lu Shang to seek out Xiao Ling, preparing to strategize their escape from the yin-yang clan. Yet, at this critical juncture, Xiao Ling seemed to have vanished, an ominous thought slowly creeping into his mind. Oh no, could it be? Meanwhile, the young woman found herself perplexed as she inexplicably fainted twice throughout the day. By evening, the moon goddess summoned her to the Luoshang Hall, a site known to be the forbidden ground of the yin-yang clan. Ling E jade pendant, one yin and one yang. Beneath the Luoshang Hall, Qiulan's eternal life. These words symbolized a destiny, one belonging to each successive Xiao Siming. As the young woman reached the entrance of the Luoshang Hall, the doors slowly creaked open. Ying Xiuyuan and Lu Shang split their efforts, searching every conceivable location where Xiao Ling might be. After a fruitless search, Ying Xiuyuan arrived at the grand entrance of the Luoshang Hall, standing there as he delved into his consciousness. Inside the Luoshang Hall, Xiao Ling found herself increasingly on the defensive under the relentless assault of the young woman. "Has the inner you awakened?" A single remark from Xiao Ling left her momentarily stunned. The young girl recalled the jade pendant she always carried with her, and in her mind's eye, the image of a somewhat despondent figure seated before her emerged. The girl repeatedly mulled over Xiao Ling's words. Noticing the girl before her suddenly freeze, Xiao Ling observed that the dragon she controlled began to dissipate. With a swift gesture of her hand, Xiao Ling summoned a water dragon that surged towards the girl. In that fleeting moment, the girl commanded her dragon to meet it head-on. With a crash, as the two dragons collided, Xiao Ling withdrew the true energy of Wanchuan Xiushui, causing the dragon to pass through the water dragon and crash directly into her body. Xiao Ling fell to the ground, her vitality waning, while the girl's aura visibly surged in strength. Crack, crack, crack. The door to the Roshan Hall swung open once more, drawing the attention of all present to the unusual sounds emanating from it. Ying Xiuyuan was entering the legendary Roshan Hall for the first time. Even though he knew it was a den of dragons and tigers, he was determined to venture inside, perhaps facing his end there. Yet he was unwilling to retreat in disgrace. He had expended all his remaining emotional value, recalling the epic skill he had just drawn. Gritting his teeth, Ying Xiuyuan stepped through the grand entrance of the Roshan Hall. "Oh my, is it this lively in here?" Ying Xiuyuan's irreverent voice echoed through the empty hall. "Damn it, what are you doing here? Do you seek death as an ordinary disciple?" Although the Grand Master was reprimanding Ying Xiuyuan, the concern in his words was unmistakable. Ying Xiuyuan felt quite embarrassed. Could you at least show me some respect? I had to cover my face and alter my voice just to enter." Upon hearing the Grand Master's words, the girl's expression shifted repeatedly as she recognized the identity of the newcomer. Remembering her promise to spare Xiao Ling, she suddenly felt at a loss, standing there like a child caught in wrongdoing. Dong Huangtai observed their transformations, his eyes betraying an uncontainable murderous intent. Today, no matter what, he would ensure that the newcomer did not leave the Roshan Hall alive. Calculating with his fingers, Dong Huangtai's expression changed, yet his voice remained as calm as ever. "I cannot fathom your fate. Who exactly are you? Isn't it obvious? This is a repertoire amassed by your Yin-Yang faction over hundreds of years, and I've just showcased the entire set. Do you think you can see through me with just a glare?" Though he silently scoffed, Ying Xiuyuan refrained from voicing his thoughts. He dared not engage too closely with members of the Yin-Yang faction. Should his identity as Ying Xiuyuan be revealed, a cascade of troubles would undoubtedly follow. Fortunately, Zhou Yan's mind and the archives of the Yin-Yang faction contained ample knowledge of concealment techniques, allowing him to remain undetected even by the current Dong Huangtai. Chapter 32. Escape from the Yin-Yang house. Ying Xiuyuan, now emboldened, wore an expression of audacious defiance, embodying a sense of supremacy as if he were the highest authority. "Given your lofty position, you must be the leader of the Yin-Yang faction. Let us engage in a transaction. Allow our small group to depart, and in a grand display of mercy, I shall spare you, members of the Yin-Yang clan." Dong Huangtai did not respond to Ying Xiuyuan's words, but the nearest star soul was the first to mock him, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, based on you. A mere ordinary disciple." Ying Xiuyuan disregarded Star Soul's taunts and addressed Dong Huangtai on the high platform. "Half a stick of incense. Once that time elapses, the last remaining collection of your Yin-Yang clan will be reduced to ashes, and both I and Xiao Ling shall accompany those tomes to the grave." Without allowing anyone else a chance to interject, he continued, "The Yin-Yang clan possesses a library, yet for the sake of caution, you have transcribed its contents twice, hiding them in different locations. Am I correct? Furthermore, the locks on your gates and the Luosheng Hall utilize the same 6 paths and Jiazi locks. Am I right? Additionally, I once surreptitiously learned an inconsequential Yin-Yang technique from one of your ancient texts, a technique capable of absorbing fire elements that, upon reaching a critical point, will erupt violently. Am I not accurate?" With just these 3 seemingly casual statements, Ying Xiuyuan transformed the expressions of everyone present. None were foolish, and they all comprehended the implications veiled within his words. No one dared to contemplate the cataclysmic repercussions should the Yin-Yang clan's library be annihilated by this youth before them. This would undoubtedly be the most devastating blow the clan had suffered in nearly a century. Ying Xiuyuan stroked his chin, which bore no stubble, as if struck by a thought. He clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "Ah, I nearly forgot to inform you. The other 2 have already been destroyed by me, leaving you with but the final library. Furthermore, I have concealed hundreds of such Yin-Yang techniques within the tomes of that library. Here in my hand lies a map of their distribution. Is it too much to exchange this for an opportunity for us to escape?" With that, Ying Xiuyuan produced a silk cloth from his bosom, gesturing to the crowd at that moment. The moon goddess suddenly launched an attack, darting towards Ying Xiuyuan with lightning speed. As she moved, the energy she gathered in her hands instilled a sense of pressure among those present. Yet, Ying Xiuyuan remained rooted in place, seemingly rendered speechless by fear. The moon goddess, observing the disdainful smile on the youth's face, summoned a pale blue blade of light and advanced toward him. Clang! The moon goddess's charged strike was effortlessly thwarted by Ying Xiuyuan's light blade. Immediately thereafter, a surge of energy radiated from Ying Xiuyuan, sending the moon goddess hurtling backward. Regaining her footing, she stared in astonishment at the youth before her. It was only this morning that she had subdued him with ease, yet now they appeared evenly matched. Upon entering earlier, the moon goddess had dismissed him entirely, wearing a confident expression, but now she began to regard this young man with newfound seriousness. However, the most astonished of all was not the moon goddess, but Star Soul, who stood in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. How is this possible? He has actually reached the 6th level of Qi gathering. The ever-watchful moon goddess remarked, "You have indeed indulged in the teachings of both the Yin-Yang school and Taoism, with the myriad waters of autumn. Your greed knows no bounds." Ying Xiuyuan retorted mockingly, "Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Would we dare intrude upon your Yin-Yang sect without some measure of strength? You ought to consider my proposal swiftly. There remains scarcely a quarter of an incense stick's worth of time, and I have no desire to be buried alongside your worthless tomes." As time ticked away, and Ying Xiuyuan felt his patience waning, the Eastern Emperor Tai broke the gradually tense atmosphere. "You may leave, but remember this. The moment you step outside the Yin-Yang sect, relentless pursuit will await you." Hearing the Eastern Emperor's assurance, Ying Xiuyuan finally felt a sense of relief. While he might harbor doubts regarding others, he understood that someone of Eastern Emperor Tai's caliber would never stoop to deceive a mere pawn like him. Ying Xiuyuan hoisted Xiao Ling onto his back and called for Lu Shang, who had been lurking by the entrance. Although Lu Shang was exceedingly irksome, Ying Xiuyuan chose to bring him along, for he had proven remarkably helpful. Were he to leave Lu Shang behind, Ying Xiuyuan could easily imagine the inhumane treatment he would endure. As the trio emerged from the Yin-Yang sect, they were pursued relentlessly by its disciples. After fending off several waves of attackers, the two continued their flight. They sought refuge in a cave nestled within a mountain, where Ying Xiuyuan gently set Xiao Ling down and tended to her injuries. Though the young girl had been compelled to fight under duress, she had managed to temper her strength at the last moment, rendering her wounds less severe than they appeared. Just as calm returned, Lu Shang approached, showering Ying Xiuyuan with flattery. "Brother, your wisdom in holding back is commendable. Tio threatened the entire Yin-Yang sect single-handedly. How magnificent!" Ying Xiuyuan smacked Lu Shang on the head. "Magnificent? My foot. I've only visited the library once, and that was when you secretly followed me." Lu Shang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ying Xiuyuan. "Then what about just now? Of course, that was a ruse." Ying Xiuyuan shrugged. Lu Shang scrutinized Ying Xiuyuan's expression, which did not seem to suggest jest. "Are you jesting with my life?" he muttered. "What are you mumbling about?" Ying Xiuyuan noticed Lu Shang whispering behind him, and the blue qi in his hand began to shimmer ominously. Knowing the potency of gathering qi into a blade, Lu Shang quickly exclaimed, "I was merely praising your prowess, brother." The Yin-Yang sect was so easily deceived by a mere rag. Though Ying Xiuyuan could surmise that Lu Shang was covertly mocking him, he had little desire to bicker in the face of impending danger. Just as they engaged in conversation, a chilling voice pierced the air. Upon hearing it, Ying Xiuyuan sprang to his feet, eyes fixed intently on the newcomer. He urgently instructed Lu Shang, "Take Xiao Ling and flee. I will hold him off." The Star Soul gazed disdainfully at the two individuals, questioning whether they truly believed that withstanding the moon goddess's strike would enable them to vanquish him. No sooner had the words left his lips than Ying Xiuyuan, positioning himself according to the I Ching, summoned a blade of gathered energy and charged forth, while the Star Soul equally unleashed a blade of gathered energy to clash against Ying Xiuyuan. Seizing this moment of distraction, Lu Shang took the opportunity to escape with Xiao Ling. The standoff between the two did not endure for long, as Ying Xiuyuan gradually began to falter, for his mastery of the blade of gathered energy paled in comparison to that of the Star Soul. Just as Ying Xiuyuan contemplated retreating, a thought struck him, and he infused his words with illusionary magic, loudly calling out a name. Gon Luo, Chapter 33. The Divine Foot Technique. Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan suddenly utter a name, the Star Soul instinctively sensed behind him, but found no other presence. As he redirected his focus back to his confrontation with Ying Xiuyuan, he felt a disorienting heaviness enveloping his mind, and the surroundings began to blur. Closing his eyes reflexively, he shook his head, and when he reopened them, he was no longer in the cave but rather in an opulent manor. The ground was littered with corpses, and amidst the carnage, only a solitary youth remained alive, cradling a lifeless body, silently sitting there without uttering a sound, so still that one might easily mistake him for a corpse. Though the area was drenched in blood, hinting at a scene of utter devastation, traces of its former grandeur could still be discerned. As the Star Soul beheld this sight, an inexplicable pang shot through his heart, a sensation he had never before experienced, a suffocating pain that etched itself deep within his being. Once that heart-wrenching feeling subsided, it was swiftly replaced by an uncontrollable fury, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not fully unleash the tempest of anger raging within him, the oscillation between these two emotions rendering him nearly despondent. Suddenly, A sharp agony coursed through his hands, snapping him back to reality. The star soul collapsed to his knees, sweat streaming down his forehead. His veins had been severed by Ying Xiuyuan, blood dripping from his fingers and mingling with the sweat on the ground. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries, relentlessly striving to recollect the fleeting vision he had just witnessed. As he delved deeper into the recesses of his memory, the perspiration on his brow intensified. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, he encountered the scene once more within his memory, but as he merely grazed its edges, he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground in a stupor. Ying Xiuyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating the fallen star soul and mused. Truly the legendary Dong Huang Tai, expending such effort yet only managing to pry open the slightest of fissures. Upon exiting the cave, a graceful figure gently descended before him. With a resounding slap, a hand struck Ying Xiuyuan's face with considerable force. Rather than evade the blow, Ying Xiuyuan chose to endure it. Following a brief silence between the two, the Grand Death Commander seized Ying Xiuyuan by the collar, pulling him closer. "You wretched scoundrel, do you realize the trouble you've caused?" Ying Xiuyuan, undeterred and shameless, leaned in, clinging to the Grand Death Commander's arm, and replied with a chuckle, "Hee, isn't it just my good fortune? Come back with me. The Yinyang clan has not suffered any real losses this time, and Lord Donghuang's plan was executed flawlessly. I will plead on your behalf to allow you into my fire department." The Grand Death Commander turned her gaze towards the depths of the forest, as if to conceal the expression on her face. Gradually, she began to feel her body weaken. "You little rascal, how dare you poison me?" Ying Xiuyuan supported her collapsing form, gently leaning her against a nearby tree. "I'm sorry, but I cannot return with you. Rest assured, I will find you, and when we meet again, do not fail to recognize me." "What are you saying? Stand still. You are not allowed to leave." Despite the Grand Death Commander's persistent pleas, Ying Xiuyuan's figure continued to fade into the distance until it vanished into the depths of the forest. Just as Ying Xiuyuan's silhouette disappeared from her sight, the newly appointed Minor Death Commander approached slowly, standing beside the Grand Death Commander. "Hurry, he hasn't gone far. Bring him back." The Minor Death Commander raised her head, gazing towards the place where Ying Xiuyuan had vanished. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted the Grand Death Commander onto her back and made her way towards the Yinyang clan. After overcoming several waves of adversaries, Ying Xiuyuan and his companions finally managed to escape the Yinyang clan's territory. As they beheld Zhao Zilong rushing towards them, Ying Xiuyuan, who had been tense all along, finally exhaled in relief. Upon returning to the Zhao residence, a throng of people hurriedly assisted in carrying the injured Xiaoling, while Ying Xiuyuan slipped into a bath barrel to indulge in some relaxation. Just as he reclined on his bed, the system's voice echoed in his ears. "Ding, task requirement, rescue Xiaoling, locate Xiaoi. Ding, task assigned. Ding, evaluating task completion. Ding, task assessment complete. Task completion rating. Excellent. Ding, awarded a golden random item package." Ying Xiuyuan took a sip of his tea, leisurely addressing the system. "Open the package." Ding, opening the package. Ding, congratulations on acquiring the golden technique, Divine Foot Sutra. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan sprang up from his bed, realizing that fortune had smiled upon him. The very essence he lacked was now bestowed upon him in the form of this divine technique. It is worth noting that in the dramas, Yu Tanji managed to contend with Xiao Feng after only a few months of practice, relying solely on internal strength to withstand Xiao Feng's formidable dragon subduing 18 palms. Within the deepest palace of the Xianying Palace, King Qi knelt upon a high platform, perusing the memorials in his hands, while a cloaked figure knelt below, bowing his head as he reported the newly gathered intelligence to the king. Suddenly, King Qin lifted his head and inquired, "He has returned." This is not the first time the king of Qin has inquired about this matter, and the cloaked figure quickly realized whom the king was referring to. "Your Majesty," he reported, "earlier today, our men discovered the sixth young master entering the Zhao residence. Accompanying him were 3 individuals, one of whom is Zhao Zilong, while the identities of the other 2 remain unclear. One is gravely injured. At such a critical juncture in our assault on Zhao, he stealthily slipped away under the pretense of illness, returning with these 2 individuals. What could he possibly be scheming?" The cloaked figure buried his head deeper, recognizing that this affair had become a family matter for the king, and he thought it prudent to refrain from voicing any further opinions, should he utter something displeasing to the king. The consequence could be dire, leaving him with no one to appeal to. The king of Qin, evidently, had no intention of elaborating further. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the kneeling figure before him. "You may leave now. Summon Zhao Gao." Not long after the cloaked figure exited, Zhao Gao hurriedly arrived, kneeling and bowing his head. "What are your commands, your majesty?" The king of Qin picked up the bamboo slip from the table and tossed it before Zhao Gao. "Go and informing Xiuyuan that if he has sufficiently recovered, he is to accompany Wang Jian in the assault on Handan." Ying Xiuyuan carefully examined the king's words, then glanced up at Zhao Gao, who wore a broad smile. He felt somewhat speechless. Just a few months prior, he had submitted a request to join Wang Jian in the campaign against Zhao, hoping to partake in the rewards of a significant event. However, the matter concerning Shaoling had ensnared him, causing him to waste considerable time in the realm of yin and yang. He had nearly given up on seeking rewards, only to find himself thrust back into the fray by the king's decree. Ying Xiuyuan understood that the king was subtly reminding him, "This is the kingdom of Qin. I am your father. Do not presume I am unaware of your clandestine departure." Chapter 34. Within the walls of Handan, Ying Xiuyuan tucked away the bamboo slip and addressed Zhao Gao. "Thank you for your diligent service, Chancellor of the Central Chariot. Please return and report to my father that I shall depart for the Zhao kingdom today." "Certainly, it is my honor to convey your message," Zhao Gao replied, seemingly respectful. Yet, Ying Xiuyuan discerned a predatory glint in his eyes. After Zhao Gao left, the system's voice resonated. "Ding! A new task has been issued. Task details. Having missed the grand event, hasten to seize the experience before it concludes. Task requirements. Assist Wang Jian in swiftly capturing Handan." After reviewing the new task, Ying Xiuyuan replicated the Divine Foot Sutra and entrusted a copy to Amoya, instructing him to divide it into 5 portions. Only those who reached a higher level within the Underworld Hall would be able to obtain the next tier of the Divine Foot Sutra. With the Divine Foot Sutra as a foundation, the strength of the Underworld Hall would multiply several times, allowing for rapid cultivation of profound true energy with minimal effort. In this era dominated by seekers of enlightenment, the Divine Foot Sutra is indeed a formidable weapon. For Ying Xiuyuan, still in the developmental stages of his journey, its value far exceeded that of any basic level technique. Immediately after, he casually copied an inconsequential book and tossed it to Zhao Zilong, instructing him to send someone to develop paper. Upon the return of books pilfered from the library of the Yin Yang sect, he utilized the manifestation function of books for the first time. When he beheld that what emerged was not the bamboo slips he had envisioned, but rather a physical book made of paper, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the system's brain and plant a fervent kiss upon it. If paper were to be created, what monumental transformation would it bring to the world? Even he dared not dwell too deeply on such thoughts. The most significant revelation during his journey with the Yin Yang sect was the ability to manifest paper books. The second was the Divine Foot Sutra, and the third pertained to the secret techniques of the Yin Yang sect. The reality proved that risk and reward are indeed proportional. Although his expedition with the Yin Yang sect nearly cost him his life, the bounty he reaped far surpassed anything he had previously acquired. Ying Xiuyuan meticulously organized all his gains from this venture, and after arranging subsequent matters, he set off with Elbu to rendezvous with Wang Jian. Along the way, the two sang cheerful tunes, leisurely making their way to the encampment of the Qin army's main force. This marked Ying Xiuyuan's first face-to-face encounter with Wang Jian. After Ying Xiuyuan's conquest of Han, he had barely managed to secure a position at court, but due to his tender age, he was relegated to merely observing, unable to contribute meaningfully. Over time, Ying Xiuyuan feigned illness to avoid the court, ultimately requesting the Qin king to excuse him from attendance, which drew ire from the higher officials. Conversely, the military leaders appreciated Ying Xiuyuan's candor. Had it not been for the regulations of the Qin system, none would have attended court. Wang Jian, as the head of the military, held a deep admiration for Ying Xiuyuan, yet due to the sensitivity of his own position, opportunities for a formal meeting were scarce. Upon first seeing this young master of the Qin who could stir the internal affairs of a nation from the comfort of his home, Wang Jian sensed that he was extraordinary. "My lord, all matters have been arranged. We await only the final assault on the city." Once settled in the military tent, Wang Jian, out of courtesy, reported the current progress to Ying Xiuyuan. After attentively listening, Ying Xiuyuan remarked, "General Wang, you see, my father summoned me to assist you in the siege of Handan, yet I have contributed little. Should my father express displeasure, this." Wang Jian was taken aback, recognizing that Ying Xiuyuan's words carried deeper implications, yet he could not grasp their full meaning. "When I initially devised the plan to attack Zhao, you were still at home enjoying comfort. The strategy for the assault on Handan was already established prior to your arrival. It was never significantly related to you. What assistance do you believe you could provide?" Wang Jian inquired tentatively. "Perhaps we could say that this campaign against Handan was devised by you, my lord." Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan's expression shifted, and he immediately responded with righteous indignation. "This is indeed the merit of General Wang. How could I dare to take credit? If the Qin were filled with such petty individuals, how could it not dishearten true contributors? Would it not chill the hearts of the people of Qin? Wang Jian discerned that Ying Xiuyuan spoke from the heart, which elevated his regard for him to a new level. Seeing things were not as he had speculated, Wang Jian probed once more, asking, "Then, old man shall speak a few favorable words for the young master in the court. How does that sound?" Noting Wang Jian's persistent misunderstanding of his intent, Ying Xiuyuan candidly clarified, "General Wang, what I mean to say is, allow me to contribute my efforts in the campaign against Zhao." "And how might one do that?" "Please elucidate, young master," Wang Jian inquired, a look of perplexity on his face as he gazed at Ying Xiuyuan. Leaning closer, Ying Xiuyuan whispered, "I shall infiltrate Zhao's territory to serve as an insider." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's expression shifted drastically, and he firmly rejected, "This matter is absolutely out of the question. Setting aside the fact that your solitary presence in Handan as an insider would yield minimal effect, for your safety alone, I cannot permit you to take such risks. Has General Wang forgotten about Hongguo? At that time, we captured Xianzhang without expending a single soldier." Ying Xiuyuan straightened his posture, pausing momentarily. He then gestured towards Elbu standing outside, saying, "The formidable Elbu at the door can single-handedly contend with thousands of troops. I have a backup plan to ensure my safe withdrawal." As a strategist, Wang Jian had indeed heard tales of Elbu, acknowledging that while the prowess of strategists is formidable, it often pales in comparison to that of other schools. Yet he had never anticipated that the strategist school had produced such an extraordinary figure as Elbu. Those who aspired to emerge from the strategist school had to undergo rigorous evaluations across various dimensions to earn their right to step into the fray, while Elbu had carved his own path through sheer strength. Casting a glance at Elbu outside the tent, Wang Jian fell into contemplation. Ying Xiuyuan, unwilling to grant Wang Jian any time to ponder, interrupted his thoughts and continued, "I have come to assist General Wang, and you do not possess the authority to restrict my actions." As night fell, Elbu stealthily led Ying Xiuyuan into the city of Handan, where they took refuge in an unoccupied room of an inn. The following morning, as the two walked through the bustling streets of Handan, the chaos within the city starkly indicated that the Zhao kingdom's fate was all but sealed. With the Qin army poised to encroach, the common folk could only flail in confusion, while the nobles and ministers remained oblivious, preoccupied with their own indulgences. Since Li Mu's demise, the nation had been beyond salvation, and the lines "the merchant girl knows not the hatred of a fallen kingdom." Across the river, "She still sings" of the courtyard flowers aptly encapsulated Zhao's current plight. The duo arrived before the state chancellor's residence, and upon presenting their credentials, they were ushered into a side hall by a hunchbacked, exceedingly disheveled Ying Xiuyuan sat waiting. He grew increasingly impatient for Guo Kai's arrival, eventually concocting an excuse to slip away and meander through the state chancellor's residence. It must be said that Guo Kai truly lived up to the reputation of a notorious treacherous minister. While it is commonly said that Confucians relish comfort and nobles indulge in luxury, Ying Xiuyuan was unaware of the extent of the Confucian's penchant for enjoyment. However, he was certainly experiencing firsthand the opulence that the nobility cherished today. As he wandered deeper into the estate, he soon found himself lost, yet he remained unperturbed, continuing to stroll about the rear courtyard, savoring the exquisite beauty of extravagance. Chapter 35. The peerless dancing Xiuyuan was admiring the rare and exquisite scenery when he suddenly heard a chilling sound of the Shao flute drifting from afar. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing the haunting melody to envelop him, its crescendo transforming into an ethereal, delicate hand, guiding him to reflect upon his past lives. Just then, the music abruptly ceased, leaving Ying Xiuyuan feeling profoundly disheartened. He softened his footsteps, stealthily following the lingering notes of the melody. Standing at the entrance of a cavern, he beheld a flower garden where a woman was gracefully dancing. The musicians surrounding her, instruments in hand, stood entranced, having forgotten their accompaniment. The guards scattered about, despite their efforts to maintain composure, could not help but be drawn to the spectacle. Beneath a tree at the far end sat a lecherous old man. Lost in rapture as he admired the dancer's artistry, it was evident that this man, wearing a lewd grin, was Guo Kai. Ying Xiuyuan leaned in, captivated by the enchanting figure at the center of the performance. Birds of the North Ridge, like snowflakes in flight, he mused, as a line of poetry unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. What sort of dance was this? Stripped of all ostentation, it elevated beauty to its utmost pinnacle. The performance seemed to transport the audience to a snow-capped mountaintop, where everyone held their breath, too awestruck to move, unwilling to disturb the pristine beauty of the scene. Each step of the dancer felt as though it echoed the very heartbeat of the onlookers. As the dance concluded, the woman bowed to Guo Kai and the accompanying musicians, Yet not a soul responded, each lost in the lingering resonance of her performance. After a prolonged silence, the spectators finally regained their senses, raising their hands in applause, only to retract them upon remembering they were in the residence of the Prime Minister. I have served 2 terms as the Prime Minister of Zhao, and I believed I had seen it all. Yet today, upon witnessing the Snow Maiden, I realize how presumptuous I was, Guokai praised, his lips uttering compliments while his expression betrayed a lascivious intent. The Snow Maiden bowed her head in deference, replying, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. I am but a humble dancer, and it is known throughout the realm that Zhao's music and dance are unparalleled. Why performance scarcely merits the grand stage. You are precisely the one I desire. Who would dare oppose me if I declare your dance to be the finest in Zhao?" Guokai swayed unsteadily to his feet, slowly advancing towards the Snow Maiden, who, frightened, retreated instinctively. The onlookers, witnessing this unsettling scene, felt a surge of indignation but remained silent, lowering their heads and gradually retreating. As the crowd dispersed, Ying Xiuyuan leaped onto a nearby tree. Once the idle spectators had left, Guokai grew even more brazen. Seizing the Snow Maiden's hand, caressing it as he said, "If the Snow Maiden were to accompany me, she would no longer need to toil as a dancer. Within my residence, she could revel in wealth and splendor. Would that not be delightful?" As Guokai's actions grew increasingly excessive, just as the Snow Maiden was on the verge of taking action, a young lad suddenly walked in from the entrance of the cave. "The beauty of this place is truly captivating. It would be even more splendid if the ground were carpeted with grass," the youth commented thoughtfully as he surveyed his surroundings. "Who are you?" Although Guokai was a cunning minister, he was not a fool. He understood that the presence of this individual, who could enter so stealthily, implied that the guards outside posed no threat to him. Ying Xiuyuan turned and approached Guokai, stating, "I have awaited your esteemed presence for quite some time. But alas, you have been reluctant to meet me, so I had no choice but to come find you myself." Feeling a surge of anxiety as the youth drew nearer, Guokai hurriedly explained, "Surely the guards at the entrance have been negligent. They failed to notify me of such an esteemed guest's arrival, which would have allowed me to personally receive you. Rest assured, I shall ensure they are properly reprimanded." As Ying Xiuyuan stood before Guokai, he waved a token in front of him, a sign that had been established between Guokai and Wang Jin during their earlier dealings. The moment Guokai laid eyes on the token, his expression drastically shifted. The Snow Maiden, observing this exchange, began to ponder the identity of the young man before her, realizing that merely displaying a token could cause the powerful Prime Minister of Zhao to change countenance. Guokai fixed his gaze on the youth, demanding, "Who exactly are you? It is implausible that he would send someone so young to seek me out." Turning his back, Ying Xiuyuan feigned an air of mystery and declared, "I am the 6th son of the great Qin, Ying Xiuyuan." This revelation startled both Guokai and the Snow Maiden, their eyes widening in shock as they stared at the young man. It was he, 2 years prior, who had orchestrated the war that led to the annihilation of Han, effortlessly manipulating the entire kingdom as if it were but a game. With less than 50,000 ragtag soldiers, he had swiftly vanquished one of the 7 kingdoms, capturing Xinjiang without shedding blood, and taking both the king of Han and his ministers as prisoners. In Han, the mere mention of Ying Xiuyuan's name struck terror into the hearts of the nobility, causing them to lament in despair. Guokai was the first to regain his composure, forcing a smile as he inquired, "Esteemed young master, may I ask what brings you to my humble abode?" "I have come for the glory and wealth of the Prime Minister," Ying Xiuyuan replied. "This matter is not urgent. We shall discuss it at our leisure, as I may need to impose upon you for several days henceforth." "Very well, young master, there is no need for formality. This place shall henceforth be your home. Feel free to come and go as you please. Bring in the guards." At Guokai's command, the guards who had been waiting outside rushed in. A scruffy man hurried to Guokai's feet and knelt, saying, "It is my failure to protect. Please punish me, esteemed Prime Minister. This young master is my esteemed guest and shall reside here for the next few days. Prepare a fine guest room for him within the Prime Minister's residence. Additionally, I shall host a banquet in honor of this distinguished guest tonight." "Ah!" Guokai cast a stern glance at him, prompting the man to nod hurriedly and rise to make the necessary arrangements. "I shall take this woman with me." "Surely, the Prime Minister won't mind," Ying Xiuyuan declared, not allowing Guokai a moment to react before unleashing his true energy outward. At that instant, the Snow Maiden, standing behind, felt her body slipping from her control, as if she had transformed into a marionette, moving autonomously to Ying Xiuyuan's side. "How could this be? If the young master desires her, then this dancer is yours as a gift." Guokai maintained a facade of pleasantness, concealing the thoughts swirling within his mind. Following Ying Xiuyuan's departure, The lecherous man approached with a bow. "Prime Minister, this rascal dares to be so audacious. Should I gather some men to deal with him?" He gestured across his throat with a finger. Guokai swiftly slapped the man atop his head, stroking his beard as he spoke slowly. "What a fool! After all these years by my side, you remain as dim-witted as ever. Can't you think for yourself? I have a premonition that my future wealth and glory will hinge upon him." Ying Xiuyuan entered the room arranged by Guokai, commanding the Snow Maiden to sit on the bed, her body immobilized yet her mouth free to unleash a torrent of curses. "You wretched lecher! Release me at once. What do you intend to do with me?" Chapter 36. The Snow Maiden. Dear Snow Maiden, you truly are like a dog biting El Dong Bin, unable to recognize a benefactor's heart. I rescued you, and instead of gratitude, you choose to curse me? Ying Xiuyuan reclined casually, eyeing the exquisite beauty before him. The Snow Maiden struggled against the intangible grip, and upon hearing his words, she momentarily thought she had misheard. Lifting her gaze to inquire, "What did you say? What ice?" Witnessing this future ice-cold beauty displaying such adorable foolishness, Ying Xiuyuan felt a wave of exasperation. "I am El Dongbin. As for you." The Snow Maiden glared at him fiercely, as though she wished to devour him whole. "You dare to insult me?" Ying Xiuyuan reached into his sleeve, retrieving a fan crafted from the system's material, maintaining his composure. "Calm down. I have no intentions of harming you. There are many girls who admire me. Any one of them would surpass your beauty. Bah, little brat, can you even compete?" The Snow Maiden's words struck a nerve, igniting Ying Xiuyuan's fury. He sprang to his feet, grasping her collar and lifting her. "If you dare speak again, I shall show you whether I am merely a little brat." Observing the genuine anger etched across Ying Xiuyuan's face, the Snow Maiden promptly silenced herself. For one must bow their head when under a roof. After regaining his composure, Ying Xiuyuan resumed his seat, gently fanning himself. "Once I have completed my tasks, I shall naturally release you. Cherish these final moments of tranquility." After numerous attempts to break free proved futile, the Snow Woman relinquished her struggle and turned to the noble Ying Xiuyuan, who sat beside her, to voice her query. "As a distinguished scion of the Qin state, what on earth compels you to venture into Zhao at this perilous juncture?" Ying Xiuyuan leaned in closer, a playful tone dancing in his voice as he replied, "Why, to pursue a beauty such as yourself. Are you aware that your dance is renowned as the finest in the Zhao kingdom? I have long desired you." A distinctly masculine aura enveloped the Snow Woman, prompting her to retreat, yet she found herself ensnared by Ying Xiuyuan's grasp, left with no choice but to shut her eyes and endure in silence. Observing the tension etched on her face, with her eyes tightly shut, Ying Xiuyuan's mischief took flight as he reached out and gently nudged her form. With a startled gasp, the Snow Woman fell onto the bed, her elegantly arched brows quivering, her cheeks flushed with a growing crimson hue. Time slipped away, and gradually, the Snow Woman regained her composure, her heart, which had raced in fear, now settling into a tranquil rhythm. The surrounding silence revealed no unusual sounds. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, only to discover that Ying Xiuyuan had vanished from her side. Realizing she had been played, a surge of anger coursed through her, her face aflame with rage as she exclaimed, "Ying Xiuyuan!" In the main hall, Ying Xiuyuan and Guokai, engrossed in conversation, were startled by her outcry. Following this, Guokai cast a lewd grin at Ying Xiuyuan, remarking that all Zhao nobility were captivated by the Snow Woman's dance, each yearning to claim her. Yet she had deftly eluded them all, until today, when she had fallen into the hands of the young master. Guokai extended his congratulations, albeit with a tinge of mockery. Ying Xiuyuan had diligently honed his abilities over the years, his physique robust and his appearance mature. Unbeknownst to Guokai, the current Ying Xiuyuan was filled with ambition, though lacking the means to fulfill it. "Your Excellency, you flatter me," Ying Xiuyuan responded, feigning politeness. "Today, I have taken what your Excellency cherishes. I hope for your understanding." Guokai chuckled, stroking his beard. "Ah, the young master is still in his prime. A time of passion and vigor, which is entirely natural. I can comprehend your sentiments. Since you have set your sights on the Snow Woman, I must reluctantly part with her. I shall inform her master. For serving a person of your esteemed status is indeed a blessing for her. Please, indulge yourself at your leisure." Though Guokai felt a pang of sorrow within, he recognized the necessity of his actions. Should the Qin state conquer Zhao, he might find favor with Ying Xiuyuan, perhaps even regain a position in court. For the sake of his own aspirations, he resolved to ingratiate himself with Ying Xiuyuan. Having served as Zhao's prime minister twice, Guokai was astute enough to read the tides of fate. With the military deity Li Mu now deceased, the Qin's assault on Zhao was led by the seasoned General Wang Jian. It was well known that even with Li Mu at the helm, Zhao had suffered dearly to repel the Qin forces. In the present day, the Zhao state, whose national power is gradually declining, is utterly incapable of withstanding the iron cavalry of the Qin state, and thus must hastily seek a new patron. At this critical juncture, Ying Xiuyuan emerges, illuminating the path ahead. The prospect that the Qin state might still have use for him is nothing short of a boon. If he can secure a position aboard the grand vessel of Qin, then he need not worry about what lies ahead. Guokai is confident that, leveraging his years of experience in the political arena, he can secure an official post within the Qin state. He expresses gratitude to the esteemed minister for his generosity, noting that General Wang has already informed the king regarding their collaboration. Should they manage to capture Han without shedding blood in the future, the minister will undoubtedly be honored as a high-ranking official in our Qin state. Upon hearing this, Guokai is elated, feeling as though he is experiencing an extraordinary stroke of fortune, akin to a series of pies falling from the heavens, each fortuitously landing upon his head. Thus, they agree that all matters will proceed as discussed today. Should their plan succeed, the minister's contribution will be paramount, and Guokai extends his early congratulations. Too kind, Guokai replies. It is your esteemed self who has afforded me this opportunity, and I must express my profound gratitude. After finalizing their arrangements, the two engage in light banter before the commencement of the evening banquet. It is undeniable that this is indeed the Zhao state. It is widely acknowledged that Zhao's dances are unparalleled, and Guokai, being an exceedingly discerning individual, is well aware that the dancers performing for him are among the finest in Zhao. Each dancer, although perhaps not possessing the ethereal grace of the Snow Maiden, boasts her own unique charm, creating a breathtaking spectacle that captivates the audience. This scene conjures memories of the Snow Maiden's dance in Ying Xiuyuan's mind, and he resolves that should the opportunity arise, he must journey to Yin State to behold the legendary Feishui Yuhua Terrace, which only appears once in the original tale. After the banquet concludes, Ying Xiuyuan returns to his chamber, only to find the Snow Maiden peacefully slumbering upon his bed. He extends his right hand, and with a subtle movement of his fingertips, she rises to her feet, startled from her deep slumber. "You little lecher, what are you up to?" she exclaims. "I warn you, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I will." Yet her words are abruptly interrupted by Ying Xiuyuan's impatient retort. "You can't possibly believe I came here for you, can you? Spare me the self-importance. I wouldn't want you even if you were offered to me for free." He then gestures toward the bed, declaring, "This is my bed. You shall sleep on the floor." The Snow Maiden's eyes widen in disbelief as she stares at the blanket tossed onto the ground. "You actually expect me to sleep on the floor? You can't be serious," she gasps, as if uncovering a monumental secret, covering her mouth in astonishment while gazing at Ying Xiuyuan. However, upon meeting his piercing gaze filled with menace, she obediently shuts her mouth, gathers the blanket, and retreats to a corner. Chapter 37. The grief of Han as Ying Xiuyuan turns over in bed, the Snow Maiden plops down onto the floor. Finally, waiting until the late hours of the night, she observes that Ying Xiuyuan appears to have fallen asleep. Stealthily, she rises onto her tiptoes and begins to move slowly toward the door. "Should I awaken to find you absent, it is likely that I shall never again behold your master and sisters. Even if they were fortunate enough to escape, they would inevitably face the relentless pursuit of the Qin and Zhao states." The Snow Maiden turned her head to discover that Ying Xiuyuan had already roused, propped up on his arm, reclining on the bed with a glint of mockery in his eyes. Observing the infuriating expression on Ying Xiuyuan's face nearly provoked her to strike him. Yet she ultimately chose to endure, spreading her quilt upon the floor and succumbing to slumber. In the days that followed, the Snow Maiden began to exhibit a more compliant demeanor. When alone, she would dance and sing, unbothered by anyone's presence. Frequently, she would catch glimpses of Ying Xiuyuan departing in the dead of night, only to return at dawn. Although she remained unaware of his pursuits, she sensed they could not bode well. A foreboding intuition whispered that Ying Xiuyuan's presence would herald unprecedented calamity for the Zhao kingdom. It is worth noting that during the Qin's conquest of Han, Ying Xiuyuan had merely dallied in Xianyang for a few months before subjugating the formidable Han state. And now, at a pivotal moment during the Qin's campaign against Zhao, he had audaciously come to the Prime Minister's residence in Zhao. Despite her outwardly docile demeanor, the Snow Maiden secretly transmitted unique signals between herself and her master, yearning for him to swiftly escape the treacherous confines of Han. Ying Xiuyuan lounged in carefree leisure, delegating all matters to Guokai, while subsequent affairs were managed by Elbu, requiring only his occasional nocturnal excursions to confer with him regarding intricate details. Each day, he reveled in watching the Snow Maiden dance and playfully teasing the enchanting Ice Queen. a privilege denied even to the noble lords, and the king of Zhao It is noteworthy that only now did he comprehend the formidable prowess of the system's skills, truly deserving of its reputation as a direct path to enlightenment. Even a mere intermediate level of chess was sufficient to leave the Snow Maiden floundering. She, who was well versed in the arts of music, chess, poetry, and painting. Thus, Ying Xiuyuan found himself each day observing her, puffed with indignation as she meticulously examined the endgames they had played, striving to discover a means to revive the positions. Eventually, the room became so cluttered with unfinished games that the Snow Maiden commissioned a special rack, dedicating herself to the various chess scenarios, embracing the life of a proud homebody. Nearly a month later, the Snow Maiden had grown somewhat fond of this lifestyle, and no longer did she need to feign smiles to appease the aristocracy, nor must she navigate the whims of others. She relished the freedom to pursue her desires. Singing, reciting poetry, playing the flute, and engaging in chess brought her immense joy. On this particular day, while engrossed in studying the endgame of the day, she was startled by a cacophony emanating from outside her window. Curiously, she inquired of her maid, "What is happening outside?" "The noise carries all the way here." Replying to the Snow Maiden, the maid responded, "It seems that the Qin army has arrived, purportedly preparing to besiege Handan." "What?" The maid's revelation left her aghast. The tranquility of recent days had lulled her into forgetting that Ying Xiuyuan was the sixth son of the Qin state. At that moment, the arriving Qin forces did not immediately commence their assault on the city, but rather opted to encircle Handan entirely. They then established their encampment just beyond the reach of Zhao's archers, evidently intending to lay siege. Their actions left the defenders of the city in a state of profound bewilderment. It is essential to note that the state of Zhao now stood at the brink of collapse, and yet the Qin army, instead of seizing the opportunity to strike decisively, squandered precious time besieging the city. As the general on guard pondered this perplexity, a small contingent of Qin soldiers suddenly emerged within the range of Zhao's archers, brandishing thickened shields as they cautiously advanced towards the gates of Handan. What could be the purpose of such a display from the Qin forces? A test? A proposal for peace? An invitation to death? Despite the general's exhaustive ruminations, he could not decipher the intentions concealed within Wang Jian's stratagem. The audacity of Qin to send such a meager force was baffling. They even instructed all their soldiers to hold up their shields to shield against arrows. Yet this diminutive band of warriors would find it impossible to breach the gates, let alone launch an assault on the city. Faced with this peculiar squad, the general found himself at a loss. Ordering arrows to be loosed would only waste ammunition, and they would likely fail to inflict any casualties. As he grappled with the enigma of Wang Jian's true aims, a cacophony of voices erupted from below the city walls. He turned and inquired, "What is that commotion?" The adjutant at his side replied, "My lord, it is a gathering of citizens. They have been clamoring for your presence for some time." Just then, a soldier dashed towards him in a state of panic. "Report, General, a grave situation has arisen. Among the rabble, there are spies. The guards below have been slain, and they have breached the gates, joining forces with the Qin soldiers. Report, General, a dire situation unfolds." Suddenly, several unknown factions of soldiers appeared, pressing ever closer to the city gates. "Report, General, a calamity has struck. A group of unidentified forces has encircled the royal palace, and the king has been captured alive." These successive calamities struck the defending general like a heavy hammer. Battering against his chest, he stood frozen, as if his very soul had been extracted. With a gasp, blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto the three soldiers kneeling before him. The adjutant, supporting his faltering body, gradually lowered him to the ground. "General, please, awaken." Upon regaining consciousness, the general trembled uncontrollably. "The state of Zhao has fallen. Zhao has perished, General Li. I am deeply remorseful for failing your devoted tutelage." After a bout of heart-wrenching sobs, the general seemed to recollect something, and with the assistance of those around him, he struggled to his feet. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "Guakai, I shall not spare you. Someone, go, inform the soldiers atop the walls that Zhao has fallen. Those who fear death may surrender. But if there remains even a shred of the valiant spirit of Zhao's men within them, let them join me in marching to the Prime Minister's residence to slay that old bastard and avenge our General Li." Subsequently, a significant portion of the soldiers followed the general down from the battlements, dispatching any Qin soldiers they encountered along the way, as they marched resolutely towards the Prime Minister's residence. Chapter 38. The turmoil within the Prime Minister's residence as the Qin army approached the outskirts of Handan. Ying Xiuyuan commenced the execution of his meticulously crafted plan. Seizing the moment when all attention was diverted towards the besieging Qin forces, he personally led a contingent to the royal palace to capture King Zhao. Once the ambushers within the city sprang into action, he swiftly returned to the prime minister's residence amidst the ensuing chaos. At that moment, Guokai was still indulging in revelry within his own estate. He sat there, sipping wine while watching the dancing courtesans. Observing this scene, Ying Xiuyuan was reminded of the legendary debauchery of King Zhou of Shang and lamented that with such a person as prime minister, it was no wonder that Zhao was destined for ruin. Upon seeing Ying Xiuyuan's unexpected return, Guokai hastily abandoned his pleasures, rising to inquire, "My lord, has General Wang successfully taken Handan?" "Rest assured, my lord. King Zhao has been captured by me, and General Wang has already breached the city. Once Handan is thoroughly subdued, we shall proceed together to the royal palace." Hearing this, Guokai finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Despite his indulgence, he had been deeply anxious. "That is excellent news. Please, my lord, join me in admiring the dance. I have stationed soldiers to guard both inside and outside the residence. Let us relish this moment while we await General Wang's conquest of Handan." "No need for that. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must first inspect the rear courtyard," Ying Xiuyuan replied, turning away without a backward glance. Once inside the room, he hurriedly shut the door. However, just a few steps later, he lifted his gaze and was met with the piercing, murderous glare of the Snow Maiden. "What's the matter?" he stammered, instinctively wanting to retreat at the sight of her fierce eyes. "I have questioned you countless times about your intentions in Zhao, yet you always evaded a clear answer. So this is it." The Snow Maiden rose and advanced towards Ying Xiuyuan, her body trembling slightly with rage. A mere trifling scheme has allowed the Qin to seize Handan without shedding blood, leading to the demise of Zhao. Ying Xiuyuan, you truly are formidable." The last words were nearly a scream. "The fall of Zhao is an inevitable tide of fate. Your immediate priority should be to vacate this tumultuous place. In a few days, Handan will once again be engulfed in a new wave of bloodshed," she warned. Ying Xiuyuan turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze. "Had it not been for you, how could Zhao have met its end? Years ago, you obliterated Han, displacing millions of families. They lost their sons, husbands, and fathers. Do you not feel a shred of remorse? You are a butcher," Ying Xiuyuan attempted to explain. "You do not understand. I acknowledge my own selfish motives, yet my actions were also aimed at alleviating the suffering of the common people. The incessant wars among the 7 states bring misery, whether they flourish or fall. If I do not act, the fates of Han and Handan would be far more tragic. The march towards a unified Qin is an unstoppable divine mandate. I can only strive to minimize the losses and spare the common folk from further anguish." The Snow Woman staggered backward and fell to the ground, frantically shouting at Ying Xiuyuan, "I do not believe it. All mere excuses. You are all deceivers. He is precisely that kind of person. So are you." At that moment, as the two were embroiled in a heated argument, a sudden commotion of battle erupted from outside. Gradually, the sounds of conflict, accompanied by agonized screams, began to diminish until a booming voice rang out, "Old thief, come out and meet your demise." Inside the room, Guokai, who had been drinking, heard that familiar voice and his expression turned frantic as he hurried outside and the courtyard. All of Guokai's men had been slain, and the ground was strewn with corpses, sending a chill down his spine. Stammering, he uttered, General, what brings you here at such an hour to my state minister's residence? Could it be that you have already repelled the forces of Qin?" "I am here to take your worthless life," the general declared, drawing his sword and placing it against Guokai's neck. Terrified, Guokai immediately knelt, clutching the general's leg and sobbing, Generally, I beseech you, spare my life. Take as much gold and silver from my treasury as you desire." Generally scoffed, spitting at Guokai. "I care not for such filthy lucre." He then squatted down, patting Guokai's face, and said, "Rest assured, once I have dealt with you, I shall engage the Qin army, and we shall depart this world in quick succession." With that, he raised his sword, poised to strike. Guokai hastily shook the general's leg, his voice trembling. Wait, General, consider this. I too have been wronged by slander." "Nonsense. Within the 7 kingdoms, your words are the greatest slander of all," Generally retorted, gathering strength to deliver the blow. "Please, General, if you doubt my words, take your men to the back courtyard. The son of the Qin is there, and he orchestrated this entire affair." Observing Guokai's earnest demeanor, Generally asked, perplexed, "Is that true?" Seeing a flicker of belief in the general's eyes, Guokai continued, "Indeed. I implore you to trust me." He then proposed, "If you capture him as a hostage, Not only can we secure our lives, but we can also exchange him for King Zhao. Once we reach safety, we can establish the state of Zhao. This statement ignited a glimmer of hope within General Li, who warned, "Old thief, I hope your words ring true. Should you dare deceive me, humph." I would never, Guokai insisted, waving his hands frantically. Meanwhile, Ying Xiuyuan, sensing the unfolding chaos within the room, cursed, "Damn it. I knew this old man would betray me, but I never expected him to do so thoroughly." Channeling his energy, he subdued the irate snow woman, then swiftly lifted her in a princess carry, fleeing towards the exit as the snow woman beheld the youth carrying her away. A warmth surged within her heart, and in that moment, she comprehended why Ying Xiuyuan had returned here after the plot was set in motion. A warm current coursed through her heart. Throughout her life, many had approached her solely for the allure of her beauty. Aside from her master, few had ever treated her with genuine kindness. Even the sister she believed to be her confidant had been swayed by Guokai. Suddenly, the Snow Maiden regained her senses and expelled the jumbled thoughts swirling in her mind. Repeatedly admonishing herself, "Snow Maiden, what are you contemplating? You are merely a dancer, while he is a scion of the Qin state, and it is precisely because of him that you will soon face a life of tumult and upheaval." Chapter 39. The Azure Dragon emerges. Ying Xiuyuan ran at full speed and encountered Imoya at the city gates. After gently setting the Snow Maiden down, he retracted the vital energy he had used to confine her. "You have two choices. First, return with me to the Qin state. Second, allow my men to escort you to the Yin state. I have already arranged for your master to be sent ahead to Yin, where I have secured a place for you." With a resounding slap, she struck Ying Xiuyuan across the face. "On what grounds should I heed your words? What right do you have to dictate the course of my life?" The Snow Maiden turned her back and placed her hands on her hips, indignantly declaring, "I will go to the Yin state, and as long as it is far from you, I care not how." Seeing her defiance, Ying Xiuyuan nearly burst into laughter. "Moya, I entrust this matter to you. Safely escort the young lady to the Yin state." After speaking, Ying Xiuyuan leaned closer to the Snow Maiden and whispered, "I will come looking for you again. When I do, you shall have no choice but to accept the first option." The Snow Maiden turned to fix a fierce gaze upon Ying Xiuyuan's eyes, declaring, "Next time, I shall not allow you to prevail." The two shared a lingering gaze before she departed with Imoya, leaving Handan behind. Meanwhile, Wang Jin had successfully seized control of Handan, and as he made his way toward the royal palace, he encountered a figure who should not have been present. "Brother, what brings you here?" Seeing Wei Zhuang block his path, Ying Xiuyuan felt thoroughly perplexed. Following the war with Han all those years ago, Wei Zhuang should have been the last person wanting to see him, yet here he stood, leaving Ying Xiuyuan bewildered. "This is not a place for conversation. Let us speak outside Handan," Wei Zhuang said, not waiting for Ying Xiuyuan to respond as he turned and dashed toward the city's outskirts. Ying Xiuyuan ambled outside the city, where he spotted Wei Zhuang perched atop a tree. "Do all of you skilled fighters enjoy standing so high?" he quipped. Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's remark, Wei Zhuang's face involuntarily twitched slightly. "Brother, what brings you to such heights? Surely it is not to avenge that arrow from the war with Han?" Ying Xiuyuan said, leaping up to join him on the treetop. "A loss is a loss. The victors write history, and I, Wei Zhuang, can bear defeat." Wei Zhuang shot him a sidelong glance and continued, "Do you not know that recently someone sought me out? He wishes to enlist my aid in a plan, a grand conspiracy against the Qin state." Did Xixiang refer to Changping Junxinglong project? Have they already begun preparations so early? I had anticipated it would occur at a later time. Ying Xiuyuan, however, appears to take it lightly, languidly perched atop the treetop with an expression of utter indifference. Wei Zhuang does not seem overly surprised that Ying Xiuyuan is aware of this matter. Since the battle in Han State, Wei Zhuang has regarded this child as his greatest adversary, harboring even greater apprehension towards Ying Xiuyuan than towards Gainye. "I initially thought this was my most significant bargaining chip. It seems I have underestimated you," Wei Zhuang remarked, shaking his head. Since he has come to seek out Ying Xiuyuan, he must have made ample preparations. This is merely the lightest of his chips. Wei Zhuang gazed at Ying Xiuyuan, seated on the tree, stating, "I shall undertake a task that does not contravene my will. Consider it my bargaining chip." It is worth noting that Wei Zhuang is a man of his word, and obtaining such a guarantee from him is exceedingly rare. "What do you require my assistance with?" Ying Xiuyuan inquired, looking up at the scrutinizing Wei Zhuang. "The cause of Han Fei's demise. I need you to tell me what transpired that day." Wei Zhuang lifted his head and continued, "Over the years, I have conducted extensive investigations and uncovered a peculiar issue. The Yinyang School and Li Si are the most likely culprits, yet there are no traces of their involvement. All they did was confine Han Fei to a common prison cell, suggesting that this was orchestrated by a third party. At this juncture, Wei Zhuang seemingly glanced casually into the distance, yet the periphery of his vision remained fixated on Ying Xiuyuan's expression. A sigh escaped Ying Xiuyuan's heart. He understood that it was only a matter of time before someone would uncover the oddities surrounding this affair. Yet he had not expected it to occur so soon in the Qin state. Due to the king's influence, Li Si and the Yinyang school dared not delve further, for this matter could not be brought to light. As they feared igniting their own peril, the officials of Qin were even more hesitant to investigate thoroughly. It was evident that the king wished to suppress this issue, and who would dare meddle in such affairs? It would be akin to an old man hanging himself, seeking death. However, Wei Zhuang disregarded these concerns, and through his meticulous inquiries, he ultimately unearthed some clues. He is not dead, Ying Xiuyuan conceded bluntly. In truth, Wei Zhuang was merely speculating, lacking direct evidence pointing to Ying Xiuyuan. Coincidentally, on that day, while he was repeatedly comparing the intelligence sent by Lu Sha, he encountered Nongyu, which reminded him of the methods Ying Xiuyuan employed to rescue her in Xinjiang. In that moment, all the intricate connections he had struggled to comprehend suddenly fell into place, rendering all doubts plausible. Yet, this remained only a conjecture. Thus, when Lu Sha reported Ying Xiuyuan's discovery in Handan, he hastened from afar. Wei Zhuang anxiously inquired, "Where is he now?" "That is the second matter," Ying Xiuyuan replied, shrugging his shoulders. "You?" Wei Zhuang cast a glance at the self-satisfied Ying Xiuyuan, then let out a resigned sigh. "Are you not the least bit concerned about the Qinglong plan?" "I am well aware of the intricate details of this plan. It is devoid of any flaws, and I could serve as your informant among them." Wei Zhuang finally unveiled his final card. Ying Xiuyuan lifted his gaze towards Wei Zhuang and inquired, "Do you believe that the king of Qin will ultimately annihilate the Six Kingdoms?" Wei Zhuang turned his gaze towards the distant city of Handan, reflecting, "Since the day I met him in Han, I have never doubted this. Perhaps my return to Han that year was merely an attempt to struggle a little longer, yet ultimately, I fell into your trap." Ying Xiuyuan scoffed, "The Six Kingdoms, formidable as they are, crumble before the king of Qin like mere dust. The likes of Chongping Jun overestimates himself." He continued, "If the king of Qin were to perish, then this grand Qin would still have me." Wei Zhuang observed the imposing figure before him, unable to fathom how such an aura could manifest in a child. Realizing that Ying Xiuyuan had no intention of divulging further information, he decided not to prolong the conversation. "The Yuming Hall and my Liushai have collaborated several times. Should anything arise, you may simply instruct Liushai to inform me." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Chapter 40. Han Fei's return to his heart. Not far from the outskirts of Handan, two figures, one clad in black, the other in purple, stood together. The gentle breeze tousled their hair, yet neither seemed inclined to heed it. "What? Are you serious? Han Fei is not dead? Where is he now?" The purple-clad woman trembled with excitement, grasping Wei Zhuang's arm. Wei Zhuang nodded coolly, replying, "Indeed." Ying Xiuyuan readily acknowledged it, yet he did not disclose Han Fei's whereabouts. "I shall make a trip to Handan and bring him back. I refuse to believe I cannot extract the truth from him." Upon finishing her words, the purple-clad woman attempted to leave. Wei Zhuang stepped forward, blocking her path. "You cannot best him. This matter requires careful deliberation." The purple-clad woman retorted, "Oh? Are you, Lord Wei Zhuang, afraid? It seems that within the confines of Han's prison back in the day, it was not only your men who were held captive, but also your own pride. He is no longer the same person he once was. Though he strives to conceal his strength, for a swordsman, true power is never judged by mere appearances." Wei Zhuang seldom offered such evaluations of individuals. Yet it was evident to the purple-clad woman that he held a genuine apprehension towards Ying Xiuyuan, not solely regarding his intellect but also his prowess. Surprised, the purple-clad woman asked, "Even you cannot contend with him?" Wei Zhuang nodded. "Even in my current state, I dare not claim I could subdue him." Hearing his words, the purple-clad woman's expression dimmed. She trusted that Wei Zhuang would not deceive her, and she understood that perhaps he was even more eager to reunite with Han Fei than she was. Wei Zhuang is a man of great pride. No one can compel him to concede defeat. However, the words he uttered today indicate that he recognizes the inadequacy of the two of them to contend with Ying Xiuyuan. Upon receiving news from Lu Sha, she hurried to Handan. The moment she laid eyes on Wei Zhuang, she realized that he had been diligently honing his strength over the years. It has been 2 years since their last parting in South Korea, and within this brief span, Wei Zhuang's power has more than doubled. The events in Korea have profoundly impacted him. Although he appears indifferent, Xinu understands the magnitude of the blow he has endured. She noticed a shift in Wei Zhuang's expression, which grew increasingly grave. At tea that moment, she sensed something amiss and lifted her gaze ahead. Approaching them was a man, striding leisurely, seemingly oblivious to their presence. He carried a large halberd on his shoulder, and his overwhelming aura rendered the surrounding air thick and oppressive. Elbu. From Wei Zhuang's words, Xinu discerned a hint of gritted teeth in his tone. My lord has instructed me to inform you that Han Fei will regain his freedom in 8 years. When that time comes, if he wishes to seek you out, he will do so. There is no need to expend effort in searching for him. With that, Elbu turned and departed, never once casting a glance at either Wei Zhuang or Xinu. While Xinu was incensed by Elbu's demeanor, Wei Zhuang remained unfazed, lost in contemplation. As she watched Elbu's figure recede, Xinu turned to Wei Zhuang, pondering the true meaning of Ying Xiuyuan's message. Why did he not convey this directly and instead send another to deliver it? He is warning us. Although we know his whereabouts, he is closely observing us from the shadows. Over the years, Liu Sha has encountered an organization known as the Underworld Hall, a group whose strength and motives remain inscrutable even to Liu Sha. And even Lin Er has suffered at their hands. Xinu inquired, perplexed. What do you mean? To possess such insight into human nature, Liu Sha, and Lin Er's capabilities, the one behind it should, without a doubt, be Han Fei. Then what shall we do? Wait? Wei Zhuang raised his head, his expression impassive as he gazed toward Handan City. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Xinu looked on in astonishment at Wei Zhuang, realizing that he was becoming unrecognizable to her. It was known that the former Wei Zhuang had never paid heed to such threats, yet a mere message from Ying Xiuyuan was sufficient to make him patiently await 8 years. Inside Handan City, Ying Xiuyuan regarded the refined young man before him. Brother Han, what brings you to Handan City? Han Fei took a sip from the wine gourd on the table and retorted. I'm not like some idle master who disappears for months on end after a visit to the Yingyang school. Ying Xiuyuan offered a somewhat awkward smile before stating, let us delve into the main topic. Have the arrangements for the farmers been finalized? Noticing Ying's deliberate attempt to shift the conversation, Han Fei chose not to confront him and continued. The plans have been set in motion, as for their success. I can only assert that while human effort is vital, the outcome ultimately lies in the hands of fate. However, the divine foot technique has proven to be immensely beneficial. After merely a few months of practice, my internal energy is already nearing the level of a first-rate martial artist. Han Fei boasted, showcasing his internal energy with a flourish. Observing Han Fei, whose expression resembled that of a country bumpkin as he marveled at his own internal energy, Ying Xiuyuan rolled his eyes and took a sip from the wine gourd in Han Fei's hand. Enough, I must say. Your talent is quite lacking. You've been cultivating far longer than those from the Underworld Hall, yet you are the least accomplished among them. Any random individual surpasses you by several folds, and you still have the audacity to boast. After gulping down a few more swigs, Ying Xiuyuan tossed the wine gourd back in front of Han Fei. This is truly unpleasant, akin to drinking water. Once we return to the Qin state, I shall teach you the art of distillation. It will be far superior to this swill, if it tastes so bad. Why do you continue to drink it? Han Fei lamented, clutching the wine gourd with a pained expression. I searched long and hard to procure this. It is incredibly precious. Observing Han Fei's heartbroken demeanor as he clung to the wine gourd, Ying Xiuyuan remarked, you truly have not seen the world. Once stability returns here and we return to Qin, I shall enlighten you on what true wine is. Ying Xiuyuan poured himself a cup from a nearby wine jug, scrutinizing Han Fei's expression. Do you not wish to meet them? You even had Elbu dissuade them from seeking you out. Although you promised me while in the Qin prison, I can overlook such matters. Han Fei appeared to recall something, his expression growing melancholic as he took a deep swig from the wine gourd. With a bitter smile, he remarked, it is not yet the right time. Perhaps we must await the day when the world is at peace to reunite with them. Ying Xiuyuan inquired tentatively, do you not plan to leave? Once you board Ying Xiuyuan's pirate ship, can you truly depart? They exchanged a glance, bursting into hearty laughter. Chapter 41. To the north, the emergence of the sleeping dragon in a secluded corner of Handan City. Ying Xiuyuan had reserved the entire tavern. It became evident that Wang Jin's prowess extended beyond mere military leadership. Even stripped of his armor, his capabilities would suffice for the role of a distinguished county magistrate. In just 3 short days, Wang Jin had adeptly managed the affairs within the city, restoring Handan to its former vibrancy and prosperity. For the people of this era, war was a commonplace occurrence, and the populace quickly adapted to their current circumstances. Han Fei sat on the second floor, observing the bustling streets below, and took a sip from his wine. Do you believe we still lack something? My lord? Han Fei hesitated, sensing unspoken implications in his words. Hearing the nuance in Han Fei's speech, Ying Xiuyuan wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. Han Fei continued to gaze at the lively street, stating, "Your grand ambitions cannot be realized relying solely on the Underworld Hall. It is an undeniable truth that as an organization grows in strength, it inevitably becomes more unwieldy, making it susceptible to infiltration by external forces." Ying Xiuyuan smiled mysteriously, and up until now, I have not regarded the Underworld Hall as an organization worthy of cultivation. Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's words, Han Fei's interest was piqued. Oh? Currently, the Underworld Hall is merely in its nascent stage. In the end, only the 10 Yama Kings will remain, and these final 10 will serve as the core for other organizations to come. However, just as Han Fei was about to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Ying Xiuyuan. Ying Xiuyuan drained his cup and rose, stating, "I know what you wish to say. When the time is ripe, you will naturally understand. When the Underworld Hall truly resurrects from the depths of the Nine Nether, it will become an organization that commands fear across the realm." Once the state of Zhao is fully stabilized, Ying Xiuyuan and Wang Jian returned to Xianyang with their armies. Upon reaching the Xianyang Palace, the customary rewards were bestowed. After the proceedings concluded, Ying Zheng deliberately retained Ying Xiuyuan. "You have performed admirably this time, almost effortlessly conquering Handan for our Qin state. However, after the campaign against Han, I still owe you a reward, which you may claim now." Ying Xiuyuan knelt and respectfully replied, "It is my duty as your son to serve the great Qin. Rewards are merely a transfer of possessions from one hand to the other." Ying Xiuyuan's flattery struck a chord with Ying Zheng, prompting the Qin king to burst into hearty laughter. Well, if all subjects of our great Qin were like you, how could we fear for the stability of this realm?" Nonetheless, despite his words, the reward must still be granted. "Our Qin governs by law. Your merits warrant recognition, and it would be unjust to withhold it simply because you are my son. I wish to contribute to the stability of our great Qin. I request that Father send me north to defend against the northern who." Ying Zheng scrutinized the kneeling Ying Xiuyuan, his mind racing to decipher what schemes lay behind his words. It is worth noting that after the campaign against Han several years ago, Ying Xiuyuan had idled at home for over a year. Following a sudden 6-month disappearance, he began to stir restlessly. Having just conquered Handan, he was now eager to venture northward, which seemed too suspicious to dismiss as mere coincidence. However, the Qin king had no intention of probing further. If Ying Xiuyuan wished to act insincerely, he would undoubtedly do so. Ying Zheng resolved to wait until he inadvertently revealed his true intentions. After a prolonged silence in the palace, the Qin king's deep voice resonated, "Granted." Upon hearing the Qin king's consent, Ying Xiuyuan's heart, which had been racing with anxiety, gradually calmed. "If you require anything, simply draft a memorial to present," he concluded, as the Qin king picked up a bamboo slip from the table, obscuring his face and concealing his expression. "I take my leave," Ying Xiuyuan stated, and after a nod of acknowledgement from the Qin king, he cautiously retreated. Upon exiting the Xianyang Palace, Ying Xiuyuan hastened towards the residence of the Zhao family. After locating Zhao Zilong, he proceeded to arrange subsequent matters. Upon returning to his chamber, Ying Xiuyuan activated the system. As his involvement in the assault on Zhao was limited to devising a strategy, he garnered less than 50 points of affection. However, the forthcoming system lottery ignited a spark of excitement within him. Ding, task requirement, assist Wang Jian in capturing Handan. Ding, task delivery in progress. Ding, assessing task completion. Ding, task assessment complete. Task completion level, perfect. Ding, acquired an epic random item package. Would you like to open the package? Ying Xiuyuan, feeling fortunate that day, contemplated for a moment before deciding to unveil the package. Opening it, he received the message. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the epic strategist Zhuge Liang. Ding, the epic strategist has been loaded, identified as a reclusive sage from the world. Drawn to the legendary Ziwei destiny, he has come to the Qin state and is currently seeking an audience at the gate. Note: this strategist is unique and cannot be forcibly programmed to be loyal to the host. Nonetheless, his affinity towards the host has been partially elevated. The host is encouraged to personally engage with him to recruit him as a subordinate. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan hurriedly made his way outside. He was in dire need of a strategist, and if such a top-tier talent were to depart, he would surely regret it. Reaching the entrance, he observed a servant attempting to usher away a ragged figure resembling a beggar. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, he approached with an air of curiosity and inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" "My lord, this madman insists on seeing you, and despite our efforts to dismiss him, he remains here, throwing a fit at the entrance." Upon raising his head, the beggar's gaze revealed an extraordinary essence. The aura emanating from his brow and the glimmer of wisdom in his eyes were not characteristics of an ordinary person. Ying Xiuyuan bowed respectfully, asking, "Is there something you seek from me, sir?" The young man, still in his beggar's guise, arrogantly replied, "Indeed, I have come to find you. How dare you speak to our lord in such a manner?" A bystander, witnessing the beggar's audacity, immediately flared with indignation, rolling up his sleeves, ready to take action. Ying Xiuyuan, standing nearby, raised his hand to halt him, courteously stating, "If you have business with me, please, sir, allow us to converse inside." The man, seizing the opportunity, cast a smug glance at the servant who had tried to expel him and addressed Ying Xiuyuan. "Lead the way with that." The man followed Ying Xiuyuan inside with an air of confidence. Chapter 42. The enlightened Zhuge Liang once seated within the room. Ying Xiuyuan lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip before saying, "Now that it is just the two of us, you need not continue the charade, sir." At this statement, the man's previously arrogant demeanor dissipated, and in that instant, he seemed to transform entirely. The refined and ethereal elegance he exuded made it impossible to associate him with the rogue from moments prior. The man lifted the cup of tea placed before him, savoring a delicate sip before setting it down on the table. With a look of perplexity, he inquired, "How is it that you discerned my true nature at a mere glance?" "A few months prior, I was tasked with General Wang to launch an assault on the Zhao kingdom, a matter well known to all, and I have only just returned to Xianying today as it stands. Aside from those present in the Grand Hall of the Qin, scarcely anyone in the entirety of Xianying is aware of my return. Are you not concerned that I may have come to assassinate you?" As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and he leaned slightly forward, as if about to pounce. Ying Xiuyuan cast a sidelong glance at the man, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Though your strength is well concealed, it cannot elude my perception, moreover." Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's tantalizing words, the man's curiosity piqued, prompting him to ask, "Moreover, what?" "It is not arrogance on my part. Though the world is vast, the number of individuals capable of slaying me is few indeed." As soon as the words left his lips, Ying Xiuyuan rose to his feet, his internal energy surging violently, shattering the yin-yang technique he employed to mask his aura. A formidable presence erupted from his being in an instant. The man's expression shifted momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure and continued, "What if I am indeed a madman? Should you answer my initial query with sincerity, would that not suffice as proof that you are not truly mad?" The man momentarily froze, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "How amusing! You are indeed a remarkable individual. The defeats of Han and Zhao at your hands are no injustice." In truth, Ying Xiuyuan had merely concocted a convenient rationale. He was unaware of the elaborate thoughts that had unfolded in the mind of the man before him. Frankly speaking, had it not been for the system's guidance, he would have only perceived the man's extraordinary lineage, perhaps prompting him to exercise caution, but never would he have dared to invite him in. The man rose, bowing respectfully, and inquired, "Might I, with my humble abilities, be fortunate enough to seek a position under your esteemed command?" Witnessing this scene left Ying Xiuyuan momentarily bewildered. He hastily rose to support the man's arm, saying, "What are you saying, sir? You are my stroke of fortune. I am in dire need of your assistance." Ignoring Ying Xiuyuan's offer of support, the man knelt on one knee, declaring, "Your subordinate, Zhuge Liang, pays his respects to you." To have so effortlessly won over Zhuge Liang brought immense joy to Ying Xiuyuan. He had anticipated that earning Zhuge Liang's genuine loyalty would require considerable time and numerous stratagems. Yet, after merely answering a few queries and deflecting with a vague explanation of his discernment of Zhuge Liang's true worth, the man had expressed his desire to follow him. Years later, when Zhuge Liang learned of this event, he shed tears of regret, finally understanding the adage, "Cleverness can lead to one's own downfall. How foolish I was back then." Ensnared by Ying Xiuyuan's casual remarks, and even concocting a plethora of thoughts that now make me feel nauseous, the trio departed from the Zhao residence, making their way toward the stronghold of the Yuming Hall. Seizing an opportune moment when Zhuge Liang was distracted, Zhao Zilong leaned in close to Ying Xiuyuan's ear. "Lord, the origins of this Zhuge Kongming are shrouded in mystery. Is it prudent to allow him immediate access to the Yuming Hall? Remember, even Han Fei was subjected to our scrutiny for quite some time before we permitted his involvement." Ying Xiuyuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No matter, trust is paramount. To suspect those we employ is folly." Their exchange only served to heighten Zhuge Liang's excitement. He felt an overwhelming desire to entrust his very life to Ying Xiuyuan. Although it was possible that Ying Xiuyuan spoke intentionally for his benefit, Zhao Zilong certainly did not. Since their first meeting, Zhuge Liang and Ying Xiuyuan had been inseparable, leaving Zhao Zilong with no opportunity to glean from Ying Xiuyuan any insight into his martial prowess. Moreover, Zhuge Liang's refined exterior was highly deceptive, affirming that Zhao Zilong's words were indeed heartfelt, devoid of any pretense. As the three entered the stronghold of the Yuming Hall, Han Fei approached them directly. Ever since Ying Xiuyuan's return to Xianyang, Han Fei had been ensconced in this location. Upon noticing that the duo had brought back an unfamiliar face, Han Fei regarded Zhuge Liang with curiosity and inquired, "My lord, who might this gentleman be?" Ying Xiuyuan drew the two men closer, solemnly stating, "Allow me to introduce. This is the individual whose talents compelled the king of Qin to wage war against Han Fei. And this esteemed figure is the sleeping dragon, Zhuge Kongming." After a moment's thought, Ying Xiuyuan mentioned the moniker Sleeping Dragon, as Zhuge Liang had long remained in obscurity, thus bestowing upon him a touch of distinction. "My lord, I am unworthy of such praise. I am but a humble villager," Zhuge Liang modestly replied. In that fleeting moment of their handshake, their gazes locked, and an unspoken understanding emerged in their minds. This person before them was extraordinary. Following the customary pleasantries, Han Fei steered the conversation back to business. "My lord, has the king acquiesced to that matter?" Ying Xiuyuan nodded affirmatively, saying, "My father has given his consent. We may now proceed with our plans. Kongming's arrival has undoubtedly bolstered our chances of success. Now, it becomes manageable. Han Fei, you and Elbu shall head north with the Yuming Hall, while I take Zilong and Kongming to seek out individuals of importance. Once the key candidates are confirmed, I shall rendezvous with you." Observing that he had orchestrated the arrangements, while Han Fei and Zhuge Liang remained in a state of bewilderment, Ying Xiuyuan tapped his head and elucidated the subsequent detailed plans to them. After absorbing Ying Xiuyuan's strategy, both men nodded and contemplated the entire scheme once more. Han Fei was the first to lift his gaze, his tone tinged with a hint of reproach. "My lord, you have kept me in suspense regarding this plan for quite some time. Had Kongming not arrived, I might still have been left in the dark." Upon hearing Han Fei's grievances, Ying Xiuyuan displayed no sense of embarrassment. Rather, he boldly retorted, "Every time you inquire, I offer you a gentle reminder, yet it is indeed your own lack of wit." After a discussion among the gathered individuals regarding certain details, they commenced to act separately. In Xianyang, the Yuming Hall, under Han Fei's command, began its operations, while on the other side, Ying Xiuyuan, Zhao Zilong, and Zhuge Liang set forth from the city of Xianyang on swift steeds. Chapter 43. The Confucian Funyang. The trio traversed tirelessly, taking nearly half a month to finally arrive at the fabled abode of the Confucians, the little sage's retreat situated in Shanghi. "Who might you be?" Upon seeing the three, Funyang immediately discerned their extraordinary origins. He then took a seat opposite Ying Xiuyuan and inquired with a respectful demeanor, "What brings you to my Confucian sanctuary, my lord?" Ying Xiuyuan gestured, prompting Zhao Zilong to retrieve 4 specially crafted boxes from their provisions, placing them upon the table beside Funyang. Observing the man placing the 4 small boxes down, Funyang questioned with curiosity, "What are these?" "This is but a modest token of our first meeting. I sincerely hope you will accept it, esteemed sir." With that, Ying Xiuyuan extended his right hand, indicating for Funyang to open the boxes before him. However, Funyang refrained from doing so and directly declined. "One should not accept rewards without merit. I kindly ask you to reclaim these items." "My lord, dear Mr. Funyang, I implore you to take a look within. The contents therein possess the potential to alter the very fabric of our world. It would be prudent to make your decision after you have had the chance to examine them," Ying Xiuyuan remarked, a smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Funyang. Although perplexed, Funyang ultimately opened the 4 boxes before him. As the current head of the Confucians, Funyang was indeed well versed in various matters. However, the 4 items before him were entirely unfamiliar. They consisted of a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone, collectively dubbed the 4 treasures of the study. Funyang voiced his confusion. "What exactly are these 4 treasures of the study?" "This matter is best left to Kongming for elucidation," Zhuge Liang interjected, rising to address the assembly with a bow. "I am Zhuge Kongming, and I shall now clarify for Mr. Funyang. These items are used for writing. By dipping the brush into the ink, one can inscribe upon the paper." With that, Zhuge Liang demonstrated the process. He spread the paper across the table, poured water into the inkstone, ground the ink, and dipped the brush to inscribe a large character for Confucianism, a Qin seal script upon the paper. After finishing, Zhuge Liang set down the brush and remarked to Funyang, "As for the value of these items, I need not elaborate. I trust you have formed your own judgment." After a lengthy contemplation, Funyang inquired, "What is the monetary cost of these items?" Zhuge Liang produced a knife coin from his garment and placed it upon the table, stating, 20 sheets of paper require but a single knife coin." Upon hearing this, Funyang nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Such a convenient item was available at a price significantly lower than silk, nearly rivaling that of bamboo slips. To comprehend the intricacies of their endeavors, One must acknowledge that after acquiring bamboo slips, they must seek skilled artisans for processing. Once the meticulous work is completed, the engraving of texts into books ensues, an undertaking that demands a considerable investment of time. To fully inscribe a book, it is nearly impossible to accomplish this feat in less than several months. In stark contrast, this quartet of items can be effortlessly produced in merely a few days. Behind these four entities, Fu Nian perceives a glimmer of hope for the flourishing of Confucianism. These four items possess the potential to transform the entire realm, and their value to Confucianism is beyond dispute. Indeed, these objects are immensely precious. Rising from his seat, Fu Nian performed a respectful bow toward Ying Xiuyuan, continuing, "I humbly request your indulgence. I must first inform my master before any decision can be made." Ying Xiuyuan, unfazed, candidly articulated his intentions. The Confucian doctrine espouses education without discrimination, and I aspire to invite a distinguished Confucian to accompany me to the north to enlighten the barbarian tribes. Such a trivial matter hardly seems worthy of your personal visit, does it? Fu Nian, evidently skeptical of Ying Xiuyuan's claims, remained unconvinced. Ying Xiuyuan raised one finger, stating, "Of course, this is merely the first matter. 2 gifts for 1 request is not excessive, is it?" Fu Nian refrained from further comment, merely nodding in agreement. Ying Xiuyuan extended a second finger, revealing that his second request was for the revival of the Jixia Academy in collaboration with him, emphasizing that the academy would serve solely for educational purposes and be accessible to all, thereby genuinely realizing the principle of education without discrimination. These 2 propositions left Fu Nian somewhat perplexed, as Ying Xiuyuan's words suggested he was the one steering Confucianism's direction. With both requests aligning with the philosophy of the school, "May I inquire as to your origins, sir?" Although Zhuge Liang's writing in Qin seal script had already disclosed their affiliation with the Qin state, Fu Nian felt compelled to ask again that I am the 6th young master of the Qin state, Ying Xiuyuan. This declaration nearly caused Fu Nian's jaw to drop in astonishment. However, his long-standing practice of the Holy King sword technique and his deep respect for propriety prevented him from embarrassing himself in front of others. Approaching Ying Xiuyuan, he bowed and said, "Please, allow yourself a moment of repose. I must confer with my master before we can proceed." "Then I shall await your favorable news here," Ying Xiuyuan replied, unhurried, lifting his teacup to savor the brew. "What? Such a miraculous item exists?" Even Xuanzi, known for his composure, could not help but exhibit a moment of distraction upon hearing this. After a brief period of thoughtful contemplation, Xuanzi inquired, "Fu Nian, what is your perspective?" Since the inception of the 100 schools of thought during the spring and autumn period, Confucianism has been recognized as one of the 2 preeminent scholarly traditions of the time. However, the absence of royal endorsement for Confucian ideals has rendered its status remarkably precarious. From a young age, Fu Nian had been regarded by the elders of Confucianism as a beacon of hope for its future. Upon assuming leadership of the school, he has tirelessly endeavored to elevate Confucian thought, yet despite his relentless efforts, he has been unable to advance its standing further. He was acutely aware of the absence of a pivotal opportunity within Confucianism. However, when that very opportunity presented itself before him, Fu Nian began to exhibit a certain degree of trepidation. Xuanzi discerned Fu Nian's inner turmoil and admonished him, saying, "If you wish to act, then act. You are now the head of the Confucian school. What folly is it to come to this old man daily for decisions? Must I pave your path for you?" This rebuke roused Fu Nian from his hesitation, prompting him to bow deeply before Xuanzi in gratitude for the guidance. Observing Fu Nian's struggle to suppress his excitement, Xuanzi felt his spirits lift considerably. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such joy since Han Fei's demise. "I have decided to accept your gift, but as for the esteemed scholar you seek, do I possess the qualifications?" Fu Nian's initial response left Ying Xiuyuan utterly flabbergasted. His intent for this journey was solely for a different purpose, and he had little regard for the repute of the Confucian scholar in the north. It was merely a minor aspect of his plan. Fu Nian's remark rendered him momentarily speechless, only regaining his composure when Zhuge Liang cleared his throat. Ying Xiuyuan hastily inquired, "But isn't Mr. Fu Nian the head of Confucianism? If you leave, what will become of Confucianism?" "There is no need for concern, for my second junior brother Yan Lu is an even more formidable genius than I," Fu Nian responded. Thus, Ying Xiuyuan set forth with the head of Confucianism towards their next destination. Chapter 44. The 6-fingered black hero. The Yuming Hall had sent word, confirming the whereabouts of the individual they sought. The group journeyed tirelessly day and night, arriving just in time to meet him before his departure in a secluded alley. A man clad in black observed the 4 individuals with caution. The youngest among them approached and inquired, "I presume you are the illustrious 6-fingered black hero?" The black-clad man was filled with perplexity. He had not disclosed his whereabouts to anyone on this outing. How had these individuals managed to locate him? And what was their purpose in seeking him? However, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, the black-clad man retracted his hand from the hilt of his sword and nodded in acknowledgement of his identity. I kindly ask you to follow us to a more secluded location for further discussion. The young man extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Witnessing the six-fingered black hero lower his guard slightly, Ying Xiuyuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The group found a quiet tavern, and without wishing to complicate matters, Ying Xiuyuan opted to reserve the entire establishment. Once seated, he promptly articulated his purpose. I come from the Qin state and have heard of the renowned non-aggression mechanisms of the Mo family. I wish to propose a transaction with you. The Gongshu family has long pledged allegiance to the Qin state. Why must you seek the Mo family from afar? The six-fingered black hero's cloak obscured his face, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. I see no conflict between the two. The Qin state is an unparalleled empire, capable of accommodating the entire world. How could it possibly be burdened by such minor grievances? The six-fingered black hero scoffed. What audacity! Are the people of the Qin state truly so arrogant? The formidable mechanical arts of the Gongshu family serve as a potent weapon in warfare. Over the years, they have enabled our great Qin to expand its territories with remarkable success. However, the way of heaven is one of balance, and relentless slaughter is not the righteous path, though. How does the young master perceive the mechanical arts of the two families? Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan, this Qin individual, criticized the king's methods, the six-fingered black hero immediately became intrigued. In this chaotic era, the Gongshu family thrives as if in water, yet when it comes to governing a nation, I find myself more inclined towards the non-aggressive mechanical arts of the Mo family. I understand your sentiments, young master, but the Mo family has never confined itself to the governance of a single state. Their ideals are for the benefit of all under heaven. I admire your noble intentions, yet it is precisely for the sake of all people that I require the strength of the Mo family. If their mechanical arts were utilized for the welfare of the populace, what a monumental transformation it would bring to the entire world. Ying Xiuyuan's words stirred something within him. Since he took charge of the Mo family, he had faced numerous trials and tribulations, guiding the Mo family to its current state. Although the Mo family is recognized as one of the two prominent schools of thought in this era, he is acutely aware of the immense challenges in realizing their ideals, at times doubting whether their aspirations are merely an unattainable dream. Nevertheless, the Qin state has been relentlessly expanding in recent years, having already vanquished the Han and Zhao states. Such acts of aggression are in stark contrast to the Mo family's doctrine of non-aggression. Observing the hesitation of the six-fingered black hero, Ying Xiuyuan produced a jade pendant from his bosom and tossed it over. There is no need for the esteemed leader to respond so swiftly. Please wear this jade pendant at all times, for in a moment of crisis, shattering it may very well save your life. When that time comes, you may seek me in Xianyang City. With that, Ying Xiuyuan rose, clasped his hands and declared, I am Ying, of the Zhao clan. Ying Xiuyuan. Amidst the astonishment of the six-fingered black hero, the four individuals stood and departed from the tavern. Once outside, Zhao Zilong, perplexed, inquired, Young master, why are we exerting such effort to invite the Mo family? The mechanical arts of the Gongshu family are hardly inferior. Ying Xiuyuan turned, casting a glance at the six-fingered black hero, who was lost in contemplation over the jade pendant, before turning away to leave. Have you ever heard this saying, Zilong? Mo family's mechanisms, wooden and stone creatures in motion. Bronze mouths agape. If you wish to inquire about Gongshu, Ying Xiuyuan questioned Zhao Zilong beside him. Indeed, the century-long contention between the non-aggressive and the domineering mechanical arts is well known across the land. Ying Xiuyuan's words only deepened Zhao Zilong's confusion. How does this relate to our plans? Observing Zhao Zilong's continued bewilderment, Ying Xiuyuan shook his head and replied, You still do not grasp the true essence of that saying. The mechanical arts of the Gongshu family and the Mo family represent offense and defense, both of which are indispensable for the Qin state. You must understand one thing. The purposes of weapons and tools are not the same. The two dominant schools of thought in the contemporary world have been thoroughly beguiled by Ying Xiuyuan, to the extent that even the head of the Confucian sect has fallen under his spell. Their plans and expectations are unfolding with an admirable degree of orderliness. After departing from the tavern, the group hastened to the Ming family, initially believing that persuading them to join their cause would require considerable eloquence. However, upon the sight of the four, Gongsun Linglong, the head of the Ming family, was visibly struck, her eyes turning a vibrant shade of green in that moment. Ying Xiuyuan experienced a pang of regret for having come to the Ming family. Alas, it was far too late to reconsider. Consequently, He directed Zhao Zilong to escort the members of the Ming family northward, as Gongsun Linglong's distinguished presence was ill-suited for their company. The Gongsu family had already pledged their allegiance to the Qin state, and upon Ying Xiuyuan revealing his identity, Gongsu Qiu personally hosted a banquet in his honor. I have grasped the intent of the young master. However, I must beg your pardon for my inability to accompany you in person, he stated, causing Ying Xiuyuan to furrow his brow in discontent. Yet I have a grandson. Though he is still quite young, his mastery of the art of formidable mechanisms is no less than mine. Oh? Might I have the pleasure of meeting him? Ying Xiuyuan inquired. Gongsu Qiu instructed his attendants, please allow the young master a moment. My grandson is quite passionate about martial arts and mechanisms, often secluding himself in his chamber. Before long, a young boy emerged before them. The child bowed respectfully, stating, Gongsun pays his respects to his grandfather and to you, young Master Xiong. Observing the young lad, Ying Xiuyuan felt a twitch in his demeanor. From any angle, it was difficult to perceive this child as one capable of mastering mechanisms. He glanced inquisitively at Gongsu Qiu, who gestured to Gongsun standing at the entrance. The boy approached the foam mountain in the courtyard, crossing his arms over his chest, as his vital energy gradually coiled around his mechanical hand. With a thunderous shout, Gongsun swiftly sliced his arms forward. Strangely, the fade before them remained unchanged. He exhaled deeply and returned to the house without a backward glance. Gongsun stepped inside. The foam mountain in the courtyard suddenly fractured into 4 pieces, followed by 3 resounding crashes as large stones crashed down into the yard. The cuts on these stones were remarkably smooth, reflecting light as if they were mirrors, allowing those seated indoors to clearly see the shimmering edges. Chapter 45. The little sorceress of Xianying City with a round of applause erupting. Gongsun maintained an expression of calm indifference, as if this was merely a trivial feat. It is worth noting that while cleaving stone may be easy, achieving such precision and smoothness is exceedingly difficult. Without years of dedication, it is an unattainable skill. Just from this, it is evident that Gongsun is no ordinary child. Ying Xiuyuan's gaze swept across Gongsun face, filled with confusion, for he had never heard of this child before. Neither in the original texts, nor in the current world had he encountered mention of Gongsun. The Gongsu family had pledged loyalty to the Qin state for several years, yet he had never heard of such a prodigious youth within their ranks. Regaining his composure, Ying Xiuyuan turned his gaze towards Gongsu Qiu, expressing his gratitude for Mr. Gongshu's trust in him, assuring, I shall ensure the safety of Gongshu. Gongshu Qiu smiled faintly and replied, then I wish you a smooth journey, young master. Thus, Ying Xiuyuan and Zhuge Liang hastily returned to Xianying City with a child in tow. The fact that Ying Xiuyuan had brought back a child stirred much speculation among the Zhao family members, who regarded Gongshu with curious eyes. Although Ying Xiuyuan had once returned with Xiaoming, the disparity in his age now was glaringly apparent. Gongshu, feeling somewhat bashful under the scrutiny, had dedicated himself to the study of mechanisms from a young age, and his exceptional skills had earned him the moniker of Ghost Claw. Typically, members of the Gongshu family would not dare to gaze at him so brazenly. At this moment, Gongshu sat upright, slightly anxious, while a small silver-haired girl beside him stared intently, occasionally prodding him. Suddenly, the little girl covered her mouth, her expression one of astonishment as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. She turned to Ying Xiuyuan and exclaimed, This couldn't possibly be your child, could it? With a loud thud, a fist landed on the little girl's head. She clutched her head in pain. Ying Xiuyuan retracted his fist and sternly warned, If you dare spout such nonsense again, I shall knock you senseless. Seeing the little girl on the verge of a tantrum, the elderly man standing nearby rushed forward, cradling her head and lamenting, Young master, how can you argue with a child like Xiaoming? She is still young. Her words are but innocent musings. Xiaoming, with a pitiful expression, clung to the old man and turned to stick her tongue out at Ying Xiuyuan, who could only shake his head in exasperation. Back when Xiaoming had just begun to understand the world, Ying Xiuyuan had been idly at home. Whenever he embarked on mischievous escapades, he would often take Xiaoming along. Over time, she had become well known as a little imp, and due to her connection with Ying Xiuyuan, no one in Xianying dared to bully her. Now, however, Ying Xiuyuan found himself regretting his past actions. His pranks had stemmed from sheer boredom and a desire to earn a little extra, but Xiaoming had transformed this into a passion. Consequently, he had refrained from teaching her martial arts. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming's mischievous spirit ignited, and her relentless pursuit of martial skills drove the Zhao family members to practice in secret. Observing Xiaoming as she continued to tease Gongshu, Ying Xiuyuan pondered deeply, clenching his fists and silently admonishing himself that this could not continue. Xiaoming, "Do you wish to learn martial arts?" he inquired. His face adorned with a disingenuous smile, his gaze fixated on her with ulterior motives. Xiaoming regarded him with disdain, instinctively stepping back, her thoughts shifting at the sight of his insincere grin. Ying Xiuyuan's smile froze upon his face, suppressing his rising anger as he continued to coax. "You see, if you learn martial arts, you could go out and play tricks, no longer confined to Xianyang. While there is some merit to this statement, I still have no desire to learn." Xiaoming tilted her head, her hands spread wide, gazing at Ying Xiuyuan with a triumphant expression. At that moment, Ying Xiuyuan also realized that Xiaoming had seen through his intentions, and he ceased to feign ignorance, straightening up to address her. "Since you have no objections, prepare yourself. I shall send you to the Taoist temple for training first thing tomorrow morning." After a period of silence, Xiaoming finally came to her senses, realizing that she was still too inexperienced to contend with Ying Xiuyuan. "What can you do if I refuse to go?" Though she understood her escape was futile, she continued to make a last-ditch effort. Ying Xiuyuan let out a cold snort, his gaze still fixed on Xiaoming as he commanded, "Feng Xian, you shall personally escort her to the Taoist temple, ensuring that Xiaoming is delivered safely into Master Baiming's hands." Xiaoming gritted her teeth, watching Ying Xiuyuan depart, her mind racing with thoughts, only to suddenly realize that she seemed devoid of any negotiating power. When Ying Xiuyuan's prohibition against her martial training was enacted, even her doting grandfather, the steward, dared not teach her, and her cries and protests were in vain. The plan began to take root in her mind. On the third day, the steward rushed into Ying Xiuyuan's chamber in a flurry. "Young master, grave news. Xiaoming has vanished." Ying Xiuyuan hastily donned his attire and seized the elder's shoulders. "What? Where has she gone?" "This morning, Xiaoming mentioned she was going out to purchase some items for the Taoist temple. I dispatched someone to accompany her, but during the shopping, she seized the opportunity to slip away. 3 individuals knelt in the courtyard, and Ying Xiuyuan stood before them, fuming with indignation. "What on earth are you doing? You couldn't even keep track of a child?" "Young master, the pressing matter at hand is to locate Xiaoming swiftly. We can address their punishment upon her return." The elder's words jolted Ying Xiuyuan into action. "Yes, yes, quickly. Dispatch everyone from the Zhao family." With most of the members of the Yumming Hall already taken away by Han Fei, they could only rely on the Zhao family to search for her. Coincidentally, Ying Xiuyuan had submitted his memorial the day prior. They were supposed to depart for the north today, but now this incident had arisen. Young master, Mr. Zhao has returned with the young lady." A servant rushed in with urgency. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan hastened to the front courtyard, where Zhao stood, kneeling, while Xiaoming kept her head lowered, an expression of innocence adorning her face. "Where did you encounter this little scoundrel?" Ying Xiuyuan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he glared at Xiaoming, causing her to quickly hide behind Zhao in fright. "There is a shop near the city gate that belongs to the Zhao family. My subordinate fortuitously spotted Xiaoming attempting to sneak out of the city and brought her back." Ying Xiuyuan waved his hand, saying, "You performed well this time. You may leave." Ying Xiuyuan approached with deliberate steps. Xiaoming resignedly closed her eyes. Chapter 46. Parting from Xianyang, Xiaoming hurriedly retreated to her room, covering her backside as if fleeing, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Once inside, she buried her head deep within the covers, muttering incessantly curses directed at Ying Xiuyuan. The steward, standing at the door, found himself in a dilemma, unsure whether to enter and offer comfort or to leave. Meanwhile, Ying Xiuyuan, seated in the hall, realized the urgency of finding someone to manage Xiaoming's volatile emotions. Though he harbored a profound fear that Xiaoming might transform into the cold-hearted, unfeeling character from the original tale, he could not conceive of any place more suitable for her than the Tianzong. Aside from the Taoist sect, it was well known among the Zhao family that Ying Xiuyuan had strictly forbidden Xiaoming from practicing martial arts. Yet, the question arose as to how Xiaoming had managed to slip away unnoticed this morning, particularly under the watchful eyes of several adults. This incident harked back to an event that transpired before Ying Xiuyuan's departure to the Zhao kingdom. Not long after Ying Xiuyuan had escaped from the Yin sect, he sought to enhance Mo Ya's lightness skilled. To this end, he had the system materialize a volume of Lingbo Weibu, intending to present it to Mo Ya. Coincidentally, Xiaoming approached him at that moment, and in an attempt to dismiss her, he carelessly tossed another copy of Lingbo Weibu in her direction. This seemingly innocuous action would later sow the seeds of trouble. The following morning, as Ying Xiuyuan arose, he chanced upon Xiaoming frolicking in the courtyard with a group of servants. Unlike previous instances when he had been unable to catch her, this time the servants genuinely could not apprehend her. Upon closer inspection, Ying Xiuyuan noticed that Xiaoming was gracefully employing the Lingbo Weibu technique. Almost doubting his own waking state, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, drawing laughter from Xiaoming in response. While to outsiders this footwork may have seemed merely enchanting, Ying Xiuyuan understood the arduous nature of mastering it. Lingbo Weibu was not merely a technique of lightness, but also an intricate internal cultivation method, requiring the practitioner to possess a certain understanding of the I Ching. This ancient text is revered as the foremost of the classics, a foundational tome of education, esteemed by Confucians as a sacred scripture and deeply intertwined with Taoist philosophy. The Shaoyao sect was a legitimate Taoist school, and Lingbo Weibu was a quintessential martial art of the Taoist tradition. Standing in the courtyard, watching Xiaoming flaunt her newfound skills, Ying Xiuyuan couldn't help but recall the prodigious girl from the original narrative, who, at the tender age of 8, had triumphed over the 6 elders of the Tianzong. As noon approached, despite Xiaoming's ruckus, Ying Xiuyuan remained resolute, insisting that Elbu escort her to the Taoist sect. Before departing, Xiaoming bid farewell to everyone in the residence, but when it came to Ying Xiuyuan, she could only muster a defiant remark. "Humph, you odious young master, just wait until I return from my martial training. You'll see how I deal with you." With that, she fled towards the gate, leaving Ying Xiuyuan both exasperated and somewhat amused. With a sigh, he cupped his hands to form a makeshift trumpet and called out, "Learn all the skills of that old North Sea master and return swiftly. Your family awaits your return." "I got it." Xiaoming's voice, though faint and carried by the wind, was tinged with a hint of tears, a first for Ying Xiuyuan to hear such emotion in her words. Their separation would stretch for a decade before they would meet again in the palace of Xianyang. The Qin king furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the memorial presented by Ying Xiuyuan. Wei Liao, the scholar, pondered the true intent behind Ying Xiuyuan's northern expedition. The king found himself perplexed by Ying Xiuyuan's actions. The latter had merely requested a single county in his memorial, without asking for even a single soldier. Moreover, Ying Xiuyuan's recent movements had been exceedingly enigmatic, with reports from the Shadow Secret Guard even mentioning the name of Fun Yan. The Qin king contemplated every possible scenario, yet he could not fathom the underlying reasons. Although the 6th young master was known for his capricious nature, every action he undertook was invariably purposeful. Wei Liao stroked his beard and remarked, "From the annihilation of Han to the subjugation of Zhao, each of his strategies has been an amalgamation of seemingly unrelated trifles. The 6th young master meticulously advances, laying firm foundations with each step in my lifetime. I have only witnessed one other individual who approached matters with such diligence." Turning with curiosity, the Qin king inquired, "Who might that be?" "Han Fei." "Han Fei." The Qin king savored the long unmentioned name, momentarily lost in reverie as the image of that wine-soaked man resurfaced in his mind. The one who had endured countless trials to rescue him in Han, only to perish in a dungeon after a mere 2 years in Qin. Although Han Fei had his own ulterior motives, he remained one of the few individuals the Qin king regarded as a friend. Returning to the present, the Qin king glanced at Wei Liao beside him, then at the memorial in his hand. He picked up his brush and inscribed a large seal of approval in Qin script at the bottom of the document. Seated in the grand hall, Ying Xiuyuan, though outwardly impassive, felt an intense knot of anxiety within. He was acutely aware that his covert actions could not remain hidden from the Qin king, and thus he refrained from any futile attempts to deceive. Uncertain of the king's stance on the matter, after all, to the Qin king, the various schools of thought were all adversaries. He awaited the royal response with bated breath. Eventually, Zhao Gao arrived with the long-anticipated reply, presenting the memorial into Ying Xiuyuan's hands. Hastily, he unfurled the bamboo slip, and upon discovering the grand seal of approval at the end, a profound sense of relief washed over him. Ying Xiuyuan had volunteered for border defense, to guard against the northern Hu. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the court and beyond, for it was well known that this was the most pivotal moment in Ying Xiuyuan's career, in the span of merely 3 years. He had decisively vanquished both Han and Zhao, capturing King An of Han and King Qian of Zhao, an achievement unprecedented even by the legendary prodigy Gan Luo of Qin. Yet, at the zenith of his glory, he chose to undertake the task of border defense, a move that caught everyone off guard. When Changping Jun received this news, he too was momentarily stunned. His Qinglong plan was already in place, with Ying Xiuyuan as its primary target. While he considered himself exceptionally astute, he had consistently failed to penetrate the enigma that was Ying Xiuyuan. Tio Changping Jun. Each of Ying Xiuyuan's actions appeared whimsical. Yet, this very individual had effortlessly subdued Han while meandering through the streets. As he resigned himself to the realization that he could not decipher Ying Xiuyuan's true intentions, Changping Jun decided to cease his speculations. Ying Xiuyuan's departure at this juncture suited him perfectly. The assassination plan against Qin would proceed more smoothly without the unpredictable variable that was Ying Xiuyuan. Although the six-fingered black hero relinquished his collaboration with him to prevent the Mo family from becoming involved, he had already forged an alliance with Yin Dan on the other side. Outside the city, Ying Xiuyuan gazed intently at the two characters for Xiang Yan inscribed above the city gate, then turned his horse around, leaving without a backward glance. Xiang Yan, I shall return. Chapter 47. The Great Change of the Mo family. What? The leader has gone missing. Upon hearing the news relayed by a disciple of the Mo family, Yin Dan sprang to his feet in astonishment. Indeed, a severely injured disciple who had accompanied the leader managed to escape and, before losing consciousness, recounted that they had been ambushed by the sand flow, and the leader had valiantly held them off alone to protect him. And then, the commanders have personally gone to search, but aside from a battlefield strewn with corpses, there was no sign of the leader. Yin Dan furrowed his brows, sensing that this matter was far from simple. It was troubling that such a significant incident occurred within the Mo family at such a critical juncture. He muttered to himself. This is indeed troublesome. Following the disappearance of the Mo family leader after his confrontation with Wei Zhuang, the entire Mo family was thrown into disarray. When Wei Zhuang brazenly appeared before them, the Mo family's composure began to unravel. When they confronted him, they were met with mockery from Wei Zhuang. The Mo family leader? He is likely dead by now. The ever-watchful Qi Lian added insult to injury. With such poor martial prowess, daring to confront the sand flow, how utterly foolish. As Wei Zhuang departed, his words sent shockwaves through the martial world, and the name of the sand flow grew increasingly formidable. Back in the valley, Qi Lian cautiously inquired, Zhuang. At that moment, the six-fingered black hero was clearly saved. Why did he not return to the Mo family? Qi Lian's question plunged Wei Zhuang into reflection. At the instant they first clashed, the six-fingered black hero's six souls curse began to manifest. Wei Zhuang approached slowly, observing the kneeling figure of the six-fingered black hero, who had just raised his sword. Suddenly, the six-fingered black hero struck with a palm. Wei Zhuang instinctively crossed his sword before his chest to parry the blow, only to find that the six-fingered black hero feigned the attack, using the recoil from Wei Zhuang's strike to create distance. Are you still struggling in your final moments? Wei Zhuang sneered, poised to charge forward when he noticed the six-fingered black hero produce a jade pendant from his bosom. Just as Wei Zhuang pondered the action, the six-fingered black hero crushed the jade pendant in his hand, releasing a gentle blue aura that flowed slowly into his body. The six-fingered black hero's complexion returned to normal, the red energy that had mingled with his own dissipating, reverting to its original inky hue. Witnessing the effortless dissolution of the six souls curse, Wei Zhuang remained unperturbed, instead regarding the six-fingered black hero with a hint of surprise. How intriguing! The legendary six souls curse, which even the Yin family members cannot resolve, yet you managed to break it. Although Wei Zhuang was indifferent to this variable, he believed that with his strength, he could easily defeat the six-fingered black hero, albeit after exerting considerable effort. However, the jade pendant that the six-fingered black hero produced from his bosom, capable of unraveling the six souls curse, sent a whiff of conspiracy wafting through the air for Wei Zhuang. With an impassive expression, he gazed at the now revitalized six-fingered black hero, bending down to pick up a small, shattered piece of the pendant from the ground and inquired, Who bestowed this pendant upon you? Leaning on his ink-black eyebrows, the six-fingered black hero staggered to his feet, gasping heavily, and retorted, Are all you people from Lu Sha so verbose? You have been ensnared by the six souls curse for far too long. Even if you manage to dispel it, do you truly believe that with the meager remnants of your internal power, you can withstand my onslaught? Spare me your platitudes. Even the 5 elder masters of the Yin clan could not subdue me back in the day. What is there to fear from the mere six souls curse? As he spoke, the six-fingered black hero drew the ink-black eyebrow from the ground. Wei Zhuang's eyes, having shifted from disdain to seriousness, brandished his shark-toothed sword and charged at the six-fingered black hero. The latter, already reduced to a shadow of his former self, dared not confront the strike head-on and skillfully evaded. Yet Wei Zhuang's sword was not so easily dodged. It swept across the 4 corners. Legend has it that in that fleeting moment of swordplay, for transformations would occur, each as swift as lightning, ephemeral in nature. With a sharp hiss, 4 wounds appeared upon the six-fingered black hero's body. Though not grievous, the strike cast a shadow over his heart. The two engaged in a protracted exchange of blows until the battle culminated in the six-fingered black hero being gravely injured. Observing the barely conscious figure sprawled on the ground, Wei Zhuang marveled, Truly, you are the legendary six-fingered black hero. Even in your diminished state, you managed to engage me so vividly. You are indeed a formidable man. As he lightly waved his shark-toothed sword, just as it was about to graze the ground where the six-fingered black hero lay, A stone struck the blade, diverting its edge away from a vital spot. Who dares? A shadow flitted towards him, and in that instant, even Wei Zhuang could not react in time as the figure scooped up the six-fingered black hero and fled. The intruder moved like a ghost, elusive and intangible, evading Wei Zhuang's pursuit as if toying with a cat and mouse. Ultimately, both vanished from his sight. This was the first time Wei Zhuang had endured such a humiliation. Though he remained silent, Qi Lian, having accompanied him for many years, could sense the simmering fury within him. After fleeing, the six-fingered black hero did not return to the Mo clan, ringing alarm bells in Wei Zhuang's mind, indicating the presence of another individual in his dealings with Yin Fei. The mysterious figure's unparalleled agility reminded Wei Zhuang of someone familiar, Mo Ya. Yet, this person was distinctly different. As an old adversary, he understood Mo Ya better than anyone. Mo Ya pursued an ultimate swiftness, while the unknown individual's movements bore no resemblance to Mo Ya's style. If it was not Mo Ya, then who could it be? Wei Zhuang sank into contemplation, resting his head in his hands. Upon receiving the response from Wei Zhuang, the Mo family found themselves in a state of utter despair. Although they maintained a facade of tranquility, beneath the surface, turmoil brewed fiercely. No one dared to contemplate the catastrophic consequences should the underlying conflicts erupt. Yin Dan, observing the precarious situation before him, felt a surge of anxiety. The plan to assassinate Qin had been meticulously prepared, yet chaos engulfed the Mo family at this critical juncture. Supporting his forehead with his hand, he sensed an overwhelming exhaustion consuming him. At that moment, Yin Fei approached, gently embracing him from behind and resting her head upon his shoulder. Turning his gaze towards the woman he cherished, he offered her a tender smile before picking up the bamboo slip from the table to resume his reading. Chapter 48. Nian Duan within the confines of the Jinghu Medical Manor. Duanmu Rong relocated the herbs she had laid out to dry in the courtyard back indoors. Not far away, a contingent of armored soldiers advanced towards the manor. As Duanmu Rong was occupied with the herbs, a sudden unease washed over her. Upon raising her head, she beheld a regiment of soldiers stationed at the entrance of the medical manor. She recognized this attire from a previous encounter, one autumn. When these soldiers had arrived at the manor, they had instilled in her a profound fear, leading her to believe that vengeance had come calling. As her trepidation mounted, two soldiers bore in a frail and ailing figure. The man's face was pallid, his eyes sunken deep within their sockets. He appeared emaciated, akin to a mere skeleton, as if death were imminent. Alarmed, Duanmu Rong hastily summoned Nian Duan. Duanmu Rong recalled vividly that after her master had healed this man, he had promised vast tracts of fertile land and invited her master to the Qin state, which her master had declined. According to her master, the man was a high-ranking official of Qin, and the several chests of gifts sent by that official still lay buried in the back mountain. With a sense of curiosity at the unexpected arrival of such a multitude, Duanmu Rong pondered who these visitors from Qin could be. Though she did not catch the precise command issued by the Qin army's leader, the soldiers parted seamlessly into two lines, creating a path. At the end of this path, a young man clad in resplendent garments dismounted his horse and strolled towards the medical manor. The youth paid no heed to Duanmu Rong, instead surveying the courtyard as he continued his advance. Incensed by his apparent disregard, Duanmu Rong exclaimed, "Who are you to dare intrude upon our Jinghu medical manor?" The young man cast a fleeting glance in her direction and replied nonchalantly, "You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. In this vast world, there is no place I cannot enter." Just as Duanmu Rong was about to retort, Nian Duan emerged from within the dwelling. "Esteemed young sir, what brings you to my Jinghu medical manor?" "I have come to heal." "Heal whom?" "All of humanity." Upon hearing the young man's words, Nian Duan's countenance darkened, and he promptly issued an eviction order. "As a practitioner of medicine, I shall never align myself with any faction. I kindly ask you to leave. Is it not said in the teachings of the medical community that the healer saves lives, and the chivalrous aid the world? Have you forgotten this, sir?" Nian Duan, somewhat irked, flicked his sleeves and turned away, addressing the youth with his back turned. "Who are you? Do you think you can teach me the principles of the Yi family?" "I am Qin Gua, Ying Xiuyuan," Ying Xiuyuan continued, bowing respectfully. "I have come not merely to seek your wisdom for the benefit of the world, but to save a life." "Whose life?" With a casual motion, Ying Xiuyuan clapped his hands, and two soldiers brought forth a gravely injured individual. "Duanmu." Nian Duan rushed forward, seizing the man's arm with his left hand while his right rested upon the wrist. The sight of Nian Duan's evident distress confirmed Ying Xiuyuan's suspicions. In the original narrative, Nian Duan had warned Duanmu Rong never to fall in love with a man who lives by the sword. Yin Dan had also mentioned Nian Duan's past association with the six-fingered black hero. The scene unfolding before Ying Xiuyuan further solidified his belief that Nian Duan's connection with the six-fingered black hero was far from ordinary. After nearly 2 hours of relentless effort, Nian Duan emerged from the room, her weary form halting beside Ying Xiuyuan, her eyes fixed intently upon him. "What is your true intention?" Not long after the man had been injured, someone had tended to his wounds, and he had been on the mend, only for treatment to cease abruptly. The physician who initially cared for him possessed skills that even I admire. Why would you deliberately prolong his suffering? Merely to afford you an opportunity, a chance to care for him, Ying Xiuyuan replied. Upon hearing his words, Nian Duan fell silent for a moment. "What is it that you seek? Speak plainly. I will consider your proposal. What I require is not for you or the Yi family to join us, but rather for you to teach the art of healing at my academy. If that is all, I might agree. But alas, my time is limited." Nian Duan lifted her gaze to the heavens. The notion of death repeating in her mind felt like a release. "I treated the wounds of the six-fingered black hero. What do you think of my skills?" Though Ying Xiuyuan implied he could heal, Nian Duan did not voice a request for his assistance. A sense of foreboding washed over Ying Xiuyuan as he observed her resignation. "Do you not wish to witness the moment when the ideals of the Yi family are realized? Do you not care for the future of Miss Duanmu? And what of the six-fingered black hero within?" He had always been concerned for the world. How could such emotional ties ensnare him? As for Ronger, she had her own path to follow. The dreams of the six-fingered black hero aligned with the principles of the Mo family. However, Yin Dan viewed the Mo family merely as a weapon. Now armed with the Mo family's prowess, he was more formidable than ever. Even should the six-fingered master return, the Mo family would already belong to another. Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's statement, Nian Duan inquired with curiosity, "And what of it?" "I know him well. He will never give up. I shall provide him with a platform to realize his dreams, and at the very least, the gentleman can remain by his side. Just you? Truly remarkable, for you have vanquished both Han and Zhao. However, the efforts of the Mahists over the century have merely constructed a paradise beyond the world. How dare you utter such arrogant words? If I were to fail, would it not serve to awaken the six-fingered black hero? The Gongshu family, the Mahists, the Confucians, and the Great Qin, even in unison, have been unable to forge a world of mutual love and non-aggression, which only signifies that this is an elusive dream." Ying Xiuyuan's words stirred Nian Duan's heart. "Permit me to ponder upon this." After leaving these words, Nian Duan turned and returned to the room. Gazing at the six-fingered black hero slumbering on the bed, Nian Duan gently caressed his face, pondering, "If one day your dreams truly shatter, would you reconsider?" Seeing that her master and Ying Xiuyuan had concluded their conversation, Duan Mu-rong approached, inquiring, "What did you just discuss with my master? Why does he appear so grim? Did you eavesdrop?" Evidently, Ying Xiuyuan had no intention of rising. Remaining seated on the ground, a soldier hurried over and placed a box down. Ying Xiuyuan opened it to reveal a jug of wine and 2 small cups. Duan Mu-rong, feeling guilty, cast her gaze downward, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, retorting, Who eavesdropped? I, Duan Mu-rong, would never engage in such behavior." The words of Ying Xiuyuan caused Duan Mu-rong's face to redden at an observable pace. Indeed, she had contemplated stealthily approaching to eavesdrop on their conversation. Yet curiously, even when she was quite close, she could not hear a single word spoken. Ying Xiuyuan took a large swig from the wine jug, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, and with a tone tinged with laziness remarked, "You will come to know in due time. For you, knowing this now brings only harm and no benefit." Chapter 49. The Northwest. The following day, Nian Duan sought out Ying Xiuyuan. Under his care, her ailments quickly improved, and with a period of tranquil recuperation, she would soon be completely healed. Witnessing Nian Duan's recovery, Duan Mu-rong was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face as she clung tightly to Nian Duan, resembling a petulant child. Nian Duan gazed tenderly at the girl in her arms. "Ronger, there is something I must tell you. Henceforth, I may not be able to accompany you." "Master, why is that?" Duan Mu-rong asked. Her expression one of shock as she raised her head. In that moment, she could hardly believe her ears. Her master, who was akin to a mother to her, was to leave. She could not bear the thought. "I must go to the Qin kingdom," Nian Duan said, turning her head away, unable to meet Duan Mu-rong's gaze for fear of her own reluctance to part. Wiping her tears, Duan Mu-rong rose and declared, "Then I shall accompany you to the Qin kingdom. Ronger, you must remember, each person has a different path to tread. You have your own journey to undertake, and I cannot always be by your side." Nian Duan approached Duan Mu-rong's side and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Subsequently, Nian Duan pulled Duan Mu-rong into her embrace and softly said, "Ronger,
you must remember one thing. Never fall in love with a man who lives by the sword. Master, master, please do not leave, do not go. This was already the third time Duan Murong had been startled awake that day. Outside, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Although Nien Duan had departed from the medicinal lodge, Duan Murong continued to carry out her usual tasks, busily preparing herbs until noon. Just as she finally took a moment to rest, a voice called out from outside the lodge, Yin Dan of the Mo family requests an audience with Mr. Nien Duan. Upon hearing Yin Dan's voice, Duan Murong hurriedly ran outside. To her surprise, it was indeed Duan Murong who had emerged, causing an unsettling sensation to arise within Yin Dan. He respectfully inquired, Miss Duanmu, is the gentleman within the medicinal lodge? Duan Murong's face was etched with a conflicted expression as she hesitantly replied, Master, she has already left. Hearing this, Yin Dan was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Has she? Duan Murong quickly waved her hands in denial, saying, No, Master's illness has been cured. She has gone to the Qin kingdom with someone. She then recounted the events of the previous day to Yin Dan in detail. After listening, Yin Dan fell silent, continuously stroking his chin in contemplation. Although Duan Murong had only mentioned a small portion of yesterday's events, primarily speaking ill of a young man from the Qin kingdom, Yin Dan grasped the general circumstances. By the way, Miss Duanmu, do you happen to know the name of that detestable young man you just mentioned? Lost in thought, Yin Dan failed to notice how his words made Duan Murong blush with embarrassment. Wishing she could find a hole to hide in, Miss Duanmu? Yin Dan raised his head to see Duan Murong's face flushed red, suddenly realizing that his previous remark might have inadvertently exposed her little temperament. He quickly explained, I apologize, it's of no consequence. One can only blame that scoundrel who took away my master. Duan Murong shook her head, indicating that she was not bothered at tea that moment. Ying Xiuyuan, who was hastily making his way north, suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! He rubbed his nose, wondering quietly to himself who might be speaking of him behind his back. When Yin Dan heard Duan Murong mention that the young man was Ying Xiuyuan, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Observing Yin Dan's shocked expression, Duan Murong inquired curiously, What is it? Is this person very famous? Yin Dan gritted his teeth and replied, Famous is an understatement. Many wish nothing more than to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Miss Duanmu should be aware that both the Han and Zhao kingdoms were annihilated by the Qin kingdom, correct? Yin Dan's words left Duan Murong even more perplexed. I know, but what does that have to do with him? During the war against Han, he was the commander, and it was under his cunning schemes that the city of Handan in Zhao fell. Over 1 million families lost their homeland because of him. Yin Dan clenched his fists, as if he would strike a blow at Ying Xiuyuan were he to stand before him. This time, it was Duan Murong who was taken aback. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yin Dan. Weiyuan County, a territory specifically carved out by the king of Qin for Ying Xiuyuan from Longxi County, was notably larger than its historical counterpart, encompassing nearly 1/7 of the entire Longxi region. No one understood why Ying Xiuyuan chose to venture to such a remote and desolate corner of the Qin kingdom, yet he was acutely aware of the significance this place held. Weiyuan County was not merely the gateway to the northwestern expanse of the Great Qin, but also a coveted battleground for future military strategists, as well as a vital artery along the Silk Road. Before his arrival, the king of Qin had bestowed upon him ample autonomy, granting him the status of a true sovereign within Weiyuan County. Humming a cheerful tune, Ying Xiuyuan rode his horse and circumnavigated the ancient Qin Great Wall, its weathered stones seemingly narrating tales of yore. With a light tread, he ascended to the highest beacon tower in the vicinity, and as he surveyed the land below, he could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of the ancients. Upon descending the wall, Han Fei hurriedly approached, exclaiming, My lord, the six-fingered black hero has returned. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan promptly joined Han Fei in making haste back to Weiyuan County. By the time Yin Duan had departed the medical establishment, the six-fingered black hero had regained consciousness. Although Ying Xiuyuan had saved his life, it was clear that he remained hesitant to fully trust his words. Under the condition of not revealing his identity, the six-fingered black hero had returned to the Mo family. As Ying Xiuyuan had predicted, the Mo family had indeed fractured beyond recognition, with the newly appointed leader being none other than Yin Dan. Those unwilling to follow Yin Dan had already severed ties with the Mo family, which had now become wholly his dye in times past. The six-fingered black hero would have contested Yin Dan's authority. Yet now he found himself presented with new opportunities to realize his aspirations, thus choosing to journey to Longxi. Upon returning to the temporary encampment prepared by Han Fei, Ying Xiuyuan dismounted his horse and spotted the six-fingered black hero standing at the entrance. Mr. Six-Fingered, you have finally returned. Our plans would have faltered without your presence, he remarked. The six-fingered black hero smiled and responded, "My lord, you flatter me." However, the six-fingered black hero of the Mo family has met his end beneath Wei Zhuang's sword. Now, only Duanmu Yun remains in this world. "Sir, do you not intend to return to the Mo family?" Ying Xiuyuan discreetly observed Duanmu Yun's expression from the corner of his eye. Duanmu Yun lifted his gaze to the heavens, stating, "The Mo family has never been merely an organization. It embodies an ideal, a dream cherished by countless common folk." Looking at Duanmu Yun before him, Ying Xiuyuan could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Duanmu, your talents are extraordinary. You are the true scholar of the Mo family, while Yin Dan is but a thief." Standing to the side, Han Fei interjected, "My lord, brother Duanmu, let us retreat indoors and discuss our detailed plans over a drink." Noticing Han Fei's insatiable thirst for alcohol, the two exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Ying Xiuyuan feigned mystery, saying, "Let us return inside. Today, I shall introduce you to what true wine is. Could it be the distilled liquor you mentioned that day in Handan?" As Han Fei spoke, he wiped the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth. Though he had yet to taste the wine that could be deemed a delicacy by Ying Xiuyuan, the sixth son of the great Qin, he seemed to have already caught a whiff of its intoxicating aroma. In Chapter 50, as everyone settled in, several maidservants brought forth 3 large jars of wine, placing them upon Ying Xiuyuan's table. Upon seeing the jars, Han Fei craned his neck eagerly, his gaze unwavering, evoking the image of a student yearning for the end of class. Ying Xiuyuan placed his hand upon the jar, unleashing a tremor of true energy that caused the clay seal to gradually fall away, before lifting the red cloth from the jar. Instantly, the rich fragrance of the wine enveloped the entire room, so intense that it seemed one whiff could lead to intoxication. This aroma was unlike anything Han Fei had encountered in his extensive experiences with fine wines. It was truly transcendental. "Can this gentleman deceive you? The wines you have consumed barely reach 10 degrees, yet you dare to call them fine." Ying Xiuyuan poured 8 full cups of wine, distributing them among the guests. Due to the youth of Gongshu Yi, he could only sit and curiously watch as others drank. Gongshu Linglong and Yin Duan took merely a sip, their cheeks flushing a bright red, while the others also set down their cups after just a few sips. Only Han Fei finished his cup in one go. Observing Han Fei's subtle glances towards the wine on Ying Xiuyuan's table, Ying Xiuyuan remarked, "Han Fei, there is no need to rush. I shall personally teach you how to brew this wine later." Though he had only witnessed his grandfather brewing wine in his childhood, the general steps he remembered were still vastly superior to the ancient methods of artificial fermentation. After savoring the exquisite wine, the group turned to their main discussion. Duanmu Yun retrieved several blueprints from his robes, rough sketches from when the Mo family constructed the mechanized city, with the more detailed versions having been destroyed by the previous leader. With a sigh of regret, Duanmu Yun continued, "However, with these blueprints, combined with my Mo family's mechanistic arts and the formidable techniques of my young friend Gongshu Yi, the safety of Weiyuan County shall be assured." Initially, Duanmu Yun had felt somewhat displeased upon hearing Han Fei would collaborate with the child, but upon seeing Gongshu Yi for the first time, he recognized his extraordinary capabilities. Even at such a tender age, he had cultivated a remarkable inner strength. After some private discussions and competitions, Duanmu Yun was completely convinced of Gongshu Yi's prowess. Had he still been the leader of the Mo family, he would have done anything to bring Gongshu Yi closer to their ranks. Gongshu Yi's mastery of the domineering arts was astonishing. Had he not been so young, his skill in mechanistic techniques could rival that of Master Ban from the Mo family. As soon as Duanmu Yun finished speaking, Han Fei chimed in, for he had consumed the wine too hastily and, being his first experience with such a high concentration, found his speech somewhat disjointed. Regarding the official selection system and the Sangong Jiuqing system mentioned by the young master, I have already detailed the specifics. Han Fei's words elicited a suppressed laughter from the crowd, and after finishing his statement, he collapsed onto the table. Observing Han Fei's condition, Zhuge Liang took over the conversation and continued. "Concerning the Northern Wolf tribe, I have narrowly triumphed over Brother Han, thus it will be Brother Han who must make the journey to the Wolf tribe." Ying Xiuyuan nodded. Although he had delegated the choice to them, he still preferred Han Fei to undertake the task, as Han Fei's martial prowess, owing to his training in the Divine Foot Classic, far surpassed that of Zhuge Liang. Had they ultimately decided that Zhuge Liang should go, he would have had to specially assign either Elbu or Zhao Zilong to ensure his protection, for the plan remained perilously risky. Once Ying Xiuyuan finished his contemplation and raised his head, Fu Nian, who had been quietly seated, stood up. "Young master, my disciples have begun to arrive in succession, and the academy designed by Brother Duanmu is already under construction. In addition to the main academy, we have also established several small private schools in different locations, all taught by my disciples." After Fu Nian returned to his seat, Yin Duan stood up, stating that the hospital mentioned by the young master has also been prepared. Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan gained a comprehensive understanding of the current progress, and since Han Fei was heading north, the overarching plans would be entrusted to Zhuge Liang. Despite Zhuge Liang's relatively modest status and background among the group, his wisdom gradually won the admiration of those present over the past few days. Just as the meeting was drawing to a close, in the vast northern grasslands, the young Mao Dun was hunting alongside his father. Chou Man Chanyu, father, I have caught a little deer, the young Mao Dun exclaimed proudly, raising a fawn. Although the fawn was bleeding profusely from the arrow wounds, there was no trace of fear on the young Mao Dun's face. Chou Man Chanyu, seated upon his horse, affectionately patted the young Mao Dun's head, exclaiming, truly, you are indeed my son. Someone, prepare to roast this deer for young Mao Dun's dinner tonight. Hearing his father's words, the young Mao Dun was so elated that he nearly leapt into the air, raising his whip in eager anticipation of catching more. Watching the retreating figure of the young Mao Dun, Chou Man Chanyu burst into a satisfied laugh, while those around him praised the young Mao Dun's bravery. Within the palace of Xianyang, in the Qin King's residence, a prominent Confucian scholar stood before the king, elucidating the literary treasures sent by Ying Xiuyuan as the ruler of the Great Qin. He was undoubtedly aware of their significance, yet he could not comprehend why Ying Xiuyuan chose this moment to present them, nor the intent behind it. Zhao Gao presented the items, and as Ying Zhang gazed at the literary treasures, he fell into deep contemplation. After the Confucian scholar took his leave, a man clad in black knelt before him. The man reported, Your Majesty, I have thoroughly investigated the whereabouts of His Highness the Sixth Master over the past few days. The black-clad man's words caused a change in Ying Zhang's expression. What? You mean Fu Nian and Ying Xiuyuan have gone to Longxi together? Indeed, my lord, I am unaware of these matters. Accompanying the young master are the physician Yin Duan and the renowned Gongsun Linglong. Before Ying Xiuyuan departed from Xianyang, he had previously visited the Confucians, a fact he was well aware of. The esteemed scholar had just claimed that the 4 treasures of the study were crafted by Ying Xiuyuan himself. He initially believed this was merely a transaction between the Confucians and Ying Xiuyuan. After all, it seemed implausible that Ying Xiuyuan, even in his idleness, would take an interest in such artifacts. However, upon hearing that Fu Nian had accompanied Ying Xiuyuan to Longxi, he immediately dismissed this conclusion. Now, the king of Qin could practically ascertain that these 4 treasures indeed belonged to Ying Xiuyuan. Otherwise, how could the head of the Confucians possibly accompany him to Longxi? To exchange a set of 4 treasures for the allegiance of the entire Confucian school perplexed him further. He found it hard to believe that Ying Xiuyuan would embrace the Confucian ideals. After dismissing the others, the king of Qin sat alone on the high platform and spoke in a voice only he could hear. Ying Xiuyuan, you have become increasingly inscrutable to me. Chapter 51. The Northern Wolf tribe. Across the vast expanse of the prairie, a troop of soldiers galloped on horseback, led by Chou Man Chanyu, who had just triumphed over the incursions from the western Yuezhi. Riding at the forefront, Chou Man was soon joined by a soldier who hastened his steed to catch up. My lord, the Yuezhi are exceedingly arrogant. This marks the 3rd time they have come this year. With winter approaching, if we do not take action, how will our myriad tribes survive? The words of the soldier fell into a heavy silence among the crowd, for the current situation was dire for the wolf tribe. Before Chou Man united the various tribes to form the wolf tribe, they had long endured bullying from the Donghu and Yuezhi. After establishing the wolf tribe, they had finally begun to thrive, only to be ensnared by the schemes of Li Mu from Zhao, resulting in the annihilation of their 100,000-strong army. Following the fall of Zhao, the mightiest of the 7 kingdoms, Qin, loomed in the south, making them hesitant to provoke any conflict. Now, the wolf tribe found themselves encircled by these 3 formidable powers. Forced to survive in the narrow margins of existence, their lives a bitter struggle. With a heavy sigh, Chou Man offered no response to the soldier's words, lowering his head as he continued onward. After walking a few paces, Chou Man spotted a youth on horseback in the distance. Though the boy's garments were tattered, a closer inspection revealed they had once been of considerable value. The soldier who had spoken earlier again urged his horse forward. Chanyu, he does not appear to be one of our wolf tribe kin. Chou Man fixed his gaze upon the youth, spurring his horse to quicken its pace. Come, let us catch up to him and inquire about his purpose. You there? What is your business? The crowd encircled the youth, with Chou Man positioning himself before the boy, shouting loudly. The youth opened one eye to regard them briefly before closing it again, clenching his legs to urge his horse onward. Witnessing the boy's haughty demeanor ignited a fury within Chou Man. The Yuezhi had bullied him, the Donghu had humiliated him, and now, even a mere youth dared to disregard him. The young man steadily approached Two-Man, whose eyes flashed with a glint of ruthlessness as his right hand rested upon the hilt of his sword. Just as Two-Man was about to unleash his blade, he noticed his horse backing away, as if something unseen was pushing it aside. This sight startled Two-Man, who, being a man of experience, immediately realized that the youth before him was not someone he could provoke lightly. Adjusting his tone, Two-Man forced a smile upon his face and inquired, "Might I ask whether this young lord hails from Qin or Zhao?" "Qin." Two-Man observed the fire of rage igniting in the youth's eyes at the mention of Qin, and he inwardly mused that there might be an opportunity here. "I am of Han," came the reply. One of Tumen's soldiers sneered. "Han? Wasn't that nation extinguished long ago by Qin? In your own words, you are but a stray dog." The youth's eyes widened in shock, while Two-Man clutched his chest, feeling as though an unseen weight was pressing upon him, rendering him breathless. With a piercing scream, the soldier who had mocked the youth was sent flying several dozen meters away, blood gushing from his mouth. The smiles on the faces of the onlookers froze, and an involuntary gulp echoed as hands slowly reached for the swords at their waists. "I apologize for my lax discipline and any offense caused to the young lord. I beg your forgiveness," Two-Man said, still not yet the arrogant figure he would later become, but the extraordinary presence of the youth stirred a different thought within him. "Since your homeland has perished, what are your plans moving forward?" The youth lifted a wine gourd hanging from his horse and took a sip, the aroma of the liquor captivating everyone's attention. Once he corked the gourd, the rich fragrance vanished. With a hint of self-deprecation, he remarked, "I am but a man destined to die. In this world, where can I find refuge?" "What do you mean by that, young lord?" Two-Man found himself perplexed by the youth's words. "Do you know who I am?" the youth asked, casting a sidelong glance at the seated Two-Man. "Who might you be, young lord?" "I." The name resonated with weight, for as the chieftain of the wolf tribe, Two-Man was not only concerned with the skirmishes of the desert, but also with the wealthiest of the 7 states. Each one had its spies within. Before the fall of Han, Ying Xiuyuan of Qin had launched an assault against the kingdom, and it was widely believed that Han was doomed. However, it was only in the end that everyone learned Ying Xiuyuan's true aim was merely to capture a young man from Han, a fact that had spread like wildfire among the 6 states. Two-Man felt as though a grand fortune had unexpectedly descended upon him, striking him like a heavy pie from the heavens. For I was a talent for whom the king of Qin would go to great lengths, even waging war against Han. Was it not said that the young lord was executed by the king of Qin? How? Two-Man struggled to suppress his inner excitement as he posed his question. I scoffed. "Does Ying Xiuyuan have the power to kill me? Simply find a stand-in to feign my death, and here I am. Since the young lord has escaped death, why not rise against the tyrannical Qin and avenge your fallen homeland? Even the 6 nations can barely survive. How could I, a solitary individual, possibly stand against the formidable Qin state?" Upon hearing Han Fei's words, Two-Man's heart leapt with joy. He feared not Han Fei's despondency, but rather his reluctance to confront the Qi in that case. "Why not join our wolf clan and resist the tyrannical Qin together? Just you lot?" Han Fei's scornful gaze pierced deeply into Two-Man's heart. Nevertheless, Two-Man did not relent. He sensed that the rise of the wolf clan was embodied in this young man before him. Had it not been for the unfortunate trickery of Li Mu, how could the wolf clan have fallen to such a plight? "With your assistance, my lord, once we have vanquished the formidable Donghu and Yuezhi and unified the desert, what fear would we have of the mere Qin?" This declaration had been the result of Two-Man's utmost effort, for previously, he had subdued his subordinates through sheer force. Yet, confronting Han Fei with violence was futile. Thus, he resorted to eloquence. The ornate language left the onlookers in a daze, and Han Fei realized that Two-Man had likely exhausted his life's literary prowess. Suppressing his amusement, he acquiesced, upon receiving Han Fei's affirmation. Two-Man was so overwhelmed with excitement that he seemed disoriented, fixating on Han Fei as if fearing his escape. It was only upon returning to the city that Two-Man finally felt at ease. Chapter 52. New regulations. Beside a small stream outside Weiyuan County, the scenery was quite pleasant. The water was crystal clear, devoid of impurities, and it served as a washing place for many women residing near the county gate. One woman, scantily clad, had finished washing her clothes and, after tidying up, sat down to await her companions. Feeling a bit bored after a while, she returned to the stream. Seated beside another woman who was diligently pounding clothes, she inquired, "Hey, have you heard? Recently, the 6th son of the king has come to Weiyuan." The woman, still busy with her laundry, did not pause her work and replied, "Yes, I've heard that it seems he has introduced many strange things, like something called hospitals and schools. I wonder what they are for. The first woman gazed at her in astonishment. What? You don't know? I thought everyone was aware. Just yesterday, I witnessed firsthand how marvelous this hospital is. Curiosity piqued, the second woman halted her work and asked, what is so marvelous about it? Do you know the largest Zhao family in the northern part of our city? Just yesterday, old Zhao injured his back while working in the fields, she explained. Hearing their discussion, others nearby leaned in, intrigued, exclaiming, what? The Zhao family relies solely on him for their livelihood. If he falls ill, how will his entire family survive? Oh dear, I've heard about this too. Right now, every household is busy harvesting grain, and for the Zhao family to face such a calamity is truly unfortunate, said the middle-aged woman who had initially spoken. Let me tell you what happened. Just yesterday, the esteemed son of the king opened a so-called hospital, where a physician, upon hearing of the matter, bravely stepped forth. It must be said that the female doctor possessed remarkable healing skills. Old Zhao reclined there. The physician placed her hands upon his lower back and gently applied a few pushes. In no time, old Zhao, that old fellow, was able to run and jump, exhibiting even greater agility than before. The women recounted the event with animated gestures, narrating it in vivid detail, surpassing even the finest storytellers of later generations, making it seem as if one were present at the scene. The surrounding women listened, astounded, and before long, the tale had spread throughout the entire area along the creek. Shortly after these women returned home, the news had become common knowledge throughout Weiyuan County. Some claimed that old Zhao had merely strained his back. Others insisted he had broken his arm, while yet others spoke of him having risen from the dead, resulting in a plethora of versions circulating outside. In an instant, the once quiet hospital was bustling with visitors. Young and old, the ailing and the curious. Half the county's populace crowded at the hospital's entrance, while the school gate on the other side remained desolate. In an era where even obtaining food was a challenge, sending their children to school was evidently an unrealistic endeavor. Fortunately, Ying Xiuyuan had a backup plan. The following day, Ying Xiuyuan posted a notice at the city gate. First, in the name of the Qin king, he sought to recruit 5,000 soldiers to defend against the northern barbarians. Second, he proposed the establishment of schools, hospitals, and communal houses to ensure and enrich the livelihoods of the people. Third, positions such as county magistrate, deputy magistrate, and county constable would be filled by the capable, with an examination system added to the military merit system for the selection of officials, in addition to recommendations and conscription. Once Funyan explained the examination system to the populace, the entire Weiyuan County erupted in excitement. Within days of the notice being posted, the children who had previously roamed the town daily vanished, as families, regardless of wealth, rushed to enroll their children in school. In this age, the military merit system was their only path to altering their fates. Recommendations and conscription seemed utterly implausible to them. It is important to note that recommendations carried a system of collective responsibility, leading most officials to only recommend those close to them. As for conscription, it was entirely unrelated to them. The limitations of bamboo slips rendered books exceedingly rare, an inaccessible luxury for those of their station. However, Ying Xiuyuan's notice offered them a glimmer of hope to escape their lowly destinies. In contrast to the perilous military merit system, the examination route was far more palatable to the masses. Within the halls of the Qin Palace in Xianyang, the Qin king trembled as he read the intelligence from his shadow guards. This is utter nonsense. Clearly, the Qin king had yet to acclimate to the use of paper, and the paper he tossed onto the table only served to intensify his rage. Ever since Ying Xiuyuan embarked on the trade of the 4 treasures of the study, most bamboo slips within the Qin state had been supplanted by paper. When Qin people visited other nations and witnessed their continued reliance on cumbersome bamboo slips, they regarded them with disdain, further solidifying Ying Xiuyuan's name across the realm. The king of Qin gazed at the delicate paper that had fluttered down onto the table, a wave of nostalgia washing over him as he reminisced about the days of using bamboo slips. Left with no other recourse, he resorted to striking the table to vent his pent-up fury. His finger incessantly jabbed at the characters on the paper, directing them towards Wei Liao beside him. Look at what he has done. Though I initially granted him autonomy, he dares to alter the Qin system. Such audacity is utterly outrageous. Observing the infuriated king of Qin, Wei Liao silently scoffed, recalling how resolutely the king had once agreed to let him experiment in Weiyuan County, boldly stating that should anything go awry, he would bear the consequences. Although these thoughts churned in his mind, Wei Liao dared not voice them aloud. Instead, he respectfully suggested, "Might I implore your majesty to temper your wrath? The 6th master surely has his own justifications for such actions." "Humph! What justifications could he possibly have? If trouble arises, I will be left to clean up his mess." How am I to resolve such a grave matter when he openly challenges the Qin system? Your Majesty, why not follow the young master's suggestion and announce to the world the establishment of Weiyuan as a test county? This way, it would neither disrupt the existing Qin system nor attract unwarranted criticism. The king of Qin let out a resigned sigh, conceding to this course of action, feeling that it was indeed a concession on his part. The current military merit system had arisen in response to the exigencies of war. The king of Qin was not blind to the advantages of an examination system, yet at this moment, military merit was the unassailable foundation of the Qin state. The examination system could be adopted once Qin unified the realm, but in this era where strength prevailed, it was simply premature. Not long after, far away in Longxi, Ying Xiuyuan received the news of the test county and nearly leapt for joy. He had dug such a significant pit for the king of Qin, and should the king's wrath lead to his dismissal, all his meticulously laid plans would be in jeopardy. Now that everything was in place, the moment the king of Qin chose to support him, his last lingering concern had been alleviated. With paper serving as a source of income, Ying Xiuyuan found himself amassing wealth beyond measure, to the point where he himself had not anticipated that the profits from paper alone would render him wealthier than a nation. With internal factors finally stabilized, Ying Xiuyuan turned his attention to the neighboring Yuezhi, which was one of the primary reasons for their presence here, to open the ancient Silk Road. Chapter 53. The Kingdom of Yuezhi Beyond the Great Wall. The wind whipped the yellow sands into a swirling tempest as two figures traversed the desolate Gobi on camels. The extreme temperature fluctuations of the barren expanse proved challenging for them. Fortunately, their internal strength was sufficiently robust, or they might have succumbed to the cold by nightfall and the deep of night. The two sat huddled by a fire, rubbing their hands together for warmth while controlling their vital energy to circulate across their skin. Gradually, they extended a hand from beneath their blankets to pull down their facial veils, revealing themselves to be none other than Zhao Zilong and Ying Xiuyuan, who were supposed to be in Weiyuan. The wind howled even more fiercely around them, prompting Zhao Zilong to instinctively retract his hand and inquire, "My lord, is this water compass of yours truly effective? We have traveled for quite some time and have yet to glimpse a single city. Is that not obvious? Did you not see that it pointed only north that day?" Xijiazhuang cast a sideways glance, murmuring in a voice audible only to himself, "Who knows if it is mere coincidence? This invention is not mine. It has existed for several years, and back then, the Xijiazhuang specifically recorded the properties of magnets." Ying Xiuyuan regarded Xijiazhuang with a hint of disdain in his eyes, remarking on his ignorance of the Sinan, a compass, due to his lack of scholarly pursuits and disregard for newspapers. "You speak so lightly, my lord. At the time when this book was posted at the gates of Xianyang, the Zhao family was facing great calamities, and we could hardly spare anyone to transcribe a copy." Xijiazhuang rolled his eyes inwardly as he explained to Ying Xiuyuan, after El Buwei was dismissed from his position, this book could hardly be openly displayed within Xianyang. Now, apart from those who once collected it, it is likely that only the royal library possesses a copy. Ying Xiuyuan had always held a particular fondness for the El Shurchuanxiu, and within the library of the Xianyang Palace, there existed a volume personally authored by El Buwei. He had the fortune of reading that book, where El Buwei had provided annotations that vividly articulated his thoughts. Regrettably, in the end, the Qin king opted for legalism. Upon later discovering that the system could record the contents of books, he sought to borrow it from the Qin king, secretly transcribing a copy to study at his leisure. Ying Xiuyuan manifested the El Shurchuanxiu recorded in the system, extracting the volume from his bosom and tossing it toward Xijiazhuang. "Here. The annotations on this are penned by El Buwei himself." Xijiazhuang's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at Ying Xiuyuan, then down at the book in his hands. "My lord, please forgive me. I have long been curious about where you procured this. This book, the firewood, the food and water, and the vast silk you acquired before our journey. Where do you conceal them all? You are not 1,000 questions. Why inquire so much?" Ying Xiuyuan stammered, unsure how to respond, his mind racing to change the subject. Xijiazhuang, cherishing the book as a treasure, tucked it close to his chest, tightened the cotton blanket wrapped around him and yawned, saying, "What I mean is, though the reason remains unclear, since you, my lord, can carry so much, why not bring the general's tent as well?" The night passed in silence, and the two endured yet another cold evening, their bodies chilled, but their hearts felt a deeper frost. Clad in dust, Ying Xiuyuan and Xijiazhuang ascended a high ridge, gazing at the distant city, tears brimming in their eyes. They cast aside their reins and, with a graceful step, swiftly descended to the foot of the city. "Halt! What are you doing?" A burly man clad in leather blocked their path. Xijiazhuang reached for the sword concealed at his waist, but Ying Xiuyuan seized his arm, forcing a smile as he spoke. "Noble warrior, We are merchants from the south, merely passing through your esteemed land for trade. Merchants? Not only did you fail to bring any goods, but how dare you still call yourselves merchants? Are you spies of the wolf tribe? The voice of the burly man quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding soldiers, who encircled the two men, their spears poised, ready to strike at the slightest hint of rebellion. Ying Xiuyuan stepped forward, discreetly retrieving a few pieces of silver from his pocket and placing them into the hands of the strong man. Brave warrior, who said we have no goods? Surely, you see the merchandise behind us. The burly man weighed the silver in his hand and replied with a smile, Indeed, indeed. If you are here to trade, then let us proceed inside. Upon entering the city, Zhao Zilong wore a perplexed expression and queried Ying Xiuyuan. How did he ascertain that we possess goods? Ying Xiuyuan leisurely swayed his head and replied, Ah, you seem unaware, Zilong. Remember this, all the bustling in the world is for profit. All the commotion is for gain. Zhao Zilong continued, But what if, after we conduct our business, someone investigates our backgrounds? I took precautions earlier, Ying Xiuyuan explained, and subtly employed a hint of hypnosis on those soldiers. Moreover, having accepted my goodwill, they will not only protect my interests but their own lives as well. However, your words have reminded me. We should procure a cart in the city to transport our goods. Meanwhile, the king of the Yuezhi was indulging in fine wine and enjoying a performance of song and dance when a soldier entered. My lord, 2 merchants have arrived in the city, bringing with them a substantial quantity of silk, and they are currently engaged in trade. What is there to panic about? It is not as if we have never seen merchants here. The Yuezhi king scolded his flustered subordinate before redirecting his attention to the dancerous waist. Why, lord, those 2 men have brought an astonishing 10 carts of silk. The king's drink spewed forth as he stood in disbelief, exclaiming, What? 10 carts? It was no wonder the soldiers were in such a state of alarm. The harsh conditions of the Gobi Desert had long kept merchant caravans at bay, and even when they did come, they carried little wares, especially given that only 2 individuals were involved. Furthermore, silk was a commodity exclusive to the interior, and the Qin people from the south had ceased their visits after suffering multiple raids by the Yuezhi. In the marketplace, the Yuezhi gathered around Ying Xiuyuan, and the 5 carts of silk he possessed had already fetched astronomical prices, with the keen-minded sensing the scent of opportunity. The back of the crowd, a figure was pushing forward while shouting loudly, The king is coming! The king is coming! Everyone, make way! Upon hearing that the Yuezhi king was arriving, the crowd parted swiftly, and the king approached Ying Xiuyuan, asking, Who are you? How did these goods come to my Yuezhi? Ying Xiuyuan bowed respectfully and replied, I am but a Qin man, and I have come to meet the great king. Very well, bring your goods and follow me. Although the onlookers murmured their discontent regarding the king's actions, they dared not voice their opinions, instead watching as the soldiers began to carry away Ying Xiuyuan's belongings. Chapter 54. Establishing trade under the leadership of the Yuezhi king. The 2 entered the military tent, where the Yuezhi king reclined upon a throne adorned with tiger skin, while Ying Xiuyuan and Zhao Zilong stood below. Ying Xiuyuan stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and declared, I wish to discuss a business proposition with your majesty. The Yuezhi king squinted, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Ying Xiuyuan. What qualifications do you possess to engage in business with me? I stand here on behalf of the 6th prince of my great Qin, Ying Xiuyuan. The prince has been dispatched by the Qin king to Longxi to oversee Weiyuan, and he hopes to seize this opportunity to forge an alliance with the Yuezhi. The Yuezhi king cast a scrutinizing glance at the seemingly respectful Ying Xiuyuan, leaning back in his chair with an air of languor. What is it that you seek, and what do I stand to gain from this? The prince wishes to establish a long-term trade partnership with the Yuezhi nation. In return, we can supply the Yuezhi with essential winter provisions such as grain and blankets at a reduced cost. Upon hearing this, the Yuezhi king opened his eyes wide, for winter had always posed a formidable challenge for the northern nomadic tribes. Presently, the northern nomads were fragmented in strength, apart from the Yuezhi. Larger tribes like the Wolf Clan, Wusun, and Northern Hu, there existed nearly 100 smaller tribes, none of which could rival the might of the Xiongnu during the Han Dynasty. It is worth noting that even the relatively powerful Wolf Clan had once nearly faced annihilation at the hands of Zhao, and the more formidable Yuezhi had been driven to the northwest by Qin, too fearful to invade. Given their current strength, a direct confrontation with the 7 southern states would be akin to an old man hanging himself, an act of folly. The nomadic lifestyle dictated that their existence was fraught with hardship, and since the Qin merchant caravans had frequently fallen prey to banditry in the north, the number of traders willing to venture there had dwindled significantly. Those who dared to come brought only exorbitantly priced silks. The towering Great Wall not only severed the supply of grain, but also extinguished the hopes of many, leading to countless deaths by freezing and starvation. The Yuezhi king steadied his thoughts. Though still appearing languid, he gradually sat up straighter. Is this truly the case? Indeed. We shall issue a special pass for merchants, and we kindly ask for the protection of those with Archene passes within Yuezhi territory. My prince will dispatch personnel to deliver the provisions to the Yuezhi for sale, at absolutely reasonable prices. After discussing several details, the Yuezhi king, filled with delight, bid farewell to Ying Xiuyuan and his companion. Once outside the military tent, Zhao Zilong noticed that no Yuezhi soldiers remained nearby, and he leaned in to whisper, "My prince, there is something I find difficult to comprehend." As Ying Xiuyuan continued walking, he glanced sideways at Zhao Zilong. "Speak freely, Zilong. Since Han Fei has already proceeded to the Wolf Clan as planned, why must we still ally with the Yuezhi?" Ying Xiuyuan halted, fixing his gaze on the bewildered Zhao Zilong. "Let me pose a question to you. The Wolf Clan and the Yuezhi may not be powerful, yet why has no state among the seven claimed dominion over the northern territories? Is it because there is no value in it?" Zhao Zilong ventured cautiously, studying Ying Xiuyuan's expression. Ying Xiuyuan shook his head and remarked, "It is not merely that. The primary reason lies in the fact that they possess a different heart than ours. To us, they will always remain foreign entities. Defeating them is a simple task, yet the true challenge resides in how to govern them. If our sole aim were to vanquish them, then there would be no need for such elaborate efforts." Zhao Zilong quickly grasped Ying Xiuyuan's intent and nodded in sudden realization. The following day, for the first time in several days, the two found a place to stay, finally enduring the hardships of sleeping in the wilderness. This time, Ying Xiuyuan had thoughtfully purchased a large tent to store in the system space, having learned from previous misfortunes. Under the guidance of the king of the Yuezhi, Ying Xiuyuan chose a substantial quarter of the marketplace as the future trading ground for Qin merchants. After gifting the king 5 carts of silk, the remaining 5 carts were sold at an exorbitant price. Ying Xiuyuan brought several packets of seeds for vegetables and fruits not found in the south and subsequently acquired many precious items such as jade and agate. The duo had achieved their purpose for this journey. After a grand spree of acquisitions, they departed from Yuezhi, retracing their steps with newfound experience. On the desolate Gobi, Ying Xiuyuan and Zhao Zilong rode ahead on separate horses, leading behind them 10 additional horses tethered by ropes. As they exited the city, the king of the Yuezhi, astonished by their considerable haul, wished to send them off, but after Ying Xiuyuan declined, the king gifted them a dozen horses for transporting their goods. Once outside the city, Ying Xiuyuan hurriedly stored the cargo. However, since the system space could not accommodate living creatures, they regrettably had to cull a few ordinary horses for sustenance. As for the remaining fine steeds, they could not bear to slay them, and fortunately, they were not too far from Lungxi, deciding instead to return with all the fine horses. "My lord, there is a troop ahead," Zhao Zilong, leading the way. Since the presence first, as they drew closer, Ying Xiuyuan observed roughly 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. Just as they intended to slip away, the group noticed them. The previously scattered formation quickly arranged into a defensive stance, drawing their swords. Suddenly, a path cleared within the crowd as several mounted figures charged toward them. Ying Xiuyuan glimpsed a gravely injured man lying among them. "Who are you?" he inquired, as those encircling them responded with a question of their own. "I am a physician. I can save him." This declaration stirred excitement among the group. "What? You truly are a physician?" murmured the onlookers. Among them, a burly man approached, drawing his sword and pressing it against Ying Xiuyuan's neck. "If you fail to save our general, you know what will become of you." The man's menacing words did not instill the anticipated fear. Instead, the youth's gaze grew increasingly disdainful. "I wish for you to understand one thing. My willingness to save him is contingent upon my own sentiments. Who are you to threaten me?" As soon as the words fell from his lips, the burly man before Ying Xiuyuan instantly knelt down. While the others were still perplexed, a sudden heaviness enveloped their shoulders. They gritted their teeth, resisting the immense force. The soldiers in the nearby formation observed this unusual spectacle, yet, without orders, they dared not act on their own. Chapter 55. Creon. After a brief standoff, Ying Xiuyuan retracted his vital energy, and those around him panted heavily, wiping the sweat from their brows as if they had just run dozens of kilometers. The burly man rose to his feet, his expression devoid of the expected fury that should have accompanied his humiliation. Instead, he deeply bowed to Ying Xiuyuan, acknowledging, "We have been presumptuous. We beseech you, noble sir, to save our general." The soldiers gazed curiously at their distant leaders, intrigued by what had transpired, and why their commanders now regarded the two with such reverence. Ying Xiuyuan and Zhao Zilong followed the group to the center of the formation, where they beheld a man lying on a stretcher, his eyes tightly shut. "We shall trouble you next, noble sir. We will guard this place and ensure no outsiders disturb you." The group respectfully instructed a soldier before hastily departing. Ying Xiuyuan crouched down to meticulously examine the injuries on the man. He discovered something rather peculiar. The wounds on this man differed significantly from those of the surrounding soldiers. The leaders and soldiers bore sword wounds, evidently sustained from combat with enemies, while this man was covered in frostbite and bore a significant bruise from a blunt object. In a flourish, Ying Xiuyuan produced a packet of silver needles from within his robes and deftly inserted one into the man's body. Zhao Zilong, accustomed to Ying Xiuyuan's penchant for conjuring strange items, regarded the spectacle with indifference. As Ying Xiuyuan continued his treatment, an increasing array of objects accumulated around him, leaving the nearby soldiers astounded and bewildered, unable to fathom where such items could possibly be concealed. After 2 full hours of diligent effort, Ying Xiuyuan finally healed the gravely injured man. Rising to his feet, he waved his arm over the surrounding items, causing them to vanish from sight. The soldiers nearby stared in disbelief, while the leaders, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Upon witnessing the dazed soldiers as if they had encountered a ghost, they respectfully addressed Ying Xiuyuan, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, noble sir, for your assistance." As the two emerged from the crowd, Zhao Zilong was about to leave when he noticed Ying Xiuyuan setting up a large tent. "Noble sir, are we not departing? These individuals appear well trained. Unlike regular soldiers, I fear remaining here may pose a danger." "There's no rush. I sense these people's origins are quite extraordinary. We shall wait until the man awakens," Ying Xiuyuan replied, all the while erecting the tent. As he entered, Zhao Zilong plopped down outside, his gaze fixed intently on the troops at the entrance. Night fell, and the leaders from that morning arrived at Ying Xiuyuan's large tent. Upon the appearance of Ying Xiuyuan, several individuals immediately knelt down. Among them, an elder spoke, saying, "Today, we inadvertently offended the young master. In recent days, the wolf tribe has persistently harassed us, compelling us to act with caution. We have been wronged by treacherous individuals and driven to this desolate place, possessing nothing but the weapons on our persons and the steeds beneath our feet. Our general has sustained grave injuries while defending us. We cannot allow him to lie upon this barren wasteland. We humbly beseech you to permit our general to rest here for a night." Ying Xiuyuan gestured subtly to Zhao Zilong beside him, who then retrieved an additional large tent from within. The men gratefully accepted the tent, repeatedly expressing their thanks, and then slowly withdrew from Ying Xiuyuan's presence. On the following day, Ying Xiuyuan sat within the tent while Zhao Zilong had risen early to stand guard outside. Not long after, a figure appeared within Zhao Zilong's perceptive range. Although the newcomer approached with a slow gait and labored breath, indicative of injury, his strength was not to be underestimated. Zhao Zilong tightened his grip on his spear, preparing himself for any eventuality. After a brief moment, a man gradually made his way to Zhao Zilong, revealing himself to be the very individual who had sustained injuries the previous day. The man bowed respectfully and requested, "Might I trouble you to announce my presence? I am their leader and wish to meet with the young master to personally offer my apologies." "There is no need for further apologies. They have already come yesterday," came Ying Xiuyuan's voice from within the tent. The man raised his voice, declaring, "I have a matter to discuss, and I hope the young master will consent." "Very well, you may enter," came Ying Xiuyuan's response after a moment of silence. The man entered the tent, where Ying Xiuyuan glanced up at him before returning his focus to the book in his hands. "Your physical condition seems fairly robust. Your wounds have improved, but you still require ample rest to recover fully." The man, enduring the pain coursing through his body, knelt down and prostrated himself before Ying Xiuyuan, stating, "Your great kindness is something I shall never forget. Young master, I implore you to overlook past grievances and tend to my subordinates. I am willing to follow you, serving you loyally, and I shall not hesitate to face any peril." With a decisive clap, Ying Xiuyuan closed his book and looked at the man kneeling before him, inquiring, "First, tell me about your origins. Your attire does not resemble that of the Hu people. To which faction do you belong?" "My name is Liang. My family has been responsible for guarding Tianzhu since my forefathers. Yet we have fallen victim to the treachery of others and have been exiled to this place." "Liang?" Ying Xiuyuan felt a vague familiarity with the name but could not recall its significance. Dismissing the thought, he reflected on his admiration for this troop from their very first encounter. They had demonstrated remarkable composure in the face of external threats, swiftly organizing their ranks. They epitomized the military principle of being as swift as the wind and as gentle as the forest. Ying Xiuyuan was further astonished to learn that the injured man before him was their leader. Despite their general being gravely wounded and unconscious, the morale of the troops remained unshaken, maintaining an impressive level of order and rapidity in their defenses. Ying Xiuyuan was certain that this cavalry was indeed among the elite of the elite. This formidable troop is on par with the golden cavalry wielded by Meng Tian, and in certain respects, They even surpass it. I am capable of tending to their wounds. But can you assure me of your loyalty? Liang, after a moment of reflection, declared, I have pledged to my subordinates that I would escort them back to their homeland. Once I fulfill this promise, I shall repay your profound kindness with my life. Very well, if you trust me, accompany me back to the Qin kingdom, and upon our arrival, I shall ensure your return to Tianzhu. However, we number 3,000, and the Great Wall at the border of Qin makes entry impossible. We have previously ventured into Qin, seeking a place to procure provisions and rest, but we were turned back by their soldiers. I am the sixth son of the Qin, and until I return your soldiers to their homeland, they are under my command. Once they are safely returned, I hope you will remember your promise. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to march against Tianzhu. Liang, with both hands pressed to the ground, bowed his head forcefully against the earth, uttering, Your servant Liang pays his respects to you, my lord. Chapter 56. The wind whispers coldly by the Yi Shui. Having learned from their prior experiences, under the leadership of Ying Xiuyuan, the group swiftly arrived in Longxi. As they beheld thousands approaching the Great Wall, the soldiers below were thrown into disarray. Since the time when Ming Tian had repelled the Yuezhi and the Wolf tribe and vanquished numerous smaller clans, it had been ages since anyone dared to brazenly trespass into Qin. A general stationed atop the wall gazed down in bewilderment at the cavalry below. Just days prior, this very group had visited, and he had encountered their leader. However, due to a strict edict from the Qin king forbidding the entry of foreign tribes, he had sent them away, relieved that they had not provoked any conflict. The general furrowed his brow, suddenly spotting an unexpected figure among the gathering. Alarmed, he quickly summoned his soldiers to encircle the group, and upon confirming that the young lord was unharmed, he released a sigh of relief. Quickly, surrender our young lord, and we shall spare your lives, the defending general shouted, just as Ying Xiuyuan rode forth. There is no need for alarm. They now belong to my command, loyal soldiers of the great Qin. Though he had previously met Ying Xiuyuan, the defending general still took great care to ascertain his identity before allowing the group to enter the city. Once the newcomers were settled, Ying Xiuyuan introduced Liang and the others, then handed the map of the Yuezhi and the route to their territory to Zhuge Liang. That night, to celebrate the opening of this Silk Road, a grand feast was held at Ying Xiuyuan's residence. During the banquet, Ying Xiuyuan unveiled the fine wines hidden in the cellar, and Liang, a connoisseur of spirits, indulged himself, drinking to the point of intoxication, disregarding his injuries. Meanwhile, in the Xianying palace of the Qin kingdom, Ying Zhang finally completed a day filled with burdensome affairs. Just as the Qin king intended to retreat to his chambers for a few sips of the exquisite wine sent by Ying Xiuyuan, Zhao Gao entered, bowing low. Zhao Gao entrusted the documents to the small eunuch beside him, and subsequently knelt down to pay his respects to the king. This was the recent intelligence regarding the sixth son that the king had dispatched his servant to investigate. Qin Wang took the paper from the eunuch's hand and began to read, his brow furrowing deeper with each line. Ying Xiuyuan had already been in Weiyuan for nearly a year. During this time, he first enacted reforms, then established schools and hospitals, and in recent months, he ventured into the vast desert, returning with a cavalry unit. These developments struck Qin Wang as utterly absurd, yet he had long since grown accustomed to deciphering Ying Xiuyuan's actions. He set down the confidential report in his hand and regarded the kneeling Zhao Gao. Has the envoy from Yin arrived? Zhao Gao performed a respectful bow and responded, Your Majesty, he is still en route. By the banks of the Yishui River in Yin, Jing Ke was bidding farewell to the leaders of the Mo family one by one. Yin Dan handed over the sword case, which he had received from one of the Mo disciples. Into Jing Ke's hands, the remnant rainbow you possess is a blade capable of slaying dragons. Yet it is far too ferocious. Su Fuzi's mother has crafted a dagger specifically for your stealthy assault. Jing Ke opened the sword case to reveal a small dagger within. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but under the moonlight, it reflected a chilling glint that sent shivers down one's spine. Even the mere act of holding it conveyed its sharpness. After wrapping the dagger in a scroll, Jing Ke raised his head to look at Yin Dan. Does this dagger have a name? Not yet. It has just been forged. I have sent someone to temper it with herbs. Now, this dagger is lethal, capable of severing with a mere breath. Jing Ke grasped the scroll tightly, lifting it to his chest. In that case, let us name it the Su Fuzi dagger. It shall gain renown across the land as it claims the head of Ying Zhang. After bidding farewell to Yin Dan, Jing Ke approached Gao Jinli, whose eyes were slightly misty. Without hesitation, Gao Jinli embraced Jing Ke. Brother, you will surely succeed. Slay that dog of a Ying Zhang and fulfill your ideals. Jing Ke inhaled deeply, stifling the tears that threatened to spill, and patted Gao Jinli's back reassuringly. Fear not. Your brother is renowned as the drunken immortal, capable of slaying foes with every 5 steps. and unmatched by 100 men. Next, Jing Qi approached Xue Nu, fixing his gaze upon her eyes. Xue, we do not know what you have endured in Zhao, but you must understand that Xiao Gao holds genuine feelings for you. He loves you more deeply than anyone else. Jing Ke's words caused Xue Nu to avert her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, and even more so, unable to look at Gao Jinli beside her. She interrupted Jing Qi, saying, Brother, today is your most important day. Let us not dwell on this matter. Hearing her response, Gao Jinli's expression gradually dimmed, and he forced a smile. Brother, please do not pressure Xue. Regardless of her final choice, I will respect her decision. Jing Qi sighed inwardly, longing to witness the union of the beloved pair, Xue Nu and Gao Jinli. Though the Snow Woman consistently rebuffs Gao Jinli, citing a solemn vow she once made, it is evident to all that her refusal extends beyond this singular matter. Within her abode, she cherishes a particular game of chess, alongside a jade pendant inscribed with the characters of the Qin state that hangs delicately from her neck. On several occasions, Jing Qi has witnessed the Snow Woman seated alone in her courtyard, entranced by these artifacts, her expression revealing emotions she has never shown to anyone else. Jing Qi has always hesitated to disclose this to Gao Jinli. As his closest friend, he understands the depth of Gao Jinli's love for the Snow Woman. After bidding farewell to others one by one, Jing Qi boarded the boat, gazing at the Mo family on the riverbank. The wind howled, and the waters of the Yishui were frigid. Once a valiant man departs, he shall not return. Upon hearing Jing Qi's poignant words, tears streamed down the faces of those present, while he himself fought to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Behind Jing Qi, the sound of a zhu resonated, and he recognized it as Gao Jinli bidding him farewell. Yet this melody was not the familiar Yangchun that Gao Jinli mastered, but rather a variant, imbued with a sense of solemnity and fervor. Soon, the sound of the Snow Woman's shao joined in harmony with Gao Jinli's zhu. Unable to contain himself any longer, tears cascaded down Jing Qi's cheeks. Tasting the bitterness of sorrow for the first time in the 57th chapter, Jing Qi's assassination of Qin. Beneath the moonlight, Ying Xiuyuan and Liang sat atop the beams of the grand hall. Not long after the banquet concluded, the others, having drunk to excess, were carried away, leaving Liang without a place to stay, so he remained with Ying Xiuyuan. Ying Xiuyuan raised his wine cup and drank it down in one gulp, followed by a whoosh as flames ignited in his left hand. Releasing his grip, the remnants transformed into blackened, charred paper that drifted away on the wind. Setting down his cup, Ying Xiuyuan remarked, "A tempest of blood and carnage is about to commence." Days later, within an inn in the city of Xianyang, a man clad in a black robe and donning a straw hat stood before Jing Qi. "You cannot possibly succeed. You must know that the palace of Xianyang is teeming with masters. Even I cannot guarantee the assassination of the Qin king," he stated. Jing Qi glanced at the broken sword in his hand and replied, "This is my destiny, the fate of a swordsman. The day he abducted Li Ji, my life ceased to belong to me." Aware that he could not persuade Jing Qi, the man turned to leave. "If I fail, please look after Li Ji and my child." Jing Qi's voice echoed behind him. The man paused for a long moment, then sighed in resignation. We shall meet again at Qilan Hall tomorrow." He approached the window, glanced around, and then leaped from the inn. Jing Qi turned and entrusted the broken sword to Qin Wuyang, saying, "If the final ambush fails, it will be up to you. Rest assured, brother Jing, even in death, I will deliver the broken sword into your hands." The next day, the Qin king donned his official robes and prepared a grand banquet of 9 guests to welcome Jing Qi. The envoy of the Xiang Yan kingdom, Jing Qi, approached with reverence. At the utterance of a eunuch, Jing Qi ascended the Qilan hall, cradling a rectangular box in his hands. Within the grand hall, civil and military officials were arrayed on either side, with Ying Zhang seated at the highest position, flanked by Zhao Gao and Gainya. Following a thorough search of Jing Qi by the eunuchs, he bowed his head and advanced to the forefront of the assembly, holding the box. Qin Wuyang had been trailing closely behind Jing Qi, but as Jing Qi entered the hall and stepped forward, Qin Wuyang's countenance suddenly shifted, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. The officials regarded Qin Wuyang with puzzled expressions, and as all eyes converged upon him, his trembling intensified, compelling him to kneel upon the ground, paralyzed with fear. Jing Qi cast a glance at the quaking Qin Wuyang and, addressing the king of Qin, performed a respectful bow, stating, "The barbarian from the north, having never beheld the visage of the Son of Heaven, humbly requests your Majesty's forgiveness for his rudeness." "Fetch the map," the king of Qin replied nonchalantly. Jing Qi approached the entrance of the hall and retrieved the map that lay discarded on the ground. From his position on the floor, Qin Wuyang caught a glimpse of Jing Qi, and the two exchanged a meaningful glance. Turning back, Jing Qi held the map aloft, slightly bowing his head to obscure the murderous intent glimmering in his eyes, taking a deep breath to conceal the bloodlust emanating from him. With each step he took, the distance between himself and Ying Xiuyuan diminished. Ganya discreetly placed his hand upon the sword resting behind the king, his fingers tapping lightly upon it as if deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a eunuch rushed forward, prompting Ganya to withdraw his hand from the hilt, while Jing Ku, gathering his momentum, halted and stepped aside to allow the eunuch passage. "What is the matter?" Ying Xiuyuan inquired with a furrowed brow, his displeasure evident at this interruption of such a significant affair. Perceiving the king's irritation, the eunuch hastily knelt, trembling as he reported, "Your Majesty, the sixth young master requests an audience." "What?" In that moment, Ying Xiuyuan thought he had misheard. It was only after the eunuch reiterated his statement that he confirmed the arrival of Ying Xiuyuan. "Announce him." Though perplexed internally, the king realized this was not the time for such contemplations, and after a moment's thought, he decided to permit Ying Xiuyuan's entrance. "Announced the sixth young master Ying Xiuyuan." Ying Xiuyuan strode gracefully into the Qilin Hall, and as he passed by Jing Ku, the latter furrowed his brow, discerning that this young man's prowess was not inferior to his own, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. "Ying Xiuyuan, why do you not remain in Longxi and come to Xianyang?" Ying Xiuyuan's inquiry voiced the curiosity of all present, while a sense of unease began to surface in the heart of Chongping Jun, standing at the forefront. Ying Xiuyuan, with a respectful gesture, replied, "Your humble servant has come to convey congratulations on behalf of my father. The illustrious reputation of my father resonates throughout the Six Kingdoms, compelling even the Yin Kingdom to submit willingly, which is indeed a cause for celebration." Although Ying Xiuyuan spoke thus, none, including the king of Qin seated above, believed his words. Was he truly traversing such a great distance merely to pay hollow compliments? All eyes were fixed on Ying Xiuyuan, each gaze imbued with an expression akin to that of someone humoring a fool. Even the Qin Wang, seated above, regarded him with the countenance of one observing a simpleton. At this juncture, the paramount concern was the capitulation of the Yin Kingdom, and the Qin Wang had no desire to delve into the reasons behind Ying Xiuyuan's arrival. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he instructed, "Take your place." With the incident concluded, the attention of the assembly shifted back to Jing Ku. He approached Ying Xiuyuan with measured steps, suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes as he gently laid the map upon the table. Meticulously unfolding it, Ying Wang leaned forward to inspect the map. Jing Ku's hands trembled with excitement, yet the engrossed ruler remained oblivious to this subtle shift. However, Zhao Gao, standing nearby, noticed this detail and inwardly exclaimed, "This is not good." In a heartbeat, Jing Ku abruptly unfurled the map, drawing a dagger aimed at Ying Wang's throat. The suddenness of the moment took everyone by surprise, including Ganya, who was lost in thought and failed to react. Just as the blade was poised to graze Ying Xiuyuan's neck, a resounding crash echoed from below the hall. Jing Ku felt the dagger sink as if it had struck something, causing him to lose his grip and send the weapon flying. "Guards, protect the sovereign." Zhao Gao was the first to react, his sharp voice slicing through the tension. Without pausing to ponder the unfolding chaos, Jing Ku lunged forward, seizing the moment to grasp the startled Ying Xiuyuan, only to be intercepted by Ganya, who swiftly drew his sword. "Jing Ku, catch the sword." This exclamation drew the attention of all present, revealing that Qin Wuyang, who had been expected to cower in fear, had risen, producing a long sword from his robes and hurling it towards Jing Ku at that instant. The assembly realized that Qin Wuyang had been performing, ingeniously evading the eunuch's scrutiny of the dagger concealed within the scroll and the long sword he had concealed. According to the laws of the Qin state, it was strictly forbidden for ministers to bear weapons within the palace. Only the palace guards were permitted arms, and only by decree could they enter with them. Yet, even with such stringent regulations, loopholes had been exploited. With the sword now in hand, the momentum of the 5 steps of death surged forth, compressing the air around Jing Ku, causing the wind to whip his garments into a frenzy. Just as the blade was about to sever Ying Xiuyuan's head, another sword crossed in front of him. The clash of steel resounded, sparks flying in every direction, as the formidable 5 steps of death was unexpectedly thwarted. Jing Ku was taken aback. He had anticipated a more formidable challenge. Ganya's sword, glistening under the light, was a sight he recognized from the Feng Huzi sword manual. "Tianwen," Jing Ku exclaimed in astonishment. This sword, originally from the Chu state, had vanished from history, and he had not anticipated encountering it within the Qin realm. The opportune moment had slipped away, and despite Qin Wuyang's intervention, the relentless tide of Qin soldiers continued to surge forth. With no time to linger, Ganya unleashed a swift strike. The 100 steps flying sword aimed directly at Jing Ku. Jing Qu positioned his sword across his chest, and just as the two blades were about to clash once more, he abruptly withdrew the true energy radiating from his body. The remaining fragment of his sword snapped in response, and Tianwen plunged fiercely into his chest. Gagne released his grip, staring incredulously at the kneeling Jing Qu, whose lips curled into a faint smile. Though his lips moved, no sound escaped them, yet Gagne discerned his unspoken words. "They are unworthy to kill me." Jing Qu collapsed to the ground. Outside the palace, Qin Wuyang was apprehended by the shadowy guards. Chapter 58. The assault on Yin, the assassination of Jing Qu, a meticulously orchestrated endeavor destined for the annals of history, came to a close with his demise and the capture of Qin Wuyang. The eunuchs swiftly cleaned the bloodstains left by Jing Qu, while the king of Qin, situated at the rear of the hall, took a deep breath to steady his frayed nerves. After a servant girl tidied the king's somewhat disheveled court attire, he returned to the court chamber. Although the king's expression reverted to its usual icy demeanor, betraying little change, all present understood that calamity was imminent for the state of Yin. For the king of Qin, this was perhaps the closest he had ever been to death, more perilous than when he had been a puppet under El Buwei, or when he had been pursued by the 8 Linglong and Han. Summon the orders of this humble ruler. From this day forth, I command Wang Jian to lead an army into Yin, capturing King Shi and Yin Dan alive. I desire that not a single soul remains within the city of Jidu. The chilling intent behind the king's words sent shivers down the spines of the assembled ministers. At that moment, Ying Xiuyuan stepped forward from the ranks, respectfully stating, "May Father allow this matter to be entrusted to me. I wish to fulfill my filial duty on your behalf." "Was it you who deflected the dagger aimed at me?" The king of Qin cast a discontented glance at Ying Xiuyuan. "During my travels in the western regions, I acquired a pair of formidable contraptions, akin to bows and crossbows, capable of launching projectiles known as bullets." Ying Xiuyuan produced a desert eagle concealed within his sleeve and handed it to a nearby eunuch, who presented the firearm to the king. The king examined the weapon closely, and Ying Xiuyuan continued, "This device not only possesses tremendous power but can also be loaded with multiple rounds. However, due to its intricate components, it cannot be replicated at present. Fortunately, the bullets are relatively simple to manufacture." "What a pity," the king remarked as he returned the firearm to the eunuch, who reverently handed it back to Ying Xiuyuan. "Since you wish to fulfill your filial duty, I shall grant you that opportunity. Issue the command. Ying Xiuyuan will lead the assault on Yin, with Wang Jian as his deputy." After speaking, the king narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Ying Xiuyuan. "Remember, do not let me down." The king's words left the assembled ministers perplexed, yet among the foremost dignitaries, a few had already begun to grasp the deeper implications of his statement. The king of Qin rose from his seat, his gaze fixed intently upon the severed remnants of the sword, which lay broken in two upon the table. This blade, imbued with an aura of ferocity, required the infusion of 5 metals for its reforging. Given that Gagne had rendered meritorious service in the protection of the sovereign and was acknowledged as the foremost swordsman of our great Qin, this newly reforged sword shall be bestowed upon him as a reward. The assembled ministers were left in a state of bewilderment. Logically, it was Ying Xiuyuan who had saved the king's life. Yet, the king chose to honor Gagne alone, leaving Ying Xiuyuan without recognition. The events of the day had been overwhelming, compelling all present to retreat and reflect upon the tumult that had transpired. Upon exiting the palace of Xianying and returning to the Zhao residence, Ying Xiuyuan was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of a visitor. "Elder brother, come and taste the exquisite wine I have just brewed. Today, you are indeed fortunate," Gagne proclaimed as he settled into the hall. With a mere wave of his hand, Ying Xiuyuan summoned a maidservant, who brought forth a sealed jar of wine to Gagne's table. As the maid withdrew, only the two of them remained in the grand hall. Gagne poured himself a glass and inquired, "You have come to Xianying specifically regarding Jing Qu's assassination attempt on the king, have you not?" Ying Xiuyuan took a sip from his cup, his countenance betraying no surprise, and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it seems my elder brother has deduced accurately." Since departing for Longxi, Ying Xiuyuan had gradually faded from the public eye. Yet he ventured to Xianying at this particular moment, a fact that rendered Gagne skeptical of the flimsy excuse of congratulations. "Jing Qu is already deceased. What significance do these inquiries hold? I merely wish to understand why, if you were aware of Jing Qu's intent to assassinate, you did not apprehend him from the outset." Gagne's unwavering gaze bore into Ying Xiuyuan, as if he would not relent until a satisfactory explanation was provided. "As a son, there are actions of my father that I cannot critique or influence. Similarly, due to my filial obligations, I must address the grievances between us." This, indeed, was the most dignified funeral I could afford Jing Ku. Gagne rose and bowed deeply, expressing, on behalf of Jing Ku, I extend my gratitude to you. My lord. As Gagne departed the Zhao residence, he harbored no resentment towards Ying Xiuyuan. Rather, he felt a sense of gratitude in his heart. He understood that Ying Xiuyuan had afforded Jing Ku the most honorable death within the limits of his capabilities, even at the cost of offending the king of Qin, who ought to have held him in higher regard. The news of Jing Ku's audacious assassination attempt on the king of Qin, thwarted only by the first swordsman of Qin, Gagne, spread across the realm within days. The name of Jing Ku resonated throughout the 6 states, with the populace applauding his audacity. Elder brother, by Jing Ku's spirit tablet, Gao Jianli wept inconsolably. Rising to his feet, sword tightly gripped in hand. An aura of vengeance emanated from him. Gagne, it is that scoundrel who has brought about my brother's demise. Dao Ji stepped forward, grasping Gao Jianli's shoulder. Calm yourself, young Gao. Our immediate priority is to confront the impending Qin army. Indeed, the Qin are a formidable force, and Ying Xiuyuan is cunning and resourceful. This moment is critical for the survival of Yin, Master Ban added, offering words of solace. Having been lost in contemplation, Yin Dan stepped forward and analyzed for the assembly. This campaign against Yin is led by Ying Xiuyuan as the chief commander, while Wang Jian merely serves as his deputy. Although we are uncertain as to why the king of Qin has chosen this course of action, it presents a fortuitous opportunity for us. Observing that the persuasion of the crowd had borne fruit, Dao Ji gradually released his grip on Gao Jianli's shoulder and concurred, the leader speaks wisely. Presently, Ying Xiuyuan resides in Xianyang. Should he wish to reach the state of Yin, he will require some time, and therein lies our chance. Yet, Yin Dan harbored a lingering thought, one that remained unuttered. The approaching Ying Xiuyuan might very well extinguish their hopes with an ominous hand. However, given the demoralized spirits of their ranks, Yin Dan resolved to first uplift their morale before seeking alternative strategies. Clenching his fists, Gao Jianli raised his voice to the heavens in a furious declaration. Gagne, I, Gao Jianli, vow to slay you. Chapter 59. The Feishue Pavilion. Before the illustrious Feishue Pavilion in Ji capital, the streets were utterly congested, for today marked the day of the Snow Maiden's performance. Wealthy merchants of renown and the nobility of Yin alighted from their litters at the entrance of the pavilion. The surrounding populace could only gaze from afar, lacking both the means and the privilege to enter the Feishue Pavilion. Nevertheless, the occasional strains of music wafting from within sufficed to satisfy their yearning. Have you heard the latest news regarding the Snow Maiden? Indeed, I have. A prominent merchant from afar arrived yesterday, reportedly spending lavishly to secure the finest seat in the Feishue Pavilion, all for a glimpse of the Snow Maiden's beauty. Within the Feishue Pavilion, as the audience settled, the dancers upon the stage commenced their performance. Truly, the Feishue Pavilion deserves its reputation as the most renowned music and dance hall among the 7 kingdoms. With even the initial appetizers dazzling enough to leave one breathless, it is said that even Yin Dan, the crown prince of Yin, after witnessing the spectacle, established the decree that matters of state should be set aside in favor of the pursuit of elegance within the Feishue Pavilion. The audience rubbed their hands in anticipation for the Snow Maiden's performance. As the flying snow jade flower platform gradually ascended from the ground, the spectators straightened their posture, aware that the day's star had arrived. Legend has it that this flying snow jade flower platform is not only the prized possession of the Feishue Pavilion, but also a gift from its enigmatic master to the Snow Maiden. This mysterious figure once left a saying that echoed throughout the land of Yin. In the realm of Yin and Zhao, along the banks of the Yishui River, only the Snow Maiden is worthy of wielding the flying snow jade flower platform. The Snow Maiden gracefully ascended the flying snow jade flower platform, and as her delicate hand gently stirred, the music of the Zhu began to resonate from a nearby chamber. The harmony of their melodies was impeccable, neither excessive nor deficient. The Zhu and the dance intertwined seamlessly, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern whether the music followed the dance or vice versa. As the music concluded and the dance ceased, the audience remained enraptured for an extended period, unable to extricate themselves from the enchantment. The Snow Maiden, accustomed to such scenes, made no sound and gradually retreated into the shadows. A resounding applause erupted within the Feishue Pavilion, jarring the audience from their reverie. The Snow Maiden's gaze fell upon the youth seated directly in front of the flying snow jade flower platform. Due to the recent performance, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and the youth had his head bowed, preventing the Snow Maiden from discerning his features. Indeed, it is widely said that the dances of the Zhao Kingdom are unparalleled, and the grace of the Snow Maiden is deemed the finest in Zhao. Today, I have truly been enlightened. This compliment, however, reminded the Snow Maiden of the insufferable Yin Xiuyuan. Although he had met an inexplicable demise within his own estate, it still left her feeling somewhat uneasy. The youth paused momentarily before continuing, "We have witnessed the dance. May we be so fortunate as to hear the renowned Bai Shui performed by the Snow Maiden?" The Snow Maiden fixed her gaze upon the youth, sensing an uncanny familiarity in his voice, though she could not recall where she had heard it before. "Today's piece is even superior to Bai Shui. I shall not disgrace myself by performing it. If you wish to hear a melody, I kindly ask you to return another time." The Snow Maiden was resolute in her refusal. With the Crown Prince backing her, none dared to provoke her within the Fei Shui Pavilion. After having spent so much money, could the Snow Maiden not fulfill the youth's dream? Just as she was about to leave, the youth's words compelled her to turn back, furrowing her brow and inquiring, "What dream do you speak of, young sir?" "In the past, a mischievous little maid once played Bai Shui for me, yet she would always sulk and refuse to finish, leaving me in a state of yearning," the youth lamented, lifting his head to gaze intently at the Snow Maiden. "However, she eventually departed from my side, which is why I sought you out to fulfill my dream." At last, the Snow Maiden recognized the visitor and, through gritted teeth, retorted, "Then why do you not go and find her?" "Isn't that why I am here?" the youth replied, descending from the platform and approaching the Fei Shui Yuhua stage. It was evident to all that he was teasing the Snow Maiden, and onlookers wore expressions of amusement, well aware that the Fei Shui Pavilion had the Crown Prince's protection. What no one anticipated was the audacity of the youth as he boldly grasped the Snow Maiden's hand and began to lead her outside. Strangely, she did not resist, but instead followed him until their figures faded from view, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Gao Jianli lifted the curtain, his gaze melancholic as he observed their departure. It seemed he understood something, and with a deep sigh, he took up his instrument and left the premises. Despite the Snow Maiden's absence, the performances at the Fei Shui Pavilion continued unabated. The Snow Maiden guided the youth back to her chamber. As soon as she closed the door, she drew the sword hanging on the wall and lunged fiercely at him, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel, you caused my brother's death, and yet you dare to face me." The youth evaded her fierce strikes with agile footwork, explaining, "That was my father. What could I possibly do? I have bestowed upon him the most dignified death. You must understand. He was the one who brought Qin Wang Yingzheng closest to death throughout history." The youth before her was none other than Ying Xiuyuan, dispatched to assault the Yin Kingdom. Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's explanation, the Snow Maiden gradually regained her composure, retracting the sword in her hand to pose a question. "Very well. I concede that you have a point. Now, would you kindly elucidate the matter concerning Jidu? Why have you accepted the command to pacify Jidu?" Wang Jian is a prominent general of the Qin state. As a commander, he is bound to obey the emperor's will and execute the sovereign's orders. If he were to receive such a command, it is likely that Jidu would indeed be left desolate, devoid of both human and animal life. The Snow Maiden narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Ying Xiuyuan's expression as she inquired, "Are you suggesting that should you breach the city, you would spare the citizens of Jidu?" "Of course not. Do I appear to be a cold-hearted and unfeeling individual?" Ying Xiuyuan rolled his eyes and then seated himself by the bedside. Observing him as if he were in his own home, the Snow Maiden refrained from further comment, having grown accustomed to such behavior during her time in the Zhao Kingdom. With a wary gaze, she questioned, "What is your intention in infiltrating Jidu? Do you harbor some sinister plot?" Ying Xiuyuan surveyed the Snow Maiden's chamber and happened upon a chess game left unfinished upon her bed. He lifted the board and, while contemplating the position of the pieces, remarked, "Yin Dan is no fool like the king of Zhao. He is not so easily deceived. In a few days, I shall personally lead the troops to breach Jidu." Suddenly, the Snow Maiden recalled their conversation in Zhao. "Could it be that you have come to capture me for the Qin Kingdom?" "Bingo! Yet, seeing you now, I have reconsidered." Ying Xiuyuan's words elicited an inexplicable sense of disappointment within the Snow Maiden. Observing her lowered gaze, which sought to conceal her emotions, Ying Xiuyuan hastily clarified, "If I were to forcibly take you away, you would undoubtedly resist. Thus, I plan to fulfill my obligations first, after which I shall personally escort you to the palace in Xianyang to become my consort." Ying Xiuyuan's focus remained fixated on the chessboard, as though the previous statement had not escaped his lips. The Snow Maiden stood there, her cheeks flushed, gripping the hem of her garment tightly, uncertain whether her feelings were of embarrassment or anger. "To be frank, I initially believed that had that incident not occurred, you might not have joined the Mo family, yet it seems you could not withstand Yin Dan's persuasion." "What incident?" The Snow Maiden's curiosity was piqued by Ying Xiuyuan's words as she gazed at him in confusion. He turned to her, donning a mysterious smile, and slowly uttered a name she had not heard in a long time. "Yin Chunjun, the Snow Maiden, watching Ying Xiuyuan as he fidgeted with the chess pieces. Inquired, "Did you have a hand in Yin Chunjun's demise?" "Indeed. After my arrival in Longxi, I assigned Elbu to oversee matters within the territory of Yin, also to ensure your protection. Upon learning that Yin Chunjun dared to harass you, I instructed Elbu to eliminate him." Recalling this incident took one back to the time before Jing Ke's assassination of the Qin Emperor. That time, the Snow Maiden had only recently gained renown in Yin, and a particularly troublesome figure had set his sights on her. Yin Chunjun Ying Xiuyuan was well aware that it was Yin Chunjun who had orchestrated the union between the Snow Maiden and Gao Zhanli. This very event had compelled the Snow Maiden to join the Mo family, prompting him to dispatch Elbu for the covert assassination of Yin Chunjun when the Snow Maiden found herself entangled in matters. Little did he anticipate that, in the end, the Snow Maiden would indeed align herself with the Mo family, a twist of fate that took him completely by surprise, underscoring the sheer inertia of the unfolding narrative. In Chapter 60, by the banks of the Yishui River, Ying Xiuyuan stretched languidly and reclined upon the bed, having concluded the explanations at hand. The hour was growing late, and it was time for slumber. "Now that you're lying down, where am I to sleep?" The Snow Maiden's countenance twitched slightly at the sight of Ying Xiuyuan, who had brazenly settled himself that, "Of course, you shall sleep beside me. Have we not always done so in Zhao?" Ying Xiuyuan gazed at her with his innocent, wide eyes. The Snow Maiden had thought she had grown accustomed to his audacity, yet she found herself faltering in the face of his unabashedness. "Is that so? I distinctly remember who spent the night on the frigid floor while someone else was comfortably nestled in bed." The Snow Maiden's voice dripped with irritation, causing a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Ying Xiuyuan's forehead. Just as he stammered an attempt at explanation, the Snow Maiden, with a menacing glare, approached him and seized his collar from behind, unceremoniously tossing him outside. "Wife, dear, you cannot be so heartless. This transpired years ago. Must you still dredge up old grievances?" Ying Xiuyuan lamented, banging on the door while wailing in despair, as the clamor subsided. The Snow Maiden found herself increasingly restless within, pondering, with the snow falling so heavily outside. Will that rascal freeze to death? She finally conjured a rationalization for herself, thinking, "I merely worry that his demise might implicate me." Resolute in her reasoning, she clapped her hands together. "Yes, that's precisely it," she affirmed, and hastily made her way to the door. Upon opening it, she discovered no trace of Ying Xiuyuan. Wrapping herself in a robe, the Snow Maiden stepped outside, her eyes scanning the courtyard for any sign of him. As she reached the pavilion in the center of the courtyard, she noticed a parcel resting on the table. Unwrapping it, she found a bronze token inscribed with characters she could not decipher. Accompanied by a book bearing the title Lingbo Weibu in Qin seal script, as she perused the book, she discovered a silver object concealed beneath it, a letter and a small box. She first examined the box, gently shaking it to hear the metallic clinks within. After reading the letter attentively, she carefully folded the paper and returned it to the envelope, lifting the parcel to head back indoors. By the banks of the Yishui River in Yin, the main forces of the Qin army were stationed there, facing the main troops of Zhao's King Jia across the river. Although the night had deepened, the command tent at the heart of the Qin forces remained ablaze with light. Within the military tent resided the esteemed deputy general of the Qin army, Wang Jian, a rare and illustrious commander in the annals of history. Since the demise of Li Mu, he had encountered no worthy adversaries. However, at this moment, a cloud of worry shadowed his face. Initially, when preparing to besiege Yin, he had requested merely 200,000 troops from the Qin king. Yet, as he reached the banks of the Yishui River, the state of Yin unexpectedly sought peace with Qin. Just as Wang Jian was contemplating a retreat, Yin audaciously resorted to the assassination of the Qin king, a meticulously orchestrated plot that took everyone by surprise. Enraged, the Qin king dispatched his sixth son as the chief commander to vanquish Yin. The combined forces of the two amounted to over 300,000, prompting the Qin king to issue a decree for an immediate crossing of the Yishui River to obliterate Yin. Considering the potential for heavy casualties, Wang Jian cleverly maneuvered the king's command, suggesting that he would defer his decision until the main general's arrival. Little did anyone anticipate that at such a critical juncture, Ying Xiuyuan would mysteriously go missing. The army was led by his deputy, while his whereabouts remained unknown, causing Wang Jian great distress. He anxiously paced between the sand table and the map when a soldier hurriedly entered the tent. The soldier saluted Wang Jian, exclaiming, "General, the young master has returned." "What? He has returned?" Upon hearing this news, Wang Jian, who had been stroking his beard in contemplation, nearly pulled it out in surprise. He quickly instructed, "Hasten, bring the young master to the main tent at once." With Ying Xiuyuan's arrival, Wang Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He bowed respectfully, stating, "Young master, you have finally returned. I seek your counsel regarding the siege of Yin." Upon hearing this, Ying Xiuyuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "With your capabilities, General, if you cannot conquer Yin, what can I do?" He continued, "There is no need for you to consider my opinions. Once we reach Jidu, I shall take charge of breaching the city. Young master, as the chief commander, it is essential to hear your insights. Moreover, there is a minor matter that requires your consent," Wang Jian said, his expression one of embarrassment as he gazed at Ying Xiuyuan. "Then allow me to humbly present my thoughts. If there are any shortcomings, please correct me, General Wang." Wang Jian's intention was merely to be courteous and seeking Xiuyuan's agreement to reject the Qin King's command. Unexpectedly, Ying Xiuyuan seemed genuinely inclined to express his views, leaving Wang Jian with no choice but to acquiesce. "You are too modest, young master. Please feel free to share your thoughts." After exchanging polite formalities, they delved into the matter at hand. Ying Xiuyuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his focused gaze momentarily taking Wang Jian aback. Firstly, the state of Yin possesses the advantageous locations of the Yishui River and the Yin Great Wall, while the eastern region consists of saline and alkaline lands, which are not conducive to military maneuvers. Therefore, I surmise they will concentrate their defenses to the west of Jidu. As he spoke, Ying Xiuyuan maneuvered around Wang Jian and approached the map. "I propose we feign an attack by preparing boats along the banks of the Yishui River, while the general leads the main forces to circumvent the Yin Great Wall and strike from the west of the Yishui. Once the general catches them off guard from their flank, I shall lead our troops in a strong crossing of the Yishui, effectively encircling and annihilating their main forces." Ying Xiuyuan meticulously traced patterns on the map and sand table, with Wang Jian's gaze following the movements of his fingers incessantly. He had always believed that Ying Xiuyuan's strategies could only be employed during opportune moments, yet he was taken aback to witness how effortlessly Ying Xiuyuan navigated the complexities of such a grand battle. The meticulousness of the plan was so profound that even he could not find a single flaw. Wang Jian nodded in acknowledgement, exclaiming with admiration, "Your plan is impeccable, young master." "I am in awe," Ying Xiuyuan humbly replied, "General Wang, you flatter me. Even without my strategies, you would undoubtedly conceive of even better plans. However, there is an issue at hand. The king has decreed a direct crossing of the Yishui River to annihilate the Yin state." Wang Jian lowered his head, feigning a look of difficulty while discreetly observing Ying Xiuyuan out of the corner of his eyes. "This not placing the lives of our Qin soldiers in jeopardy? As a general in the field, one must sometimes disregard the orders of the sovereign. Tomorrow, we shall advance against Yin, and I will explain matters to my father." Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's response, Wang Jian's eyes sparkled with newfound respect. It was a well-known sentiment, yet few dared to act upon it. For the first time, he genuinely began to regard the youth before him with utmost seriousness. Chapter 61. The Great Battle. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Diwangjia was roused from his slumber by the clamor of soldiers. He tumbled out of bed. He hastily donned his attire while listening to the reports of his troops. "What? They are attacking us directly," he exclaimed. Wasn't he the leading general Wang Jian? Upon entering the military tent and hearing the accounts from his subordinates, Diwangjia was taken aback. "Your Majesty, the commanding general is a mere youth. It must be that Ying Xiuyuan. Seems the reports from Xianying hold true. Wang Jian is merely a deputy commander." Hearing this, Diwangjia's previously foul mood brightened instantly. He scoffed. "The Qin state has dispatched a mere boy, skilled only in deceit and trickery. What could he possibly devise for a battle involving hundreds of thousands?" Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, saluting the gathered commanders, and reported, "Your Majesty, Wang Jian is indeed alongside that youthful general. Their vessels are ready and they are poised to cross the river." Diwangjia frowned deeply upon receiving this news, sensing an underlying anomaly, yet he could not articulate it. However, the urgency of the military situation was akin to a raging fire, leaving no room for delay. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "On the banks of the Yishui River, form ranks to meet the enemy." Diwangjia, deserving of the title of the last bastion for Zhao during its demise, issued commands that set his troops into immediate action. Before long, the defensive formations were established. Within the tent, only Diwangjia remained, pacing anxiously. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed from outside, followed by the hurried footsteps of approaching soldiers. Diwangjia hastily seated himself, feigning calmness. The newcomer was one of Diwangjia's most esteemed subordinates, yet the general's face bore no trace of its former arrogance, replaced instead by an expression of sheer panic. The situation for King Dai has deteriorated. Just as the troops had formed their ranks, a cavalry unit surged from the flank, bolstered by an ensuing force of no less than 100,000 men. In a state of panic, our army was unable to mount an immediate counterattack and has since been retreating steadily. What? 100,000? King Daijia exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and rising to his feet. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and sat back down to analyze. The forces from Yishui and the Great Wall surely cannot make it here, so they must have made a night march around from upstream Yishui. Their overnight march would have undoubtedly diminished their combat effectiveness. We can first eliminate them before addressing the enemy at Yishui. The general beside him, however, did not share in King Daijia's optimism. His expression grew increasingly grim. King Daijia raised his gaze and inquired, "Who is their commander?" "It is Wang Jian." With a thunderous realization, King Daijia felt as though his mind had been struck by a thunderbolt. He collapsed back into his chair, muttering in disbelief, "How could it possibly be Wang Jian? He was supposed to be by the Yishui." Both men now understood that they had fallen into a trap laid by Wang Jian. From the moment King Daijia had sensed an unsettling dissonance, he had been troubled. A general of Wang Jian's caliber would never heed the counsel of a junior to undertake such a daring crossing of Yishui. The risks involved were far too great for someone of his renown to overlook. Now, King Daijia was truly alarmed. Wang Jian was known for his steadiness in battle. His strategy relied on a careful pursuit of victory. For him to mobilize his forces indicated that this operation was intricately linked to him, and it was highly likely that he had orchestrated the entire affair. Clutching his chest, King Daijia felt as though his heart might burst. Ever since he rose that day, he had been tossed from elation to despair and back again. If only this were but a dream. Unsteadily, he rose to his feet, resting his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "And what of Wang Jian? This time, I shall ensure he returns empty-handed." As time passed, Wang Jian's surprise attack grew increasingly arduous. King Daijia and the troops of Yin responded swiftly, organizing an effective counteroffensive. Just as they seemed poised to regain some ground, the defenses along Yishui had become exceedingly fragile due to Wang Jian's incursion, allowing Ying Xiuyuan to seize the opportunity to cross Yishui and lead his forces into battle. Caught between the encircling might of the Qin's 300,000 troops, the tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of Qin. King Daijia was forced to consolidate his defenses and desperately hold the line, while the Yin forces were all but annihilated. Within King Daijia's tent, a soldier implored, "Your Majesty, our only option now is to carve out an escape route to the east. Otherwise, we shall all perish here at the hands of the Qin." "Indeed, Your Majesty, preserving our strength is paramount. We have already suffered grievous losses today," the assembled soldiers echoed, kneeling in unison. With a heavy sigh, King Daijia reluctantly nodded in agreement. As he made his hurried escape and the main forces of Yin were completely obliterated. This war drew to a close. "What? Our entire army has been annihilated." Within the expansive palace of Jidu City, King Yin sat upon his throne, a visage of sheer terror etched across his face as he beheld the soldier reporting the dire military news below. "Indeed, my king, Prince Jia has fled back to the lands of New Zhao, and not a single soldier from our Yin kingdom has returned alive." The soldier's forehead was pressed firmly against the ground, his body trembling in fear. King Yin slumped in his seat, his heart consumed by dread, the decorum befitting his noble status long forgotten in his moment of despair. "And why, King? Minister Yeni requests an audience," announced a eunuch as he entered the chamber. King Yin adjusted his disheveled attire and addressed the eunuch below, "Summon him." Yeni approached with measured steps. Since the inexplicable demise of Lord Yanchun within his estate, he had emerged as the most powerful figure in the Yin kingdom, second only to King Yin and Prince Yin Dia and My King. "I have come to offer a strategy for retreating from Qin," Yin Yi declared, bowing his head with a glint of malice lurking in his gaze. King Yin gestured for his subordinates to withdraw. "My loyal minister, speak swiftly of your plan." Observing the palpable fear that had gripped King Yin, Yin Yi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "Consider, my king, was it not the assassination of the Qin envoy that incited their aggression against Yin? Had it not been for the prince's meddling, we could have forged an alliance with Qin, avoiding our current predicament. If we were to cede the territory of Duxiang to Qin and reveal the mastermind behind the assassination, I am confident they would welcome us as allies." The audacity of Yin Yi's proposal startled King Yin, who regarded him as though he were a madman. Sensing his influence waning, Yin Yi pressed on, "My king, ponder this. Why did Lord Yanchun meet his untimely end within his own residence? Whose benefit did his death serve? The prince's not." Before King Yin could finish his thought, Yin Yi interjected, "My king, reflect carefully. Who possesses the means to eliminate Lord Yanchun, if not yourself? The prince and Lord Yanchun have long been at odds. The prime suspect has always been the Shui Pavilion, which is backed by none other than His Highness the Prince himself. While this remains mere speculation, it implies that the prince may harbor treacherous intentions. Feigning concern, Yanni gazed at King Yan in these critical moments as the Qin army besieges our city. My king, one must remain vigilant. The Qin desire nothing less than your head, and you currently wield the power of the military. Should you attempt to flee, your authority would be rendered null, and your life could very well hang in the balance. The more King Yin contemplated Yin Yi's words, the more alarmed he became. Observing the king's increasingly frantic demeanor, Yin Yi added fuel to the fire. My king, you must understand that the command issued by the Qin king was one of total annihilation. Do not be deceived by the youth of Ying Xiuyuan. He is a cunning and ruthless individual. King Yin appeared to envision his own demise, his eyes widening in horror as he stared vacantly ahead. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally gathered himself, exclaiming, quickly, send envoys to Qin to seek peace. Chapter 62. The dignity of the men of Yin. In a valley not far from the capital of Yin, a contingent of nearly 2,000 infantry was dispatched by the newly appointed Grand General, Yin Yi, to hold the line. Brother Iron Hammer, our remaining soldiers in Yin are fewer than 50,000. While the advancing Qin army boasts a staggering 300,000 is it truly necessary for us to continue holding our ground? Brother Iron Hammer placed a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder, speaking earnestly, a gang. We are the last bastion of Yin. Behind us lies the safety of the Yin people. Remember, we are the men of Yin. Even in death, we must uphold the honor of our land. Moreover, I have faith in His Highness the Crown Prince. He would never forsake you. Zhang gazed at the resolute Iron Hammer, his fists clenched in determination. He lowered his head, self-mockingly reflecting. If my brother were truly one to fear for his life, how could I have ever pledged my unwavering loyalty to him? Perhaps I would have met my demise within the General's mansion for offending Yin Yi. At that moment, a bamboo slip from Yin was slowly delivered to the palace of Xianyang in the Qin realm. The Qin king stared intently at the slip in his hand. Ever since Ying Xiuyuan began to trade in paper, it had been ages since the Qin king had laid eyes upon a bamboo slip. Setting it down, he turned his back, and from the frigid heights, his voice echoed, if they seek peace, they must offer up the head of Yin Dan in exchange. Outside the valley, Ying Xiuyuan led the Qin army steadily forward, while the Yin soldiers stationed at the valley's edge appeared oblivious to their advance. Brother, what if Yin faces defeat this time? Outside the military tent, after careful consideration, a gang voiced his concern, drawing the attention of the surrounding soldiers toward their general. Iron Hammer turned to scan the anxious faces of his comrades, then looked back at a gang, declaring resolutely, for soldiers, there is no such thing as what if. Do not forget, we are the men of Yin. As the Qin army pressed on, the Yin defenders at the valley finally realized their predicament. Brother Iron, we have been surrounded by the Qin army, a Ming shouted aloud. What? Iron Hammer rushed outside, and from a vantage point, he beheld the dense throng of Qin soldiers below. He called out to the camp behind him. The Qin army is attacking. All troops, form ranks. Before long, the two armies clashed on the open ground atop the ridge. However, the overwhelming numbers of the Qin forces rendered the Yin soldiers utterly outmatched. Amidst the chaos, a Ming stumbled and fell, struggling to vanquish the Qin soldiers before him. Brother, the Qin outnumber us greatly. Our comrades are falling, dead or wounded. It is becoming increasingly difficult to hold on. With a fierce swing, Iron Hammer cleared a path through the surrounding Qin soldiers and shouted, "A gang!" What is it? Iron Hammer grasped the gang's shoulder, pulling him close. A gang, take advantage of the darkness and break through. No, I would rather perish alongside my elder brother, a gang resolutely declared as he brushed aside the hand of the great hammer. Fool! The Qin army advances with overwhelming force and numbers. Your plea for assistance is meant to ensure the survival of our brethren. Their names rest in your hands. Remember, you are a man of Yin, and I trust that you can accomplish this. Our brothers will endure until dawn, the great hammer reassured, stroking a gang's head and bestowing upon him an encouraging gaze. A gang cast a glance at the soldiers fighting valiantly around him before returning his gaze to the great hammer, nodding with unwavering determination. Elder brother, rest assured, I shall return with reinforcements. As he watched the gang's departing figure, the great hammer felt a surge of strength coursing through him, wielding his thunder hammer and charging towards the densest ranks of the Qin army. Akin dispatched the last of the nearby Qin soldiers, then turned to the great hammer, inquiring, Elder brother, the Qin army has breached our camp, and a Ming is gravely injured and on the verge of collapse. Yet, where is a gang? At that moment, dawn was breaking. and despite the disparity in strength between the two armies, they had held their ground until morning, still awaiting the promised reinforcements. Just as Qin finished speaking, a soldier ahead shouted, "The Qin army is retreating." What could this mean? Could it be that our reinforcements have arrived? Qin exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes brimming with hope. However, the great hammer furrowed his brow, observing the Qin soldiers below. There was no sign of disorder. Their formation remained intact, showing no indication of a retreat. As they spoke, two riders emerged from the slope, flanked by a contingent of Qin soldiers. The great hammer's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "It is Wang Jin." The other soldiers recoiled at the mention of the name. A young man on horseback approached the front lines, clapping his hands, and moments later, several Qin soldiers escorted a captive forward. Upon recognizing the individual, a shadow of dread cast itself over the hearts of all present. "Elder brother, I promised I would return," Gang stated, his tone heavy with foreboding. The great hammer, taken aback, hastily questioned, "Gang, what is the meaning of this? Weren't you sent to summon aid? Elder brother, do you truly believe Yin Yi would come to our rescue? From the very beginning, he has treated us as mere cannon fodder." Gang's head hung low, his expression dark. The great hammer's fists cracked with tension as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "That bastard Yin Yi." Gang slowly lifted his head, fury threatening to erupt from his visage. "It is not only Yin Yi, it is the entire state of Yin, including those for whom we have sacrificed so much." The exalted king of Yin, witnessing the soldiers around them begin to waver in morale, the great hammer urgently called out, "Silence! Do not forget, you are a man of Yin. How can you utter such words? Reinforcements will come. Our king is willing to exchange the prince's name to seek peace." "What did you say?" Gang fixed his gaze upon the great hammer. "Elder brother, we have been forsaken." The mighty hammer stood resolutely, grasping Thor's hammer tightly in hand, gazing at the dazed Gang, with no one privy to the thoughts swirling within his mind. After a considerable pause, the hammer raised his head to regard the youth upon the horse, his eyes still brimming with unwavering resolve. "I know who you are, and I understand your intentions. However, I must convey to you that we are all soldiers of the Yin kingdom, whether in life or in death." Upon uttering these words, he turned his gaze to Gang, stating, "Gang, remember this. Being born in the Yin kingdom is not a choice we make, yet to serve as a soldier of Yin, to protect the people of Yin, is a decision we embrace willingly. The men of Yin safeguard not only the populace, but also the dignity intrinsic to being a son of Yin." A raucous laughter erupted from Gang, causing his body to tremble slightly with the force of it. "Your decision differs from that of my elder brother. Birth in Yin is ordained by heaven. Yet choosing to be brothers with my elder brother is a choice of my own." And no sooner had he spoken than Gang lunged forward, flipping over to land behind the youth. Just as his hand grazed the sword at the youth's waist, it seemed as if he had been struck by an unseen force, and he expelled a mouthful of blood, teetering unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. The youth clapped his hands, prompting the soldiers to hoist Gang up and cast him over to the formidable hammer. The youth gripped the reins tightly, straightening the horse's head, and slowly approached the hammer, who was still clutching Gang tightly. "Leader of the Yin generals, I hold you in great esteem. Draw your weapon and engage me in battle. Should you emerge victorious, I shall withdraw my forces immediately. Even in defeat, I shall spare the life of your subordinate." The hammer, bowing his head, growled in a coarse voice, "Why waste words? If it is battle you seek, then let it commence." The land of Yin and Zhao has long been home to those of noble spirit and melancholic song. Yet it is a pity that such a fertile expanse has fallen into the hands of King Shi of Yin and King Qian of Zhao. With a sigh, the youth leaped down from his mount. "I am Ying Xiuyuan, the sixth son of the great Qin. State your name." The wind whipped against the hammer's face, causing the two earrings upon his ears to sway. He entrusted Gang to Qin behind him, slowly coiling the iron chains around his hand, lifting Thor's hammer beside him as he strode towards Ying Xiuyuan. "Soldier of the Yin kingdom, the Tai Chue." With a bellowing roar, the hammer surged forward, wielding Thor's hammer with such vigor that the snow on the ground swirled into the air, leaving the frontline soldiers of Qin feeling as though they would be swept away. Unperturbed, Ying Xiuyuan unsheathed the sword at his waist, marking the first time he had drawn it in such a formal manner. As the blade emerged, an aura of sword intent filled the air, as though countless sharp blades were brushing against the faces of those nearby, even causing discomfort to the esteemed General Wang Jin standing behind him. The moment had come. The sword was drawn without any flourish, merely a single stroke, the flash of the blade vanishing as if it had never existed in this world. Exhaling deeply, Ying Xiuyuan positioned the sword horizontally, Not a single drop of blood marred its surface, and the snow beneath remained pristine white as the sword was sheathed. The formidable figure of the great iron hammer collapsed to the ground, blood oozing forth slowly. Were it not for the sight of the great iron hammer lying prostrate and the thunder god hammer that had slipped from his grasp, the onlookers might have doubted that Ying Xiuyuan had even engaged in battle. "What strength! What a sword!" exclaimed Wang Jian, unable to restrain his applause upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 63. The empty city. The Qin army had already approached the city walls. As this news spread throughout the state of Yin, both the common folk and the nobility began to panic. With Yin Dan's flight, the pro-war faction within Yin had lost its voice. Yinny sat atop the city tower, leisurely sipping tea, casting a dismissive glance at the Qin troops arraying below. The walls of Jidu, which had withstood numerous battles, stood resolutely firm in his eyes. Once Yin Dan was captured and the Qin army withdrew, he would become the supreme general of the entire state of Yin, with no one left to constrain him. While Yinny sat there, lost in fantasies of an idyllic future, he suddenly noticed a fiery orb soaring through the sky towards him. Expanding ominously before his eyes, he swiftly dodged aside. However, the fiery mass landed without extinguishing, continuing to blaze. The chair he had occupied was reduced to ashes, and the bricks beneath bore cracks from the heat. Just as Yinny felt a sense of relief, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Looking up, he was horrified to see a myriad of fireballs raining down from the sky, leaving the soldiers atop the walls frozen in shock. The thunderous sounds reverberating from the walls left Wang Jian below in a daze, astonished that the nearly century-old fortifications of the state of Yin could crumble so easily. "My lord, what is happening?" stammered Wang Jian. Not one to be easily flustered, he quickly turned to Ying Xiuyuan. "Gunpowder," came the reply, "extracted from the peculiar substances of the western regions. It can replace the oil fireballs, igniting more readily than oil fireballs in Greece. However, its current potency falls short of Ying Xiuyuan's ambitions. He seeks something akin to the artillery of later times, or at the very least, the cannonballs of the Tang and Song dynasties." Long before their arrival in Longxi, he had entrusted the bullets to the renowned six-fingered black hero and the genius Gongsun Yui of the Gongsun family for research. Yet, even their combined prowess had been unable to replicate the artillery of later generations, and firearms remained beyond their reach. To date, they had only succeeded in producing bullets and this siege explosive. As the flames continued to rage, the walls of Jidu began to falter, cracking open a substantial breach. With a whoosh, the trebuchet launched dozens of massive stones, causing debris to cascade from the walls, encircling the city of Jidu. Not allow a single soul within Jidu to escape. With Wang Jian's command, the army mobilized in an orderly fashion, and soon the entire city was surrounded by the Qin forces. My lord, it is dire." A disheveled Yin rushed into the court, breathless, as the ministers deliberated over how to repel the Qin invasion. As the esteemed general of the Yin state, Yinny displayed a rather disheveled appearance, much to the displeasure of King Yin, who cast a disapproving gaze upon him. "What troubles you, Yinny? Why have you forsaken your post to appear in the court?" "Your Majesty, the Qin army has breached the city," Yinny proclaimed, kneeling upon the ground and gesturing behind him. King Yin was taken aback, rising in alarm to demand, "What did you say?" "Your Majesty, flee swiftly. The Qin army has employed some unknown means to set the city walls ablaze, and they have now encircled Jidu city." King Yin trembled, his countenance marked by terror, as he sank despondently onto the throne. Was the demise of Yin's state now inevitable? How could he face the spirits of his ancestors in death? Outside the city, Ying Xiuyuan and Wang Jian sat composedly in their military tent, engaged in a game of chess. A soldier entered, reporting, "My lord, the king of Yin has fled Jidu with his troops, making his escape toward Liaodong." Ying Xiuyuan placed another piece on the board and remarked nonchalantly, "The victor of this game shall pursue them. Does General Wang have any objections?" "My lord, are you aware that the king is in a state of great fury? This old man dares not openly defy his command." Wang Jian replied, his gaze fixed intently on Ying Xiuyuan. "I am the commanding general. Military orders must be respected," Ying Xiuyuan retorted, unwaveringly meeting Wang Jian's eyes. Ultimately, Wang Jian conceded, saying, "As you wish, my lord. Should any misfortune befall, I shall certainly intercede on your behalf." Ying Xiuyuan smiled slightly, assuring, "General Wang, you worry too much." The tension in the air seemed to intensify with each strategic move on the chessboard, leaving Liang Xiuyuan, who knelt nearby, utterly confounded by their exchange. As the game progressed, Liang Xiuyuan envisioned Wang Jian and Ying Xiuyuan commanding vast armies in relentless combat, devoid of any trickery or schemes, merely engaging in a straightforward clash upon a vast plain. Just as Li Xiuyuan became engrossed in the unfolding chess match, Wang Jian abruptly rose, exclaiming, "My lord, your skill in chess is commendable. I concede this game and I shall now gather my troops to pursue the king of Yin." Li Xiuyuan, serving as Wang Jian's deputy, promptly stood to follow him out of the tent. "General, what does this mean?" he inquired, perplexed as they walked. Wang Jian responded, "Do you recall the edict the king bestowed upon you? Of course, it was to capture the king of Yin and Yin Dan alive, to raise Jidu, leaving no living soul behind," Li Xiuyuan reiterated, further perplexed by Wang Jian's words. "The band outside the valley. My lord merely devised a pretext to release them with dignity. Do you truly believe such a lord would adhere to the king's command to annihilate Jidu?" Li Xiuyuan's eyes widened in realization, and he stammered, "General Wang means to imply." He fell silent, knowing that to speak further would lead him into dangerous waters. A misstep could implicate him gravely. Quietly, he followed Wang Jian, mounting his horse as they set forth to pursue the fleeing king of Yin. Most of the soldiers from the state of Yin fled alongside their king, while a small number seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape. These individuals all had families within the city of Jidu, yearning for a final reunion with their loved ones, even if it were to be their last. As the Qin army drove them onward, the citizens of Jidu were gathered together, fully aware of the fate that awaited them. Yet, no one panicked. They had mentally prepared themselves long before being herded. Ying Xiuyuan stood atop a relatively intact section of the city wall, producing a trumpet-like instrument, and with a surge of true energy, proclaimed, "Our great king has issued a decree to leave no living souls in Jidu, a fact you are all aware of. As his son, the sixth prince of the great Qin, I now command you to take your belongings and livestock, and vacate Jidu." Ying Xiuyuan's words left the crowd in stunned silence. Not only the people of Yin, but even the soldiers of Qin were taken aback. The instinct to obey commands was ingrained in the bones of Qin soldiers, yet even they hesitated at the order to raise Jidu. To their astonishment, Ying Xiuyuan had so brazenly misinterpreted the king's intent. As he repeated his command, the citizens of Yin erupted in cheers, hastily scattering to gather their belongings before fleeing to neighboring cities. Following Wang Jian's victory over the main forces of Yin at Yinshui, Jidu had transformed into a ghost town, a sight that left Wang Jian momentarily speechless. "General Wang, Jidu is now devoid of life and livestock. Come quickly with me to the military tent. We shall partake in a celebratory feast. I have brought along fine wine that I personally brewed," one soldier urged. Wang Jian shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh, and turned to Li Xiuyuan beside him, saying, "Li Xiuyuan, I entrust the handling of subsequent matters to you. Today, I shall indulge in merriment with the young prince." Chapter 64. Return to Longxi. Where am I? Am I dead? De Tai Chue supported his head with his left hand and used his right to push himself upright on the bed. Shaking his somewhat dazed head, he gently touched his aching chest through the gauze. Gradually acclimating to his surroundings, De Tai Chue lifted his gaze and saw two familiar figures lying on the opposite bed. In shock, he hurriedly leaped from his bed and stumbled over to their side. "A Jean, a gang, what has happened to you?" They were gravely injured, but fortunately, their lives were no longer in peril. At some point, a woman quietly approached De Tai Chue from behind, carrying a basin of water. "Who are you? Where's this? How did we end up here?" De Tai Chue asked, eyeing the beautiful woman with caution. As a soldier, he never underestimated anyone, regardless of their gender. The woman placed the basin on a nearby stand, adopting a thoughtful demeanor, before responding, "My name is Duanmu Rong, and this is Jinghu Medical Lodge. As for how you arrived here, I cannot say for certain, but it was your leader who brought you." Upon hearing this, De Tai Chue continued to gaze at Duanmu Rong in confusion. "Leader? Who do you mean? It appears that you are not a member of the Mo family. The esteemed heir is none other than Prince Yin Dan of your Yin state." Duanmu Rong found it quite peculiar. When she observed Yin Dan in such a state of urgency, she had assumed that the three individuals were disciples of the Mo school, only to discover that they were not. Upon hearing this name, the great hammer rushed forward with fervor, gripping Duanmu Rong's shoulders tightly and shaking her fervently as he inquired, "What did you say? Where is His Highness the Prince?" Duanmu Rong, being a delicate woman, was unable to withstand the force of the great hammer's grip. The moment he seized her, she let out a cry of pain. Yet, no matter how much she struggled, she could not free herself from his grasp. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing to the pressure, a cold voice pierced through the air. "You big oaf, you've hurt Sister Rong." A woman, seemingly stepped out from a painting, floated gracefully to the side of the great hammer, her jade-like hand elegantly swatting his away. She then drew Duanmu Rong behind her, glaring disapprovingly at the great hammer. The great hammer furrowed his brow deeply, Recognizing that the newcomer possessed formidable strength, her internal energy was profoundly deep, heightening his sense of vigilance. "Where is His Highness the Prince?" The Snow Maiden, slightly irked, placed her hands on her hips and pointed a finger at the great hammeress nose. "You are quite amusing. Sister Rong saved you and your friends, and this is how you treat your savior. My apologies. I acted impulsively." "Please do not take offense, fair maiden," the great hammer replied, acknowledging his mistake. Though known for his impulsive and fiery temperament, he was not a fool. Upon realizing that the young lady before him was indeed his benefactor, he quickly offered his apologies. Duanmu Rong, standing nearby, waved her hands, signaling that she bore no ill will. Seeing that Duanmu Rong was not inclined to pursue the matter further, the Snow Maiden huffed, "Consider yourself fortunate. Had it not been for the injuries you bear, I would not have let you off so easily today." Duanmu Rong approached the great hammer and stated, "You cannot rise just yet. You need to rest adequately, or you may suffer from hidden injuries." The great hammer bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, maiden, but I cannot rest easy without knowing the whereabouts of His Highness the Prince. He left you behind and departed." "I do not know where he is now," she replied. The great hammer's expression fell, and after a moment's contemplation, he looked up urgently and asked, "What is the current state of Yin's state? What of the people within Jidu City?" "Jidu City has fallen, but we are unaware of the specific circumstances within." Duanmu Rong shook her head. They had been in Jinghu for some time, refraining from venturing out due to the tumultuous situation outside. "Jidu has truly fallen." The great hammer sat despondently on the ground, his eyes vacant as he gazed into the distance. Duanmu Rong felt a flicker of admiration for him. Despite his impulsive nature, he had been preoccupied with the well-being of others from the moment he regained consciousness, neglecting his own condition. "You should rest well. There may not be any trouble within Jidu City." Though Duanmu Rong offered her words of comfort, she was acutely aware that the fate of Jidu now appeared grim. With the Qin king himself proclaiming that no one and nothing should remain in Jidu, none dared to defy his command. She believed that even that proud youth from that day would not have the audacity to openly oppose the tyrannical Qin king Ying Xiuyuan. "If you dare to inflict harm upon the people of Yin, I shall surely take your life to honor the souls of the departed citizens of Yin." De Tai Chue sat trembling, unable to fathom the current state of affairs within Jidu. Xuannu, with her arms crossed defiantly, shot a disapproving glance at De Tai Chue and remarked, "Do you presume that everyone shares your cold-bloodedness? You can be ruthless even against your own savior. What right do you have to speak of Ying Xiuyuan? The Qin king is brutal, and Ying Xiuyuan, as his son, is no better." De Tai Chue let out a cold snort, glaring at Xuannu just as she was about to erupt with anger. A man clad in black robes entered, exclaiming, "Is it quite lively here? Your Highness, Juzi." The group stared in disbelief at the newcomer. The man removed his hat, revealing himself to be Yin Dan. The long-missing prince of Yinit was no longer appropriate to call him Your Highness, as the Yin Dan who once existed had perished at Wei Zhuang's hand. The figure before them was merely the leader of the Mo family. "Your Highness, what has become of Jidu? How are the people there faring?" The Tai Chue inquired urgently. As for Jidu, the citizens are currently well. They have been dispersed to surrounding cities by Ying Xiuyuan, and indeed, Jidu has become a place devoid of life. Regarding this matter, I owe him a debt of gratitude. Observing the contemplative expression on Yin Dan's face, the others lowered their heads in silent reflection. By the way, is Ying Xiuyuan unharmed?" Xuannu suddenly asked with anxiety. Though Yin Dan felt a pang of confusion, he refrained from voicing it and sighed deeply, saying, "Ying Xiuyuan should have returned to the Qin by now." The scene shifted to Qilin Hall, where Ying Xiuyuan knelt before the Qin king, whose countenance was as cold as ice. The surrounding ministers bowed their heads, wary of becoming embroiled in the matter. After Wang Jian concluded his report on the military achievements and withdrew, the Qin king, though maintaining a frigid demeanor, was inwardly astonished. The battle had been executed with remarkable finesse. While part of the success could be attributed to the disparity in strength, it was undeniable that Ying Xiuyuan had minimized losses to an impressive degree. Particularly during the siege, the city had fallen in merely a day, unlike past campaigns, which required months to achieve victory. "What rewards do you gentlemen believe Ying Xiuyuan should receive?" The ministers bowed their heads even lower. Logically, Ying Xiuyuan, having vanquished 3 nations for Qin, deserved titles and high office. Yet, he had incurred the wrath of the Qin king, having specifically sought to undermine him. Who among them would dare propose a reward at such a time? As no one among the ministers could voice a suggestion, the king declared, "Let me bestow the reward." With a grand gesture, he settled the matter, appointing Ying Xiuyuan as the Grand General of the West and granting him authority over all affairs in Longxi County. while Wei County would remain unchanged as an experimental county. Moreover, Ying Xiuyuan steadfastly defended the borders of Longxi, remaining unyielding in the absence of an edict and resolute against retreat. Ying Xiuyuan's head struck the ground heavily, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace." As Ying Xiuyuan departed from Xianyang to return to Longxi, the curtain fell upon the war of annihilation against Yan. Chapter 65. Task assignment upon returning to Longxi. Ying Xiuyuan continued to indulge in a leisurely lifestyle, aside from offering a few suggestions from the perspective of his future knowledge. His days were filled with hunting, drinking, and reading, leading to a life of unbridled joy. One evening, in the center of the courtyard, Ying Xiuyuan had a pavilion constructed, where he and Zhao Zilong sat wrapped in blankets. Leaning beside the hearth, they held cups of freshly warmed fine wine, while a recently completed chess game lay before them on the table. Nearly a month had passed since the war against Han, and with Ying Xiuyuan's territory having expanded over twofold, he realized that his personnel were becoming insufficient. Although the newly implemented examination system could swiftly attract talent, it demanded considerable time for transition. In an era where educational standards were generally low and knowledge was monopolized by prominent families, discovering talent among the common folk proved exceedingly challenging. The circumstances dictated that most talents were nurtured by the nobility of other states or the various philosophical schools. Thus, those exceptional individuals who managed to flourish in such adverse conditions were truly extraordinary. How could such talents possibly regard Ying Xiuyuan with favor? It is essential to recall that the Qin king of Ur not only wielded the formidable strength of the Qin state, but also had Li Si's memorial on the expulsion of guests to bolster his reputation. With these advantages, the Qin king attracted talents from across the realm, assembling the current cadre of officials. In stark contrast, Ying Xiuyuan's reputation was far from illustrious, and his strength was less than impressive. He was referred to as the General of the West, yet in reality, he was merely a county governor. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the system to extract exceptional talents. Opening the task section of the system, he observed two newly completed missions that he had yet to submit. The scene shifted back to that fateful night when Ying Xiuyuan celebrated in Weiyuan County. In a state of inebriation, he received a significant event and a choice event, allowing him to select different mission branches from the system. This significant event, of course, pertained to the impending war of annihilation against Yan. The requirements for this major event were to annihilate the main forces of Han at the minimal cost, and to seize the capital city of Jidu within a short time frame. The subsequent choice event left Ying Xiuyuan momentarily bewildered. The requirements for the choice event were as follows. 1.to save the Qin king during Jing Ke's assassination attempt. 2.to refrain from action during Jing Ke's assassination attempt and, after its conclusion, to emerge among the noble sons and ascend to the throne as the king of Qin. Note: the host may choose different task branches. The choice will determine subsequent missions, so the host must analyze carefully. This choice event instantly sobered Ying Xiuyuan, illuminating the realization that the butterfly effect triggered by his arrival had begun to unfold. What initially seemed to be a perilous yet ultimately harmless attempt by Jing Ke to assassinate the Qin emperor has unexpectedly transformed into a fatal predicament for the king. Although the exact moment of misfortune eludes understanding, Ying Xiuyuan cannot afford to remain passive. Thus, he spurs his steed onward, managing to reach Xianyang just in time on the day of Jing Ke's fateful endeavor. Indeed, this is a narrative technique of foreshadowing. It is certainly not due to the excitement of writing about the conquest of Yan that the system was forgotten. As he silently intones his submission, a radiant light, visible solely to Ying Xiuyuan, flashes before him, heralding the long-awaited return of the system. Ding, 2 tasks are being assigned. Ding, assessing task completion. Ding, task evaluation complete. The completion levels for the 2 tasks are rated as exceptional and flawless. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a golden random item package and a luxurious random item package. Would you like to open the package? With a subtle nod, several beams of light burst forth simultaneously, nearly blinding Ying Xiuyuan. He acquires a pair of basic equipment, a miraculous item for achieving victory in battle, 10 solar-powered flashlights of green quality, a blue strategist, Bao Zhang, a golden martial art, Duga 9 swords, a golden general, Lu Bowen. Note: Lu Bowen's combat prowess will be enhanced, and an epic-level general, Yuan Qingdu. Upon discerning the rewards, Ying Xiuyuan nearly leaps for joy, realizing that he has received precisely what he needed. Except for that glaring chicken dinner item, the rest are all beneficial to him. Currently, Ying Xiuyuan is in dire need of talents capable of governance. Although Bao Zhang is merely rated blue, he is far from being a mere ornament. Ying Xiuyuan surmises that this rating stems from his own insufficient strength, which has relegated Bao Zhang to a blue classification. However, with Ying Xiuyuan's resources, a little nurturing would elevate Bao Zhang to a golden tier. effectively acquiring a golden strategist without cost. Lu Bowen is a man of both literary and martial prowess, truly deserving of the title of the foremost strategist of the Ming dynasty, as the saying goes. Zhuge Liang divides the world into three, while Lu Bowen unifies the realm that Yuan Chengdu, on the other hand, is enigmatic and possesses overwhelming strength, akin to Elbu, characterized by an almost impeccable demeanor, loyal, honorable, and courageous, though his one flaw is his excessive pride. Regarding the pride of martial generals, Ying Xiuyuan found solace upon his first encounter with Elbu. Contrary to his expectations, Elbu exhibited a humility that was quite surprising. At that moment, Ying Xiuyuan discerned a reason. The martial prowess of the Qin era was so elevated that, despite their capabilities, these individuals were not invincible, leading to a temporary sense of superiority. While it remains uncertain whether divine figures such as the Nine Heavens Xiannu truly exist in this world, Ying Xiuyuan is aware that mythical beasts like the Pixiu and dragons are indeed real, and the limits of power in this realm remain unfathomable. Ding! The identities of the strategist and general have been implanted. Lu Bowen, formerly the governor of Longxi County, he has fallen victim to treachery and is presently imprisoned in the dungeons of Longxi, Baozhang, the county magistrate of Zheng County, a neighboring jurisdiction to Weiyuan County. Known for his uncompromising integrity, his outspoken criticism of the powerful on the court led to his demotion to the borderlands, Yuan Chengdu. The junior disciple of Elbu, who has recently descended from the mountains, is contemplating, under Elbu's persuasion, to first pledge allegiance to the master. He currently finds himself within the borders of Longxi and is expected to arrive in Weiyuan shortly. Ying Xiuyuan pondered for a moment. Capturing Baozhang would be relatively straightforward, and with Yuan Chengdu on his way, he resolved to address the matters concerning Lu Bowen before Yuan Chengdu's arrival. Chapter 66. Lu Bowen thud. Thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed through the dark, damp dungeon, and 3 years had swiftly elapsed. Throughout this time, the man had encountered no one aside from the prison guards and one other individual. His wife, in her desperate bid for survival, had remarried, and his mother, who had painstakingly nurtured him, had wept herself blind upon learning of his imprisonment. He was consumed by hatred and rage, and even as he endured the cold, hunger, and humiliation daily, he persisted in clinging to life. Though torment him further, that man dispatched others to deliver meals each day, and the scratches on the wall served as his makeshift calendar, marking the frequency of the guards' visits. He wished to inscribe each of those marks deeply into that man's very bones. Every day, he reminded himself that Go Jian, the king of Yu, was a nobleman accustomed to luxury yet had endured hardship and humiliation. As a commoner, having already suffered greatly, what did this minor setback amount to? The footsteps drew nearer, and the man continued to lean against the wall, head bowed, aware that the more disheveled he appeared, the more the other would lower his guard. Why, Lu Bowen, my brother Lu. It has been far too long since we last met. Was it not half a year ago? The man shook his head, feigning regret. Look at you. Once a spirited individual, elevated to the rank of a county magistrate at such a young age, and now reduced to this sorry state. He discarded the pretense of humility he had maintained outside and seated himself directly on the ground outside the bars, leaning in with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It so happens, dear brother, that I shall soon be transferred to Xianyang, and thereafter, Longxi will be under the jurisdiction of the 6th young master. I must admit, the thought of not seeing you again weighs heavily on my heart. With the truth unveiled, Lu Bowen recognized that the man's visit harbored no benevolence. His true intention was to eradicate any threats. The 6th young master was not someone to be trifled with. Even after openly defying the king's orders and being demoted, he still held a position of authority in Longxi. If my brother remains here alone, I must confess my fear. The man outside the bars lamented, his brow furrowed in a show of distress. Upon hearing this, Lu Bowen realized that his opportunity had finally arrived. The man's purpose for coming was to eliminate any potential threats, and disregarding the theatrics of the individual outside the bars, Lu Bowen focused on regulating his breath, striving to restore himself to optimal condition. Though the man outside possessed limited martial prowess, Lu Bowen's current physical state rendered him unable to match even that. Lu Bowen comprehended that he possessed but a single opportunity to act. The humiliation and torment he had endured over the past 3 years had finally presented a chance for retribution. A thrill of elation coursed through his body, causing it to tremble slightly. Evidently, the man outside the bars was engrossed in his own fervent discourse, oblivious to Lu Bowen's unusual demeanor. Well, having said so much, it is time to send my elder brother on his way. I shall inform my sister-in-law. No, I should refer to her as my wife. I will convey to her that elder brother is living quite well in prison. I shall ensure someone remains to care for the latter part of his life. Do not fret over these matters. Come with me to Xianyang and enjoy a life of ease." As he spoke, the man opened the prison door, slowly advancing towards Lu Bowen with a poisoned dagger in hand. Although Lu Bowen had been confined for 3 years, the man still felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of Lu Bowen's former martial prowess. As he drew nearer, the man's wariness gradually subsided, but just as he was about to reach Lu Bowen's optimal strike point, a sudden noise startled both men. The man hastily concealed the dagger in his sleeve and stepped outside, his countenance reverting to its customary air of elegance and humility. Meanwhile, Lu Bowen lamented his missed opportunity, gradually regaining his composure. Had he acted too hastily, he might have inadvertently alerted his adversary. A jailer approached, whispering a few words into the man's ear, causing him to turn pale with alarm and hastily depart from the prison. Our county magistrate is indeed a good man, taking a moment to check on his former brothers before leaving. In contrast, our previous magistrate. The jailer spat contemptuously towards Lu Bowen before striding away. The man hurried towards the magistrate's residence, his mind racing with thoughts. Just earlier in the month, the young master had explicitly stated he would return after the handover. Why had he suddenly arrived? An unsettling feeling gripped the man, as if something ominous was about to unfold, though he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Inside the magistrate's estate, the man rushed into the hall, only to find no sign of the 6th young master. Just then, the steward approached. "Where is the 6th young master?" The man, shedding all pretense of refinement and humility, seized the steward's collar and demanded an answer. The steward, bewildered by the sudden shift in the magistrate's demeanor, stammered, "The young master. He is in the 6th madam's chamber." "What? The 6th madam? What on earth transpired while I was gone? Speak quickly." The man, seething with rage, clutched the steward's collar tightly. The steward recounted the events that had transpired in the man's absence, but with each word, the man's confusion deepened. "What do you mean the 6th young master barged in? What do you mean he went to the 6th madam's room? What of saving the 6th madam from hanging?" The man was utterly bewildered. Releasing the steward, he hurriedly made his way to the 6th madam's chamber. Just as he was about to enter, a soldier clad in silver armor blocked his path. "The young master is inside rescuing someone. You cannot enter." This soldier was familiar to the man, having been present during his first encounter with the 6th young master, likely serving as a personal bodyguard. "What are you even supposed to be? The person inside is my wife." "Get lost," the man exclaimed, launching a fist towards the armored soldier before him. The soldier, evidently seasoned in battle, met the lowly assault with a counterstrike, and with a resounding crack, the sound of bone breaking echoed as their hands parted. The soldier stood tall and unwavering, while the man crumpled to the ground. Clutching his injured hand, a familiar voice resonated from within the room. "Zilong, if the county magistrate has arrived, allow him to enter." Upon hearing this, the man nearly fainted from rage. "Why did you not mention this sooner? Must I suffer a setback before you speak?" This grudge was deeply etched in his heart, and he vowed that when he reached Xianyang to meet the king, he would certainly report this matter concerning the 6th young master. "Yes, young master," Zhao Zilong replied, pulling open the door to indicate that the man could enter. Chapter 67. The Li family of Longxi. Upon pushing the door open, Li Jin hurried to the bedside, lifting the unconscious woman. "Madam, what has happened to you?" "Lord Li need not worry. The madam has merely fainted and will awaken shortly," Ying Xiuyuan remarked, rolling his eyes at the man's feigned concern while taking a sip of tea from a nearby cup. Li Jin gently set the woman down and stood to bow to Ying Xiuyuan. "It is truly regrettable that such an incident has occurred in my home. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to you. Young master, please take a seat in the main hall. I shall handle the ensuing matters. No need for concern. Lord Li has guarded the borders of our Qin for many years. Even lacking merit, your efforts are commendable. We can wait until the madam's health is restored before departing." Seeing that Ying Xiuyuan intended to linger and not take his leave, Zhang Jian furrowed his brow. He felt that everything today was rather peculiar. First, he was interrupted, then his wife unexpectedly hanged herself, only to be saved by the 6th young master. Ironically, the woman saved by Ying Xiuyuan was none other than Lu Bowen's former wife, who had been forced into marriage with him. Li Jin was no fool. Having once outmaneuvered Lu Bowen, he was no ordinary man and quickly sensed the complexities surrounding this situation. Such an outrageous coincidence could not possibly be mere chance. He would not believe it even if one were to beat him senseless. Since the young master insists, then so be it. I shall go and summon people to prepare a banquet for you," Zhang Jin said, bowing before slowly departing the courtyard. Not long after Li Jin left, Zhao Zilong peeked in, exchanged a knowing glance with Ying Xiuyuan, and then exited the courtyard as well. Ying Xiuyuan retrieved a wine gourd from his system space, took a sip of the fine wine, wiped his mouth, and smiled faintly, murmuring, "The show is about to begin." Li Jin, once merely an aide to Liu Bowen, could not have single-handedly orchestrated the downfall of Liu Bowen, who held the position of a county magistrate and usurped his role. Within the Li family courtyard, Li Jin strode in, and just as he reached the center of the yard, he spotted his father wandering about. Li Jin's father had once served as the county magistrate of Longxi but had retired due to old age, and it was he who had recommended Liu Bowen for the position of county magistrate. Li Jin observed his father's alarmed expression and was about to discreetly turn away to leave. However, upon raising his head, Li Fu immediately caught sight of Li Jin's flustered visage. With evident displeasure, Li Fu reprimanded, "Halt! What has caused you to be in such a state of panic? Where has the decorum befitting a county magistrate gone?" Li Jin lowered his head slightly, avoiding his father's gaze, and timidly muttered, "In nothing. I merely came to retrieve something. Go, and swiftly vanish from my sight." Li Fu waved his hand disdainfully. Observing Li Jin's timorous demeanor only served to quicken his heartbeat in frustration. Li Jin said nothing further, silently passing by his father in the backyard. Within Li Yuan's chamber, Li Jin pushed open the door and approached his younger brother, who was engrossed in a book. Gripping Li Yuan's shoulder, he exclaimed, "Brother, trouble is afoot." Li Yuan, the county lieutenant of Longxi, had once conspired with Li Jin to frame Liu Bowen, unjustly branding him as a traitor to external tribes, which led to Liu Bowen's imprisonment. Ying Xiuyuan's visit to Longxi had indirectly elevated Li Jin's status, yet Li Yuan found himself in a diminishing position. Ordinarily, the county lieutenant, who commanded the county's military alongside the magistrate, stood on equal footing. However, the edict from the Qin king placed Ying Xiuyuan in overarching control, creating an unwelcome shadow over him. Li Yuan extricated himself from Li Jin's grasp, setting down his book, and queried with confusion, "What is it, brother? What has transpired?" "The sixth young master has arrived at our estate." Li Yuan felt his face twitch. In that instant, a desire to strike someone surged within him, prompting him to resume reading. In a fit of frustration, Li Jin hurled the book aside, provoking Li Yuan's ire. "Did Li Jin, have you lost your mind? You traveled all this way merely to boast about your impending promotion? Just hear me out." Li Jin restrained Li Yuan and recounted the recent events in detail. After a prolonged contemplation, Li Yuan coolly responded, "You must return and placate the sixth young master. I shall send someone to eliminate Liu Bowen. Should that woman dare to speak out, we shall ensure there are no witnesses. Besides, this case was initiated by the king himself." Yes. Li Jin's voice trembled, nodding fervently as if entranced. "Yes to what? Hurry along." Li Yuan regarded his elder brother with exasperation. Deep down, he had always been perplexed by one matter. Their family, the Li clan, was a genuine lineage of martial generals, yet here stood this timid, ineffectual sibling. The two sprang into action, with Li Jin walking steadily while continually calming his frayed nerves, in the courtyard. The silver-armored guards who should have been on watch had vanished, sending a jolt of alarm through Li Jin. He rushed inside, only to find the room utterly deserted. As he exited, he encountered the estate steward, seizing the steward's collar with urgency. "Where are they? Where are the sixth young master and the lady?" "The lady has regained consciousness. The sixth young master and the lady are currently in the main hall." The butler's voice trembled slightly, as he felt that today was nothing short of disastrous. He had encountered the enraged county magistrate twice already. Li Jin hurried into the hall, casting a glance at Ying Xiuyuan, seated in the honored position before turning to the woman beside him, her face adorned with a facade of false smiles. "Madam, you appear frail. Do take care not to catch a chill. It would be best if you return to your chamber to rest," he urged, grasping her hand to lead her outside. The woman waved her hand, breaking free from his hold, and sneered, "Li Jin, there's no need for you to continue feigning your humble and refined demeanor. I have already reported your misdeeds to the sixth young master. Every time I see your pretentious display, it churns my stomach with that." She spat disdainfully, mimicking the act of retching. This juncture, Li Jin surprisingly felt no anxiety. Instead, he swaggered over to sit beside Ying Xiuyuan, a confident smile gracing his face. "Young master, are you aware that my Li family has held dominion over Longxi for nearly a century since the great Qin acquired it? The entirety of Longxi is rife with members of my family. Managing a territory is a far cry from waging war. Treating my kin in such a manner may pose challenges for the future governance of this county." "Oh, is that what Master Li implies?" Ying Xiuyuan put down his teacup and leaned in with keen interest. "If I can safely reach Xiang Yan, I shall naturally yield to you, young master. Otherwise, I fear the public sentiment may not be in your favor, Li Jin replied, his tone laced with veiled threats, his gaze locked onto Ying Xiuyuan's expression. Ying Xiuyuan erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, how amusing, truly amusing. The Li family of Longxi dares to threaten me. I, at the tender age of 9, vanquished Han, and subsequently brought Zhao and Yan to their knees. Yet here stands a Li family that has scarcely ventured beyond Longxi, boldly threatening me." As the tension between Ying Xiuyuan and Li Jin escalated, a familiar voice pierced the AI. Li Jin stiffly turned his head, and there stood a man clad in white, Lu Bowen. How did you come to be here? You were supposed to. What's this? Shouldn't I be dead at Li Yuan's hands by now? I apologize. I truly regret disappointing you, Lu Bowen replied, a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze icy as he regarded Li Jin. Bowen, what has become of you? The woman rushed to Lu Bowen's side, her hands tenderly caressing him. In an instant, Lu Bowen transformed, his countenance softening as he enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Li Jin, utterly bewildered, found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Zhao Zilong entered, clad in silver armor, and it dawned on Li Jin. From beginning to end, this was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by Ying Xiuyuan, or perhaps a trap set for the Li family. I have thoroughly investigated your actions over the years, including how you framed the former governor Lu Bowen for treason, colluded with Li Yuan to eliminate rivals, and transformed the entire Longxi County into a domain solely belonging to the Li family. Ying Xiuyuan rose to his feet, casting a cold gaze upon the sweating Li Jin, and continued, "This also encompasses the manner in which you have threatened me and other crimes." Li Jin collapsed onto the ground, fully aware that his fate was sealed, and moreover, he had implicated the entire Li family. As applause echoed through the air, a man entered with a measured stride. "You are indeed formidable, young master. It is no wonder that Han, Zhao, and Yan have all fallen at your hands. I am truly in awe. Within just a day, you have managed to uncover the evidence to dismantle our entire Li family. Remarkable." Ying Xiuyuan regarded the approaching man with an amused expression. "Does Li Due have any objections?" "None. None at all. I am genuinely impressed. However, it seems the young master has forgotten one crucial detail," Li Yuan interjected, a mocking smile adorning his face. Upon discovering that Lu Bowen had been rescued from the dungeons, Li Yuan sensed the oddities of the situation and swiftly gathered his men, arriving just in time to witness the unfolding scene. With a sharp clap of his hands, Li Yuan summoned armored soldiers to rush in, surrounding everyone. Ying Xiuyuan smiled faintly, remarking, "It is said that the emperor is far from the heavens. Your Li family indeed practices this principle to perfection." Li Jin, now on the ground, staggered to Li Yuan's side and turned with a deranged expression, shouting, "Our Li family has served as the governors of Longxi County for generations. Why should it be in my time that I must yield the position of deputy to a mere child from a humble background?" In that moment, Li Jin had reverted to his true self. When his facade of scholarly humility was ruthlessly torn away by Ying Xiuyuan and his companions, only the nauseating madness remained. By lineage, my ancestor Li Chong was the very first governor of Longxi. My father was the previous governor, and my cousin Li Xian is a grand general of the Qin state. Longxi County has belonged to the Li family for generations. In terms of capability, during my tenure as governor, I have diligently served, ensuring the well-being of the populace, with neither the Yuezhi from the west nor the Wolf tribe from the north daring to invade. What qualifications do you possess to contest with me? At this point, Li Jin was utterly unhinged. "Brother, you should be grateful to me. You have so many accompanying you to the grave. This is a fortune that you could never earn in several lifetimes." Li Jin concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Li Yuan. Li Yuan smiled, realizing that his brother was not as inept as he had previously believed. "Seize him. This man dares to impersonate the sixth young master." Lu Bowen released the woman he had been holding, attempting to halt the soldiers before him. As he took a step forward, Zhao Zilong blocked his path with an outstretched arm. With a reassuring glance from Zhao Zilong, Lu Bowen retreated, shielding the woman behind him. Ying Xiuyuan raised a piece of paper marked with a large royal seal. Surely, this Li Due would recognize this, would he not? The soldiers came to a halt, exchanging glances, now uncertain of whom to heed. "Not only do you impersonate His Highness, but you also dare to forge the king's decree, though not remain dazed. I am your commander, and do you not trust me? First, seize them, and later, we shall deliver them to the king for judgment." After a brief moment of hesitation, the soldiers chose to raise their spears and cautiously approach Ying Xiuyuan. The soldiers of the Qin kingdom were imbued with a deep-seated creed of obedience. Although they were unsure of the truth behind the commander's words, They could only helplessly advance step by step. "Who dares to lay a hand on the sixth young master today?" boomed a powerful voice, causing the strategic expression on Li Yuan's face to freeze instantly, his brother Li Jin mirroring a look of disbelief. An elder emerged slowly from behind Ying Xiuyuan, revealing himself to be Li Fu, who was supposed to be idly wandering about the Li residence. The soldiers trembled at the sight of Li Fu. During his tenure as the governor of Longxi, he was renowned for his stern impartiality, having offended countless powerful figures, many of whom wished for his swift demise. In Longxi, none were unaware of the iron-faced governor Li, and most soldiers in the region had willingly joined the army out of admiration for his reputation. Li Fu glared at his two sons, his teeth clenched in disappointment. "You two ungrateful wretches dare to commit such acts? Kneel before me at once." With a thud, both sons fell to their knees. Li Yuan was acutely aware of the weight of his father's reputation. With his father as a guarantor and the king's decree in their hands, the soldiers would surely not be swayed. Instantly, Li Yuan transformed his demeanor, crawling to Li Fu's side, clinging to his father's leg and weeping, "Father, it was all my brother's instigation. I had no part in this." Li Jin, however, remained silent, head bowed, his thoughts concealed from view. "Do I not know you well? What could that coward Li Jin possibly accomplish? It is undoubtedly you who have been scheming behind the scenes. Speak. What have you incited your elder brother to do?" Li Fu kicked out, sending Li Yuan sprawling to the ground. Li Fu continued to analyze the situation. All blame seemed to be heaped upon Li Yuan's shoulders. Gradually, Li Jin rose from his kneeling position, unsteadily regaining his footing. "I admit my defeat, yet I am not resigned. The governorship should rightfully belong to me. Why has father chosen Liu Bowen? Why, when I was childhood friends with Xiang, does she choose Liu Bowen instead?" Ying Xiuyuan stepped forward, declaring, "You believe that all have betrayed you. In truth, the only traitor is yourself. You have betrayed your father's expectations, you have betrayed Liu Bowen's trust, and you have betrayed the essence of your former self." Essence? Li Jin gazed skyward, reminiscing about his past. Whenever others spoke of his father's name, they regarded him with reverence. He had once vowed to emulate his father, to be a commendable governor devoted to his country and people. "On the day I ascended to the position of county magistrate, I indulged in drink until I was utterly inebriated, reclaiming all that I had lost. Yet, not a trace of joy accompanied this triumph. Each day, I toiled diligently, receiving accolades from all quarters, yet I could no longer recapture the pride of my former days." Li Jin murmured, "Could it truly be my fault?" As the sounds of clashing weapons echoed from outside, a troop of soldiers filed in, encircling everyone present, and their commanding officer stepped forward. "Why subordinates arrive late to protect you? I beseech you, young master, to forgive us." "Rise," Ying Xiuyuan instructed, gesturing towards Li Yuan and Li Jin. "First, take these two away and confine them in the dungeon." Chapter 69. Bao Zheng, Li Jin, and Li Yuan were escorted away by the soldiers, while Ying Xiuyuan turned to interrupt Liu Bowen, who was gazing deeply into his wife's eyes. "Liu Bowen, would you return to court and serve, guarding the gateway of Longxi for our great Qin? You have saved my life and rectified my unjust suffering," Liu Bowen replied. "Henceforth, should you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for your highness." "Very well, from now on you shall work under my command. Tomorrow, you will be reinstated to your former position as county magistrate, and the fates of Li Jin and Li Yuan shall be entrusted to you." With that, Liu Bowen knelt and performed a respectful bow to Ying Xiuyuan. Ying Xiuyuan signaled to Zhao Zilong, who approached to escort Liu Bowen and his wife from the magistrate's residence. Ever since his two sons were taken away, Li Fu had remained silent, standing to the side. Once the last three departed, only Li Fu and Ying Xiuyuan remained within the magistrate's hall. Ying Xiuyuan opened his mouth, about to speak, when he noticed Li Fu suddenly raise his head and approach, slightly bending his knees and lowering his body. Ying Xiuyuan, quick to react, hastily helped Li Fu to his feet. "My lord, please rise. I cannot bear such a bow from you, my two sons. Despite their many transgressions, I implore you, consider the contributions I have made to great Qin and spare their lives. I shall bear no grievance, regardless of the severity of their punishment. I only beseech you to grant them mercy." As Li Fu spoke, he took advantage of Ying Xiuyuan's moment of distraction to kneel once more. Bowing deeply 3 times. In the past, the iron-faced Mr. Li's name instilled fear in the Yu tribes of the west and the wolf clans of the north. "How can I withstand such a bow from you?" Ying Xiuyuan, feeling the weight of the situation, pondered for a long while before assisting Li Fu to rise. "Very well, tomorrow, Liu Bowen will resume his duties as magistrate, and he shall personally adjudicate this case. I consent to not impose the death penalty, but the final decision on the punishment rests with Liu Bowen. If he insists on the death penalty, I shall have no recourse. Thank you for your immense kindness. Li Fu bowed deeply to Ying Xiuyuan. With matters finally reaching a resolution, Ying Xiuyuan personally escorted Li Fu back to his residence before departing alone from the magistrate's office in Yanjiang County. Ying Xiuyuan had been present for nearly 3 days, during which time he had been discreetly observing Bao Zheng. Must be said that Bao Zheng truly deserves the title of Bao Qingtian. He is indeed a capable and virtuous official in the hearts of the local commoners. He is regarded as even more formidable than the king of Qin. While wandering aimlessly, Ying Xiuyuan suddenly spotted a stall selling glutinous rice cakes, a delicacy beloved by the people of Chu. He was astonished to find such a treat in a small county within Longxi Commandery. Tempted by the sight, Ying Xiuyuan purchased several cakes to indulge in. As he savored his snack, a clever idea struck him from his bosom. He produced a green garment adorned with a cerulean ribbon and began to engage the vendor, who was on the verge of kneeling before him. With a nod from the vendor, Ying Xiuyuan turned his back, while the vendor, standing behind him, seized the fabric of his clothing with 2 fingers of his left hand. Help! Someone has eaten without paying, the vendor shouted, cupping his right hand to his mouth in the shape of a trumpet, his voice hoarse and desperate. The passers-by halted in their tracks, converging around Ying Xiuyuan. The vendor pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, "Look, in broad daylight, this man dares to consume without payment. Is this not an affront to us common folk?" Ying Xiuyuan's face flushed crimson as he angrily retorted, "Do not slander me. For just a few coins worth of glutinous rice cakes, do you think I would owe you anything?" The crowd rallied in support, declaring, "Old Fan is a man of integrity, known for his honesty in business. He even extends credit when we forget our money. Could he possibly deceive us? What a ridiculous farce, given my status. How could I owe money to mere commoners? If you claim I have not paid, produce your evidence." Ying Xiuyuan stood there nonchalantly, resembling a frivolous young master. His demeanor silenced the crowd. Clad in splendid attire, he indeed appeared as one who could afford even a single rice cake. "Since you cannot present any evidence, I shall take my leave." "Not so fast. I shall take you to Lord Bao today. Let him adjudicate this matter," the vendor insisted, gripping Ying Xiuyuan's garment tightly. Ying Xiuyuan rolled his eyes and scoffed. On what grounds can he decide without any evidence? Even if he were a deity, he could not resolve this case. The crowd, displeased with Ying Xiuyuan's words, chimed in, "You insolent brat, clean up your tongue. You are new here and unaware of Lord Bao's might. Soon enough, you shall have cause to weep." With an air of determination, the throng marched towards the county office, their footsteps echoing down the path. As the sound of drums heralded their approach, curious onlookers gathered at the entrance of the court. "Lord Bao is about to pass judgment again," someone called out, and the news spread like wildfire, drawing both the concerned and the idle to the courthouse to witness the spectacle. Standing in the hall, Ying Xiuyuan experienced once more the formidable reputation that Bao Zheng commanded among the populace in this locale. Dressed in official robes, Bao Zheng approached, and the surrounding crowd immediately hushed, their voices dwindling significantly upon his arrival. With a resounding clap of the wooden gavel in his hand, silence enveloped the area. Bao Zheng furrowed his brow as he gazed down at the vendor, inquiring, "Who stands before me?" The vendor hurriedly knelt and bowed, responding, "My lord, I am surnamed Fan, the second in my family, and my friends call me Fan Lao Heir." Bao Zheng then shifted his attention to the side, resting upon Ying Xiuyuan. "I am Zhao, known in the realm as the one who resembles a pear blossom overshadowing a begonia. The Zhao Zilong from Shijiazhuang," he declared. Despite his humble words, it was evident that Ying Xiuyuan's demeanor was far from respectful. His arrogant attitude incited discontent among the onlookers. However, Bao Zheng remained unfazed, maintaining his cold expression as he regarded the 2 men below. In a deep voice, Bao Zheng inquired, "What grievances do you 2 bear?" Fan Lao bowed once more and explained, "My lord, it is as follows. This man purchased a rice cake from my stall, yet upon finishing, he refuses to pay. Hence, I brought him to seek your judgment, great lord." Although the matter seemed trivial, the spectators were reluctant to disperse, and Bao Zheng, lost in contemplation, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Why, lord, you must discern the truth. I clearly placed the money in his cash box," Ying Xiuyuan interjected, fanning himself nonchalantly, his expression one of amusement. "Moreover, what is the cost of a mere rice cake? With my attire, would I ever owe him money? A mere commoner dares to slander me?" As he folded his fan, he cast a scornful glance at Fan Lao Heir. Bao Zheng furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Ying Xiuyuan, who had maintained an air of arrogance since entering the hall. Despite Bao Zheng's noble disposition, the term commoner in Ying Xiuyuan's words ignited a flicker of ire within him, as he too hailed from humble origins. It was worth noting that the contemporary meaning of commoner held a more derogatory connotation than in later times. Confucius once stated, "The virtue of a gentleman is like the wind. The virtue of the common people is like the grass. When the wind blows upon the grass, it must bend." This statement carried a certain disdain towards the common folk. Bao Zheng glanced at the aggrieved Fan Lao heir, then back at the haughty Ying Xiuyuan, bowing his head in contemplation. Observing Bao Zheng's unwavering composure amidst external provocations, Ying Xiuyuan felt a twinge of admiration. Since the proceedings commenced, he had not once prostrated himself before Bao Zheng. Having only performed a long bow at the beginning, displaying no further signs of respect, it is noteworthy that a long bow could also signify arrogance. Ying Xiuyuan's haughty demeanor had reached an intolerable level, yet Bao Zheng continued to calmly analyze the case, a rarity seldom seen in others. With his head raised, Bao Zheng addressed Ying Xiuyuan. "Since you have placed the money into the money box, let us examine this box today and inquire whether you indeed deposited any funds. Fan Lao heir, bring forth your money box." Bao Zheng struck the astonishment board, causing an immediate commotion outside. "Examine the money box? Is this not a jest? Indeed, the box is an inanimate object. How can one examine it? Surely, Lord Bao cannot be confused, brother. Do not speak too hastily. You have witnessed Bao Deren's remarkable prowess. He is a master of judgment, and I am confident he possesses some other method." The crowd engaged in heated debate, and as Fan Lao heir retrieved the money box from the cart outside, all eyes turned to Bao Zheng. Their curiosity piqued, eager to uncover the mystery of his intentions. "Fan Lao heir, I ask you a question, and you must answer truthfully. Has this money box remained at your stall, untouched since this Zhao Zilong arrived?" "Yes, my lord, I have only had one customer since then, who did not deposit any money, and thus I have kept the box by my side without moving it." Bao Zheng then turned to Ying Xiuyuan and asked, "Zhao Zilong, I inquire whether this money box has remained undisturbed since you placed your money inside." "That is indeed true. I have not seen him move it." "Very well, as you have stated." Bao Zheng paused, glancing at the county lieutenant beside him. "Bring me a basin of hot water, and also a wine cup. I shall examine each coin within this money box one by one, to ascertain their rightful owner." This proclamation ignited another uproar among the spectators, dividing them into factions of believers and skeptics, each side vocally contesting the other, nearly resorting to violence. The law adherents, who prized heavy penalties for minor offenses, understood that instigating trouble in the Qin state was a grave sin, and despite their fervent arguments, none resorted to blows. Before long, the county lieutenant presented a basin of hot water. Bao Zheng adjusted his official attire and gracefully approached the platform. He crouched down, scooped a cup of water, and placed a round coin from the money box into the cup. Moments later, a few flecks of oil surfaced in the water, which he displayed to the onlookers. After discarding the water and rinsing the cup, he repeated the process until he had examined every coin within the box, finally rising to his feet. "Esteemed villagers, you should have observed that the coins were all coated in a layer of oil. Not a single coin bore an insufficient or absent coating." With that, Bao Zheng turned to Ying Xiuyuan, fixing him with an intense gaze. "The coins placed near the stove over time will naturally acquire a layer of oil. Yet why did the coin you just deposited also bear such an abundance of oil?" The crowd fell into stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Bao Zheng's methodical examination to yield such revelations about the owner of the money. Ying Xiuyuan stood calmly, arms crossed, regarding Bao Zheng with an air of indifference. With narrowed eyes, Bao Zheng bellowed, "Bold criminal, the evidence and witnesses are all present. Why do you not confess your guilt at once?" Having already been condemned, Ying Xiuyuan inquired, "What punishment shall the county magistrate impose upon me?" He stroked his chin, maintaining a relaxed expression as he regarded Bao Zheng. "Bring forth the measuring stick." This proclamation from Bao Zheng caused Ying Xiuyuan's countenance to darken. "I have already surpassed 6 feet and 5 inches. Consider me an adult." Though still technically underage, Ying Xiuyuan's height had surpassed the sentencing standards of the Qin state. Ever since being mocked by the Snow Maiden in Handan, he had become particularly sensitive about this matter. In his previous life, he stood at a remarkable height of 185 centimeters and often jested about the stature of his shorter friends. Little did he anticipate that one day, someone would use height as a means to ridicule him, even if it was due to procedural reasons. It was the first time Bao Zheng encountered someone who would voluntarily accept additional charges due to height, and he could only helplessly nod. "Very well, let me ask you this. The charges are indeed substantive. Do you accept?" Ying Xiuyuan huffed defiantly, "I do." It was intentional. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Never had they witnessed someone so brazenly admit to their crimes. Bao Zheng sighed and continued, "If that is the case, then according to the laws of Qin, I shall impose the punishment of forced labor. Do you accept?" This time, Ying Xiuyuan was momentarily taken aback, not because the sentence was too severe, but rather, it seemed too lenient. Given his earlier audacious demeanor, Bao Zhang could have easily charged him with disrespect and compounded the punishment in the hands of less scrupulous officials. They might even have fabricated additional charges. Yet, Bao Zhang adhered strictly to the laws of Qin, bestowing upon him a penalty that was neither excessive nor insufficient, a mere 2 years of labor. Chapter 71. Bao Zhang's loyalty and the underestimated Fan Lao heir. Clapping his hands, Ying Xiuyuan exclaimed, "What a remarkable Bao Qingtian! Not only is his ability to adjudicate cases impressive, but he is also just and incorruptible, imposing no more punishment than warranted." Bao Zhang, seemingly anticipating this reaction, maintained his impassive gaze on Ying Xiuyuan, refraining from interrupting his words. The surrounding crowd appeared bewildered, unsure of the meaning behind Ying Xiuyuan's reference to Bao Qingtian, their attention unwaveringly fixed on him. Meanwhile, Fan Lao heir, who had previously worn a look of grievance, now focused intently on the 2 men before him. Closing his fan, Ying Xiuyuan continued, "Your unwavering integrity has offended the powerful, leading to your demotion to Zhang County. During your tenure there, you have diligently executed your duties without error, yet your frequent affronts to the influential have hindered your advancement. Would you be willing to serve under my command?" Bao Zhang's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect, bowing as he replied, "Let this testing end here. May I request that you reveal your true identity, my lord? This young gentleman is the esteemed general of the West, appointed by the king himself, entrusted with overseeing all matters, great and small, within the territory of Longxi. He is none other than the 6th son of the great Qin, Ying Xiuyuan." As Ying Xiuyuan spoke, he produced a silver official seal and a blue silk ribbon. Upon seeing the silver seal and blue ribbon in Ying Xiuyuan's hand, Bao Zhang hastily knelt on the ground, proclaiming, "I am Bao Zhang, the county magistrate of Zhang, paying my respects to the young master." After uttering this, Bao Zhang bowed again. The surrounding crowd was momentarily taken aback, unsure who reacted first, but soon someone cried out, "I pay my respects to the young master." This prompted the others to awaken from their stupor and kneel in reverence, rendering the street utterly silent. "Enough, you may all rise." Ying Xiuyuan waved his hand, and the crowd stood, their gazes fixed upon him. "A few days ago, I happened to pass through this place and was struck by the evident support you have earned from the people. After observing for several days, I thought to test your capabilities, and indeed, my impressions are favorable." As Ying Xiuyuan spoke, the others gradually rose to their feet. However, Bao Zhang remained kneeling, not yet standing. After hearing Ying Xiuyuan's words, he bowed once more, leaving Ying Xiuyuan perplexed. "It is merely the people's esteem for me. Bao Zhang, my heart lies with the common folk, yet I have fallen victim to treachery. After being demoted to this position, I vowed to dedicate my life to the people alone. It seems I am ill-suited for greater responsibilities. You have misjudged me, young master," Bao Zhang stated, bowing again. In an era of prolonged warfare among the 7 states, where propriety and music have deteriorated, the Qin state has imposed strict laws to curb this prevailing trend. My subordinates are never lacking in strategists and generals, yet what we truly lack is a dedicated official who genuinely cares for the populace. Will you be willing to speak on behalf of the people in this realm?" Ying Xiuyuan's words illuminated Bao Zhang's thoughts, and after a lengthy contemplation while still kneeling, he bowed deeply once more, declaring, "I am Bao Zhang, paying my respects to His Highness." "Very well, you may all disperse," Ying Xiuyuan commanded, prompting the crowd to leave. In this remote and impoverished locale, these ordinary commoners found themselves in the presence of a noble son of the great Qin, and moreover, a general. This encounter would surely provide them with tales to boast of for a lifetime. Once the crowd had departed, Ying Xiuyuan noticed that Fan Lao heir was still kneeling nearby. "Fan Lao heir, what troubles you?" he inquired, observing the trembling figure. "Your Highness, no, great general, I am but a humble commoner. My legs have merely grown weak," Fan Lao heir stammered. Ying Xiuyuan's lips twitched as he replied, "I merely uttered those words to provoke Bao Zhang. There is no need for such self-deprecation." Initially, Ying Xiuyuan had only revealed his official attire and insignia to Fan Lao heir, without displaying the official seal. Thus Fan Lao heir could not ascertain the full extent of Ying Xiuyuan's rank. However, with the sight of the blue ribbon and official robes, Fan Lao heir understood that this individual was at least of a higher status than a county magistrate. When Ying Xiuyuan revealed the silver seal, Fan Lao heir was utterly astounded. When Ying Xiuyuan revealed his name, Fan Lao heir, who was kneeling there, nearly lost his breath and fainted. He never anticipated that he would play a part alongside such a significant figure. While others may be unaware of Ying Xiuyuan's accomplishments, Fan Lao heir had certainly heard of him, having extinguished the 3 kingdoms of Han, Zhao, and Yin, and being appointed as a general by the king of Qin. Ying Xiuyuan had indeed become a minor lord in his own right. As Fan Lauer trembled away from the county office, Ying Xiuyuan squinted and inquired of Bao Zhang, "Who exactly is this Fan Lauer?" To speak of Fan Lauer, he was a man of considerable experience. Once a merchant, he had turned to this small trade after being robbed by the Yuezhi while transporting goods to the north years ago. Ying Xiuyuan smiled slightly and remarked, "He can be considered a talent. Just what I need. A genuine merchant. Now, do enlighten me, how did you discern my identity?" Though the young master and Fan Lauer had performed admirably, they had overlooked one crucial detail. Ying Xiuyuan, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" "It pertains to your attire, my lord," Bao Zhang replied. "Why attire?" "Indeed, there is a smudge of oil on your garments, a mark left by Fan Lauer's hands. For common folk, every coin is hard-earned. Had he genuinely intended to bring you before the magistrate, I suspect your clothing would bear far more than just 2 smudges. It was then that I realized your status was not ordinary." Ying Xiuyuan was momentarily taken aback. He shook his head and raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Such meticulous observation! Truly, you are worthy of the name Bao Zhang. I am in a wielded, the glutinous rice cake stall." Fan Lauer was busy frying cakes, surrounded by a throng of eager patrons. "Fan Lauer, you performed splendidly today. You had us all utterly astonished," one remarked. "Indeed, you, Fan Lauer, were once so honest, yet today you conspired with an outsider to deceive our county magistrate," another added. After finishing his tasks, Fan Lauer wiped his hands on a cloth and retorted, "You lot are simply lacking in insight. I, Fan Lauer, am kind-hearted, but not foolish. The moment I glimpsed your insignia, I recognized you as a high official. Consider it with your limited intellect. How could such an esteemed official as Lord Bao be relegated to the position of county magistrate? My intent was to showcase Lord Bao's capabilities for you to witness. I acted in service of Lord Bao." Upon hearing Fan Lauer's words, the crowd murmured their admiration. "If that is the case, would you be willing to demonstrate your abilities for us?" A voice, unfamiliar yet unforgettable, resonated from the crowd. Turning, they saw none other than the young master they had encountered at the county office. The people hastily knelt in reverence. Ying Xiuyuan helped Fan Lauer to his feet and stated, "I require a skilled merchant. Will you join my service?" Upon hearing these words, Fan Lauer felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, tears of excitement brimming in his eyes, struggling to articulate, I, a mere commoner, humbly present myself before the 6th young master." Ying Xiuyuan nodded in satisfaction and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, departed from the scene with Fan Lao air. Chapter 72. The tribulations of the Yuezhi far to the northwest of the Qin state. The Yuezhi have recently descended into chaos. With Han Fei's support for the wolf tribe, the latter has gradually begun to grow stronger, causing the Yuezhi, their longtime neighbors, to become increasingly alarmed. The king of the Yuezhi meticulously examined the paper battle report in his hand. Since the establishment of trade routes with the Qin, they have become the second nation in the world, after Qin, to widely adopt paper. King, spoke a general favored by the monarch, the wolf tribe has experienced rapid development in recent years. If we do not take measures to curb them, they may indeed defeat us in the future. The king of the Yuezhi felt a deep sense of frustration. Historically, they had always held the upper hand against the wolf tribe. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, their recent small-scale incursions had all ended in failure. Just days prior, the king had dispatched his favored young general to lead an army against the wolf tribe, only to be met with defeat at their hands. "I dissent," the young general retorted. "The wolf tribe is no longer the same as in the past. Engaging them in a head-on conflict will yield no favorable outcome. Everyone witnessed the results of our last military campaign. I concur," added an elder general who opposed the young commander. "The losses from our last great battle are the most severe we have faced in recent years. We cannot proceed recklessly. We must not mobilize unless we possess absolute certainty of victory." After the elder's words, whether intentional or not, he cast a disdainful glance at the young general who had initially spoken. The old general's gaze incited anger in the young commander, who shot back defiantly, "Are you suggesting I am to blame? If you had been in command, I doubt the outcome would have been any different. I still recall how, years ago, the Qin state drove us Yuezhi nearly 100 miles northward to construct the Great Wall. Although I was not yet qualified to enter the military tent then, the war that brought shame upon us was indeed under your command, was it not?" The young general's scornful look and slightly mocking tone thoroughly enraged the elder, leaving him momentarily speechless as he trembled and pointed a shaking finger at the young man. You. The king of the Yuezhi slammed his hand on the throne, seething with anger. "Enough. With a great enemy at our doorstep, what are you still bickering about? The pressing matter at hand is how to address our relationship with the wolf tribe to the east. As my great generals, How can you engage in petty squabbles at a time like this? The others fell silent, arms crossed and standing there with indignation, while the king rubbed his temples in frustration. An elder, hunching his back, stepped forward. My king, allow this old minister to speak. Our relationship with the wolf tribe cannot be eased. Thus, we Yuezhi must first suppress them. If necessary, we should eliminate them at any cost. The elder spoke, his gaze revealing a fierce intensity, while those around him were left astounded by his terrifying thoughts. Despite the madness of the elder's proposal, none within the military tent voiced opposition. Their reluctance to mobilize stemmed from uncertainty over their ability to contend with the current wolf tribe. Those present in the tent were no fools. They were acutely aware that if they allowed the wolf tribe to continue its unchecked expansion, the consequences would be dire. However, sir, we are currently unable to combat the wolf tribe, the king of the Yuezhi remarked, his expression tinged with a hint of anticipation as he looked at the elder. I have grown old and can no longer share the burden of the king. The elder subtly averted his gaze, eliciting a look of disappointment from the king of the Yuezhi. But, your majesty, there is no need to despair. Do we not have an ally? The elder squinted at the king, who immediately grasped the identity of the ally to whom the elder referred. The present northern territories differ vastly from those of the future. In the vast desert, each tribe operates independently, with no communication between them. The chaos of the conflicts in this desert surpasses even the tumult of the feudal wars during the spring and autumn period. Smaller tribes have formed no alliances, while larger powers have been embroiled in continuous strife. In an instant, the assembly understood who the elder was alluding to as their ally. Are you suggesting, the king of the Yuezhi cautiously probed, recalling the immense pressure he felt in establishing trade with the Qin state, which had previously driven them out? Now, being compelled to collaborate with the Qin state further complicated his feelings. Mistrust lingered in his heart. Had it not been for the alluring conditions presented by Ying Xiuyuan, the king would never have consented to trade. Your Majesty, the only potential ally we can secure is indeed the Qin state. Though we could consider an alliance with the northern Hu, their innate greed poses a significant threat. Should we ally with them, we may find ourselves devoured to the bone. After considerable reflection, the king of the Yuezhi reluctantly nodded in agreement. He understood that while the Qin state held considerable power, it had yet to extend its reach into the desert, and they shared a foundation for an alliance, making them the prime candidates for cooperation. Seeing the king of the Yuezhi set aside his prejudices and agree to the alliance brought joy to the elder, who bowed to the king, saying, I am willing to represent the Yuezhi in negotiations with the Qin state. In Longxi County, the newly appointed governor, Liu Bowen, had taken office. The crimes of Li Jin were made public. The day after Ying Xiuyuan departed from D County, both Li Jin and Li Yuan were subjected to tattooing as punishment and exiled to the frontier, receiving a lesser sentence that preserved their lives. Following Li Jin's downfall and Liu Bowen's deliberate suppression, the entire Li family in Longxi found itself in a state of disarray. During Li Jin's tenure, the Li family had nearly monopolized the significant official positions within Longxi County, and it was precisely due to his oppression of the Li family that Liu Bowen had been ensnared in their machinations. The Yuezhi have arrived? How early? Ying Xiuyuan, who was fishing by the riverbank, rose to his feet. Yuan Chengdu respectfully saluted, noting that the envoy from the Yuezhi had already arrived at the residence. The visitor was an elderly man, and at that moment, Mr. Zhuge was engaged in conversation with the envoy. Ying Xiuyuan, feeling perplexed, inquired, who exactly is this elderly gentleman? In the early years, during the construction of the Great Wall within Longxi, under the reign of King Zhao of Qin, the former king had dispatched troops to drive the Yuezhi northward. In that conflict, the elderly man had saved the youthful king of the Yuezhi and thwarted the advance of the Qin army. Ying Xiuyuan furrowed his brow, recognizing that this old man was no ordinary figure. Let him spar with Zhuge Liang first. I shall join them shortly. With that, as Yuan Chengdu gradually withdrew, Ying Xiuyuan resumed his seat and resumed fishing. Chapter 73. The little Mao Dun of the Wolf Clan. Although it was now deep into the night, the members of the Wolf Clan were still reveling around a bonfire. Since the Wolf Clan had suffered a significant decline, they had not experienced such a momentous victory in years. Thus, they had been celebrating for several days. To a man, the chieftain raised his cup and proclaimed, Brothers, let us lift our goblets and commemorate this glorious moment, and let us offer the finest wine to our esteemed Han Xian. Oh. At To a man's words, what could have turned into an awkward silence was replaced by a chorus of cheers. For so many years, the Wolf Clan had been oppressed by the Donghu, Yuezhi, and Zhao states, but they had finally regained their dignity, achieving their first decisive victory against the invading Yuezhi. Little Mao Dun, filled with excitement, stood up and raised his cup, exclaiming, Father, I too wish to take to the battlefield and vanquish the Donghu and Yuezhi. aiding you in unifying the vast desert. Very well, my son. I shall await the day of your coming of age. Tua Man replied, affectionately ruffling little Maoduan's hair, a broad smile illuminating his face. It had been a long time since he felt such joy. Seated in Tua Man's embrace, the courtesan gently stroked his chest and said, My king, the night has deepened, and the weather has turned somewhat chilly recently. I feel a bit unwell and shall take my leave. Tua Man tenderly caressed the courtesan's soft hair, and in that moment, he seemed transformed, speaking gently, Allow me to escort you to your tent for some rest. The two departed from the banquet, embracing as they made their way to the tent. The courtesan, puzzled, asked, My king, who exactly is this Han Xian? I have never heard of this name before. There are matters you need not concern yourself with. You do not need to know, do you understand? Tua Man's gaze flickered with a hint of danger, marking the first time he had firmly rebuffed the courtesan's inquiry since she had captivated him. With a somewhat sullen expression, he exited the tent, while the courtesan sat on the bed, gently lifting the curtain to peer through the window at Han Xian, who sat alone by the fire, quietly drinking. His solitary figure, contrasting starkly with the revelry around him, exuded a wild yet noble spirit as he drank heartily. For the first time in this vast desert, the courtesan beheld such a perfect man, lacking in neither martial prowess, strategy, nor courage. After gazing for a while, Hu Ji felt her cheeks flush slightly in a flurry. She lowered the curtain and fervently covered her enchanting face, surprised that she could still display such a bashful demeanor akin to that of a young girl in the throes of infatuation. Han Fei had been in the city for over a year now. On the very first day he was invited by Tua Man, he had struck an agreement to keep his identity concealed, subsequently adopting the pseudonym Han Xian as per the gentleman's wishes. Fortunately, he could still occasionally procure fine wine from Ying Xiuyuan whenever the spies of the Yuming Hall delivered messages, or he might very well have suffocated in the vast grasslands. Sir, may I request something of you? Han Fei lifted his gaze to see none other than Tua Man's son, Xiao Maodun. What is it, Xiao Maodun? Han Xian replied with a smile, admiring the young lad's character, which he found quite appealing, brave yet not foolish, and in his view, Xiao Maodun was more astute than many adults within the wolf tribe's military tent. Sir, I've heard that those from the Central Plains must seek a master to learn. I wish to take you as my master. Please impart your skills to me, so that I may assist my father in unifying the vast desert in the future. Observing Xiao Maodun's eager expression, Han Fei furrowed his brow. Their initial plan had been to seize the desert and assimilate its tribes. However, the boy's intelligence and bravery began to instill a sense of unease in him. If Xiao Maodun were to succeed his father as Chanyu, he could not guarantee the eventual subjugation of the wolf tribe. The surrounding dancers halted their movements, while Tua Man furrowed his brow, intently observing Han Fei's contemplation. Xiao Maodun, there is a saying in the Central Plains. To serve a master is akin to serving one's father. This implies that one must consider the act of taking a master with utmost seriousness. Sir, I have given it considerable thought. I admire your martial prowess and strategic acumen. I shall serve you with the same devotion as I do my father, Xiao Maodun declared earnestly, fixing his gaze on Han Xian. Feeling a bit awkward standing there, Han Fei was relieved when Tua Man stepped forward to defuse the situation. Xiao Maodun, do not press Mr. Han Xian any further. Han Fei glanced at Xiao Maodun, whose head was bowed and face marred by a hint of grievance, and sighed. Very well, I shall teach you, but not as a formal disciple. If you meet my expectations in the future, I will then accept you as my apprentice. Oh, I have a master now. I have a master now. Xiao Maodun's face instantly brightened, and he sprang up with excitement. Tua Man looked at the jubilant boy and affectionately patted his head. Go, pour wine for your master. Watching Xiao Maodun skip joyfully with the wine, Tua Man smiled with satisfaction. Since Han Fei's arrival among the wolf tribe, his out-of-place presence had caused Tua Man great concern. He feared that Han Fei would ultimately leave the wolf tribe and return to the Central Plains. However, every suggestion Han Fei had made since joining the tribe had contributed to its burgeoning strength. In just a year, the wolf tribe had already begun to rival the Western Yu tribe. Tua Man finally glimpsed the hope of restoring the wolf tribe's former glory. The rapid growth felt intoxicating, ensnaring him in its grasp, rendering him unable to extricate himself. The people of the Central Plains placed great importance on the bond between master and disciple. Now, with the arrival of the young Maodun as Han Fei's apprentice, it at least provides some assurance to Han Fei's heart, and Tua Man can feel a slight sense of relief. In the grand hall of Ying Xiuyuan's residence in Weiyuan County, after bidding farewell to the envoy, Ying Xiuyuan let out a deep sigh. He had not anticipated that the Yuezhi would falter so swiftly. He had assumed they would only seek assistance after the demise of the wolf tribe. That elder is no ordinary man. It seems Han Fei may find it challenging to withstand this encounter. Although Zhuge Liang verbally expressed his concerns, his countenance remained composed, gently fanning himself with the feather fan in hand. Initially, Zhuge Liang was perplexed as to why the young master had instructed him to wield this object, yet with each flutter, he felt a peculiar resonance, and over time, it became a habitual gesture. "Cleon, you shall command the assault against the wolf tribe. They are our own," he declared. "Remember, in battle, one must never insult the enemy or underestimate them. When necessary, discreetly lend a hand to the wolf tribe." Kneeling, Cleon responded, "I shall faithfully obey your command." Meanwhile, the Yuezhi envoys mounted their horses, the elder urging his subordinates to hasten. Today's negotiations had left him quite embarrassed. From start to finish, he had been unable to gain the upper hand. The moment he presented his conditions, the young man fanning himself had articulated the elder's bottom line. After a series of fruitless discussions, the elder found himself consistently outmaneuvered by the youth. When the Qin prince arrived, he merely stated, "We shall adhere to Kongming's counsel," a single phrase that left the elder feeling utterly stifled in his attempts to reclaim some advantage. Gradually, the elder's perception of the Qin state began to shift. In the past, he had resisted Qin and didn't view it as formidable as its reputation suggested. Yet today, he had been outmatched by a mere junior, ringing alarm bells within his heart. Chapter 74. The movement of the net as night deepened. The candles within the tents of the wolf tribe flickered out one by one. However, in a small corner of the encampment, one tent remained illuminated. Two figures knelt inside this well-lit space. At the back sat Han Fei, meticulously reviewing the day's lessons of his newly accepted apprentice, the young Mao Dun. As Han Fei lowered the materials, he noticed Mao Dun, who was struggling to stay awake. Clearing his throat, Han Fei coughed a few times. Startling Mao Dun awake, in his haste to bow in apology, he inadvertently knocked his head against the table. Han Fei shook his head and said, "You have trained in the morning and attended classes in the evening. After such a long day, you must be weary. Go and rest now." "Thank you, master," Mao Dun replied, standing and bowing deeply, cradling his slightly bruised head as he exited Han Fei's tent. Soon after, the last flicker of candlelight in that tent extinguished. After an indeterminate period, a head stealthily peeked out from Han Fei's tent before quickly vanishing. That moment, Han Fei had changed into lighter attire, seated quietly on a hillside, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. With a swift whoosh cutting through the air, a dark object hurtled towards Han Fei. With a sharp snap, he caught it single-handedly. It was a bronze token, inscribed with characters that neither belonged to the Central Plains nor the vast desert. A script that was foreign to this era. Han Fei flipped his wrist and hurled it back, reciting softly, "In the painting, the dragon does not roar, nor does the tiger howl. How laughable the little scholar." A figure cloaked in black ascended the hill with measured steps, grasping the token that Han Fei had just returned, and remarked, "On the chessboard, the chariot lacks wheels, and the horse lacks fodder. Heed the general's warning." Han Fei rose to his feet and inquired of the cloaked figure, "Why this abrupt change of personnel? From today onward, I shall be your point of contact. The situation with the wolf clan is becoming increasingly intricate." The figure unveiled his face, revealing a countenance as striking as Han Fei's own. Unfazed by the youthfulness of the newcomer, Han Fei maintained his stoic demeanor and pressed on. "What exactly has transpired? A few days ago, emissaries from the Yuezhi sought an alliance with you, and soon the coalition of Qin and Yuezhi will be at our doorstep. Moreover, recent intelligence from the Underworld Hall has uncovered links between certain individuals within the Wolf Clan and the Web of Assassins." The Web of Assassins. Han Fei's eyes widened in alarm. He had always harbored a profound apprehension toward this organization. Since Ying Xiuyuan executed El Buwei, the true power behind the Qin, the Web of Assassins had gradually faded into obscurity. Apart from the occasional assassination that kept their name alive in the underworld, they had seemingly made no significant moves. Yet, Han Fei was acutely aware that the organization had not vanished. It had merely concealed itself more adeptly. Only by lifting the veil on this organization could one comprehend its vastness. During his tenure in Han, he had discerned their connections with the Baiyue and Jiwuye, and now their reach extended into the desert. A shiver ran down Han Fei's spine as he queried, "Is it possible to ascertain who it is?" The cloaked figure shook his head, lamenting the scant information at hand. "We stumbled upon the web's trail quite by chance. My lord instructed me to caution you to remain vigilant and conceal your true identity." Upon seeing Han Fei nod in acknowledgement, the man turned, tossing a few wine-gourd strings towards Han Fei before departing the hill with light steps. Han Fei clutched the gourds tightly as he made his way to his tent. Just as he approached, he spotted Hu Ji stealthily slipping out from the main tent. He tossed the wine gourd onto the table, then secured one at his waist. Han Fei treaded softly and followed her. Hu Ji arrived at the spot where Han Fei had recently been, and shortly thereafter, a woman wielding a curved hook and sickle knelt before her. The wind howled, rendering Han Fei unable to discern their conversation, save for a few fragments. Nuamin, descendant of the moon wolf, and other such phrases. Han Fei edged closer, straining to catch the essence of their discourse. Where are they? The woman kneeling on the ground suddenly lifted her head to gaze toward Han Fei's hiding place, causing his heart to skip a beat. Although his martial prowess was sufficiently advanced, he still lacked a measure of experience. "It is I," Han Fei declared boldly, stepping forward to face the standing courtesan. "What are you doing here, lurking about?" The woman raised the circular hooked blade in her hand, regarding Han Fei with a wary expression. "My dear lady, would you kindly apply some reason? I was here first. If we must speak frankly, it is you who has interrupted me." "You?" The courtesan stepped forward to prevent an impending conflict between the two. "Mr. Han, what a splendid mood you are in tonight. Perhaps you have come to admire the moon. With the festival of your homeland approaching, one might seek solace in drink." Han Fei adopted a nostalgic expression, gazing into the distance. The courtesan gestured to the woman beside her, signaling her to depart. Once the woman had left, the courtesan approached slowly and seated herself beside Han Fei. Together, they gazed at the moon overhead, while Han Fei continuously sipped from the gourd of fine wine, and the courtesan quietly observed his profile. Suddenly, the courtesan reached out and seized Han Fei's wine, exclaiming, "Sir, how can you indulge in such exquisite wine all alone? Neglecting my company? Forgive me, but I have already partaken of this wine, and currently, I possess no cup. Moreover, this wine is quite potent," Han Fei began. But before he could finish, the courtesan lifted the gourd and drank deeply. Wiping the wine from the corner of her mouth, she tossed the gourd back to Han Fei, who hurriedly caught it, gazing mournfully at the precious liquid inside, hastily covering the opening as if fearing it might be snatched away again. The wolf tribe is a nomadic people, often referred to as the nation of horsemen. Thus, despite Han Fei having procured the distillation method from Ying Xiuyuan, he lacked the means to produce it himself, relying instead on the occasional delivery of a few bottles from messengers to satisfy his cravings. This was the first time the courtesan had tasted such strong wine. She coughed a few times, and soon thereafter began to feel lightheaded, a wave of dizziness washing over her. "Sir, this wine is quite potent. I have never encountered a better vintage in my life," she stammered, her words becoming increasingly incoherent. Han Fei supported the courtesan, who was on the verge of collapsing, and forced a bitter smile. "This fine wine was a serendipitous find, preserved until now. It truly is exquisite." Just as he spoke, the courtesan's head drooped, and she slumped against him. Chapter 75. Beneath the moon thus, what is the current situation? Who am I? Where am I? Han Fei sat on the hillside, his body somewhat stiff. The moon had long since traversed to the other side of the small hill, and the courtesan rested her head on Han Fei's shoulder, her arms tightly wrapped around him. Gently, Han Fei grasped her left hand, attempting to extricate it from his grasp. "Do not move," she uttered, whether in clarity or intoxication, interrupting Han Fei's subtle maneuver. "It is improper for a man and woman to engage in such familiarity. Dear lady, might you loosen your hold on me?" Han Fei's words caused Hu Ji to slowly release her embrace, yet her head remained resting on his shoulder. Han Fei tentatively inquired, "My lady, do you harbor some concerns? In a world rife with conflict, no one can escape. This is true for women, and even more so for beautiful women." Hu Ji inhaled the scent emanating from Han Fei. He was the first man she encountered who did not evoke feelings of distaste. Han Fei turned his gaze towards Hu Ji, noticing the absence of her usual enchanting allure, replaced instead by a faint blush and a demeanor reminiscent of a delicate woman. The sight of Hu Ji transported Han Fei into a deep reverie, recalling the last remaining person in this world who held his heart captive, his younger sister. "Brother, have you pawned the necklace I gave you to drink again? Brother, why do you keep angering father?" Memories unfurled before his eyes, revealing the once proud, mischievous, and innocent little princess, Hong Lian, his most cherished sister and greatest vulnerability. That night within the palace of Han Wang, he had remarked to Wei Zhuang and others, amidst the dark clouds of Han, Hong Lian is but a beam of sunlight piercing through the gaps. With the fall of Han, Princess Hong Lian was irrevocably lost, and in her stead emerged the cold-hearted, merciless viper, Qi Lian, whose name reverberated throughout the realm. In this tumultuous era, survival was no easy feat. Han Fei sighed, then drained the remaining wine from the gourd. Observing the despondent expression on Han Fei's face, Hu Ji felt a pang in her heart and embraced him tightly. She leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, "Surely, sir, you understand my feelings." Han Xiuyuan remained unmoved, his expression impassive as he regarded Hu Ji. My lady is the wife of the king. By law, by sentiment, and by reason, I cannot act. His words somewhat dispelled Hu Ji's inebriation, prompting her to shift slightly away and chuckle. "I merely jested, sir. There is no need for you to take it to heart. I only feel it unjust that a man of your extraordinary talent remains beneath another." "Do you not feel a flicker of discontent within?" Hu Ji inquired, her voice laced with subtle seduction. "What is the lady speaking of?" "I cannot comprehend," Han Xiuyuan replied. Han Fei awkwardly chuckled, gently pushing Hu Ji away. "Surely, a man of your wisdom requires no reiteration of such matters." Hu Ji smiled alluringly, her gaze fixed intently on Han Fei's expression. Han Fei propped his head on his hands, lying back on the ground as he gazed at the sky. "At this moment, I yearn only for vengeance against my great foes, thereafter to retreat into the mountains, never to partake in the world strife again. Then let it be as if I never spoke those words." Hu Ji rose, taking her leave. As she stood outside the main tent, she turned her gaze towards the distant hill to the south, her eyes filled with unyielding resolve. With a deep sigh, she lowered her head and re-entered the tent. Meanwhile, far away in the residence of the chancellor in Xianyang, Zhao Gao sat, observing a man dressed as a Hu kneeling before him. Zhao Gao squinted at the man, questioning, "Are you saying that even Hu Ji cannot ascertain that person's identity?" The man knelt there, his body trembling slightly. Indeed, his master had mentioned that the information from Headman was tightly secured, and he had nearly confronted his master over this matter. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to set this issue aside for the time being. With that, Zhao Gao impatiently dismissed the man. Under Zhao Gao's guidance, the man stealthily slipped out of Xianyang City. Just as he was escorted beyond the city limits by the agents of the net, a bewitching woman clad in red attire apprehended him. To her astonishment, she had caught such a significant prize today. It was audacious for anyone within Xianyang City to conspire with the northern Hu people. The woman swayed her alluring figure and approached the man ensnared by the serpents of fate. A companion in purple echoed her thoughts, remarking, "It seems that the Qin state is not as harmonious as it appears on the surface. This journey has certainly not been in vain. Now, tell me, what brings you here?" The red-clad woman's fingers glided gently across the man's face, and to her surprise, her eyes transformed into an eerie crimson hue. In that instant, the man appeared to have his very soul siphoned away, rendered a mere automaton as he numbly replied, "It is for a man named Han Fei." "What?" Both women were momentarily struck dumb by disbelief. The red-clad woman's expression shifted dramatically as she seized the man's collar, demanding, "Did you just say Han Fei? What else do you know? Speak quickly." Just as the man was about to divulge further, dozens of figures suddenly emerged, encircling the two women. The leader, a swordsman clad in black, stepped forward and remarked, "It is rather inappropriate to treat our esteemed guest in such a manner." The red-clad woman lifted the man in her grasp, stating, "If you wish to rescue him, it will depend on whether you are worthy." The black-clad swordsman stood firm, issuing commands as the surrounding swordsmen charged recklessly forward. Amidst the chaos, the black-clad swordsman seized the opportunity to whisk away the man who had been abandoned on the ground. Within Zhao Gao's residence, after dispatching the Wolf Clan man, he remained seated, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table as if awaiting something significant. "Why, lord, the fish has taken the bait," reported the black-clad swordsman who had just rescued the Wolf Clan man, casually tossing him to the ground. "Excellent. Since we cannot ascertain the truth ourselves, let the people of the sands investigate on our behalf. We must uncover the reality of those bygone events." A sinister smile spread across Zhao Gao's face. The black-clad swordsman pointed at the man sprawled on the ground, still dazed and disoriented. "What shall we do with him?" Zhao Gao coldly regarded the man lying there. "Since his mission is complete, let him find peace. Perhaps escaping this tumultuous world is a form of happiness in itself," he instructed. "Send word to the Hu Ji, urging her to thoroughly investigate the background of this Han Xiuyuan. She shall not be without recompense." Understood. Chapter 76. The Coalition Kill. The weather on the grasslands today bore a rather gloomy disposition. Amidst the echoes of shouts, the coalition of the Yuezhi and Ying Xiuyuan engaged the vanguard of the Wolf Clan just a few miles from their stronghold. The forces of the Wolf Clan persistently probed the resolve of their adversaries, who, in turn, refrained from revealing their full might. A stalemate ensued. with neither side inclined to exhaust their strength in a direct confrontation. It had been barely a month since the Wolf clan had repelled the Yuezhi, yet the northern Yuezhi were once again mounting a significant offensive, leaving the Wolf clan in a state of perplexity. Within the military tent of the Wolf clan, the commanders were deliberating strategies when a robust figure stepped forward after the scouts reported on the situation. "My king," he proclaimed, "these Yuezhi truly have short memories. They dare to envision our defeat. This time, there is no need to trouble Master Han Xian. Allow me to impart a lesson to them." The chieftain Hutaman burst into hearty laughter. "Very well. Let General Suo Dun lead our forces to drive back these Yuezhi." Han Fei observed the commanders within the tent, who, emboldened by the growing strength of the Wolf clan, were beginning to underestimate their foes. A faint smile graced his lips, for he was acutely aware that the Yuezhi were not the only adversaries approaching. Although Suo Dun possessed a modicum of skill, he paled in comparison to the impending coalition. Accepting the military token from Hutaman, Suo Dun turned to exit the camp, and as he passed by Han Fei, he cast a fleeting glance at him, deliberately pausing to flaunt an expression of triumph. Suo Dun and Han Fei had encountered each other only a handful of times, and their conversations had been scarce. More accurately, Suo Dun had consistently avoided Han Fei. The first time they met in the desert, Suo Dun had insulted Han Fei, only to be sent reeling by Han Fei's swift retaliation in front of the assembled generals and Hutaman, a memory that lingered in his mind. During Han Fei's reforms within the Wolf clan, Suo Dun had surreptitiously endeavored to undermine him, yet Han Fei, with his exceptional acumen, effortlessly foiled Suo Dun's schemes, leaving him humiliated time and again. Following Han Fei's successful repulsion of the Yuezhi, he emerged as the most sought-after figure within the Wolf clan, wielding significant influence second only to Hutaman himself. The victory celebration post-battle. All were eager to forge connections with Han Fei, while Suo Dun, as a general leading another faction of troops, found himself drinking alone, his jealousy peaking in that moment in the face of Suo Dun's provocations. Han Fei, standing nearby, remained indifferent to the childlike emotions displayed by Suo Dun, lowering his head to contemplate his next strategic move on the battlefield. With Suo Dun taking command, the Wolf clan's troops grew increasingly aggressive. As the horns sounded, the cavalry of the Wolf clan charged fiercely into the fray, cutting through the ranks of the coalition. Suo Dun, resembling a man possessed, exhibited a fierce glint in his eyes. Observing from a vantage point, the Yuezhi commander spotted the Wolf clan's renewed vigor. He retrieved a bamboo tube from his bosom, aligning it as instructed by the Qin commander, positioning the end with the fuse facing downward, and ignited the fuse at the tail end. With a sudden whoosh, a small fireball erupted from the bamboo tube held by the general, soaring into the sky before bursting into a brilliant display. In the wake of this dazzling flash, a blinding white light illuminated the heavens, leaving all present on the battlefield in a state of awe. Even the Yuezhi general, who had launched the projectile, stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the bamboo tube in his hand, now slightly charred as the radiant light faded. A contingent of black-armored cavalry emerged from the opposite side of the battlefield, encircling the coalition forces engaged in a fierce battle with the Wolf tribe. The encircled Wolf soldiers began to show signs of exhaustion, while Suduan, desperately seeking an escape, realized that the soldiers he had just fought against had been replaced by these black-armored warriors. Suduan quickly discerned that these black-armored soldiers were fresh recruits. However, their formation was peculiar, unlike any he had ever encountered throughout his extensive military career across the desert and the Central Plains. This formation was agile and adaptable, effectively thwarting any attempts at breaching their lines. As the encirclement tightened, the morale of his troops began to wane. On the periphery, Liang struggled to maintain the encircling formation. When Ying Xiuyuan had departed from Longxi to assault the state of Yan, he had consented to allow Liang to send all of his former subordinates back to Tianzhu. Upon his return to Tianzhu, after much persuasion, Liang finally secured the acceptance of the Tianzhu people once more. Yet he ultimately chose to honor his agreement, traversing mountains and valleys back to the state of Qin. The soldiers under his command were newly assembled, and thus, their coordination left much to be desired. Liang utilized the Wolf tribe trapped within the encirclement as a sharpening stone, continually honing the cooperative skills of his troops. As the soldiers gradually became familiar with their formations, Liang also introduced them to various other tactical arrangements. Meanwhile, after the Yuezhi forces had been replaced by Qin's troops, their general led his men to ambush the Wolf tribe reinforcements. Following 2 surprise attacks from the Yuezhi, the Wolf tribe hesitated to act recklessly. The soldiers trapped within the encircling formation had been ensnared for a full 2 days, and in the face of hopeless rescue, they ultimately chose to surrender. Suduan's hands were tightly bound, his head bowed as he knelt on the ground. Flanked by the captured wolf soldiers, his once proud demeanor now replaced by despair, in the coalition's camp, a Yuezhi man stepped forward, one of the deputy commanders dispatched by his people. In a mocking tone, he remarked, "General Suduan, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. Once you were a formidable presence on the steppes. How is it that you now find yourself in such a predicament? If you wish to die, then do so. When did you start speaking like those from the Central Plains? You have sullied the valor of us desert men." Suduan scoffed, retorting with sarcasm, "Could it be that after I defeated you, you ceased to be a man?" The deputy commander, incensed by this remark, erupted in fury. Just a few years prior, he had been on the rise, having recently attained a command position, but during a campaign against the wolf tribe, he had been outmaneuvered. Consequently, he had remained in the role of deputy for several years, and it was Suduan who had orchestrated this entire debacle. The man drew his sword and pressed it firmly against Suadun's neck, glaring fiercely at the kneeling figure before him. "Are you not afraid that I might kill you? If you were, you would not be a man of the desert." Suadun returned the glare. In that fleeting moment of surrender, he had already steeled himself for death. According to the customs of the grasslands, as the commander, he knew that if he fell into enemy hands, escape from death was improbable. His capitulation was merely a means to secure a path to survival for his men, as a man who had spent his life in the tumult of war had long since come to terms with the notion of mortality. The provocation from Suadun only fueled the man's rage. He swung his sword, and Suadun slowly closed his eyes, relaxing his body as he awaited the inevitable arrival of death. "Stop!" a booming voice echoed from a distance, prompting Suadun to open his eyes in confusion. He saw a warrior clad in black armor rushing towards them. However, the man before him was blinded by fury. Despite hearing the command to halt, he showed no intention of stopping as the blade inched closer to Suadun's throat. Accepting his fate, Suadun's gaze was filled with a profound stillness. With a clang, it seemed as though something had struck the sword, causing the blade to veer slightly. It grazed Suadun's neck, inflicting no harm, but merely severing a portion of his hair. As the man attempted to swing his sword again, he was abruptly knocked to the ground by the approaching Liang. Liang glanced at the kneeling Suadun, whose hair was now scattered around him, and exhaled deeply. Suadun was a formidable general of the wolf clan. Had he perished here, their subsequent plans would undoubtedly be compromised, and the entire operation might unravel due to a single misstep. Suadun remained on the ground, staring blankly at the disheveled strands of hair. What general had not endured severe wounds? He had faced death in an instant before, but that had mostly occurred while he was unconscious. This was the first time he found himself so close to death while fully aware. Liang seized the man by the collar and bellowed, "What are you doing? This is the custom of our desert. The victor claims the head of the vanquished to present to our great king." The man, realizing he was merely a subordinate and could not contend with Liang, hastily invoked the name of the Yu clan king. Clearly unfazed, Liang tossed the man to the ground, looking down at him with disdain. Liang responded with unwavering authority, "He is a prisoner of our Qin state and should be dealt with according to our customs, not yours. Furthermore, you lack the standing to make such decisions unilaterally." The man opened his mouth to retort, but at that moment, the commander of the allied forces from the Yu clan emerged from the crowd and intervened. He had been discreetly observing the quarrel, seeking to gauge the Qin's attitude towards the Yu. After pulling the increasingly agitated man away, the surrounding Yu soldiers dispersed. Meanwhile, within the grand tent of the wolf clan, a meeting regarding future strategies against the allied forces was nearing its conclusion. Despite hours of deliberation, no coherent plan had emerged. The coalition at hand is formidable. The Yuezhi are deploying their elite forces, bolstered by the support of the Qin state, leaving the wolf clan at a loss for a strategy to retreat. Might Mr. Han have a countermeasure? After numerous discussions yielded no fruitful conclusions, the attention of the assembly turned towards Han Fei. To first evade the brunt of the conflict, and subsequently seek an alliance with Qin. This was Han Fei's proposal. As soon as these words left his lips, the generals within the tent gazed at him in astonishment, most of them regarding him with an expression tinged with skepticism. A man from within the ranks stepped forward. He was one of Suadun's subordinates, and at this critical juncture for Suadun's life, Han Fei's sudden suggestion of an alliance with Qin incensed him greatly. General Han is a man of the Central Plains. Could it be that he hesitates to engage with the Qin due to this? The man's insinuation was veiled yet unmistakable to all present, and while he openly questioned Han Fei's intentions regarding the alliance with Qin, this doubt did not provoke any rebuttal from the others. Rather, many among the soldiers began to harbor suspicions, questioning whether Han Fei might indeed be a spy sent by Qin. Whispers of discussion emerged within the tent, except for Mao Dun and a few generals who remained contemplative, pondering the deeper meaning behind Han Fei's words. Truth be told, had they not been aware of Han Fei's true identity and the profound enmity he bore towards the Qin, they would have likely shared the same doubts as the other soldiers. Han Xian's actions are not driven by ulterior motives. He merely contemplates the future of the Wolf clan. Should the king choose not to heed this counsel, his subordinate bears no grievance, Han Fei concluded before returning to the ranks, closing his eyes to rest, as if the recent tumult had no bearing on him. Observing his apparent detachment, two men hastily interjected, "Sir, what you speak of is unfathomable. Yet if you are to pursue an alliance, surely you must provide us with a rationale." Han Fei, with a resigned shake of his head, stepped forth from the formation, saluting two men before beginning to elucidate the current situation to the assembly. "We, the Wolf clan, find ourselves at the heart of the desert, encircled by foes. The dynamics of the desert have long favored the Donghu and the Yuezhi, while our southern neighbor, the Qin, stands overwhelmingly powerful. Thus, within this vast expanse, the only potential allies are the Donghu and the Yuezhi. Yet our prolonged conflicts with them have rendered any prospects of reconciliation utterly futile. The southern Qin, however, is currently preoccupied with the turmoil in the central plains, leaving them little time to tend to the skirmishes of the desert. The Yuezhi in the west have seized this opportunity to forge an alliance with Qin, which would enable them to launch a substantial offensive against us. Fortunately, their alliance remains superficial at present, driven solely by mutual interests. However, as time passes and their partnership solidifies, it will herald a cataclysm for the entire Wolf clan. The generals listened intently to Han Fei's analysis, their expressions gradually darkening. By the conclusion of his discourse, each individual could not help but swallow hard, contemplating the formidable power the Yuezhi would wield with the Qin as their ally, a prospect too daunting to fully envision. Moreover, let us not overlook an important point. The Yuezhi have established dedicated trading posts for the Qin people within their territory, and the most elusive grain in this vast desert is supplied at a low price by the Qin. This implies that if the Yuezhi so desire, they can deepen the alliance between the two nations at any moment. This assertion ignited a fervent discussion among the soldiers beside Han Fei, as voices began to sway in his favor. After a moment of contemplation, two men furrowed his brow and inquired of Han Fei, "May I ask if you have a specific plan?" "We shall first avoid the momentum of the allied forces. When they find no profit, the Qin shall naturally withdraw their troops. Once the allied forces have retreated externally, we will persuade the Qin to trade with us, thereby fracturing their alliance with the Yuezhi, while simultaneously feigning weakness to both nations to lull them into complacency. Internally, we shall amass grain and consolidate our strength, and when we are sufficiently powerful, we can unify the desert in one decisive strike." Having articulated the subsequent plan in one breath, even Han Fei felt somewhat breathless. "Let us proceed as you suggest," he conceded reluctantly, recognizing the dire circumstances at the front lines. Chapter 78. Attack on Chu in the vast desert. The soldiers of the Wolf tribe had endured a harrowing 4 days of flight. Throughout this time, the allied forces relentlessly pursued them, the two groups engaged in a relentless game of cat and mouse across the plains. Exhausted from their relentless escape, the Wolf tribe soldiers finally began to set up camp. My lord, there is news from the allied forces." A scout dismounted at the outermost sentry post, shouting as he rushed towards the central command tent, a sight the surrounding soldiers had grown accustomed to. The Yuezhi and Qin's allied forces had launched several surprise attacks against the Wolf tribe. Although each assault had been detected by scouts and evaded, the frequency of these incursions kept the entire tribe on high alert. Nevertheless, they were compelled to restrain the allied forces, lest their stronghold fall into jeopardy. As the soldiers hastily dismantled their nearly erected tents, they stood by, awaiting the command of two men within the main tent. Observing the intruding scout, two men rubbed his forehead, the relentless attacks causing him considerable distress. "Speak, has the allied force come again?" "My lord, the scouts at the front have reported that both the overt and covert units of the allied forces have begun their withdrawal, and the Qin soldiers among them have already set out for Longxi." "What? They have departed?" two men exclaimed, slapping his chair in excitement as he sprang to his feet. He hurried outside the tent, gazing at the beleaguered soldiers around him, who appeared nearly unrecognizable from their hardships. Leaping onto his horse, he called out to the assembled soldiers below, "Warriors, the allied forces of the Yuezhi and Qin have retreated. The days of fleeing are over. We, the Wolf tribe, have endured this great calamity and yet remain alive. This is the blessing of our Wolf god." The crowd stood in disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. Once they regained their composure, an uproar erupted among the entire Wolf clan, with people embracing one another and weeping tears of joy at their miraculous escape from death. Several months later, Han Fei, bearing the title of ambassador for the Wolf Clan, once again set foot upon the lands of the Central Plains. The assembly reconvened within the residence of Ying Xiuyuan, where jubilant celebrations ensued. At long last, Han Fei indulged in copious amounts of wine, only to succumb to inebriation amidst the festivities. As he prepared to depart, Han Fei entrusted Ying Xiuyuan with nearly 100 fine steeds, a tribute from the Wolf Clan, before embarking on his journey back home, accompanied by Sua Dun from the prison. Zhuge Liang stood atop the Great Wall, fanning himself with a feathered fan, gazing at Han Fei's departing silhouette, and sighed. With Han brother's departure, one cannot predict how long until his return. Beside him, Ying Xiuyuan wore a countenance filled with resentment, fixating on the receding figure of Han Fei, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "That scoundrel had better not return for a lifetime." Observing Ying Xiuyuan's bitter expression, Zhuge Liang broke into a cold sweat and reassured, "There is no need for such animosity, my lord. Han Fei did leave some wine behind. At least until the next batch is ready, you shall still have something to drink." Ying Xiuyuan's winery had commenced operations, and the distilled liquor received acclaim upon its release. Although currently sold solely within the borders of the Qin state, it was met with fervent demand, causing prices to rise steadily. When Han Fei departed, he nearly emptied Ying Xiuyuan's wine cellar, and upon calculation, Ying Xiuyuan realized that the value of the wine taken was not much less than that of the nearly 100 fine horses. Following the successful trade between the Wolf Clan and the Qin state, the Yuezhi of the Northwest grew anxious, recognizing that if Qin could collaborate with the Yuezhi to assault the Wolf Clan, they could just as easily turn their forces against the Yuezhi. Both parties began to court the favor of the Qin state, not seeking an alliance, but rather hoping for neutrality in a brief span. The status of the Qin people in the desert rose significantly, and with the protection of both the Wolf Clan and the Yuezhi, the Qin merchant caravans faced far fewer instances of robbery. Ying Xiuyuan entrusted all his desert enterprises to Fan Laosi, who successfully integrated into the inner circle of Ying Xiuyuan's camp as a commoner. The second phase of the plan had concluded, and due to the ambiguous stance of the Qin state, neither the Yuezhi nor the Wolf Clan dared to initiate hostilities, ushering in a fleeting period of peace. Meanwhile, the Qin state was on the brink of confronting its formidable adversary, the Chu state. Ying Xiuyuan found himself in a quandary, racking his brain for a way to expose the schemes of Changping Jun, a figure known for his meticulous caution, who had left no trace of his machinations. Had it not been for Ying Xiuyuan's knowledge of the original texts, he too might have fallen prey to Changping Jun's deceptions. The time in history, as known to Ying Xiuyuan, when the Qin state would launch an attack on Chu was drawing ever closer, and the thought of the impending doom for the 200,000 troops of Qin weighed heavily on his mind. Presently, Ying Xiuyuan found himself devoid of means to unveil Changping Jun's treacherous plots, nor could he personally take to the battlefield to evade this momentous conspiracy. In his desperation, Ying Xiuyuan sought the Li family within Longxi County. Indeed, the Li family is a veritable fountain of talent. Li Chong served as the inaugural governor of Longxi County, and upon his abdication, his eldest son, the father of Li Jin, succeeded him in this esteemed position. The second son, Li Yao, took on the role of governor of Nanjun, and it is worth noting that Li Yao's son is none other than Li Xian. Li Xian has proven to be even more formidable, having ascended to the rank of general and poised to lead an impressive force of 200,000 soldiers against the state of Chu. Conversely, the position of the next governor of Longxi County, which was rightfully Li Jin's, was usurped by Liu Bowen, who had summoned him. After a series of trivial and unproductive formalities, Ying Xiuyuan divulged the purpose of his visit. "The young master has shown great favor to my son. Such minor matters shall be entrusted to me. Should that Li Xian fellow dare to disregard your commands, I implore you to inform me, and I shall personally administer a lesson to him." Li's father was indeed grateful to Ying Xiuyuan for good reason. In any nation and era, falsely accusing a county governor, leading to his unjust imprisonment, is a grave offense. Had it not been for Ying Xiuyuan and Liu Bowen concealing this matter, if word had reached the ears of the king of Qin, both Li Jin and Li Yuan would undoubtedly have met their demise, and the entire Li family could have faced dire consequences as a result. Upon exiting the Li residence, Ying Xiuyuan gazed skyward. The net had already been cast, and the ultimate success depended on whether Changping Jun would alter his original plans. This was the last act that Ying Xiuyuan, now effectively under house arrest, could undertake for the state of Qin. Days later, within the Qilin Hall of the Xianyang Palace, as the king of Qin took his seat, the ministers bowed in unison. In recent days, the king had frequently inquired about the current situation in Chu, and the ministers were acutely aware that the moment when the king would resolutely decide to attack Chu drew ever closer. The king's gaze swept across the ranks of military commanders and ultimately settled on Wang Jian in the front row. Wang Jian, should I entrust you with the campaign against Chu, what forces would you require? Wang Jian stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he replied, Your Majesty, to engage Chu, this old minister would require an army of 600,000. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Wang Jian had audaciously requested such a vast number of soldiers, nearly depleting the entire military might of Qin. For nearly a century, the feudal states had been embroiled in ceaseless conflict, leading to a drastic reduction in the population of the Central Plains. This era is unlike later times, where one might casually speak of mobilizing millions. The king of Qin narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications of this request. He understood that Chu was a formidable adversary, yet Wang Jian, with mere words, sought 600,000 troops. Even with the king's resolve, he felt compelled to deliberate carefully at that moment. Changbing Jun stood forth from the assembly, bowing respectfully as he remarked, The esteemed General Wang is being overly cautious. The ruler of Chu is weak while his ministers are strong. The king of Chu would surely hesitate to allocate too many troops to his subordinates. I believe that 20,000 would suffice to annihilate Chu. We may draw inspiration from the illustrious stratagem of the 6 young masters in their campaign against Han, by first launching a surprise assault on the state of Chu with an army of 200,000. Before the king of Chu is inclined to relinquish power, we shall swiftly seize the maximum territory possible from Chu. Subsequently, we will ensure the complete occupation of the captured cities, and I shall, in my capacity as a Chu citizen, assist from the sidelines to pacify the hearts of the people in Chu. Finally, we will gradually encroach upon the remaining lands of Chu. The words of Changbing Jun illuminated the mind of the Qin king, who clearly found himself favoring Changbing Jun's plan, which required fewer troops and promised the quickest execution with minimal risk involved. At this stage in his life, Wang Jian had honed his ability to read the room to perfection and immediately discerned the Qin king's deep-seated reluctance to heed his counsel. Wang Jian chose not to elaborate on why he deemed such a large force necessary, silently bowing his head and remaining mute. Is there anyone among the ministers who opposes Changbing Jun's plan? Although the Qin king was visibly intrigued by Changbing Jun's proposal, he still deemed it prudent to solicit the opinions of his ministers. Wang Jian continued to keep his head down, silent, while the other ministers, too, recognized that the Qin king was internally supportive of Changbing Jun's strategy. With the king's backing, no one dared to voice dissent. All present nodded in agreement. The Qin king, satisfied, nodded in acknowledgement, since all ministers concur. Which of you dares to lead the army against Chu? The ministers were not naive. Having just heard Wang Jian assert the need for 600,000 troops to annihilate Chu, they understood there must be solid reasoning behind his claim. If even the invincible military god, Wang Jian, hesitated to take on the task, who would dare to step forward? At this juncture, Li Xiuyuan, standing among the ranks of military generals, stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, I am willing to share your burdens. Upon witnessing Li Xiuyuan's willingness to step forth, a faint smile graced Changbing Jun's lips. Historically, it was during the campaign against Yan that Li Xiuyuan truly caught the attention of the Qin king. As a youthful leader commanding only a few thousand troops, he successfully annihilated the last remnants of the Yan forces at the Yan Shui, earning the king's recognition for this achievement. However, when Ying Xiuyuan assumed command, the dynamics of the war shifted. To avoid any appearance of favoritism, Wang Jian personally led the pursuit of the remnants of Yan, thereby usurping the glory that rightfully belonged to Li Xiuyuan. Consequently, Li Xiuyuan found himself lacking notable military accolades, relegated in the eyes of the Qin king to the status of a mere mid-level general. The Qin king furrowed his brow. While 200,000 troops were not an excessive number, they could not be entrusted to someone whose capabilities were unclear. At that moment, Changbing Jun, perceiving the Qin king's wavering resolve, swiftly interjected, If your majesty harbors any concerns, we could have General Meng Tian and General Li Xiuyuan each lead a contingent of troops, with my assistance in between, ensuring that this plan proceeds without worry. Changbing Jun's words alleviated the Qin king's apprehensions. With a decisive wave of his hand, he proclaimed, In that case, the undertaking against Chu shall be entrusted to the 3 of you. I shall await your favorable reports here in Xianyang. The 3 men stepped to the center of the hall, simultaneously bowing in affirmation. Outside the hall, Li Xiuyuan gazed upon the military insignia in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly with anticipation. The Li family of Longxi can indeed be regarded as a prominent clan, having long provided steadfast support to Li Xiuyuan, who has enjoyed a smooth ascent within the military ranks. Attaining the esteemed position of general at a remarkably young age, however, upon finally qualifying to stand within the hallowed halls of the Qilin Palace, he discovered that circumstances had dramatically shifted. Wang Jian and Ming Tian loomed over him like insurmountable mountains. Both of these individuals are rare prodigies, appearing but once in a century. In terms of both siege warfare and local governance, Liang Xiuyuan found himself overshadowed by their unparalleled prowess. Yet today, an opportunity for his resurgence had finally presented itself. At this moment, he could scarcely afford to ponder the enigmatic intentions of Changping Jun, who had summoned him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance that he could not let slip away. The Qin king's deep-seated distrust of him had stung his pride profoundly. Liang Xiuyuan was determined to prove that he was not inferior to anyone. Upon returning to his residence, Liang Xiuyuan bid farewell to his wife and children, donning the battle attire that had remained untouched for over a year. Brimming with vigor, "General, a letter has arrived for you." A servant interrupted as Liang Xiuyuan was about to assume an air of grandeur. Curiously, he accepted the envelope and, upon tearing it open, his eyes widened in disbelief at the first word he read. How can this be possible? This handwriting is generally has prepared so swiftly. Outside the estate of Changping Jun, the latter appeared radiant and in good spirits, though the reasons behind his demeanor were intriguingly ambiguous. I have made all the necessary preparations on my end, yet I must first make a trip to Nanjun, as only Changping Jun can attend to matters in Nanyang. Changping Jun regarded Liang Xiuyuan with a puzzled expression. Noting his odd demeanor, I recall that the military token granted by the king allows you to mobilize only the station troops in Nanyang. Yes, but my father has summoned me urgently, and I happen to be passing through, so I shall make a brief visit to Nanjun, Liang Xiuyuan stammered, his demeanor suggesting something was amiss. Although Changping Jun found this peculiar, he refrained from pressing further, recognizing it as a personal matter. What mattered was that Liang Xiuyuan would ultimately gather his forces and fall into the trap laid for him. Very well then, I shall take my leave first, Changping Jun said courteously, bowing before being assisted into his carriage by his attendants. Chapter 8. The Rebellion of Changping Jun. Nanyang County, established by King Xiang of Qin to counter the state of Chu, was seized from the hands of Chu by the legendary general Bai Qi. Changping Jun and Ming Tian had waited here for a full 3 days before finally receiving the tardy arrival of Liang Xiuyuan. Apologies for the delay. I had matters at home requiring my attention. It is of no consequence. There is no rush at this moment. The execution of our plan must await our return to Yingxian, replied Changping Jun. With all parties finally gathered, the three commenced discussions on the intricate details of their assault on Chu. As Changping Jun and Ming Tian gradually unveiled their strategy, Liang Xiuyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. What is generally find amiss with the plan? Changping Jun was the first to notice Liang Xiuyuan's discomfort. And no, nothing at all. The plan is meticulously devised. It truly reflects the brilliance of Changping Jun, Liang Xiuyuan hastily replied, realizing he had momentarily lost composure, and quickly shifted the topic to mask his unease. Given that General Liang Xiuyuan has no objections, let us proceed according to this plan. With the matter settled, Ming Tian began to prepare the troops stationed in Nanyang, ready to march against Chu when the appointed time arrived. Meanwhile, Liang Xiuyuan and Changping Jun hastened towards Yingxian with their forces, in the deep of night. Changping Jun was engrossed in a book within his tent when his personal attendant stealthily entered. Expressing concern, "My lord, there is something amiss with Liang Xiuyuan." Changping Jun casually flipped through the pages of his book and glanced up at the anxious man, replying coolly, "I am aware. Ever since his return from Nanjun, he has been avoiding me. Could it be?" Changping Jun reassured him, "Fear not, if the king of Qin were to learn of our plans, do you truly believe we would escape from the city of Xianyang? So long as it is not the king of Qin, I have no fear of whoever may be scheming behind the scenes." Changping Jun understood the man's unspoken concerns, yet he remained undaunted. As the saying goes, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Regardless of what awaits him ahead, he must complete this game. Ever since Jing Ke's failed assassination of the Qin, his fate had been sealed. This plan was merely a manifestation of his own defiance, a means to prove to the world that he, Changping Jun, was a talent that rivaled any other. Moreover, the king of Qin would soon taste the most significant defeat since the unification of the 6 states. "Yingxiang, you shall ultimately pay the price for your arrogance." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Changping Jun's eyes. As if the temperature within the tent had dropped several degrees. 2 days later, the army finally arrived at Yingxiang in an effort to win the hearts of the old Han and Chu states. The king of Qin had deliberately stripped Changping Jun of his position as chancellor and relegated him to this place. Seizing this opportunity, Changping Jun, within a few short years, transformed the entirety of Yingxiang into his own domain. This was to be the final stage of his choosing. In the stillness of the night, Liang Xiuyuan tossed and turned in his bed, for tomorrow marked the day he was to attack Chu as agreed with Ming Tian. His thoughts drifted back to the events of his departure. Upon seeing the first character of the letter, he recognized the familiar yet foreign handwriting. After confirming it multiple times, he was certain that the letter was penned by his father. The letter contained but a brief message. Urgent matters at home. Return to Nanjun before proceeding to attack Shijiazhuang. At that moment, the attack on Chu had only just been decided. For his father, located so far away in Nanjun, to know of this matter would typically require several days. Yet, astonishingly, his father was already aware. Even with swift horses and relentless travel, it would take at least 3 days to traverse the distance from Nanjun to Xianyang. If calculated by time, his father had learned of this incident even before him. Although the entire situation reeked of peculiarity, Liang Xiuyuan felt compelled to investigate. He could not quell his unease otherwise. Upon returning home, his father's words left him even more bewildered. What did it mean that Chang Pingjun had suspicions of treachery? What did it mean to act solely according to the words of the sixth young master? After reading the letter from Ying Xiuyuan addressed to him, Liang Xiuyuan's mind became utterly ensnared in chaos. This turmoil persisted until he listened to the plans of Lord Chongping in Nanyang, which astonishingly mirrored the words of Ying Xiuyuan in his letter. This revelation began to instill a degree of belief in Ying Xiuyuan's words. Liang Xiuyuan retrieved a silken pouch from within his garments, a gift bestowed upon him by Ying Xiuyuan through his father in the letter. Ying Xiuyuan had repeatedly stressed the importance of opening this pouch only after meeting with Meng Tian. The following day, Liang Xiuyuan stood atop a high platform, gazing down at a formidable assembly of 100,000 soldiers. The Qin army was renowned among the 7 states for its unparalleled discipline. Not a sound escaped the ranks of these 100,000 soldiers. As Liang Xiuyuan issued his commands, the troops marched forth in grand procession towards Pingyu City. Charge! A cacophony of battle cries erupted within Pingyu City, which had been besieged for nearly half a month, now proclaiming its fall. Concurrently, another contingent led by Meng Tian successfully captured Qinqiu. Without pausing for breath, both forces pressed onward, their final rendezvous point set for Chengfu County. Once united, they would launch a direct assault on the capital of the Chu state, Shochuan. The siege of Pingyu City had also awakened a sense of conspiracy within Liang Xiuyuan. He had encircled the city for nearly half a month without any sign of reinforcements. Even a fool like the king of Chu would realize the necessity of dispatching troops for assistance. The absence of such aid suggested that the forces meant for rescue were diverted for other purposes. Liang Xiuyuan had a growing suspicion of what those purposes might entail. Choosing to trust Ying Xiuyuan's words, he resolved to advance as instructed in the letter, planning to assess Lord Chongping's next move after reuniting with Meng Tian. The most formidable obstacle had been surmounted, and Liang Xiuyuan's army traversed the lands of Chu as if they were uninhabited, culminating in their meeting with Meng Tian within just over a month. What? The supplies have not arrived? Liang Xiuyuan demanded of the soldier who had come to report. Yes, General. For some unknown reason, we have suddenly lost contact with Yingxian. Our supply base and the scouts we dispatched days ago have yet to return. Liang Xiuyuan squinted, murmuring to himself, Lord Chongping, you are indeed shrouded in mystery. Meng Tian, observing Liang Xiuyuan's contemplative demeanor, inquired with curiosity, what does this mean, General Li? Has something befallen Yingxian? Turning to Meng Tian, who remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding circumstances, Liang Xiuyuan recounted the entire sequence of events since he had received the familial correspondence. Having grasped the intricacies of the situation, Meng Tian meticulously analyzed. In that case, returning to Yingxian now would yield no benefits. We must remain here and refrain from action, awaiting the next move from the young master. Chapter 81. The king of Qin bows his head. I have another pouch here. The young master instructed me to open it only after our reunion. As he spoke, Liang Xiuyuan produced the pouch he had kept with him at all times. Upon opening it, he extracted a slip of paper and, upon unfurling it, glanced at the words inscribed therein before relaying to Meng Tian. What is written here should be the young master's subsequent plan. Meng Tian leaned in closer, and the two meticulously examined the letter. The essence of the correspondence was a directive for them to remain inactive for the time being, as he would persuade King Qin to summon Wang Jian for military action. At that moment, a signal flare would be used to coordinate a joint assault on the rebel forces. After reading, Liang Xiuyuan tucked the note back into the silk pouch, raised his gaze, and exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Tian, both nodding in silent agreement. Liang Xiuyuan then turned to the guard outside the tent and called out, "Summon the grain officer to see me. Pray tell, how long will our supplies last for the army?" He looked towards the grain officer who knelt before him. The officer glanced up at Meng Tian beside Liang Xiuyuan, hesitatingly replying, "What the general means is..." Liang Xiuyuan, catching the officer's apprehension, reassured him, "Do not worry. General Meng is already aware. Speak plainly. How long can our provisions sustain us, including what we brought from Nanjun?" The grain officer bowed his head and reported, "General, if we are frugal, The remaining rations should suffice for approximately 2 months for the army. Meng Tian stared in shock at Li Xiuyuan, exclaiming, "What? How can there be an abundance of military provisions?" His astonishment was warranted, for their combined forces numbered a staggering 200,000. Sustaining such a multitude for 2 months was no trivial matter. Part of it was supplied by my father, some was acquired during Chongping Jun's transport of military provisions, and another portion was seized after the siege in the city. He elaborated, as they neared Yingchun. Li Xiuyuan had secretly concealed a contingent within the main army, transporting the supplies he had brought from Nanjun. This unit comprised his father's subordinates, carrying local reserves from Nanjun, while the gaps in the granaries of Nanjun had been filled by Ying Xiuyuan. Li Xiuyuan was uncertain why his father placed such trust in Ying Xiuyuan, allowing him to access military rations despite the grave implications, yet this very act had saved Li Xiuyuan's life. As orders were issued within the military tent, the troops settled into Chengfu County. Although soldiers from the Qin army had entered, the lives of the Chu people within the county remained undisturbed. There was little interaction between the two factions, and over time, the populace realized that the Qin army was not as brutal as rumored, leading to a restoration of the county's former tranquility. Meanwhile, the 200,000-strong Qin army had established their presence in Chengfu County, while in Xianyang, chaos erupted. Within the palace of Xianyang, the grandeur of the Qin king's quarters had vanished, replaced by a scene of destruction, which shavings and broken tiles littered the floor, tables and bookshelves lay overturned, and the king's collection of books was carelessly strewn about, forsaken. Why? I trusted you so completely." The Qin king swung his sword in frustration, leaving deep gashes throughout the palace. Exhausted, he cast the sword aside and sank to the ground, forever haunted by the memory of Chongping Jun rescuing him during the coup led by Lao Ai. After El Bui's demise, Chongping Jun had become his most trusted ally. Upon ascending to power, the Qin king had unhesitatingly appointed him as his chancellor, second only to himself in command. Yet, it is astonishing that such an individual would betray him. Now, 200,000 troops are ensnared in the land of Chu. Their fate's uncertain. Just moments ago, the Shadow Guard delivered news of a campaign against Chu. Li Xiuyuan and Meng Tian are reportedly nearing Qingfu, and upon their reunion, they shall advance directly towards Shouchuan. Upon reading this, the Qin king was nearly driven to leap with exhilaration, but as he perused the latter portion, his heart sank to Yingqin. Something inexplicable had transpired. The supply lines to the front line had been abruptly severed, and the city gates were tightly shut, with archers lining the walls, ready to execute any intruder without hesitation. In an instant, the Qin king comprehended the grim reality. The absence of any siege indicators, coupled with the silent occupation of Yingqin, could only imply one possibility: there was treachery within the city. The sole individual capable, or rather, likely to incite such a rebellion within Yingqin was none other than the former chancellor of the Qin, Chongping Jun, who had been reassigned there a year prior due to the insurrection in Xinjiang. A sudden knock at the door interrupted the Qin king's contemplation. The entrance to the royal chamber had become dilapidated, and outside, a eunuch bowed deeply, fearful to lift his gaze, trembling as he raised his arm to rap on the worn door once more. "What is it?" came the Qin king's somewhat hoarse voice, causing the eunuch to tremble even more violently. "Your Majesty, it is the 6th prince. He has an urgent edict that must be seen by you immediately." Though the eunuch's words were stammered, the Qin king understood clearly. "You honor? What news does he bear?" Rising to his feet, the Qin king took the letter from the eunuch's hands. As he read further, his eyes gradually filled with disbelief. This missive not only foretold Chongping Jun's betrayal but also recounted Ying Xiuyuan's clandestine plans. At the letter's conclusion was a solitary line: "If victory is to be attained in this battle, it must be led by Wang Jian." Ying Xiuyuan, discerning Chongping Jun's plot from the faintest of clues, was comprehensible to the Qin king. Lacking evidence and fearing the stirring of serpents, he had chosen not to inform his father, which the Qin king could understand. However, one must not forget that Ying Xiuyuan was currently in Longxi, able to deduce Chongping Jun's intentions from mere whispers of evidence, and had covertly laid plans to thwart this potential adversary capable of causing the Qin king substantial detriment. For the first time, the Qin king felt that his son was profoundly enigmatic. Yet, this was not the moment for such reflections. The 20,000 troops on the front line remained trapped in Chu, and Li Xiuyuan had only procured enough provisions from Nanjun to sustain the army for a month. "Bring forth my attendants," the Qin king commanded, rising resolutely. Now was not the time for despondency. The errors he had committed must be rectified by his own hand. Turning to Zhao Gao, who had rushed in, he ordered, "Tidy this place and prepare the horses. I shall personally head to Pingyang, as you command I in the Grand Hall that day." the Qin king ultimately opted for Chongping Jun's strategy. The very day after Li Xian's departure, the Qin king received a missive from Wang Jian, citing illness as his reason for withdrawing from court. The Qin king did not oppose this, bestowing upon Wang Jian 100 acres of fertile land before permitting him to return home to recuperate. Upon returning home, Wang Jian shed his military garb and relieved himself of the burdens he bore, enjoying a life of unparalleled contentment. At that moment, Wang Jian reclined in a chaise lounge, sipping exquisite wine while playfully teasing the little bird in its cage. Suddenly, a servant from the Wang household rushed in, flustered, and pointed towards the door, exclaiming, "My lord, the king is outside and wishes to see you." What? The wine cup slipped from Wang Jian's hand, shattering on the floor as he sprang to his feet. "Wang Jian, you live quite comfortably, while I am nearly engulfed in flames here." The king of Qin entered the courtyard alone, surveying Wang Jian's residence. "Minister Wang Jian, I pay my respects to the king." Wang Jian knelt, bowing in reverence. Although he was not initially concerned with the commotion outside, he had already surmised the purpose of the king's visit. The king settled into Wang Jian's lounge chair, leisurely rocking back and forth, and declared, "Lord Chongping has betrayed the empire." How could Lord Chongping commit such an act of treachery, not only betraying the empire, but also the trust the king placed in him? Wang Jian erupted into a tirade upon hearing the king's words. "Wang Jian, is this truly how you feel?" The king narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the seemingly respectful Wang Jian kneeling beside him. "My lord, I am unwaveringly loyal to you, harboring not even a flicker of doubt." "I doubt enough, enough. Spare me the platitudes," the king interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Wang Jian, a seasoned veteran of courtly affairs, could easily expound upon such sycophantic rhetoric for an entire day without repetition. The king rose, causing the lounge chair to sway, and inquired, "Wang Jian, you once proclaimed in the court that 600,000 could vanquish Chu. Do you still stand by that assertion?" Wang Jian bowed his head and replied, "I do. I shall provide you with 400,000 troops, and with the 20,000 trapped in Chengfu, that totals 600,000. Will you accept this challenge to conquer the kingdom of Chu?" He bowed once more, affirming, "I will." "Excellent. Prepare yourself. We shall depart immediately, and trust the lives of the 20,000 frontline soldiers to your capable hands." Wang Jian, "Forgive my audacity, my lord, but I wish to request some fertile lands and residences to secure wealth for my descendants." "Very well, I grant it. I have here a memorial presented by Yuan heir. It contains his plans. Examine it thoroughly," the king added, producing a document and a prearranged military token, setting them down on a nearby table. As the king turned to leave, he paused at the entrance and inquired, "What was that object I just sat upon?" With utmost respect, Wang Jian replied, "Your Majesty, this is a chaise lounge I procured from the treasure pavilion of the 6th prince. It is quite a fine piece. Have Yuan heir make a trip back to Xianyang and bring one for me as well," the king stated before departing without a backward glance. Once the king had left, Wang Bin hurried into the courtyard to assist the kneeling Wang Jian. "Father, do you think it is excessive to request such rewards from the king? What do you comprehend?" "The more I demand, the more at ease the king shall be. The formidable force of 600,000 soldiers. This is nearly the entirety of the nation's strength. The king, being inherently suspicious, if I do not request additional rewards to allay his doubts, our royal family may ultimately meet a grim fate." Wang Bin continued to inquire, "Why did the king suddenly mention that the 6th young master is agreeable?" Wang Jian extended his finger, repeatedly tapping Wang Bin's forehead, expressing a mix of frustration and exasperation. "Must you not engage your mind? The 6th young master is, after all, the king's son. Is there anything within the treasure pavilion that the king is unaware of? The king is merely attempting to convey to me that he wishes to summon the 6th young master back to Xianyang. Years ago, the king personally placed the 6th young master under house arrest in Longxi. Why, at this juncture, would he suddenly wish to recall him?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bin appeared somewhat perplexed, gazing in confusion at Wang Jian. Wang Jian withdrew a piece of paper hidden beneath the military insignia, murmuring, "The secret is likely inscribed upon this paper." Even someone as seasoned in the grand theater of war as Wang Jian felt a sense of dizziness after perusing the letter, seated in his recliner, attempting to organize the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Wang Bin stood frozen in place, clutching the envelope, his arm trembling slightly, as though he had encountered a specter. How could this be? The contents written herein align precisely with the current military intelligence. I have still underestimated the 6th young master of the Great Qin. Wang Jian sighed deeply, stroking his beard, while the recliner beneath him continued to sway, mirroring the turmoil within his heart, unable to achieve tranquility. The Prime Minister, Xiang Chongping Jun, has betrayed the state of Qin, leading to 200,000 soldiers of the Great Qin being trapped in Chu. He has now appointed Wang Jian as the commander, leading 400,000 troops to march upon Chu, and has designated the general of the West, Ying Xiuyuan, as his deputy, commanding his own forces to assist Wang Jian in vanquishing Chu. With the announcement of this news, a wave of astonishment swept through the city of Xianyang. No one anticipated that the prime minister, who stood just below the king, would betray the state of Qin at this critical moment. Once more donning his armor and mounting his steed, Wang Jian gazed at the familiar faces surrounding him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Though he had enjoyed his time at home, it could never compare to the solace found within the ranks of the army. The soldiers were equally stirred, tears brimming in their eyes. When Wang Jian had taken sick leave to return home, they had feared that his glory had waned. Yet, reality proved that old soldiers never fade away. Wang Jian led his troops swiftly and, in but a few days, had arrived at Yingxian. After resting for a night, preparations for the assault on Yingxian commenced. Meanwhile, far away in Longxi, Ying Xiuyuan also received the decree from the king of Qin. Overjoyed, he had not anticipated that the king would not only spare him but also allow him to partake in the campaign against Chu. This was, in effect, the king's way of indicating that he had forgiven Ying Xiuyuan for his previous actions, granting him the liberty to leave Long 11. In comparison to these developments, Ying Xiuyuan was more focused on the rewards associated with this grand event. Whether he would remain under house arrest in Longxi was of little concern to him. Liang, gather your forces and accompany me to Chu. Let us draw the curtain on this prolonged era of turmoil that has persisted for centuries. Chapter 83. Ambush. Since the Qin army launched its campaign against Chu, a full 2 months have elapsed, during which the dynamics of the battlefield have undergone continual transformation. Were it not for the fact that the 200,000-strong Qin forces remained besieged at Chengfu, one might suspect that the two nations were merely engaged in a frivolous game. At the very onset of the siege on Pingyu City by General Liang's troops, the king of Chu dispatched the formidable General Xiang Yan to provide assistance. However, the reinforcements sent by the king did not attempt to obstruct or annihilate the Qin forces. Instead, they chose to remain stationary, allowing the Qin army to press forward unimpeded. This inaction of the Chu reinforcements ultimately resulted in the Qin forces reaching Chengfu County in less than a month and a half, leaving them but a single city away from Sichuan. Inside Sichuan, the Chu king had already begun to contemplate an escape. Yet the 200,000-strong Qin army opted not to pursue their advantage, but rather to establish a camp at Chengfu. Seizing this opportunity, Xiang Yan reclaimed the territories that had been lost, while the Qin troops, ensconced within Chengfu County, seemed oblivious to these developments. As the days wore on, the Chu king grew increasingly impatient, dispatching messengers daily to urge Xiang Yan to hasten the assault on Chengfu, but Xiang Yan remained unmoved, fabricating excuses to placate the king. Since the inception of the Qin's campaigns against the Six States, they had never tasted defeat. However, due to the treachery of Chongping Jun, the Qin army now found itself trapped at Chengfu. Although the Qin king had dispatched General Wang Jian with 400,000 troops to effect a rescue, Wang Jian encountered significant challenges while besieging Yingxian. Yingxian was supposed to serve as the logistical stronghold for the Qin's campaign against Chu, containing the bulk of provisions and equipment needed for the siege. Thus, if the defenders within truly intended to hold out, they could withstand a siege for at least 6 months. Wang Jian, wary of recklessness, hesitated to take a perilous detour to Chengfu. Should he fail to secure Yingxian, he would be vulnerable to a pincer attack from both Xiang Yan and the garrison of Yingxian. With 200,000 troops ensnared and Yingxian remaining unconquered, Wang Jian could only pin his hopes on the siege equipment previously utilized by Ying Xiuyuan during the assault on Yan. In the Chu territory, within the military tent of Xiang Yan outside Pingyu City, a robust man and Xiang Yan were engaged in earnest discussion. The man, tall and imposing, with thick brows and large eyes, sported his hair casually tied back, with braids cascading down to his left chest, and 9 beads hanging from his shoulder, symbolizing the prowess of a peasant hero. Tianguang, infiltrating the Qin territory is exceedingly perilous. Don't you think? Xiang Yan remarked, concern etched upon his face as he regarded Tianguang beside him. This was also part of Chongping Jun's stratagem. Should he survive, it could not only jeopardize the Qinglong plan but also potentially rescue the 200,000 Qin soldiers besieged in Chengfu County. After a moment of careful contemplation, Xiang Yan declared, once the plan succeeds, you must return to Chu at once. I will select 3,000 elite troops from the Longting Legion to infiltrate the Qin territory and rendezvous with you. Very well, Tianguang replied. It will take some time to reach Yingxian. Let us seize this opportunity to lay a meticulous trap and await his arrival. A knowing smile crept across Tianguang's face as he squinted, revealing a hint of intrigue. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yingxian, Chongping Jun sat comfortably in his chamber, savoring fine wine. Knock, 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 as the sound of knocking echoed through the air. Changping-jun lifted his gaze towards the entrance. There stood a ruggedly built man, weary from travel, none other than Tian Guang, who had just returned from Pingyu. Have the arrangements been made? Changping-jun inquired, taking a small sip from the wine cup before him. Everything was set. The disciples of the agricultural sect were already in position, and the forces of the Mo family were en route, ensuring that he and Wang Jian would not cross paths. Changping-jun swirled the wine in his cup, gazing into its depths as he mused, Ying Xiuyuan, indeed. You are a master brewer. Yet, alas, I must ensure your days are numbered. With that, he set down his cup, a flicker of bloodthirsty intent flashing in his eyes. Although night had fallen, Ying Xiuyuan pressed on relentlessly in his haste to reach Yingshan. He had brought only 8,000 men, yet the cumbersome siege equipment hindered their march, rendering it painfully slow. On a distant rise, Tianming and Yin Dan stood side by side. With Gao Jinli lingering behind them one could only wonder what the hero of chivalry was contemplating. To slay a single man, yet he had summoned the now-diminished Mo family. Tian Hu scoffed, his eyes brimming with contempt. What did you say? Gao Jinli retorted, glaring fiercely at the arrogant Tian Hu, his hand gripping the Yishui Han trembling with indignation. The surrounding air suddenly turned oppressive, as if the Yishui Han sensed its master's fury, releasing a sharp aura of sword intent. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Yin Dan interjected sharply, Xiao Gao. At the sound of Yin Dan's voice, Gao Jinli withdrew his energy. Tian Hu cast a sidelong glance at Yin Dan, refraining from further comment, and turned to depart. Leader, not only is Ying Xiuyuan exceedingly cunning, but his martial prowess is formidable as well. Can this plan truly succeed? Gao Jinli expressed his concern, watching Yin Dan's retreating figure with a furrowed brow. We must not allow him to grow any stronger. Now is the prime opportunity to eliminate him, Yin Dan asserted, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the advancing troops. The army drew near. Those concealed in the surrounding woods held their breath. The Qin forces seemed oblivious to the ambush lying in wait within the forest, continuing their march unabated. Mere moments felt like an eternity, and just as the Qin army was about to step into the encirclement, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The front lines of the Qin troops halted abruptly, and hidden deep within the thickets, Yin Dan pondered what the Qin army was up to, only to witness a flurry of arrows suddenly erupting from their ranks. Fall back! Yin Dan was the first to react, issuing commands to the bewildered disciples of the Mo family. His voice snapped them out of their stupor, and they all scrambled backward in haste. The disciples of the agricultural sect, hiding on the opposite side of the thicket, also sprang into action, fleeing frantically at Tian Hu's command. Yin Dan realized that Changping-jun's scheme had been exposed. Though he was uncertain where the fault lay, there was no time to deliberate further. Under his command, the disciples of the agriculturists and the Mahists gathered together, fleeing towards the prearranged location. Just as they had escaped the dense forest, a sudden whoosh echoed behind them, as an unknown object soared into the sky, flashing by like a shooting star. Immediately, a blinding white light sliced through the tranquil night sky. Chapter 84. A counterattack as the white light illuminated the ground. A series of cold glimmers reflected from the plains ahead. It was the Qin army. No one anticipated that instead of ambushing the Qin forces as planned, they had unexpectedly transformed from hunters into prey. Retreat! A deep voice resonated from within the crowd, belonging to Yin Dan. After numerous setbacks, the situation had descended into chaos for both the Mahists and the agriculturists. Following Yin Dan's command, the crowd surged and jostled into the dense forest once more. At the forefront of the Qin army, a deputy general stepped forward and inquired of Meng Wu, General, the rascals have taken refuge in the forest. Should we send men in after them? Meng Wu shook his head and commanded. There is no need. We shall hold our position here. Surround this area completely. Not a single soul must escape. The rest will be left to the young master. Understood. Within the forest, Yin Dan led his group in a frantic escape. After the recent rain of arrows, the disciples of the agriculturists were nearly decimated, and only about half of the Mahists remained. Fun Hu, disregarding any personal sentiments, hastened to catch up with Yin Dan, asking, what should we do now, with pursuers in front and ambushes behind? 3,000 elite troops have been dispatched from Xiang Yan to assist us. If we can rendezvous with them, there remains a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, I have brought an additional backup for safety, Yin Dan replied. Tian Hu looked at Yin Dan in disbelief. Are you saying you brought that along? Indeed. Everything is worth it to eliminating Shun. A chilling murderous intent emanated from Yin Dan's eyes, causing the air around them to grow distinctly colder. They are here. With the shout of a Qin scout, their position was once again revealed to the Qin forces. Yin Dan swiftly unleashed a blade of sword energy, which swiftly extinguished the last breath of the scout. They had hardly fled when soldiers appeared to block their path. Yin Dan prepared to lead the group to escape sideways. He suddenly realized they had been encircled by the Qin army. The encircling Qin troops gradually opened a gap, and a young man dressed in resplendent robes stepped forward. Oh dear! To kill such an inconspicuous little figure. You have mobilized such a lavish array of forces. I am truly flattered. Yin Dan fixed his gaze on the youth, knowing that the only person bold enough to mock him at this moment was none other than his intended target. Ying Xiuyuan. Ying Xiuyuan, there's no need for your pretense. Speak your mind and let us hear your intentions, Yin Dan said, unfazed by the encirclement, whether out of a desire to uphold the dignity of a king or genuine confidence. Daring to jest with Ying Xiuyuan even at this critical juncture, I in the realm of martial prowess, the foremost gang of the rivers and lakes, the esteemed school of Moism, renowned as one of the two great disciplines of the age, elicited a profound admiration from Ying Xiuyuan, who shook his head in disbelief. Don't think that you would truly invest so much, he remarked. Now that you have all arrived, why not stay and indulge this young child in some amusement? The air was thick with an ominous intent, signaling that conflict was on the brink of erupting between the two. As time passed, the sword aura emanating from Yin Dan reached its zenith. Despite his uncertainty, he pressed forward with unwavering resolve. The ink-black blade in Yin Dan's hand unsheathed with a sharp sound, aiming directly at Ying Xiuyuan. That moment, a sword materialized in Ying Xiuyuan's grip, and with a series of clinks, he expertly deflected Yin Dan's strike with the blade that had yet to be fully drawn. Ying Xiuyuan positioned his sword across his chest, gripping the hilt with his right hand. With a decisive motion, he unsheathed the weapon, releasing a profound sword intent that enveloped the surroundings, akin to innumerable invisible blades incessantly slicing through the air. Yin Dan had never encountered such a sword before. If it could be termed a sword, it bore only a single cutting edge. Conversely, if deemed a dagger, it lacked the broadness of one. The sword's inherent aura instilled an involuntary tension within Yin Dan. A remarkable sword, he mused, not withholding his admiration despite being adversaries. It was known as the Minghong blade, its form uniquely tailored to its wielder, a design unlike any weapon of this era, resembling a Tang-style sword. Upon this revelation, Ying Xiuyuan seemed to recall something, twirling the blade with a flourish before returning it to its sheath, causing the pervasive sword intent to gradually dissipate. If I were to defeat you with this blade, you would undoubtedly claim it was unjust. Thus, I shall engage you with the sword sheath instead. Yin Dan's eyes narrowed, the humiliation inflicted by Ying Xiuyuan igniting a simmering frustration within him, even though his internal cultivation had always been commendable. The tension escalated as Yin Dan's latent potential surged forth, spurred by Ying Xiuyuan's dismissive attitude. Although Yin Dan had yet to reach the 10th level of the realm of love, he was clearly no pushover, pushing Ying Xiuyuan to retreat repeatedly. The battle between them had escalated to a boiling point. Initially, Ying Xiuyuan, wielding the sheath, found himself at a disadvantage. However, as he became more familiar with the techniques he had learned, he began to match Yin Dan's prowess. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yin Dan's forehead, as Ying Xiuyuan's sheath felt like an impenetrable fortress. Despite his relentless shifts in technique, it seemed Ying Xiuyuan could see through each of Yin Dan's moves, intercepting them with precision. As time wore on, Ying Xiuyuan's mastery of his techniques became evident, while Yin Dan struggled to maintain his footing. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air, prompting Yin Dan to inwardly exclaim in alarm. With a deft push off his toes, he swiftly retreated. Performing a mid-air turn, he landed gracefully on the ground, only to feel a sudden pain in his chest, causing him to half-kneel. Though he had evaded the blow from Ying Xiuyuan's sheath, he had overlooked a slender tendril of invisible true energy at its tip, which had inflicted the injury. "Master, are you all right?" Gao Zhanli rushed over, supporting Yin Dan's faltering frame. Yin Dan shook his head, attempting to quell the blade intent that Ying Xiuyuan had thrust into him. Gao gently cast a glance at Yin Dan's chest and, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "Despicable!" Ying Xiuyuan widened his eyes, a look of confusion etched upon his face as he regarded Gao gently. "Is there truly no sense of justice left?" He retorted. "He wielded a sword, while I merely used a scabbard, yet I am labeled as the vile one. You people are quite amusing." With that, Ying Xiuyuan stretched languidly and began to stroll forward, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword as the Minghong blade gradually slid from its sheath. Just as Ying Xiuyuan was about to step within Gao Jinli's striking range, a large shadow on the ground began to loom closer. Raising his gaze, Ying Xiuyuan discovered a colossal entity hovering above them. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed his surprise. You brought this along too? Yin Dan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a strangely sinister smile. What follows will astonish you even more, I must say. Your failure to allow the troops outside the forest to enter was your first grave mistake. The earth around them trembled incessantly, reminiscent of a seismic upheaval, and a foreboding suspicion crept into Ying Xiuyuan's heart. Turning around, he beheld a massive white mechanical beast slowly advancing toward them. It was one of the prized creations of the Mo family. The White Tiger, Chapter 85. The disciples of the Mo family maneuvered the White Tiger into the ranks of the Qin army, and within the formation, the White Tiger tore through like a relentless harvesting machine. Reaping the lives of the Qin soldiers, Yin Dan issued the command to attack. Those Mo family disciples and the farmers, who had been encircled by the Qin army, seized the opportunity to break free. Under the onslaught from both fronts, the Qin army soon found itself struggling to maintain its composure, their once impeccable formation beginning to fracture. Ying Xiuyuan observed the rampaging White Tiger amidst the ranks. Thumping his chest in relief, he remarked, "What a close call." Luckily, I had read the original text and was aware that the Mo family employed the White Tiger in the battle against Chu. Otherwise, I might not have brought that along. Placing a finger to his lips, he emitted a sharp whistle, prompting the nearby soldiers to strike the large drums, while a rhythmic thumping echoed from the depths of the forest. Having retreated to the rear of the ranks, Yin Dan sat upon his steed, diligently calming his internal energy. Upon witnessing Ying Xiuyuan's peculiar actions, a sense of panic surged within him in the midst of the Qin ranks. Ying Xiuyuan lightly tapped his toes, propelling himself into the air. Executing a backflip to land gracefully upon the back of his horse, he called out to Yin Dan, who was shielded by the Mo disciples. "Master of the Mo family, your White Tiger is one of the four spirits. I wonder how it compares to my ferocious beast, Sheng Qi." No sooner had Ying Xiuyuan's words left his lips than a colossal beast descended from the sky. Its massive foot sending the White Tiger, which was slaughtering the Qin soldiers, crashing to the ground. The disciples of the Mo family stood in stunned silence, while Gao Jinli's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Is that our Mo family's Zero White Tiger?" Yin Dan gazed at the mechanical beast that had entered the arena, his expression grave. It was evidently a creation built upon the foundation of the White Tiger, enhanced by the formidable mechanical arts of the Gongshu family. The creature is no longer the White Tiger. It has been transformed into a veritable beast of terror by the Gongshu family, making the name Sheng Qi perfectly fitting. Gao Jinli turned to Yin Dan, asking with a furrowed brow, "All relevant information about the White Tiger is stored within the mechanism city. How then did Ying Xiuyuan obtain it?" Gao Jinli's words plunged Yin Dan into contemplation. Gao Jinli articulated, "The White Tiger, a mechanical beast, is not akin to other automatons. The theories of mechanistic arts it embodies are not accessible to an ordinary Mo family disciple. This implies that at least one individual of commanding rank within the Mo family has defected to Ying Xiuyuan, and such a person must possess exceptional mastery of mechanistic arts. Even with the blueprints in hand, the White Tiger cannot be modified by an outsider unfamiliar with the Mo family's techniques." A sudden gasp from the Mo disciples jolted Yin Dan from his thoughts as he lifted his gaze to the fleeing White Tiger. A saying circulates in the martial world: Mo family mechanisms, wood and stone in motion. Bronze awakens, inquire of Gongshu. The Gongshu family's mechanistic arts have taken the concept of dominance to its zenith. As the entirety of Sheng Qi's form is encrusted with lethal weaponry, sharp horns adorn its head, blades line its tail, and its expansive wings can retract to serve as two gigantic spears. This formidable Sheng Qi was meticulously designed over 2 years by Duanmu Yun and Gongshu Yi, amalgamating the Mo family's non-aggression mechanistic arts with the Gongshu family's overwhelming techniques. Its overall shape was conceived by Duanmu Yun, while the weapons and wings were the fruits of Gongshu Yi's labor. This intricate design has significantly escalated the difficulty of operating Sheng Qi. Unlike the White Tiger, it necessitates the simultaneous control of 4 individuals. Though the complexity has increased manifold, its power far surpasses that of the Mo family's White Tiger, which is nearly subjugated by Sheng Qi's might. After several rounds of probing, the White Tiger now bore numerous wounds, in stark contrast to Sheng Qi, whose power began to reveal itself as the pilots grew accustomed to its handling. "It is truly regrettable that we could not encounter the White Tiger on the battlefield of the Chu army," Ying Xiuyuan remarked, shaking his head. He whispered a few words to those beside him, prompting a soldier to dismount and sound the great drum standing nearby. As the drumbeat resonated, Sheng Qi abandoned its cat-and-mouse antics, revealing its true ferocity. "Commander, the Qin army is now taking this seriously. The White Tiger may not withstand much longer. What should we do?" Gao Jinli inquired of Yin Dan, who was still intently observing Sheng Qi. "Yin Dan, regaining his composure, analyzed the situation. The perimeter beyond the dense forest is encircled by the Qin army. We have no means of breaking free. The only course of action is encapsulated in a single word: delay. Delay? Gao Jinli echoed in confusion. Indeed. From the outset of the contest to the emergence of the White Tiger, my intention has always been to buy time. The arrival of the Chu army was a spur-of-the-moment decision known only to me. The Qin army has positioned their spies among us, and they cannot possibly be aware that we have reinforcements. The battle between the two mechanical beasts has reached its climax, as the tail of Sheng Qi struck the body of the White Tiger. The latter began to show signs of imminent collapse. In this critical moment, the vermilion bird soared down from the sky, accompanied by the sound of melodious bird calls. Yin Dan, upon hearing this sound, revealed a faint smile upon his face. It was the prearranged signal for the White Tiger to retreat. In this moment of crisis, the signal indicated one thing. Their reinforcements had arrived. The rhythmic sound of galloping hooves echoed from the flank of the Qin army. Ying Xiuyuan furrowed his brow and glanced back at Liang. Liang, understanding Ying Xiuyuan's unspoken question, shook his head, indicating that he too was unaware of who had arrived. As the cavalry on the flank drew closer, Ying Xiuyuan finally discerned their identity. He pulled back on the reins, turned his horse around, and shouted to Liang behind him. It is the army of Chu. Quickly change formations. Accompanying the sounds of battle was the renowned Tunglong Legion of the Xiang clan from the state of Chu. In the ensuing chaos, the hastily mounted counterattack resulted in a breach in their formation, which allowed the surrounded disciples of the Mo and Nong families to seize the opportunity to escape. The Tunglong Legion showed no inclination to linger, swiftly turning their horses and evading the encirclement of the Qin army. Meanwhile, the White Tiger, engaged in a fierce struggle with Sheng Qi, leapt high and landed upon the back of the vermilion bird. Soaring away with the winds, cursed Yin Dan. How could he have kept a hidden card up his sleeve? Ying Xiuyuan was nearly driven to the brink of grinding his teeth in frustration. It was his overconfidence that had afforded Yin Dan the chance to flee. Liang, leading his troops, gave chase, while Ying Xiuyuan ignited a signal flare, illuminating the sky with a flash of white light. The Qin forces outside the dense forest surged in. The two armies relentlessly pursued and cornered the Chu forces, but due to Liang's unfamiliarity with forest warfare, the distance between them and the Chu army continued to widen, ultimately allowing the Chu forces, along with the Mo and Nong families, to vanish into the thick woods. Chapter 86. The supplies had been seized. Nightfall gradually descended, and the Qin army outside the city began to sound the retreat. Lord Chongping stood upon the mottled city wall, which had become ominously darkened by bloodstains. With the sound of approaching footsteps, Tian Guang ascended the wall. He offered a bow to Lord Chongping and spoke. My lord, Tian who has sent word. The ambush on the disciples of the Nong family resulted in heavy casualties, and the losses for the Mo family were also significant. Yin Dan, in a bid to buy time, engaged with Ying Xiuyuan, but ultimately was overpowered and sustained minor injuries. Lord Chongping shook his head, lamenting. I never anticipated that after all my efforts to lure him here and set this deadly trap, he would still manage to escape them. Why, lord, forgive my candor, but how can you be certain that the king of Qin will indeed dispatch Ying Xiuyuan to attack Chu? Tian Guang voiced the lingering doubt in his heart. The city of Yingxian beneath our feet may not be impregnable, but it can certainly buy us some time. If Wang Jian intends to breach Yingxian and rescue the encircled 200,000 troops, he will have no choice but to rely on the very strategy Ying Xiuyuan employed during his campaign against Yin years ago. Thus, even if the king of Qin initially hesitated to send Ying Xiuyuan, Wang Jian would undoubtedly plead for him to be dispatched to assault Chu. Chongping Jun turned around to gaze at the Qin army, which had retreated significantly outside the city, and continued, I must admit that Ying Xiuyuan has grown to a point where even I must exert all my efforts to contend with him. However, we still possess a chance. Based on my understanding of Ying Xiuyuan, he will undoubtedly lead his troops personally against Chu. Even if I were to lose to him 100 times, what of it? If I can secure victory just once, I can eliminate the final variable in this Qinglong plan. On the following day, the Qin army's assault intensified, yet it remained consistent with previous days, merely dispatching small contingents of soldiers to probe our defenses. The Qin forces did not directly employ their peculiar siege engines, which left Chongping Jun, already prepared for retreat, quite perplexed. As the third and fourth days unfolded, the Qin continued their futile probing, with Wang Qian and Ying Xiuyuan occasionally challenging each other, resulting in a stalemate between the two armies. Chongping Jun's heart began to fill with unease. He could not fathom why the Qin, having clearly acquired siege equipment, did not launch a direct assault on Yingxian. It was this uncertainty that troubled him, robbing him of peace and rest. Meanwhile, outside Qingfu County, a cavalry unit was rapidly approaching the Chu army's camp. As they drew within a mile of the Chu forces, the lead red-haired man raised and waved the flag behind him, prompting the surrounding soldiers to slow their horses. As the cavalry's pace diminished, the dust cloud enveloping them began to dissipate, allowing the soldiers stationed on the watchtower of the Chu camp to finally discern the attire of this unit and nod in acknowledgement to the defending troops below. The defenders exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Inside the military tent, Xiang Yan stood beside a map of the Chu kingdom when a soldier entered, saluting as he reported, "General Xiang, General Liang has returned. He requests an audience with you." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yan continued to survey the map, hands clasped behind his back. "Very well," he replied, and the soldier bowed again before exiting. Feeling the tent's flap lifted, Xiang Yan quickly inquired, "What of Changping Jun's plan? Have the troops from the Nong and Mo families received their orders?" "The plan has failed. Ying Xiuyuan was forearmed, and the forces from the Nong and Mo families fell into an ambush instead. Fortunately, I managed to rescue those men." Xiang Yan clenched his fists and struck the table with frustration. "Damn it. With Ying Xiuyuan's siege equipment now at play, Yingqian will not withstand for long. Our only course of action is to secure Chengfu first and then redirect our efforts to resist Wang Qian's massive army of 400,000. Having commanded troops for many years, Long Wu promptly devised a corresponding strategy. Xiang Yan nodded in agreement. "It seems we have no choice. Issue orders to prepare the camp for relocation. I shall leave a contingent under your command to handle Chengfu. I will lead the main force to Yingqian to rendezvous with Changping Jun." Understood. In the great city, a cavalry unit was escorting a convoy of horse-drawn carts out of the city. The officer leading them was a young commander clad in resplendent red and black armor, with a long spear slung across his back. A light rain fell from the sky, and as the soldiers pressed onward, they entered a valley, where the downpour further impeded their pace, as they had just emerged from the valley. A sudden barrage of arrows rained down from the sky, startling the young commander, who immediately led his troops back into the valley. However, before they could retreat very far, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. With a furrowed brow, the young commander realized that in this perilous moment, he could not afford to be concerned about the cargo he was supposed to protect. Swiftly, he made a decision to evade the cavalry by taking the route through the valley, where they could not charge. After issuing the command, the group abandoned their cart, mounted their horses, and bravely surged to the side. After enduring a volley of arrows, although the cavalry suffered considerable losses, they ultimately escaped the range of the Qin army's archers. Just as the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, a cavalry unit suddenly emerged from the direction they had chosen to break through, on the plains outside the valley. This ambushing force seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, consistently encountering them along their escape route. As they were relentlessly pursued and cornered, the young commander suddenly realized that they had been forced into an endless loop on the plains by this ambushing force. Cold sweat poured down his brow, and a chill ran down his spine as he recognized the brilliant strategy employed by the enemy commander, who had calculated his escape route with chilling precision. He felt as if he had been deftly manipulated, and the more he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled with dread. It was as though an invisible hand was orchestrating his every move. With the battlefield's dynamic nature adhering strictly to a predetermined script, as the young commander pondered how to break the deadlock, the enemy, who had been blocking their path, suddenly altered their tactics. By the time he registered this change, he found himself already surrounded by the enemy. As they drew closer, he discovered that the attire of this force was none other than the black armor standard of the Qin state. The appearance of such a unit within the territory of Chu at this time, intercepting supplies destined for the garrison at Chengfu, led the young commander to contemplate a terrifying possibility. Chapter 87. Caught in a pincer movement, the wind howled across the plains, while distant thunder cracked through the darkened clouds. Within Chengfu County, Liang Xiuyuan, seated in the military tent, received word of the Chu army's withdrawal. Mounting his beloved steed, he hastened toward the city gate. Upon arrival, Liang Xiuyuan leaped from his horse, handing the reins to a nearby guard before rushing up the city wall. Meng Tian, having arrived early due to the proximity of the tent to the wall, was already present. Liang Xiuyuan sprinted to Meng Tian's side, inquiring urgently, "General Meng, has the Chu army begun their retreat? How many have they withdrawn?" "They have departed with nearly half their forces, leaving no more than 150,000 behind," Meng Tian replied. Shifting his gaze to the anxious countenance of Liang Xiuyuan, it appeared that the young noble's plan had been successful, and salvation was finally at hand. Upon seeing Meng Tian nod in affirmation, Liang Xiuyuan's heart, which had been in turmoil for over half a month, finally found peace. Half a month prior, Liang Xiuyuan had stationed his army in Chengfu County, and just as they completed their arrangements, news arrived from the besieging forces outside the city. By the time he rushed to the walls, Xiang Yan had already dispatched troops to completely encircle Chengfu. Standing atop the city wall, Meng Tian and Li Xian gazed at the densely packed Chu army in the distance, both feeling a chill run down their spines. They could scarcely fathom the consequences had they chosen to return and rescue Ying Xiuyuan. What fate would await the 200,000 troops? And what would become of them? Just as Meng Tian was contemplating, an unusual phenomenon erupted in the distance. A luminous orb soared into the sky, swaying precariously in the wind, trailing a long tail behind it. The orb ascended to its zenith before bursting in a brilliant explosion, a dazzling white light slicing through the gloomy sky. Li Xian stared wide-eyed at this astonishing spectacle. Although Ying Xiuyuan had previously informed him through a letter about how to signal them and what the signal would resemble, he had always harbored skepticism. The sudden appearance of the white light left the Chu army bewildered, while Xiang Yan, who had not yet retreated far with his troops, looked up in confusion. Outside Chengfu County, Long Wu, stationed on orders, stood in a daze, then as if recalling something, furrowed his brow in deep thought. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically. He finally remembered when he had encountered such an extraordinary white light. During his rescue of the Mo and Nong families in Qin, he had witnessed the Qin army employing such a device. Long Wu jolted awake, intending to relay orders for caution, only to discover that the city gate he had longed to breach in his dreams was slowly opening before him. Yet, in that moment, the wide-open gate appeared to him as a harbinger of doom. After more than half a month of silence within the city, the Qin army finally mobilized. With the drums resounding from atop the walls, the Qin troops surged forth, swiftly forming their ranks. Few could assemble a regiment so quickly, and both Meng Tian and Li Xian were among them. As the formation solidified, a blast of horns echoed from the city walls. With the conclusion of the horn's call, wave after wave of arrows rained down upon the somewhat disordered Chu encampment. Attack the entire army. With Meng Tian's command, the drums within the Qin ranks thundered once more, parting the throng to allow a cadre of cavalry clad in fiery red armor to charge forth. This extravagant display could only signify the famed Golden Fire Cavalry, the elite guard under Meng Tian's command. Having fought alongside Meng Tian for many years, the Golden Fire Cavalry had earned their place through hard-won victories. Their fiery presence on the battlefield was enough to instill terror in the hearts of their foes. After a brief moment of chaos, the Chu army quickly regrouped, the Tanglong Legion's 3,000 cavalry preparing for battle. At Long Wu's command, the cavalry charged toward the Golden Fire Cavalry. The two forces soon collided, akin to a fierce wave crashing against rocks. Following the melee, both armies found themselves entwined in close combat, though this initial clash swiftly concluded, leaving each side with varying degrees of casualties. Just as the Tanglong Legion and the Golden Fire Cavalry were embroiled in battle, Xiang Yan returned with his troops. Just as the two armies converged, a contingent of Qin soldiers surged forth from their rear, catching Xiang Yan off guard and delivering a crushing ambush. With the sound of horns blaring, the Chu army quickly formed their ranks and began their counterattack. As time gradually ebbs away, the Chu army finds itself increasingly beleaguered, clearly at a disadvantage compared to the Tanglong Legion, while the Golden Fire Cavalry proves far more adept at charging into the fray on such a vast battlefield. In the rear, Xiang Yan is similarly pressed, beset by an ambush laid by the Qin forces, whose formation is unlike anything he has encountered in his lifetime of warfare. He is certain that this tactical arrangement does not belong to the Central Plains. The tides of fortune have turned. After being besieged for half a month, they now find themselves encircled. Xiang Yan and Long Wu direct their troops in a relentless search for an escape route. A flash of white light streaks through the sky as the Qin cavalry unexpectedly begins to retreat, their two encircling forces gradually converging inward. Before long, the infantry engages, and a general from the rear of the Qin army brandishes his halberd, plunging into the ranks of the Chu troops and mercilessly reaping lives within their formation. This warrior emanates a crimson aura, akin to a vengeful spirit, as he wields his halberd with an impenetrable ferocity, the ground beneath him drenched in a mingling of blood and sweat. The stench of blood surrounding him seems almost tangible, transforming him into a demon that has clawed its way from the depths of hell. The morale of the Chu forces wanes, and Xiang Yan, commanding from within the ranks, is beside himself with anxiety, desperately seeking a breach. Curiosity peaks within him. Who could be leading the Qin forces to have driven him to such a dire strait? The plains resonate with the sounds of battle cries, and Xiang Yan bellows, "Long Wu, lead the Tanglong Legion outward. I shall follow closely behind with my troops. Together, we shall break free. But General, such a course will incur heavy casualties. There is no time to concern ourselves with that now. If the Qin army consolidates into a force of 300,000, We will all perish here. Xiang Yan interrupts Long Wu, fully aware that this strategy would sacrifice the Tenglong Legion, but it is the only viable option he can conceive to shatter the encirclement. Tears glisten in Long Wu's eyes as he grips his spear tightly, sounding the horn that belongs solely to the Tenglong Legion. Addressing the assembled soldiers, he proclaims, "Warriors, are you afraid of death? Nay, you are the finest soldiers of the Chu state. Let us use our bodies to carve a path of hope for the army. Kill, kill, kill." The soldiers fervently brandish their long spears, their eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with a resolute and noble determination to face death. Long Wu retrieves a tiger talisman from his bosom and places it into Xiang Yan's hands. "General, this is the talisman of our Tenglong Legion, bearing the glory and honor of all our warriors. I entrust it to you. Please take care of that rascal Long Qis." He watches Long Wu lead the charge outward. Xiang Yan clutches the talisman tightly, gritting his teeth to stifle the tears that threaten to spill from his eyes. Drum roll, prepare to break through. Chapter 88. The path of escape. Raindrops patter softly from the sky, intertwining with the thunder and the cacophony of battle. Blood, sweat, and rainwater ceaselessly wash over the earth beneath the soldiers' feet. Upon the battlefield, the valiant soldiers of the Tenglong Legion were diminishing at a visibly alarming rate. Yet, the effect of their suicidal charge was strikingly pronounced. Under such formidable pressure, the encirclement of the Qin army struggled to hold firm. The Tenglong Legion relentlessly surged forward, with soldiers from the rear following closely behind, all propelled by an indomitable spirit to press onward. Every second on the battlefield witnessed the demise of countless souls. The frontline soldiers fell in waves, while those behind them seemed oblivious, trampling over the bodies of their comrades as they continued their advance. This was a pure contest of flesh and will. Soon, spurred by the reckless charge of the Chu army, a significant breach was torn in the Qin encirclement. Following Xiang Yan's orders, the Chu forces reinforced their numbers, further widening the gap in the Qin lines, and for the first time, the Chu army glimpsed a flicker of hope. Ultimately, Xiang Yan led his troops out of the encirclement, retreating towards Zhuyang, with behind them a mere fraction of the Tenglong Legion remaining. The arrow embedded in Long Wu's left shoulder snapped in two, and he brandished the command flag he had carried on his back, waving it vigorously. The remaining soldiers of the Tenglong Legion quickly formed ranks before an imposing force of at least 200,000. Their gazes resolute. "Brothers, let us fight one last time for the glory of the Tenglong Legion." "Charge!" Long Wu cried, thrusting his spear forward as he charged at the Qin forces. The Tenglong Legion, with their flesh and blood, bought the retreating Chu army an entire hour, but the cost was devastating. Long Wu and the 10,000 cavalry he led were entirely obliterated. For the first time, the battle-worn flag fell amidst the rain. Having successfully retreated, Xiang Yan led his forces ever closer to Zhuyang, unconsciously glancing back time and again from his mount. Even the seasoned Xiang Yan, accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, could not help but shed tears, while the morale of the Chu army plunged to an unprecedented low. Outside Qingfu County, Liang Xiuyuan encountered the commanding general of the reinforcements from the Qin army, a cultured man whose refined demeanor seemed almost incongruous against the backdrop of the desolate ruins permeated with the stench of death. Liang Xiuyuan found it hard to believe that this elegant man had managed, with merely 100,000 troops, to thwart the advance of the Chu's 300,000 for so long. At the onset of the war, he had encircled the Chu army, while this man had prowled the periphery of the defensive circle, seemingly predicting Xiang Yan's every move and preemptively positioning his troops to thwart each wave of attack. The two exchanged military salutes, and Liang Xiuyuan inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname, General? I do not recall having seen you before, and my surname is Zhuge, and I am known as Kongming. I am merely a strategist under the command of the Sixth Master. It is no surprise you have not encountered me before." "You must be the illustrious General Li," he replied modestly. Liang Xiuyuan waved his hands in denial. "General Zhuge, you are too humble. I cannot compare to your prowess. There is a matter I find perplexing. Might I trouble General Zhuge to enlighten me?" Zhuge Liang gently fanned himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he responded, "Please, General Li, do not hesitate. Why did General Zhuge deliberately allow them to escape?" Liang Xiuyuan asked, fixing his gaze intently on Zhuge Liang, his tone laced with a hint of challenge. Logically speaking, given the man's ability to command an army as if it were an extension of his own body and his astonishing judgment, it is implausible that he could not deduce that Xiang Yan intended to abandon his chariot to safeguard his leader. As the Longting Legion launched its final charge, the man refrained from leading his troops to obstruct them. Instead, he persistently pressured them from the rear, as if deliberately attempting to drive them outward. Zhuge Liang offered a mysterious smile and remarked, "Generally, what do you mean by that? I certainly did not allow them to escape. On the contrary, I am driving them toward their demise." The implication of Zhuge's words dawned upon Liang Xiuyuan, who narrowed his eyes, beginning to grasp Zhuge Liang's intentions. "This time, I do not bring merely 100,000 troops, but a substantial force of 200,000. Although Zhuge Liang wore a benevolent smile, Liang Xiuyuan felt a chill run down his spine, as he could foresee the perils that awaited Xiang Yan on his flight. Zhuge Liang inquired of the contemplative Liang Xiuyuan, "Generally, how much food remains in your army? Will it suffice for our 30,000 troops to have a hearty meal?" Thanks to the provisions generously supplied by the young master, the supplies within the city were still ample. "General Zhuge, if you desire it, do not hesitate to ask." As night had already deepened and following a fierce battle, it was likely that the soldiers were utterly exhausted. "Let us first enjoy a good meal, and we shall assault Zhujiang tomorrow," Liang Xiuyuan, somewhat anxious, queried. "What shall we do regarding our subsequent supply of provisions?" Zhuge Liang approached slowly, patting Liang Xiuyuan's shoulder, and softly reassured him. "Do not fret, General. We have traveled great distances to reach here. The state of Chu will certainly not allow our soldiers to go hungry." Leaving Liang Xiuyuan, still perplexed, to head toward the city, the following morning, as dawn broke, Xiang Yan assembled his troops and set forth toward Zhujiang. The morale of their grand army was waning, and their remaining provisions were scant. He needed to reach the next city swiftly, lest his remaining forces succumb to starvation along the way. After a long trek, Xiang Yan arrived at a valley, and just beyond this valley lay Zhujiang. As the army began to advance into the valley, with a command from Xiang Yan, their marching speed was halved. Even though they had escaped the Qin forces, Xiang Yan remained vigilant. Above the valley, a silver-armored soldier surveyed the Chu army below, muttering, "Xiang Yan is indeed cautious. Even after such a long distance, he remains on guard." Observing that the Chu army was nearing the exit of the valley, the silver-armored soldier hastily commanded, "Prepare to attack." Mounted on horseback, Xiang Yan, seeing the valley's mouth drawing near, felt his tension gradually ease. However, a soldier's remark, "Did something just drop ahead?" rekindled Xiang Yan's wariness. With a swift motion of his hand, he ordered a halt to their advance and rode forward to the soldier at the front of the formation, asking, "What has happened?" The soldier pointed to the slightly damp ground and replied, "General, it appears that something just dripped down." Xiang Yan dismounted to examine the peculiar wet marks on the ground. As he crouched down, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, causing him to widen his eyes in terror. He abruptly stood up and shouted, "Everyone, protect your heads and hearts. There is oil on the ground. Prepare to break through the valley." No sooner had Xiang Yan's words left his lips than a torrent of ignited oil cascaded down upon the Chu army. A swarm of fiery arrows rained down from above, descending like comets upon the soldiers, igniting flames that rapidly engulfed them. Before they could catch their breath, a deluge of timber, drenched in oil, was hurled down, intensifying the inferno and enveloping the air in dense smoke that hindered the Chu soldiers' vision. The valley reverberated with the crackling of flames and the harrowing wails of the Chu army. Chapter 89. Entrapped in adversity, Xiang Yan's mind raced as he pondered how to navigate this dire predicament. If they charged out, he was unsure whether they would face an ambush from the Qin army ahead. Conversely, retreating could lead to a deadly trap behind them. The army was nearing the end of the valley, and they were less than 10 miles from Zhujiang City. Turning back was evidently not a prudent course of action. Moreover, they were encircled by flames, leaving them no choice but to fight their way out for a chance at survival. With resolute determination, Xiang Yan decided that regardless of potential ambushes ahead, their immediate priority was to return to Zhujiang and regroup. After the harrowing battle at Chengfu, they could not afford further turmoil. Ultimately, Xiang Yan led his troops out of the valley, now consumed by flames. Strangely, upon emerging, he found no ambushes as he had anticipated. The army reached Zhujiang without incident. After nearly 3 days of flight, the Chu army finally entered Zhujiang, but Xiang Yan's confusion deepened. Although he did not know who had orchestrated this scheme against him, he was aware that a critical flaw had been left in what seemed to be an inescapable trap. He understood that with the intelligence of that hidden mastermind, such a significant oversight was inconceivable. Shaking his head, he resolved to set aside this perplexity for the time being. After bidding farewell to the magistrate of Zhujiang, Xiang Yan returned to his troops and meticulously accounted for the remaining soldiers. The Chu army's numbers had dwindled to fewer than 100,000. Over 80,000 had perished from the flames and arrows within the valley. This marked perhaps the most significant defeat of Xiang Yan's life, having deployed over 300,000 troops to besiege a mere 200,000 Qin soldiers, only to lose 120,000 at Chengfu County and another 80,000 in the valley. Had it not been for Chongping Jun's plans requiring his support, he might have contemplated self-destruction. After Xiang Yan's return to Zhuyang, a day passed, and the Qin army finally arrived at the valley. Upon reaching the scene, Meng Tian and Liang Xiuyuan were astounded by the devastation. The valley resembled a hellscape. The stones had all been charred black, and the ground was littered with the scorched remains of the fallen. Most astonishingly, the young silver-armored soldier had brought with him a substantial supply of provisions. Initially, they were concerned that the remaining provisions within Chengfu would not suffice to sustain their advance. Yet the supplies brought by that valiant soldier perfectly addressed their urgent needs. The silver-armored warrior issued his commands, prompting the soldiers beside him to spring into action. Zhuge Liang approached the silver-armored general and greeted him. "Zilong, your efforts are greatly appreciated. Brother Kongming, such words are unwarranted. I merely followed your instructions, stationed here to intercept a shipment of provisions, and then added a touch of oil, nothing more. This achievement belongs solely to you, Brother Kongming. Alas, it is a pity that we could not capture Xiang Yan. This man is exceedingly cautious, and I have yet to find an opportune moment to annihilate them all that I am guarding these supplies. We have also been unable to pursue them," Zhao Zilong lamented, shaking his head with a visage of regret. Zhuge Liang offered a faint smile, the icy glint in his eyes causing those nearby to shudder involuntarily. "No matter. His life is of little consequence. I shall ensure he meets his demise within this city of Zhuyang." Meanwhile, within the confines of Zhuyang, Xiang Yan's long-simmering fury erupted. "What do you mean? We have barely consumed a portion, and you claim there is insufficient grain?" Xiang Yan seethed, gripping the county magistrate's collar. "It is well known that the regions of the Chu state are replete with ample grain supplies, with dedicated granaries established for storage. Yet, this magistrate had the audacity to inform him of a shortfall. A few days prior, we received word that the front lines required provisions, yet for reasons unknown, supplies have not arrived here. Thus, we dispatched the grain stored within the city to you first," the magistrate explained. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yan's anger intensified. "We have received no grain from Zhuyang at all. If you have indeed sent it, why was it not delivered upon entry into the city? I had assumed the general was waylaid on his return journey, perhaps losing it along the way." After much deliberation, the magistrate finally managed to craft a few palatable words. Xiang Yan cast the magistrate aside, despair etched across his features, disregarding the fleeing official as he slowly slid down against the wall. Having absorbed the magistrate's words, he finally comprehended why the unseen force had spared his life. The military supplies transported from Shouchuan to Zhuyang had likely been intercepted by the Qin army, and the provisions meant for Chengfu had also fallen prey to the Qin forces. The very Qin army that should have ambushed them was now preoccupied with guarding these supplies. Ultimately, the commandeered provisions would serve as sustenance for the 300,000 strong Qin army advancing towards Zhuyang. While the delays in food supplies had allowed Xiang Yan to survive, the well-supplied Qin army would become a dagger thrust into the heart of Chu, while the remaining 200,000 troops stationed far away in Yingxian would serve as the final straw to crush the state of Chu. Chongping Jun is the hope of Chu. The Xiang clan must exert every effort to rescue him. This has transformed what should have been a hindrance to the Qin forces into a hostage situation. Originally, the 200,000 Qin troops besieged in Chengfu were hostages in the hands of Chu, but they had now become the main force poised to annihilate the Qin. Just as the subordinates believed Wang Jian's 400,000 troops were the main assault against Chu, Liang Xiuyuan, held as a hostage in the rear of Chu, would unexpectedly emerge as the leading force in this campaign against Chu. The wheel of fortune turns. What once plagued the Qin state with great distress has now become a source of torment for the Chu kingdom. In the mere span of a few days, such a remarkable reversal has been accomplished. Xiang Yan, being the archenemy of Wang Jian, knows him best. Wang Jian is a strategist who values steadiness above all. Regardless of how favorable the circumstances may appear, he meticulously plays his hand with deliberate caution. However, this plan deviates from his usual approach. Although it has been refined to near perfection in every aspect, it still harbors some minor flaws. Nevertheless, he does not deny its efficacy. This strategy is undoubtedly the swiftest means to resolve the Qin's predicament. Yet, such a bold and perilous method could not possibly originate from Wang Jian alone. There must be another mastermind behind it. As Xiang Yan sat upon the ground, his first thought was not of retaliation, but rather the desire to meet this enigmatic figure, to discern what manner of person they might be. Chapter 90. The arrival of reinforcements since the passing of Lian Puer in Shouchuan and the unjust demise of Li Mu in the Zhao state. Only Wang Jian and Xiang Yan remain among the old guard, still gallivanting upon the battlefield. 2 years prior, in a moment of utter desperation, Xiang Yan reluctantly acquiesced to Lord Chongping's Qinglong plan, having already designated Wang Jian as the one who would ultimately seal his fate. Yet, the emergence of this unexpected adversary from the Qin state has led him to a crushing defeat in such a brief period. Xiang Yan concedes that he has indeed lost this battle. However, a significant part of his downfall stemmed from his ignorance of this new enemy. Had they engaged in an open confrontation, the outcome might have been entirely different. Retrieving the sword he had left on the ground, Xiang Yan cast aside all other thoughts, his steps slightly unsteady as he departed from the scene. Having spent the majority of his life in the saddle, he could not allow himself to be defeated here, especially by someone whose name he did not even know. Mounting his horse, he relentlessly cracked his whip, prompting the citizens of the city to voice their grievances about his reckless gallop through the streets. Yet, only Xiang Yan understood the pressing urgency of the military situation at hand. Outside the camp, as he dismounted, he spotted a figure rushing towards the military encampment, a look of anxiety etched upon their face. The approaching individual was none other than his most esteemed disciple, the most formidable of his lieutenants. Observing the lieutenant's distressed countenance, Xiang Yan instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation without needing to inquire. As the lieutenant raised his gaze and recognized Xiang Yan approaching, he hurried over, concern evident in his voice. "General, what has happened to you?" Xiang Yan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's of no consequence. First, tell me what has transpired." As they walked towards the command tent, the lieutenant reported, "The scouts you dispatched have returned, General. Approximately 400,000 troops from the Qin are converging towards Zhujiazhuang." Standing still for a moment in contemplation, Xiang Yan suddenly regained his composure, his eyes filled with determination as he strode briskly towards the camp. The lieutenant could sense that the invincible Xiang Yan of old had returned. As the two individuals entered the tent, Xiang Yan took his seat, spreading out the paper specifically designated for relaying urgent military intelligence upon the table. The captain sat beside him, grinding ink, while Xiang Yan dipped his brush into the inkwell and began to write. In a strategic bid to limit rival nations, Ying Xiuyuan had initially permitted the sale of paper solely within the borders of the Qin kingdom. However, despite his efforts, he could not prevent other states from clandestinely trading in paper, leading to exorbitant prices on the black market. The Chu state had expended significant resources to procure a small quantity, intended exclusively for the transmission of urgent military messages. Xiang Yan swiftly completed his writing, rolling the paper and placing it within a bamboo tube. After setting the tube aside, he unfurled the map on the table, pointing to the location of Zhujiazhuang. The captain looked at the map with a puzzled expression. Beyond Zhujiazhuang lay a valley, the crucial route that Cheng Fu had to traverse. The Qin army had laid an ambush here. However, we too could set a trap for them. Our forces still number around 100,000, which should suffice to hold the position for a day or two. Xiang Yan handed the bamboo tube to the captain, declaring, "You are my most esteemed disciple. I entrust this task to you. Remember, it is not only the lives of the 100,000 Chu soldiers at Zhujiazhuang that rest upon your shoulders, but also my life and the last hope of the Chu state." He grasped the captain's hands tightly. The captain met Xiang Yan's gaze with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, General, even if it costs me my life, I will bring reinforcements in time." With a nod, Xiang Yan watched as the captain departed the military tent without a backward glance. Under the captain's swift steed, he reached Shochuan in a little over half the expected time. Upon delivering the military report, the king of Yin wore a look of astonishment, realizing that the Qin state had, in a matter of days, transformed from prey to predator. As news of Zhujiazhuang's siege spread, panic engulfed Shochuan. Xiang Yan was the sole hope for the Chu state against Wang Jian, yet he found himself besieged by a formidable force of 400,000 Qin troops. For the first time, the major clans of Chu, who had long been embroiled in internal strife, began to unite. Though driven by greed, they were not devoid of intelligence. When faced with imminent danger, they could momentarily coalesce as one. The Qin state continued to dispatch troops, with most of the territory south of Qin County and extending to Pingyu now under Qin control. Once possessing the most expansive lands among the six nations, Chu was now forced into a corner. The internal dynamics of Chu had long been characterized by a weak ruler and strong vassals, with most territories governed by the clans. Historically arrogant, these major clans had often defied the king's commands. Yet now, in the face of existential threat, they rallied to muster an army of 600,000. The captain led this grand force towards Zhujiazhuang with great resolve. By the time the Chu army arrived, the city of Zhujiazhuang had just fallen. Meanwhile, in the far western reaches of Chu, within ancient city, Lord Chongping paced restlessly within his chamber, sensing an unsettling disquiet he could not quite articulate. It had been a full month since the 200,000 troops of Qin had been trapped within Qingfu County. Outside the city, Wang Jian displayed no inclination to breach the walls. It is essential to recognize that after acquiring that formidable siege weapon, the walls of Yingxian appeared to Wang Jian as if they were made of mere paper. He had once visited Jidu. After the annihilation of the Yan state, Ying Xiuyuan dispersed all the inhabitants within the city, and the king of Qin dispatched him to clean up the aftermath. Upon arriving outside the city of Jidu, his first thought was whether the city would be set ablaze by that unrestrained scoundrel. The wall before him was in utter disarray, with charred fragments strewn across the ground, the structure having collapsed in numerous places. Once the capital of the Yan state, Jidu had lost all semblance of its former splendor. Witnessing such a spectacle instilled in him a profound apprehension towards Ying Xiuyuan. He could hardly fathom the devastation that such a siege weapon might wreak upon the state of Chu if employed during their campaign. Now, this weapon had fallen into Wang Jian's hands, yet he refrained from assaulting Yingxian to rescue the besieged Xiang Yan. An eerie atmosphere enveloped this conflict, and for the first time, Lord Chongping felt a disquieting sensation within his heart. Chapter 91. The withdrawal of the Qin army once again. The sounds of battle echoed across the land of Chu. However, this conflict did not endure for long, as the Qin forces had no intention of engaging the Chu army in direct confrontation. The Qin army gradually retreated into the valley, and Xiang Yan received the Tiger Talisman from the commanding officer who had come to their aid, selecting 100,000 elite soldiers to secure the valley's entrance. The assembled troops from various clans numbered a staggering 600,000, combined with the 100,000 within the city, granting Xiang Yan a total of 700,000 soldiers at his disposal. Due to the overwhelming numbers, the Chu army could only temporarily encamp outside Zhuyang city. At that moment, within the central tent of the Chu army's encampment, a youth clad in black armor knelt upon the ground, accompanied by one of the officers who had come to assist Zhuyang. Xiang Yan paced back and forth before them, the rapid rhythm of his footsteps betraying the fury that simmered within him. He is still but a child. I can understand his ignorance, but do you not comprehend? You are well aware of the perilous situation we face on the battlefield. How could you dare to bring him here? Xiang Yan berated, pointing an accusatory finger at the kneeling officer. The youth beside him lifted his head and explained, "You cannot blame my uncle. It was I who insisted on coming. I was deeply concerned upon hearing that grandfather was besieged. So I sneaked away. You scoundrel! Do you realize how dangerous the battlefield is at present? The situation is exceedingly unfavorable for our forces, and Qin has hidden talents aiding them. I have already fallen prey to one of their traps. And you dare to come here and create further chaos?" Xiang Yan's finger jabbed repeatedly at Xiang Xiaoyu's head. "Grandfather, you need not worry. I have been diligently practicing archery and horsemanship with my uncle, and I am more than capable of slaying enemies now. Just moments ago, I took down 5 Qin soldiers." The officer kneeling nearby nearly spat blood upon hearing this, clearly understanding that Xiang Yan had not wished for him to come. Yet the youth had revealed his own clandestine entrance to the battlefield. As expected, Xiang Yan cast a dark glare at the officer, who feigned ignorance and lowered his head. "Xiang Liang, behold, can this old man not vanquish you today?" The roar of Xiang Yan echoed from within the military tent. Clearly, the soldiers had grown accustomed to such scenes. As the patrolling guards glanced at Xiang Yan's tent, shrugged their shoulders, and resumed their rounds. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures emerged from the tent. Xiang Liang, gingerly holding his posterior, walked slowly, supported by Xiaoyu, as they made their way towards Xiang Liang's own tent. Xiang Yan, watching the departing figures, let out a deep sigh. Ultimately, he had acquiesced to allowing Xiaoyu to remain in the army. Having lost his father at a tender age, Xiang Yan had always regarded him as his own son, yet it remained uncertain whether this decision would prove beneficial or detrimental for the young lad. As Xiaoyu ambled along, he noticed his grandfather lowering the tent flap and, turning to Xiang Liang, inquired, "Uncle, when shall we inform grandfather that Long Chia has also arrived?" Instantly, a torrent of exasperation surged through Xiang Liang's mind. He stood still, gently rubbing his backside, and replied with a mix of amusement and despair, "Perhaps it would be best to wait until my posterior has healed." Recalling his grandfather's earlier outburst, Xiaoyu involuntarily shuddered and fervently nodded. "I, too, believe it prudent to delay in a secluded valley." Zhuge Liang stood atop a precipice, gazing into the distance at the 100,000 Chu troops stationed outside. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Zhuge Liang turned to the rushing silver-armored soldiers, asking, "Zilong, you have returned. Did you observe any movements among the Chu forces in Zhuyang?" "Indeed, Brother Kongming, your foresight is remarkable. Xiang Yan has led a contingent of 200,000 light cavalry out of the city, presumably to rescue the trapped Lord Chongping and Yingxian." Zhuge Liang smiled subtly and replied, "As I anticipated, Lord Chongping is not only the architect of this plan, but also its keystone. Only he possesses the legitimacy to succeed the current king of Chu, and only he can rally the state of Chu to continue its resistance against Qin. After hearing Zhuge Liang's analysis, Zhao Zilong inquired, in that case, what course of action should we take now? We wait? Wait? Zhao Zilong questioned, bewildered. Had he misheard? Knowing Zhuge Liang to be a man of prudence, unlike his own impetuous lord, he nearly wondered if Zhuge Liang was jesting. Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan and smiled once more. Zilong, you heard correctly. We shall wait. Zhao Zilong, still perplexed, asked, what does Brother Kongming mean? If Xiang Yan intends to launch a surprise attack on Yingxian to rescue Lord Chongping, surely inaction on our part would place our lord in jeopardy. Fear not, for there is little danger to our lord's safety. By the time Xiang Yan reaches Yingxian, our lord will likely have completed his withdrawal. Zhuge Liang's fan danced lightly in his hand, a mysterious smile gracing his features. Suddenly, a brisk wind swept through the air, causing Zhuge Liang to shiver involuntarily. Noticing Zhao Zilong's keen gaze fixed upon his fan, Zhuge Liang lowered his head to glance at it as well. Zhuge Liang suddenly realized that winter had already set in. He turned to Zhao Zilong and offered an awkward smile, pondering to himself that he must rectify this bad habit of fanning himself. Shortly thereafter, within the borders of Chu, in the city of Yingxian, Lord Chongping sat anxiously in his chamber, waiting for something. With a creaking sound, the door slowly opened, and it was Tianguang, the very person he had been eagerly anticipating. What is the current situation with the Qin army outside the city? Lord Chongping inquired with urgency. Tianguang saluted and replied, My lord, the Qin army has almost entirely retreated. They should be able to withdraw completely by today. What prompted such a swift retreat? Why are they pulling back? Lord Chongping, seated on the floor, cast aside the noble etiquette he had once held in high regard. Having been besieged in Yingxian for over a month, ever since Ying Xiuyuan's arrival, the city had been entirely surrounded, leaving no news to escape. Lord Chongping was desperate to learn what transpired in the time since Ying Xiuyuan's arrival. Xiang Yan had not arrived at Yingxian as scheduled to coordinate an assault on the Qin forces, and Wang Jian had failed to come to the aid of the 200,000 besieged troops in Chengfu, yet now, inexplicably, they were to withdraw. Each of these events hinted at an underlying strangeness, and Lord Chongping resembled a gambler fixated on a dice cup, his heart filled with anticipation for the outcome while simultaneously fearing an unfavorable result. Chapter 92. The meeting late at night. Lord Chongping lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The sudden retreat of Wang Jian that morning was too perplexing, and various possibilities flashed through his mind. The supplies within the city had been nearly depleted over the past month and a half of siege, and to prevent Wang Jian's withdrawal from being a ruse to lure the enemy, Lord Chongping ordered that they hold their ground. He had already dispatched Tianguang to gather intelligence, and until the external situation was clarified, Lord Chongping intended to remain passive. Report. A soldier rushed into Lord Chongping's courtyard, visibly flustered. Lord Chongping quickly sat up and called out to the soldier at the door, What is the cause of such alarm? Has the Qin army returned? My lord, General Xiang has arrived with his forces. They are currently outside the city. Upon hearing this, Lord Chongping was overjoyed, hastily donning a garment with little regard for decorum. He opened the door and addressed the kneeling soldier, Quickly, prepare the horses. I shall personally go to welcome General Xiang. Yes, my lord. Outside the city of Yingxian, the biting cold wind lashed against the faces of the soldiers. 200,000 Chu troops were arrayed 350 meters from the city walls. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, Xiang Yan was adept at maximizing the effective range of his bow and arrow. He stood at the forefront of the formation, and the distance before him was akin to an impassable chasm, the most desperate range for any archer, severing all potential projectiles from the city walls. As the city gates slowly opened, a cavalry unit surged forth from within, steadily approaching the army. Gradually, the cavalry drew within 100 meters of them. Bathed in the moonlight, Xiang Yan could barely discern that the riders were all clad in the standard armor of the state of Chu. The foremost rider tugged at the reins in his hand, dismounted, and approached with a respectful gesture, inquiring, I mean no offense, but we need to verify the general's identity. Are you truly General Xiang? Xiang Yan scrutinized the man's sword at his waist and the armor he wore. It was evident that the speaker held the rank of at least right Sima in the army. With a slight easing of his apprehension, Xiang Yan nodded at the soldier and replied, The strategy of the Azure Dragon. The soldier responded, The plan lies with the common people. After exchanging the secret code, under the soldier's guidance, Xiang Yan arrived at the city gate where Lord Chongping awaited with bated breath. Lord Chongping hastened forward to grasp Xiang Yan's hand, exclaiming, General Xiang, you have finally arrived. I have been sleepless these past few days. What is the current state of the battle? Why did the Qin army retreat from the siege of Yingxian? So much has transpired in these few days. We must swiftly enter the city. I fear the Qin may have more tricks up their sleeves. Once we are assured of safety, I shall recount everything to you in detail. Indeed, Xiang Yan replied, and Lord Chongping, perceiving the gravity of Xiang Yan's expression, understood the dire condition of the state of Chu. Turning back, Xiang Yan continuously instructed a very young soldier by his side, and after giving his orders, the youth mounted his horse and hurriedly departed. Who was that? Lord Chongping inquired, perplexed as he watched the young man leave. The lad was clearly fresh from his coming-of-age ceremony. While he recognized most of Xiang Yan's commanders, this youth was unfamiliar to him. With a smile, Xiang Yan explained, "That is Jizi Xiangbo, truly a promising youth. After this final battle, it shall be time for our era to pass. The establishment of a new age relies on such young talents," Lord Chongping remarked, watching the departing figure with a sense of wistfulness. Lord Chongping's residence was situated in the very center of Yingxian, a dwelling he had constructed upon his demotion to the city, specifically to manage military affairs when the time arose. Once seated, Xiang Yan took a modest sip from the wine before him, and after warming himself slightly, he recounted in detail the events that had transpired during Lord Chongping's confinement. As Xiang Yan spoke, Lord Chongping's countenance gradually darkened. When Xiang Yan concluded, Lord Chongping struggled to control his trembling hands, lifting his wine cup unsteadily before taking a deep gulp as the liquor coursed down his throat. He inhaled deeply, calming his spirit. Setting down the cup, he gazed at Xiang Yan, who knelt with his head bowed. He bore no resentment towards him. All was the consequence of his own plans. Born and raised in the military, Xiang Yan felt the weight of the loss of the 200,000 Chu soldiers more acutely than anyone else. He had always sought to prove himself a talent not inferior to El Buwei, forever burdened by a great mountain pressing upon him. Once El Buwei, now Yingxiang. This judgment regarding Qin is entirely unrelated to the Qinglong plan. It is merely a manifestation of personal greed. Yet, ultimately, he met with defeat. He exploited Yingxiang's suspicions to eliminate El Buwei, and subsequently took advantage of Yingxiang's arrogance to besiege the 200,000 troops of the Qin state. He did not fall to El Buwei, nor to Yingxiang. Rather, he was vanquished by a mere child. Most absurdly, that child was the son of the Qin king. A profound sense of absurdity washed over Chongping Jun as he sat there in a daze, unable to accept that he had lost in such a manner, especially after having nearly deciphered Ying Xiuyuan's stratagem. This time, the Qin king dispatched only General Wang Jian, and although Ying Xiuyuan demonstrated abilities that rivaled Wang Jian's during the assault on Yin, both had remained in Yingchuan. The two would frequently exchange barbs, and on several occasions, Ying Xiuyuan's sharp tongue nearly provoked him into launching an attack, but he ultimately managed to restrain himself. Thus, the question arises, who else in the Qin state possesses such remarkable martial prowess, not only to ensnare Xiang Yan's vast army, but also to devise such a nefarious scheme, annihilating 80,000 Chu troops at Zhuyang without a single soldier being lost, and nearly causing Xiang Yan's demise there? Had Xiang Yan perished at that moment, the Chu state would have truly been beyond salvation. With 400,000 Qin troops plus Ying Xiuyuan siege weaponry, seizing Shouchuan would have taken merely a day. Fortunately, he had previously informed Xiang Yan about such siege weaponry, and Xiang Yan, at a minimal cost, rendered the Qin army incapable of emerging from the valley, ultimately delaying their advance until reinforcements arrived. Chongping Jun closed his eyes, delving deep to analyze the entire situation, and suddenly opened them wide, exclaiming, "Alas, I know where the Qin army has retreated." "Where?" Xiang Yan inquired, perplexed. "They have gone to rendezvous with the garrison at Zhuyang. Why, Lord need not fear. Zhuyang boasts an impressive 50,000 troops. I have stationed all capable commanders under my command there. Even if we cannot prevail, we can still hold our ground." Chongping Jun became increasingly agitated, clenching his fists tightly as he addressed Xiang Yan. They do not need to capture Zhuyang, or rather, their objective has never been Zhuyang from the outset. Xiang Yan began to comprehend, his eyes widening in terror. "You mean to say, indeed, their true aim lies here." Chongping Jun extended his index finger, forcefully jabbing it onto the map behind him, the tip pointing to the eastern edge of the Chu state. Following the direction of his finger upward, two grand characters loomed large. Shouchuan, Chapter 93, The Dignity of the King in Days of Yore. In order to evade the burgeoning might of the Qin state, King Kaolai of Chu relocated the capital twice, ultimately arriving at present-day Shouchuan. Since King Kaolai, Shouchuan has undergone fortifications under 3 successive monarchs, rendering it one of the most formidable city walls among the 6 states. Within the resplendent hall, King Chu, Feng Chu, sat upright upon a high dais, while below, the ministers of Chu knelt, each one bowing their heads in silence. Is there truly no one who can inform me where Xiang Yan has gone? The king glared at the assembly, his clenched fist striking the table before him with force. The ministers, gripped by fear, involuntarily trembled, and subsequently buried their heads even deeper. The king of Chu stood above, surveying the assembly of ministers whose thoughts and souls had been hollowed out by greed and desire. At this moment, he finally comprehended the utter inadequacy of these individuals. Those who would vie for trivial gains with ruthless fervor were now rendered impotent when their assistance was most desperately needed. The king, his hand trembling with indignation, pointed at a minister kneeling in the front row on his left, and said, "Ren and I, you are the chancellor of my Chu state, overseeing all affairs great and small. A position second only to mine, though you know where General Xiang Yan has taken his 200,000 troops." Ren and I bowed respectfully, rising unsteadily before kneeling in the center of the hall. With a stammer, he replied, "Replying to your majesty, I do not know." General Xiang did not inform anyone of his departure, and his army, well supplied with provisions, vanished as soon as they left Zhujiang. Moreover, General Xiang did not pass through any Chu city. The expanse of Chu is vast, and Xiang Yan is intimately acquainted with its terrain. If he wishes to conceal the movements of his forces, it is likely that no one in the entire state could locate them. What good are you to me? You are all worthless. The king of Chu, ablaze with fury, overturned the table before him, rising to his feet as he vehemently berated the ministers below. After a time, his anger began to subside slightly. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his seat and inquired, "Where is Sheng Qi?" From the center of the right flank, a young soldier clad in armor stepped forward and saluted, declaring, "I am here. You are to return the 500,000 troops stationed in Zhujiang to Sichuan," commanded the king. Sheng Qi's face contorted with difficulty. Though a prominent general of Chu, he had the backing of the Jing family, one of the three great families of the state. Nevertheless, he dared not arbitrarily disrupt Xiang Yan's arrangements. The esteem Xiang Yan commanded within the military was unrivaled. His students and subordinates permeated the ranks of Chu's army. With such formidable charisma, even a change of leadership would elicit no dissent. Power, after all, must be wielded with commensurate strength, lest it resemble a child playing with a sword, ultimately resulting in self-harm, Your Majesty. General Xiang's actions surely carry profound significance. Perhaps he is laying a trap for the Qin army. If the main force were to be diverted, it could ruin General Xiang's strategy altogether. Sheng Qi delicately declined the king's order, opting to incur the king's displeasure rather than that of Xiang Yan. "Then I ask you, General Jing, why was there no prior warning to me? Why did you lead 200,000 troops to vanish without a trace?" The king's face bore an unsettling smile, fixated on Sheng Qi. Having resolved to offend the king, Sheng Qi, emboldened, returned the king's glare and replied in a languid tone. Perhaps it was to avoid leaking secrets. The battle at Qingfu resulted in countless casualties, leaving General Xiang no choice but to exercise caution. The king of Chu erupted into a thunderous laughter, so intense that he struggled to catch his breath. The ministers, glancing furtively at the seemingly mad monarch, exchanged knowing looks. General Jing seems to be quite familiar with General Xiang. If General Xiang is indeed wary of leaks, I can certainly understand, he declared. It became evident that the king intended to interrogate General Jing further. As this notion settled in, an ominous premonition crept into the hearts of the ministers, while General Jing sensed a disquieting shift in the atmosphere. True to his instincts, the very next moment, the king narrowed his eyes and regarded General Jing with a cryptic expression, softly inquiring, "Pray tell, General Jing, who is General Xiang truly on guard against?" Ignoring the cold sweat trickling down General Jing's brow, the king scanned the other ministers, continuing, "Could it be that the esteemed lords present here are the ones he fears?" This revelation startled the ministers, causing them to instinctively retract their necks. Despite their presence in the grand hall, an unsettling chill enveloped them, colder than the air outside. The king's gaze then shifted to the visibly trembling General Jing, as he pressed on, "Or is it perhaps you, General Jing?" In a moment of sheer terror, General Jing fell to his knees, the arrogance and disdain he once displayed evaporating entirely, leaving only an abyss of dread in his eyes. "Or is it that he fears me, the king of Chu?" With this last statement, the king erupted in fury. The once feeble monarch now bore the ferocity of a lion awakened from slumber. Following the death of King Kaolai of Chu and the ambush of Lord Chunshan on his way to mourn, the nobility of Chu had descended into lawlessness. Decaying ideologies began to insidiously corrode the land, culminating in a state where, apart from the Xiang family, Chu could no longer boast formidable military leaders, rendering it a realm dominated by the three great clans. At this critical juncture, with the kingdom on the brink of collapse, the king of Chu, potentially its last sovereign, finally reclaimed the dignity of kingship that had been forsaken for nearly 3 generations. Exhaling deeply, he reflected on the years spent navigating the treacherous waters among the 3 great clans, each decision shackled by their influence. With the weight of frustration lifted, the king's spirits soared, a smile returning to his countenance as he addressed the quaking General Jing. "Isn't General Jing well acquainted with General Xiang? Why then, do you not speak a few words in his defense?" General Jing, drenched in cold sweat, felt each drop splatter against the floor, his body trembling intermittently from sheer fear. Though the king's authority had been effectively undermined, as long as he held his position, he remained the supreme ruler of Chu, an unassailable figure. This reality was immutable. The entrenched nobility within Chu's fabric was akin to blood. No one dared to shatter it lightly. Thus, should the king truly unleash his wrath, he could very well drag 2 of the 3 great clans down with him into oblivion. In this realm governed by nobility, kings contend with kings and generals with generals. Yet, generals can only ever serve as generals, while the royal lineage retains the potential to ascend as kings. Regardless of the magnitude of one's power, only those of royal blood possess the rightful claim to govern a nation. Fu Chao paused for a moment, languidly seated upon his throne, and inquired, "Pray tell, General Jing, do you harbor any further questions?" "And no, my lord, I am at your command. I shall hasten to Zhuyang and bring back the troops stationed there," Sheng Qi stammered, his forehead repeatedly bowing to the ground, his visage awash with trepidation. With a hint of impatience, Fu Chao waved his hand and remarked, "Hurry along. Expedite your journey and return swiftly." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 94. The fall of Xiuquan. As the morning court session concluded, the ministers fled the grand hall in haste, and the king of Chu exhaled deeply. With a resounding thud, Fu Chao reclined upon his throne. Though the state of Chu placed immense importance on noble etiquette, even the most esteemed king of Chu momentarily cast aside his regal composure, yearning instead for a hearty laugh. Yet, before the king could revel in his merriment, a heavily armored general barged in with urgency. Fu Chao straightened himself, gazing quizzically at the general below, and asked, "General Jing, what brings you back so soon?" With a sudden thud, Sheng Qi knelt down, his voice trembling as he declared, "My lord, dire news has arisen." Clearly shaken by recent events, Sheng Qi had relinquished his earlier arrogance stemming from his lineage among the 3 great clans, now approaching with utmost reverence. The king of Chu, pleased with this transformation, deliberately took a sip from a nearby cup of tea, savoring it slowly. Setting the cup down, he inquired, "Why such alarm? What has transpired? Your demeanor has cast aside the decorum befitting a general of Chu." Sheng Qi extended a trembling hand, pointing towards the exterior of the hall, exclaiming, "My lord, outside the city, the Qin army has completely surrounded us." "What?" The king of Chu gazed in terror at the kneeling Sheng Qi, wishing fervently that the general was merely fabricating tales. Outside the city of Xiuquan, Ying Xiuyuan and Wang Jian stood at the forefront of their forces. Behind them, the recently united army of 600,000. Since the relocation of King Ping of Zhou to the eastern Zhou, the nations had descended into ceaseless warfare, an era marked by the collapse of rites and music. Amidst tumultuous upheaval, the Qin began to reveal its formidable presence. Under the leadership of the eternal Emperor Ying Xiuyuan, the valiant Qin marched resolutely towards supremacy. Today, the last formidable adversary of the Qin was poised to fall before them. Wang Jian and Ying Xiuyuan exchanged a glance, each acutely aware of the exhilaration coursing through the other, as if the fervor pulsing in their veins was on the verge of ignition. "Advance!" With a thunderous command from the two, fireballs soared from behind them, each striking the walls of Xiuquan, causing them to tilt ominously as the final wave of the Qin assault subsided. The defenders within the city beheld the walls still standing tall, allowing a collective sigh of relief to escape their lips. Ying Xiuyuan's gaze fixated on the charred and blackened walls, he called out, "Bring forth the bows." Before long, 2 bows were presented. Ying Xiuyuan grasped one while Wang Jian took the other, both retrieving an arrow from the side. The 2 archers simultaneously drew their bows, their fingers releasing with a flick, and with a piercing whistle, 2 arrows struck the city wall, causing it to tremble slightly. The soldiers within the city could not help but hold their breath. The wall swayed but showed no signs of collapsing. The soldiers embraced one another in tears, their cheers rising and falling like the tide. The defending general was nearly paralyzed with fear, gasping for breath as he sought to calm his racing heart. "Oh dear, who struck me?" Amidst the jubilant soldiers, One soldier crouched on the ground, clutching the dent in his helmet. Beside him lay a stone quietly resting on the earth. Gradually, soldiers at the city gate began to curse, demanding to know who was throwing the stones. As the stones grew larger, realization dawned upon them, and they screamed as they fled into the city. The two arrows, like the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, finally caused the venerable city wall of Xiuquan, which had stood for nearly a century, to collapse with a thunderous roar, seemingly proclaiming the victory of the Qin state to the world. Within the palace of the Chu kingdom, a battalion of Qin soldiers surged into the grand hall. The Chu king, seated calmly at the center, displayed no signs of panic, continuously sipping his tea. With measured steps, an elderly man and a youth entered the hall. Ying Xiuyuan spoke first, addressing the Chu king. Your kingdom has fallen. What else do you desire? The victor and the vanquished, the spoils of war hold little value. When I seized the throne, I never anticipated that the legacy of the previous king would ultimately be defeated by my hand. At this juncture, Wang Jian stepped forward. In that case, come with me. The king wishes to meet you. Perhaps you may still enjoy a peaceful old age. The Chu king paid no heed to Wang Jian, instead fixing his gaze intently upon Ying Xiuyuan. Once you defied the royal decree and spared the lives of the citizens of Jidu, allegedly for a promise made to a woman. Is this true? Indeed, but what concern is that of yours? You are no beauty, Ying Xiuyuan retorted disdainfully, casting a glance at the Chu king. The Chu king smiled faintly, unfazed by Ying Xiuyuan's demeanor, and slowly descended from his throne, his voice laced with subtle temptation. I possess what you desire. What? Ying Xiuyuan inquired, puzzled as he regarded the Chu king. The king leaned closer, speaking in a tone only they could hear. The sword pool. Ying Xiuyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the Chu king, while Wang Jian, alarmed, quickly retreated to the doorway, feigning ignorance. During the spring and autumn period, the lands of Wu and Yu were renowned for their unparalleled sword-making techniques. The legendary swordsmith O Zhizi hailed from this region, and Shuizhu, one of the most celebrated swordsmiths, also originated from Wu and Yu. The exquisite Wu Gu Yu Jian has been celebrated for nearly a century. Revered across generations, and even in this modern age of advanced technology, experts marvel at its craftsmanship. By the mid-warring states period, the state of Yu was conquered by Chu, and the lands of Wu and Yu became part of Chu's territory. Some swordsmiths chose to leave, while the majority remained under the control of Chu. It is no exaggeration to state that the renowned swords hidden within Chu outnumber those of the other 6 states combined. The purpose of Ying Xiuyuan's journey transcended the mere conquest of Xiuquan. His paramount objective lay in acquiring the legendary swords concealed within the royal palace of Chu. The common people, in their multitude, yearn for the chance to ascend to the pinnacle and behold the vistas above. Yet not all are deemed worthy of such elevation in this world. Many are ensnared by the allure of the sword's edge. They may possess formidable strength, yet are shackled by the constraints of fate, compelled to rely on the sword's advantage to reach the summit. Though they may grow powerful, that remains their ultimate limit. Even without his sword, Gainya could still repel the elite master Xing Hun. Yet the 6 sword servants, enslaved by the sword, are forever bound to its dominion, unable to grasp the exalted realm that transcends it. The conditions proposed by the king of Chu were indeed difficult to decline. Ying Xiuyuan cautiously remarked, the king of Qin wishes to meet you. Regardless of the leverage you hold, I cannot defy this decree. Upon hearing Ying Xiuyuan's words, the king of Chu erupted in hearty laughter, clapping Ying Xiuyuan on the shoulder, saying, young master, you overthink my only desire is for you not to harm the subjects of Chu during your sieges. He then slightly bowed his head and added, I also request that you leave a lineage for the Xiong clan. Ying Xiuyuan immediately sensed that Fu Chao harbored ulterior motives. As Fu Chao uttered his final words, Ying Xiuyuan deliberately shifted to obscure Fu Chao's mouth, simultaneously unleashing his yin-yang technique. Casting a glance at Wang Jian behind him, Ying Xiuyuan could discern no further clues from his gaze. Standing tall, he declared, very well, I accept your request. It appears that you, king of Chu, possess both sentiment and integrity. Fu Chao let out a cold laugh, speaking with a self-deprecating tone. Rather than leave behind those clans that have never respected me, it would be better to exchange it for a glimmer of hope for the people of Chu. Fu Chao then handed a brocade pouch to Ying Xiuyuan. Just as Ying Xiuyuan received it, he noticed blood beginning to flow from the corner of Fu Chao's mouth. As Fu Chao's body swayed slightly, he collapsed onto the ground, his head tilting as he perished in the grand hall. Wang Jian approached, gazing down at the lifeless Fu Chao with a sense of regret, lamenting, it is a pity that he only realized, at the end of his life, that the clans were unreliable. What truly matters is the common folk. 3 days later, news of the king of Chu's passing spread across the land. Chapter 95. An inescapable trap. Upon receiving the news of the king's death, Xiang Yan had just arrived with his troops at Qixi County. In a state of despair, he sank to the ground, burdened by his negligence, which had directly led to the fall of Sichuan. This string of failures had nearly driven him to madness. Chang Pingjun placed a reassuring hand on Xiang Yan's shoulder, unsure of how to console him. This was the first time in Xiang Yan's military career that he faced such a profound setback. "General, do not forget, you still have me, along with the 200,000 Chu troops within Qixi County, nearly 500,000 soldiers of Zhujiang, and countless citizens of Chu. You are their final hope. While you may concede defeat to that obscure master of the Qin state, you must not falter. The state of Chu requires your strength, and its soldiers and people are in even greater need of you." Xiang Yan, summoning all his strength, rose to his feet. Declining the support of those around him, he staggered towards Changping Jun, and before the latter could react, he knelt upon the ground, his forehead striking heavily against it. Raising his head, Xiang Yan looked steadfastly at Changping Jun, stating, "With the passing of the king of Chu, the realm is engulfed in profound sorrow. Yet, a nation cannot be without a ruler, even for a single day. You, esteemed sir, are a scion of Chu, endowed with both virtue and talent. It is only fitting that you inherit the throne and rescue Chu from its plight." The surrounding generals, perceptive to the gravity of the situation, promptly knelt, exclaiming in unison, "We implore you, noble sir, to ascend to the throne." Changping Jun sighed deeply, resigned, and replied, "Since you all hold me, Sheng Qi, in such high regard, despite my past as a minister of the Qin state, I shall accept the mantle of the king of Xijiazhuang." The news of the king's demise spread throughout Chu. Sheng Qi, the son of the former Qin minister and a noble of Chu, emerged, taking the throne with the support of Xiang Yan in Qixi County. Zhujiang, the last bastion of Chu's formidable army, numbering 500,000, lay besieged, having been trapped by the Qin forces for 4 long days since the king's passing. The Qin army refrained from launching further assaults, instead dispersing their troops to encircle the entire city of Zhujiang, occasionally using siege engines to batter its walls. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the Chu soldiers within the city began to stir, for this was the designated time for the Qin army's attacks on the walls. The Chu forces dared not approach too closely, remaining prepared to thwart the Qin's advances while also poised to extinguish any fires that might arise once the assault ceased. As time trickled away, the anticipated sounds of explosions failed to materialize, prompting the soldiers to exchange puzzled glances before engaging in hushed discussions. After a brief wait, the general in charge of the defenses pointed to a nearby soldier wielding a spear, instructing, "You, go and ascertain the situation." The designated soldier trembled as he advanced, struggling to maintain his grip on the long spear in his hand. Observers began to pray for his safety as he drew nearer to the breach in the wall. Climbing atop the rubble at the gap, the soldier appeared to witness something extraordinary, and he hurried back towards the defending general, dragging his spear behind him. In his excitement, he shouted, "The Qin army has retreated. The Qin army has retreated." The general clutched the soldier's shoulder tightly, having no time to reprimand him, and urgently inquired, "Is it true that the Qin army has withdrawn? You must understand the dire consequences of misreporting military matters." The soldier, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "My lord Sima, every word I speak is the truth. The Qin army has truly retreated." A cheer erupted from the soldiers behind the general, yet he did not quell their joy. Recognizing that they had endured too much tension over the past few days and deserved a moment of reprieve. Such days filled with anxiety were indeed burdensome. Upon a half-destroyed city wall, the news reached Xiang Liang and Xiaoyu, who stood gazing into the distance. When they spotted a contingent of soldiers clad in the standard armor of the Chu state approaching them, their anxieties finally began to dissipate. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, with a look of confusion, turned to Xiang Liang and inquired, "Uncle, why did the Qin forces withdraw as soon as our grandfather arrived?" "Because they do not require a direct confrontation with us at this moment," Xiang Liang replied. "But why?" Xiaoyu pressed, "Isn't their objective to obliterate us? Moreover, with the death of King Chu, the entire state of Chu is now engulfed in chaos. Should they not seize this opportunity to strike us when we are most vulnerable?" Xiang Liang stroked his beard and affectionately patted Xiaoyu's head, saying, "My dear you are becoming increasingly astute, yet you have only grasped one facet of the situation while overlooking another. The Chu king may appear to be inept and ineffective, but he is, in fact, a pivotal figure. Only he possesses the authority to unite the prominent families of Chu. With his demise, the clans will begin to seek their own leaders. I ask you, if a unified Chu cannot withstand the Qin, how could a fragmented Chu hope to stand against them?" Xiao Yu still wore a perplexed expression as he gazed at Xiang Liang. Uncle, I still do not comprehend. Currently, aside from Zhuyang in the north, the rest of Chu has been seized by the Qin. The southern Chu is not aligned with us, leaving us with but one path. Retreat to eastern Chu. Wang Jian merely needs to wait until we have fallen back to eastern Chu. Then capture the remaining territories of Chu, gradually encroaching upon the last vestiges of eastern Chu. There is no need for him to incur further casualties. The fall of Chu is inevitable. It is merely a matter of time. Xiao Yu nodded, yet he felt that something was amiss. Given the recent maneuvers of the enemy, they did not seem like individuals inclined to engage in futile actions. Each plan appeared intricately linked, with the Qin forces relentlessly driving the Chu army to and fro, as if a hidden hand were orchestrating it all. A chill swept over Xiao Yu as he attempted to cast these thoughts aside, but they clung to him like a stubborn weed, resurfacing no matter how hard he tried to dismiss them. At that moment, Xiang Yan approached, observing Xiao Yu standing there with his eyes tightly shut. His expression shifting restlessly, he turned to Xiang Liang and asked, "What troubles you?" Xiang Liang shrugged, indicating his uncertainty, and gently shook Xiao Yu as if awakening from a trance. Xiao Yu trembled slightly and abruptly opened his eyes. Having encountered their grandfather, despite the growing confusion within him, he did not forget the necessary courtesies. Xiang Yan helped Xiao Yu to his feet, kindly asking, "What is troubling you, my dear Yu, that you wear such a furrowed brow?" Xiao Yu recounted their recent conversation and expressed his concerns. Xiang Yan said nothing in reply. However, behind him, Changping Jun, who had just ascended to the throne of Chu, wore a grave expression. Xiang Yan pointed at Xiang Liang and rebuked, "Look at you. As a man of the military, you are utterly ignorant of the fundamental principle of knowing both yourself and your adversary. Upon your return, transcribe all the tomes in my library for me." After reprimanding Xiang Liang, Xiang Yan crouched down and gently patted Xiao Yu's small head, saying, "You are correct, my dear Yuer. This is indeed a stratagem, a clever ploy. However, as your uncle has articulated, the northern lands of Chu have been completely overrun by the Qin state, and the clans of southern Chu have always been at odds with us. Therefore, we must retreat to eastern Chu. Otherwise, without provisions, our hopes for the Chu kingdom will be utterly extinguished." Xiao Yu nodded, replying, "Grandfather, I understand. Although we are aware of the ambush ahead, we must resolutely withdraw our forces eastward. Otherwise, without supplies, the army will perish from starvation in Zhuyang. Precisely, this is a calculated plan, and we have no choice but to proceed," Xiang Yan said, casting a resigned glance at the sky. Chapter 96. Holding the rear outside Zhuyang City, a high platform was erected before the ranks of the Chu army. Xiang Yan stood atop it, the wind billowing his cloak behind him, restoring the imposing presence of a great general. With his sword planted firmly, he straightened his posture and proclaimed loudly, "Warriors, the Qin have invaded our territory and slain our great king. Do you harbor resentment?" "Yes." The morale of the troops, contrary to his expectations, surged. Xiang Yan continued, "You hail from diverse clans, yet you were born in the same land, Chu. Now, as our nation teeters on the brink of collapse, you stand as its last hope. Beyond Zhuyang lies the heavily fortified Qin forces. Only by cutting our way back to eastern Chu do we possess any chance of survival. Let us return to eastern Chu. Let us return to eastern Chu." Witnessing the soldiers' fervor rise, Xiang Yan leaped from the platform, unsheathed his sword, and pointed forward, shouting, "Onward!" The army surged westward with great haste. As the saying goes in military strategy, wind, forest, fire, mountain. Xiang Yan, a top-tier general, led this hastily assembled force as if riding the wind, drawing ever closer to eastern Chu. Under his command, the Chu forces broke through encirclements and traps set by the Qin army, transforming what should have been a journey of fewer than 7 days into a grueling trek of nearly half a month. Within the military tent, Xiang Yan knelt, studying the map before him, when a soldier's voice interrupted his contemplation. "General, Liang has arrived." Xiang Yan relaxed his posture and took a deep breath, saying, "Let him enter." "Yes, sir." The sentry outside lifted the curtain, and Liang entered with a bow. Saluting, "I pay my respects to the general. Your father was both my teacher and my friend in this tent. It is just the two of us. There is no need for excessive formality," Xiang Yan said with a faint smile, hoping to ease Liang Qia's evident tension. Liang Qia, however, replied with a serious demeanor, "General Xiang, without rules, there can be no order." Observing Liang Qia's obstinate expression, Xiang Yan sighed in resignation, "Very well, have a seat. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Liang Qia took a seat and respectfully said, "General, please speak to I." Liang Qia. would brave the treacherous mountains and searing seas of fire to alleviate your burdens. He continued, if all goes as expected, we are nearing the final encirclement. At that point, the Qin army will undoubtedly pursue us with relentless fervor. When we departed from Zhuyang, we commanded an army of 700,000. However, we have suffered grievously from ambushes, and now we are reduced to 500,000. Our forces can no longer withstand such tribulations. The Tunglong Legion is the most elite cavalry unit of our Chu nation. It is only you, the Long family, who can truly unleash the potential of the Tunglong Legion. I implore you to take your father's place and safeguard our retreat. Upon finishing, Xiang Yan bowed deeply to Long Qie, who was taken aback and hurriedly assisted Xiang Yan to rise, exclaiming, General, you mustn't. The Long family has long been favored by you. How can you kneel and bow to me? If my father were to know, how could I face him? In the Battle of Chengfu, Long Wu sacrificed himself to protect our retreat. I promised him I would look after his son, but now, given the urgency of the situation, I must apologize, old friend. Xiang Yan kept his head bowed, unable to meet Long Qie's gaze, as overwhelming guilt surged within him, nearly suffocating him, tears falling to the ground. There is no need for concern, General. Long Qie, accept my orders. He stood up and turned away, striding towards the exit of the tent. His body trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. He was finally going to the battlefield, able to avenge his father with his own hands. Xiang Yan rose and retrieved a tiger talisman, marked with a dragon insignia, from his bosom. This was entrusted to me by your father before he departed. It is the talisman exclusive to your Tunglong Legion, and now it belongs to you. You must return alive. If you survive, I will petition the King of Chu to appoint you as the Grand Marshal of Chu. Together, we shall resist the Qin. He patted Long Qie's shoulder. Long Qie nodded solemnly, lifting the curtain and making his way towards the encampment of the Tunglong Legion. The following day, the army had scarcely begun its march before they were ambushed once more by the Qin forces. However, this time, the enemy was led by the formidable General Meng Tian. There was no exchange of words between the two armies. They collided with a decisive ferocity. Xiang Yan understood that the Qin army was hot on their heels, and every second counted. After a day of fierce combat, a slight crack appeared in Meng Tian's defenses, and Xiang Yan seized the opportunity, tearing through the Qin lines. Amidst the chaos of battle, the Chu forces finally broke free. As the army retreated eastward, Xiaoyu and Fan Zeng held the rear against Meng Tian's advance. Standing atop a high ridge, Xiaoyu surveyed the Qin forces below, feeling no fear, but rather immense excitement. He turned to Fan Zeng and inquired, Master Fan, where has Xiao Long gone? Why is he absent from such exhilarating events? Fan Zeng was at a loss for words. They had been assigned to hold back the enemy precisely to keep Xiaoyu away. Xiaoyu and Long Qie shared a brotherly bond, and had he known of Xiang Yan's request for Long Qie to undertake this perilous task, he would undoubtedly have objected. He appears to have been dispatched to the front lines as a scout. Before him lies a vast valley. General Xiang, wary of the Qin army employing their old tactics once more, has sent him to gather intelligence. Xiaoyu, however, pays little heed to Fan Zeng's demeanor, his gaze fixated on the formidable Meng Tian at the forefront of the Qin ranks. It is indeed a pity that after practicing our combined assault techniques for so long within the army, we finally find someone to utilize them, yet he is absent from this battlefield. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fan Zeng stammered, it truly is a pity. Xiaoyu raised his spear, its tip shimmering brilliantly in the glow of the setting sun. His cape billowed in the wind, and the yellow and black armor he donned lent him an air of youthful dominance. Charge! With Xiaoyu's command, the cavalry surged down the hillside in an S-shaped formation. Riding this momentum, they plunged into Meng Tian's forces. Xiaoyu brandished his spear, thrusting, stabbing, flicking, parrying, ensnaring, and strangling. Each movement exuded a fierce vigor. Each strike claimed a life from the Qin ranks, and the yellow sections of his armor began to be stained with blood. The steeds beneath him seemed invigorated by Xiaoyu's audacity, gallantly charging forward. Chapter 97. Pursuit. Xiaoyu rode amidst the throng of troops, relentlessly advancing. He slightly shifted his body to evade a spear thrust aimed at him, instinctively sweeping his own spear horizontally. With a clang, the two weapons clashed. Unlike before, his spear was effortlessly blocked. Xiaoyu regarded the man who intercepted his attack with grave concern. Who are you? Although he had already surmised the man's identity, he still posed the question. The man replied coolly, from the Qin state, Meng Tian. As Xiaoyu pondered this, a resounding horn sounded from the distant Qin ranks. Meng Tian, upon hearing it, furrowed his brow, and with little time to spare for Xiaoyu, He quickly reined in his horse and turned back. Once Meng Tian withdrew from the battlefield, the Qin forces gradually retreated as well, leaving the Chu army in a state of bewilderment. Meng Tian stood before the Qin formation, observing the disarray of the Chu army, which had lost its target for attack. A smile crept onto his lips as he raised his right arm and gestured in the AI art. As the gesture concluded, massive boulders were launched from the ranks behind him, on the plain. A silver-armored soldier spotted the dazed Xiaoyu and shouted, "Young master, watch out!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the descending boulders crashed into the Chu ranks, inflicting significant casualties. At that moment, Xiaoyu snapped back to reality and shouted, "Everyone disperse!" Immediately, a thunderous sound of war drums resonated from the Qin formation, leaving the Chu army no respite, as the next wave of assault swiftly approached. The boulders rumbled forth, stirring up clouds of dust across the plain, while the pressure from their descent made it difficult for the Chu soldiers to keep their eyes open. The Chu forces visibly diminished at an alarming rate. Observing the relentless barrage of boulders, the silver-armored soldier turned to the contemplative Xiaoyu and inquired, "Xiaoyu, our troops are utterly incapable of withstanding them. What shall we do now?" Xiaoyu glanced at the silver-armored soldier beside him and remarked, "That is a battle mechanism of the Gongshu clan. The terrain here is expansive, which is not conducive to our combat. Issue the command to temporarily withdraw from their range of attack. Once they pursue, we shall strike back." Understood. On the other side of the slope, Xiaoyu, leading his troops, had already arranged their formation. However, a familiar horn suddenly echoed from behind. "Xiaoyu, it's a retreat order. We must leave swiftly," the silver-armored soldier urged him. Noticing Xiaoyu's lingering reluctance, the soldier reminded him, "Do not forget, General emphasized repeatedly that you should avoid engaging in prolonged battles." Conflicted, Xiaoyu cast a glance at the composed Meng Tian among the Qin ranks and thought, "Damn it, I am truly unwilling. Military orders are as solid as mountains. We have no choice but to retreat," the silver-armored soldier urged once more. Xiaoyu clenched his teeth, tightened his grip on the reins, and with a forceful squeeze of his legs, began to withdraw. The silver-armored soldier sighed in relief as Xiaoyu finally acquiesced, raising his whip to follow suit. Seeing that the Chu army intended to retreat, Meng Tian led his golden fire cavalry in pursuit. On the plain, the two cavalry units relentlessly chased each other. Xiaoyu turned to glance at the standard of the pursuing cavalry. The banner, with its fiery red backdrop, billowed magnificently in the air. Beside him, Fan Zeng observed Xiaoyu's actions with concern, stating, "That is Meng's golden fire cavalry. Their speed is astonishing, and our escape may be exceedingly difficult." The sound of hooves reverberated across the land, and it was evident that the Qin army would prevail in this tug of war, as the distance between the two forces gradually diminished. Meng Tian was continuously calculating the optimal range for his strike. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step. He raised his spear and bellowed, "Loose the arrows." The cavalrymen responded to the command, swiftly raising their crossbows and pulling the triggers. The whistling of arrows slicing through the air followed. The arrows struck the retreating Chu soldiers, further diminishing their speed. A deputy of Meng Tian shouted, "The ones ahead are from the Xiang clan of Chu. Capture one, and there will be generous rewards." Spurred by the prospect of gain, the Qin forces quickened their pace, significantly closing the gap between the two armies, as the relentless barrage of arrows claimed the lives of the Chu soldiers. Witnessing his comrades fall one after another, Xiaoyu was nearly pulling the reins apart in desperation. Meng Tian, who had been trailing closely behind, raised his crossbow, feeling unsettled by his previous inability to secure the boy's life due to the retreat. Adjusting his stance, he aimed at the fleeing Xiaoyu, his index finger poised to pull the trigger. Just as he was about to do so, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Suddenly, Xiaoyu, who had been fleeing, pivoted and charged towards the Qin forces. Intrigued, Meng Tian dismissed the order to eliminate the young noble and raised his spear to meet the oncoming charge. Xiaoyu swung his spear at Meng Tian, aware that he could not match him in direct combat, but resolved to leverage his own strengths to contend with Meng Tian. Meng Tian raised the gun in his hand, advancing forward. Feeling the extraordinary power it possessed, he could hardly believe that such force could emanate from a mere child. Xiaoyu continuously brandished his spear, striving to overwhelm Meng Tian with sheer strength, pouring all his might into each attack. However, Meng Tian, seasoned from years of battlefield experience, was not easily subdued by a boy. He effortlessly neutralized Xiaoyu's attempts. The steeds beneath them galloped in opposite directions, and both warriors simultaneously swept their weapons horizontally, evading each other as strikes in a dangerously precarious manner. Their weapons clashing together, sending sparks flying. Meng Tian turned to face Xiao Yu and remarked, "You are quite impressive. At such a young age, you are able to suppress me during a charge. No wonder the nobleman instructed me to take your life." What? Upon hearing Meng Tian's words, Fan Zong was immediately struck with alarm. In all of Qin, there was but one nobleman who could command Meng Tian, leaving him astonished at what Xiao Yu had done to elicit such a personal death warrant. Xiao Yu, equally perplexed, inquired, "Are you referring to Ying Xiuyuan?" Meng Tian merely smirked in disdain, choosing not to respond to Xiao Yu's question. "What of it? You will soon be a corpse regardless." With that, Meng Tian squeezed his legs, urging his steed forward towards Xiao Yu. Chapter 98. The Imo family joins the fray. A resounding clash of metal echoed as sparks erupted before them. Xiao Yu forcefully crossed his spear, intercepting Meng Tian's fierce thrust. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yu exerted all his strength against Meng Tian, yet the latter stood like an unyielding mountain, impervious to his efforts. Meng Tian sneered, "I recall that the most renowned among you of Chu is the Tunglong Legion. Alas, they ultimately fell before my might." Meng Tian's words undeniably provoked Xiao Yu, but being young and inexperienced in battle, he struggled to formulate a retort, resorting instead to exerting even greater force. Observing Xiao Yu's irritation, Meng Tian continued, "The battle at Chengfu was quite the spectacle. Your Chu army fled the battlefield like a pack of frightened dogs. Had you not fled so swiftly, you might never have seen your grandfather again. I distinctly remember that the general who covered the retreat for the army was the highest commander of the Tunglong Legion. If I am not mistaken, he was called Long Wu. Under Meng Tian's relentless provocation, Xiao Yu could no longer contain himself, furiously cursing, "You scoundrel!" Yet, no matter how fiercely Xiao Yu strained, the two remained locked in a stalemate. He was nearly pressing his entire weight against Meng Tian, while Meng Tian still retained some strength, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You are surrounded. While I know you wish to kill me, your ability does not match your temper." At that moment, as they remained entangled in their struggle, the main force of the Qin army had already caught up behind them. As the Qin army advanced relentlessly towards them, Fan Zong issued his first command upon arriving on the battlefield. "Form ranks. Even if we must perish today, we shall safeguard the young lord. The bloodline of the Xiang clan must not be extinguished here." The Chu army swiftly arranged themselves in formation, yet the approaching Qin forces surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, their overwhelming presence steadily eroding the steadfast resolve within the hearts of the Chu soldiers. "Prepare to fire." Meng Tian heard the voice of his deputy behind him. With a sudden exertion of strength, he shoved Xiao Yu aside, his spear tip thrusting upward with relentless vigor. Xiao Yu was taken aback by the latent power still possessed by Meng Tian and hastily met the attack with his own spear. Yet Meng Tian did not engage directly. Instead, he abruptly shifted the momentum of his weapon. With a resounding clang, Meng Tian skillfully flicked Xiao Yu's spear aside, retracting his own spear tip to accumulate strength, the force building to a critical point. The spear tip whirled menacingly towards Xiao Yu, who found himself retreating steadily, the cold gleam of the spear's point mere inches from his throat, threatening to pierce him through entirely. In that perilous moment, a colossal object suddenly soared through the air, hurtling directly towards Meng Tian, who was compelled to sidestep to evade the arrow. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yu narrowly escaped the deadly strike. With a thunderous crash, the massive object landed with precision, sliding forward several dozen meters due to its momentum, scattering the formation of the Qin troops in its wake. Meng Tian turned to gaze at the imposing figure that had descended, his brow furrowed in concern. A mechanized beast. Before he could fully register his astonishment, a gigantic iron hammer suddenly flew into the ranks of the Qin army, its hefty body tethered to a thick iron chain. Just as the hammer was about to crush a Qin soldier, it abruptly halted. The chain had reached its maximum extension, creaking under the immense strain from both ends. The gale produced by the hammer's descent nearly toppled the soldier to the ground, who clung desperately to the reins of his steed, which was being pushed backward by the fierce wind. Although the hammer had come to a standstill, its residual force remained potent. Had it not been for the chain's restraint, the hammer would have surely soared several hundred meters further. As the hammer's power waned and it began to descend, the chain tightened once more, and the hammer began to spin. After 3 complete revolutions, a brawny man on the opposite end of the chain yanked the hammer back with sheer force. With a resounding thud, the hammer returned to the man's grasp, and the area where the hammer had passed through now lay strewn with the lifeless forms of Qin soldiers, creating a grim half-circle of corpses. Those who had miraculously survived at the periphery of this grim scene could not help but break into a cold sweat before the hammer-wielding giant could catch his breath. A figure moved with blinding speed across the battlefield, instilling fear in the hearts of the Qin soldiers, who frantically brandished their weapons. This figure positioned itself behind a soldier, and at last, the Qin troops within the formation beheld the true visage of this shadowy presence. The man, clad in a black and white ensemble, appeared so gaunt that he seemed as if he might topple at the slightest gust of wind. He continually hunched over instinctively, his face contorted into an expression of the utmost lewdness. Leaning in closer, the emaciated figure whispered, "Someone has asked me to deliver a gift to you." Before the soldier could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and upon looking down, he found a blade embedded deep within. The thin man sprang into action, lightly tapping his toes on the horse's back, vanishing once more from the sight of the Qin army. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind another soldier again. He leaned in, murmuring, "I have come to return the favor." This utterance sent the soldier into a frantic state. Instinctively, he reached for the sword at his waist, only to grasp nothing but air. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his chest as a sword thrust in from behind. In his final moments, he discerned the intricate patterns upon the blade, piercing his heart. He had wielded his own sword for many years, and he knew every notch and scratch upon it. This blade was unquestionably not his. "This is not my sword," he uttered as his last words before collapsing upon his steed, which startled and trotted forward a few paces, causing his lifeless body to tumble to the ground. The gaunt man lightly tapped his toes again, and once more, he vanished from sight. Not long after the emaciated man disappeared, an unexpected sound of a flute resonated through the ranks of the Qin army. All eyes turned towards the source of the melody, revealing an unknown woman who had appeared amidst them. She possessed skin as smooth as cream and wrists like frosted snow, her beauty utterly transcendent, captivating everyone in an instant. As the flute's melody reached a crescendo, even the battle-hardened soldiers found themselves involuntarily closing their eyes, the enchanting sound capable of disarming even the bloodiest of executioners. Each soldier awaited the conclusion of this mesmerizing piece. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. An invisible wave emanated from the woman, sending shockwaves that toppled the surrounding Qin soldiers from their mounts. The enchanting flute music abruptly ceased. Meng Tian inhaled deeply, gripping his spear tightly. A veteran of countless battles, he considered himself a man of unwavering resolve. Yet the flute's melody seemed to possess an enchanting power that nearly ensnared him. Just as he was fully focused on his defenses, a radiant, crystalline light flashed through the air. During the battle between Cheng Fu and Xiang Yan, he had witnessed a signal flare for the first time. That blinding light had etched itself into his memory, a sensation of shock he could never forget. The light before him was not the kind that dazzled or overwhelmed, but rather it exuded a sense of clarity, reminiscent of ice crystals reflecting light. Although it was not excessively bright, it emanated a lethal potential. Chapter 99. Life hanging by a thread, a massive shadow swept across the ground, and as it faded, a sharp sword was directed at Meng Tian. Rather than using his spear, Meng Tian unsheathed the sword at his waist. The two blades clashed. The assailant had no intention of engaging in a battle of strength. The swordplay shifted, the attacker's blade gliding along Meng Tian's, then aiming for his chest. The sound of clashing swords resonated in waves, as sparks flew from the collision of blades and armor in front of Meng Tian. Yet, he stood unfazed and unyielding, fixated on the ethereal figure before him. The man thrust his sword sharply towards Meng Tian's chest, then utilized the recoil to propel himself backward, deftly flipping in the air before landing gracefully on the ground. With a flourish, he spun his sword before sheathing it, turning to gaze at the faint scar on Meng Tian's chest in astonishment, exclaiming, "So it is indeed that Songyun armor." Both the Qin and Chu armies remained on high alert against the sudden appearance of these figures, hesitant to act without clarity on their identities and intentions, resulting in a stalemate once more. As Meng Tian locked eyes with the strikingly handsome man, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly looked up, only to see several enormous mechanical beasts descending from the sky. The four colossal creatures stood ominously, and despite the Qin soldiers' morale plummeting after the recent fright, Meng Tian appeared utterly unfazed, continuing to smile at the man who had attempted to assassinate him. At this moment, Xiao Yu's mind also settled into tranquility. He realized that his momentary impulsiveness had nearly cost the lives of the Chu army behind him, as well as his own. The assassin slowly approached Xiao Yu, stating, "The fate of the Chu kingdom rests in your hands. Strive to live well, for the Xiang clan ought not to perish here." With a swift tug of the reins, Xiao Yu returned to the ranks of the Chu army, where their spirits began to rise again, dispelling the earlier despair. Bowing respectfully, Xiao Yu inquired, Might I ask the esteemed names of all present? All the world is white, yet I alone am black. We do not engage the Mo sect, but rather embrace love throughout our lives. Upon hearing this, Fan Zheng's tense demeanor finally relaxed, and he replied, So you are friends of the Mo family. We are profoundly grateful for your assistance today. I shall forever remember your kindness. I in the embrace of the green mountains and clear waters. May we meet again. With that, Xiao Yu cracked his whip and led the Chu army in retreat. Who said you could leave? A voice suddenly rang out from within the Chu ranks. As the words fell, a fierce sword energy erupted, claiming the lives of several dozen Chu soldiers in an instant. A young boy, seated nonchalantly on horseback, addressed them with a languid tone. You think to escape after slaying so many of our Qin warriors? Perhaps you are all lost in a beautiful dream. The boy's earlier display was no feat of an ordinary person, causing the Chu soldiers to halt in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. Xiao Yu furrowed his brow and demanded, Who are you? I am the one who will kill you. The boy's eyes flickered with a glint of malice as he drew his sword, which emanated a terrifying aura. Under the weight of that presence, Xiao Yu found himself momentarily immobilized, staring blankly at the impending strike. With a swift motion, the sword did not plunge fully into Xiao Yu's chest. Instead, only the tip grazed him, causing a splatter of blood to adorn his face. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, as it was none other than Fan Zheng, standing beside him, who intercepted that lethal strike. Blood continuously oozed from the corners of Fan Zheng's mouth, and his right shoulder had been completely pierced by the sword. Nevertheless, his hands remained steadfastly gripping the blade embedded in his shoulder, preventing it from advancing further, though his body began to tremble slightly. Xiao Yu, you must remember, you are the hope of our Xiang clan. You must never falter, for this adversary is beyond our capacity to confront. Take everyone and flee. With a swift motion, the young man retracted his sword, clearly taken aback that his decisive strike had been thwarted. Xiao Yu, you truly possess remarkable skill, managing to escape with your life. Today, I shall witness just how fortunate you truly are. A flash of sword light cut through the air, accompanied by a crisp sound as two blades clashed. The youth fixed his gaze upon the individual who dared to impede him. The winds howl, and the waters are frigid. This water-cold sword indeed piques my interest. Gao Jinli positioned his sword horizontally, extending his arm as he provocatively addressed the young man. If you are so intrigued by the water-cold sword, why not come and claim it for yourself? The youth erupted into hearty laughter, then raised his sword with an air of dominance, declaring, Nothing I desire has ever been denied to me. And you, of all people, think you can match my prowess? Are you Ying Xiuyuan? Gao Jinli found himself incredulous at the young man's self-identification. The youth chuckled, gesturing towards the imposing hammer wielder who appeared momentarily stunned. Why not inquire with that fellow wielding the hammer? He once fell at my hands. Turning to observe the grave expression on the hammer wielder's face, Gao Jinli's heart sank as certainty washed over him. When he saw the hammer wielder nod, despair gripped his heart. On the night of the attack against Ying Xiuyuan, the darkness had obscured his features, yet he was aware that this sixth young master of the Qin dynasty could effortlessly vanquish even the mightiest of foes. After their assassination attempt had failed, they retreated to the mechanism city for recuperation. Upon their return, the leader had locked himself away for 3 days without sustenance. Worry had scarcely settled when the leader, having just recovered from a serious illness, stealthily entered the forbidden grounds. When he emerged, he was transformed. His essence, energy, and spirit seemed profoundly enhanced. His martial prowess had surged several-fold, yet with old wounds unhealed and new ones inflicted, the dual afflictions nearly claimed his life. Urgently, they transported him to the Mirror Lake Medical Manor, where after several days of intensive care, he finally evaded peril. When Gao Jinli beheld the leader emerging from his quarters, he was rendered speechless. The aura enveloping Yin Dan was a pure, inky black, devoid of any impurities. As the second in command of the Mo family, Gao had perused all of their scriptures. This kind of essence manifested only when one reached the 10th layer of the Mo family's techniques. In the span of merely half a month, Yin Dan had inexplicably ascended multiple levels, achieving the pinnacle of the Mo family's martial arts. A speed that was nothing short of astonishing. In the air, a flash of sword light streaked by once more, but this time, the glimmering blade was not that of Gao Jinli. It belonged to Ying Xiuyuan's lethal sword. Chapter 100. A deadly blow in every sense. Gao Jinli stood there, momentarily dazed, still reeling from the revelation of his opponent's true identity. By the time he perceived the sword's brilliance, it was already too late. In a panic, he raised his sword to parry, then leaped backward with great force. Blood trickled down his left arm. Had Ying Xiuyuan truly intended to take his life, Gao Jinli would have perished beneath that strike, unable to escape with mere injuries. Cold sweat streamed down Gao Jinli's forehead. His hatred for Ying Xiuyuan burned fiercely. It was due to this very man's interference that the assassination of the Qin emperor by Jing Ku had ultimately failed, a grudge that Gao Jinli had harbored deeply in his heart ever since. Whether as a swordsman or a musician, he had always strived to maintain a clear mind, even halting his drinking at the slightest hint of inebriation. Yet, on the night he received the news of Jing Ku's failure, he succumbed to inebriation for the first time, and now, confronted by one of his enemies, he felt a flicker of trepidation. Had he been alone in this moment, he would have likely charged forward with his sword unsheathed. Regrettably, fate did not align with his desires. He was not alone. Present were his beloved woman, his brothers, and the one he was sworn to protect. Ying Xiuyuan glanced at Gao Jinli, who was momentarily speechless, and spoke coolly, "Let me take a wild guess. You must be itching to slay me, yet your numerous reservations hold you back. How about this? If you can kill me, I will ensure their safety, allowing you to depart unscathed. Even in your death, I shall spare them. What say you?" Gao Jinli raised his arm to wipe away the cold sweat on his brow, his sword trembling slightly in his grasp. Ying Xiuyuan was notoriously cunning, both on the battlefield and in the world of martial arts, and Gao Jinli dared not gamble on his character. The water-cold sword was indeed a fine blade, yet it was regrettably in the hands of the wrong master. With his arms crossed over his chest, Ying Xiuyuan continued to mock him mercilessly. As Ying Xiuyuan reveled in his taunts, an unexpected figure stepped forward. "Ying Xiuyuan, have you had enough of your antics? If you seek a worthy opponent, allow me to face you." At this juncture, it was evident to all that Ying Xiuyuan was deliberately provoking Gao Jinli. Yet to everyone's astonishment, it was Xuanu, an individual entirely unconnected to the matter, who made this bold declaration. Gao Jinli swiftly intercepted the advancing Xuanu, saying, "Shui, do not act impulsively. This man is no ordinary foe, and your reckless advance could lead to peril." Ignoring his warning, Xuanu brushed aside Gao Jinli's hand, her steps lightening as she began to blur, charging toward Ying Xiuyuan. Her footwork was extraordinarily intricate, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment, while only the Mo family maintained an expression of indifference. The name of the Snow Maiden is one that most present have heard of. She has gained renown merely through a single performance of white snow. Her extraordinary skill, known as Lingbo Fian, is celebrated as a legend of the capital of the Yin Kingdom. No one anticipated that a mere dancer would possess such unparalleled lightness of foot. And beneath her ethereal movements, none dared to claim they could capture her in a moment of fluster. Gao Jinli momentarily forgot the Snow Maiden's remarkable agility. It is said that even the esteemed leader of the Taoist sect, Xijiazhuang, expressed astonishment at this martial art. The ability to enhance one's internal strength through simple walking, combined with the profound techniques of lightness, is a divine skill that even the well-traveled Xijiazhuang had never encountered. Meanwhile, Ying Xiuyuan felt somewhat bewildered. He had not expected the Snow Maiden to charge forward so boldly. His intention for attending was to ascertain whether he could eliminate a protagonist before the narrative commenced. Since the demise of the six-fingered black hero, the Mo family had been in collusion with Chongping Jun, and to ensure the success of the Qinglong plan, they were bound to provide assistance. Yet, despite having pursued the Chu army relentlessly, the Mo family had yet to reveal themselves as they neared their escape to Dongchu. Upon seeing the shadow of Zhu Ke pass by from his position in the rear, Ying Xiuyuan knew the Mo family had finally made their appearance. After his failed assassination attempt on Xiaoyu, he whimsically considered teasing Gao Jinli, hoping to provoke him over the sword in his possession. Little did he anticipate that the Snow Maiden would interject at that moment. Ying Xiuyuan lightly stepped, continuously evading the Snow Maiden's lethal strikes while contemplating his next move. The onlookers gaped, witnessing what appeared to be a flirtatious duel between the two. Both employing the same graceful footwork. It became evident that Ying Xiuyuan's technique was far more polished than that of the Snow Maiden, allowing him to effortlessly evade her attacks. Even the most oblivious observer could discern that their connection was anything but ordinary. As their pace quickened, Ying Xiuyuan's figure began to blur, and Gao Jinli suddenly recalled the mysterious youth who had taken the Snow Maiden away from Fei Shui Pavilion the night before the Qin army attacked Yin. The image of Ying Xiuyuan gradually merged with that of the enigmatic boy in his mind. He remembered the Snow Maiden's peculiar behavior during their discussions about assassinating Ying Xiuyuan. She would consistently withdraw silently, and on the night of their failed attempt, she had curiously greeted them. Everything clicked into place. The individual who had occupied the Snow Maiden's thoughts was none other than his most despised enemy. A wave of helplessness washed over Gao Jinli, causing him to stagger back several steps. Ultimately, The stalemate between the two was resolved, with Ying Xiuyuan effortlessly capturing the Snow Maiden, one hand restraining her wrists while the other encircled her waist. Despite her incessant struggles, the spectators, having witnessed the preceding exchange, couldn't help but interpret her efforts as a playful display. My mood is quite pleasant today. You may leave, while this woman shall remain as my esteemed consort. Although the meaning of Ying Xiuyuan's captive wife eludes them, the intent behind Ying Xiuyuan wants to detain the Snow Maiden is well understood by the crowd. They collectively express their refusal, for they are individuals of stature and reputation, and would never stoop to such base acts of survival. The great hammer raised the iron hammer beside him and approached Ying Xiuyuan, declaring, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have never feared you. You spared my life after our battle in the Yin state, but today, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. If you wish to drink to our friendship, I will make you drink to your punishment instead." Ying Xiuyuan narrowed his eyes. Years ago, he had spared the great hammer's life, recognizing him as a true man. Yet this did not mean he could challenge his limits. A fierce sword intent erupted from Ying Xiuyuan, causing those around him to squint against the blinding force. The Snow Maiden hurriedly interjected, "Great hammer, do not approach. You cannot defeat him. Quickly leave and find the leader to rescue me later. They may have the advantage in numbers, but do not make a futile sacrifice." "Snow, Gao Zhanli began, only to be cut off by the Snow Maiden. "If you dare attempt to rescue me, I will take my own life before your eyes." Her words halted the resolute crowd, leaving them in a state of indecision. Gao Zhanli fought back tears, his body trembling with frustration at his own helplessness, yet he ultimately raised his hand to his mouth and blew the whistle. As the sound echoed, the great hammer reluctantly ceased swinging his whirling hammer, and Daoji rose, retracting the energy he had been accumulating. The crouching Xiaoyu stood up, lifting Fan Zhang in his arms, and slowly walked before Gao Zhanli. "I have dragged the esteemed members of the Mo family into this predicament. If I have the chance, I will surely come to apologize. Please take Master Fan away first. His injuries can no longer be delayed." Gao Zhanli accepted Fan Zhang onto his back and, gazing at the somber-faced Xiaoyu, urged, "Stay calm and do not act impulsively. The state of Chu still needs you." Xiaoyu nodded slightly, offering Gao Zhanli a reassuring glance before turning back towards the Chu army. A fiery red bird-shaped mechanical beast soared towards them, spiraling in the air. Once it reached a certain height above the ground, the members of the Mo family leaped onto the mechanical beast. Gao Zhanli attempted to jump down several times, but was prevented by the others, while the Snow Maiden watched as the mechanical beast carried them farther away. Xiaoyu mounted his horse and slowly approached Ying Xiuyuan, having regained his composure, now exuding an unprecedented calmness. "Ying Xiuyuan, remember this. When I catch you in the future, I will avenge Master Fan's grievances from today. Because you spared my life today, I will grant you mercy as well. But do not let me catch you a second time, or the humiliation you inflicted today will be repaid tenfold." Ying Xiuyuan scoffed disdainfully, sneering, You are unworthy. With the mountains and rivers as our backdrop, may we meet again." As the crowd gradually departed from the battlefield, Ying Xiuyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance emanating from the Snow Woman. "My cherished consort, how shall we concoct our next endeavor?" The Snow Woman's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away, her voice barely audible. "If you dare to insult me, I shall take my own life before you. I merely meant to suggest a game of chess." "How could your thoughts be so base, my lady?" Observing Ying Xiuyuan's beaming countenance, the Snow Woman felt a surge of resentment, her teeth gritting in irritation. With another swift slap aimed at him, Ying Xiuyuan, however, was not to be outdone this time. A man must not allow his wife to dominate him. Such behavior could not be condoned. Seizing the Snow Woman's wrists, Ying Xiuyuan leaned in closer. Just as he was about to kiss her, the Snow Woman bent her left leg slightly and thrust it towards his vital area. Startled, Ying Xiuyuan took a cautious step back, his agility prompting him to employ the Lingbo Weibu technique in his haste. Seeing that he had evaded this dire strike, the Snow Woman secretly sighed in relief, raised her chin, and pridefully huffed as she strutted towards the ranks of the Qin army. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Ying Xiuyuan hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 101. The Rising Dragon Legion within the Qin army's tent. All the soldiers preparing for the campaign against Chu had assembled. They knelt in anticipation of Ying Xiuyuan's arrival. Just as impatience began to settle among the generals, Ying Xiuyuan finally rushed in. Once seated, he raised a cup from the table, addressing the assembly. "I was delayed by urgent matters. Allow me to pour myself a drink as penance, and I ask for your forgiveness." Esteemed generals, Liang rolled his eyes, bluntly interjecting, We have waited so long merely to share this fine wine with you, and you arrive only to concoct an excuse for yourself. That is rather ungracious, is it not? The others chimed in. Indeed, General Li speaks the truth. How can such exquisite wine be deemed a punishment? It does not count. Quite so. If this is to be considered a penalty, I shall arrive late every day, each time self-imposing a drink. Such actions are hardly commendable, my lord. It is evident you are rewarding yourself. Evidently, Ying Xiuyuan possessed a thick skin. Silently sipping from the cup again, he inquired, in that case, General Li, how do you propose to punish me? Li Xian, taken aback by Ying Xiuyuan's generous demeanor, feigned seriousness as he cleared his throat and stated, in the Battle of Chengfu, your cavalry unit achieved remarkable success. Those steeds from the western regions have even drawn the envy of General Wang. I wonder Li Xian's words piqued the interest of the assembled generals, seasoned warriors who had spent their lives on the battlefield. They preferred swords, fine wines, and noble steeds over the lavish comforts of nobility. Even Wang Jin, who had been used as a mere pawn by Li Xian, was moved by the discussion. All eyes turned expectantly towards Ying Xiuyuan. Most of the horses within the army were acquired through conquest, and only a select few received the king's favor. After years of warfare, the numbers had dwindled. Yet, Ying Xiuyuan's cavalry of 5,000 rode only the finest horses, rendering the others envious, akin to beggars on the roadside. Ying Xiuyuan lifted his head and surveyed the surrounding soldiers, who had suddenly adopted a miserly demeanor. Instantly, he felt his lips twitch involuntarily. Very well, once we have conquered the state of Chu and returned to Longxi, I shall bestow upon each general a fine steed, along with 10 jars of exquisite wine. Thank you, young Master Xie. The crowd, exhibiting no hint of modesty, readily confirmed this generous offer. Observing these brazen warriors of the great Qin, Ying Xiuyuan felt a pang of sorrow for his kingdom, though his primary concern lay with his own purse. Noticing Ying Xiuyuan, who stood momentarily stunned, the generals hastily straightened their posture, adopting an air of solemnity, as if the previous speaker had not been themselves at all. Seeing the semblance of decorum masking their inner delight, Ying Xiuyuan sighed for his dwindling finances and inquired, what thoughts do you all harbor regarding our next steps against Chu? Although this campaign against Chu was led by Wang Jin, who was logically expected to preside over matters, Ying Xiuyuan, as a scion of the Qin, held an esteemed position, compelling even the illustrious Wang Jin to acquiesce to him. Moreover, after spending numerous days together, the generals had come to fully respect the 6th young master of Qin, and Wang Jin relished the respite, caring little for who took the lead as long as victory over Chu was assured. Since the onset of the campaign against Chu, the Qin army had methodically advanced, suffering fewer than 20,000 casualties, excluding the wounded. In stark contrast, the state of Chu had been ravaged to the brink of collapse. Such a triumph was beyond the wildest imaginings of the generals, and Ying Xiuyuan's extraordinary subordinate had achieved the unthinkable, defeating a figure like Xiang Yan in 3 consecutive battles, a feat that seemed almost mythical. Initially, Ying Xiuyuan had defied widespread opposition, disregarding the edicts of the Qin king and the council of the generals to appoint this individual as commander and lead the troops to Chengfu. While the others anticipated failure, he returned victorious and soon after captured Shouchuan. Had it not been for the day Ying Xiuyuan interred the Chu king, when the body was undeniably presented before them, the generals would have thought themselves ensnared in a dream. The fervent discussions soon drew to a close. 3/4 of Chu's territory now lay firmly under Qin control, and the once mighty Chu forces had been decimated to a fraction of their former strength. The remnants of the Chu army posed little threat, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim that the current state of Chu was more easily subdued than the former Han. Armed with Ying Xiuyuan's formidable siege weaponry, any city wall appeared as fragile as paper, and the ensuing campaign would merely require straightforward tactics of conquest. After assigning subsequent responsibilities, the Qin forces set out, continuing their pursuit of the fleeing Chu army. Outside the valley, Xiaoyu, leading the surviving Chu soldiers, finally caught up with the main contingent of the Chu forces. Liang, observing the hastily approaching Xiaoyu, admonished, Xiaoyu, what have you been doing? Do you realize how long the order for retreat has been in effect? The army has been waiting for you here for quite a while. My apologies, uncle, it is all my fault. Had I not been provoked by Meng Tian, this would not have happened, Xiaoyu replied, his eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, Liang discerned that something was amiss with Xiaoyu. The Xiang clan is renowned in the state of Chu as a family of illustrious generals, with exceedingly stringent household rules. Until Xiaoyu truly matured, he had endured countless beatings, and if it were merely due to his love for battle, he would never weep in such a manner. Liang hastily pulled Xiaoyu closer and inquired, Pray tell, my nephew, what trouble have you found yourself in this time? With a quivering voice, Xiao Yu recounted the events that had just transpired. Liang, filled with ire, raised his hand as if to strike, but upon seeing the tear-streaked face of Xiao Yu, he lowered it, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, you have truly landed yourself in grave peril this time. At last, the rear troops returned, and the Chu army began to traverse the valley in succession. Xiao Yu, with a sullen expression, trailed silently beside Liang, his head bowed in contemplation. Just as the Chu army was departing the valley, the pursuing Qin forces arrived at its outskirts. With a command given, the Qin troops arranged their formations and commenced their advance. On the opposite end of the valley, as the Chu army continued its eastward march, Xiao Yu finally sensed something amiss. Long Xia, his closest brother, would undoubtedly abandon all affairs to come and comfort him if he were aware of this situation. Gripping Liang's sleeve tightly, Xiao Yu implored, "Uncle, where has Xiaolong gone?" Though Liang was acutely aware that such matters could be concealed for a moment, but not indefinitely, he could only offer a vague excuse at this critical juncture. Stammering, the general sent for him, stating that there were important matters to discuss, and I could not inquire further. Xiao Yu, clearly unconvinced by Liang's fabrication, pointed out the inconsistencies in his words. "After my father's passing, I have become the heir of the Tumult Legion. Naturally, I hold the right to engage in military discussions." Cold sweat dripped from Liang's brow as he grappled to devise a plausible cover-up. Xiao Yu could discern that Liang was reluctant to disclose Long Qia's true whereabouts. The more he feigned ignorance, the more suspicious Xiao Yu grew. Casting a glance at the flustered Liang, Xiao Yu declared, "Since you refuse to speak, I shall seek out grandfather myself." Liang, alarmed, swiftly grasped Xiao Yu's arm. "You have just committed a grave error. Though Master Fan is unharmed, how dare you approach the military tent at such a time? Do you wish to tempt fate? I cannot rest easy without knowing Xiaolong's whereabouts. I implore you, uncle, reveal the truth to me." The determination in Xiao Yu's eyes was unwavering, and with a heavy sigh, Liang recognized Xiao Yu's temperament. If he remained silent, Xiao Yu would undoubtedly create a scene with his father. Reluctantly, he recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu tightened the reins and prepared to turn back. But Liang, quick of hand, seized him and cast him from his horse. Bound by the efforts of dozens of Chu soldiers and the restraints that held him, Xiao Yu struggled against his captors. Liang shook his head, saying, "Do try to remain calm. Even if you rush over now, it would be futile. They are likely already engaged in battle. In the valley, the banner of the Tumult Legion was firmly planted in the ground, and before them stood the illustrious Golden Fire Cavalry of the Qin Kingdom. Long Xia, adorned in resplendent crimson armor, had strands of red hair subtly emerging from his helmet, lending him an air of formidable authority. Before him lay a staggering force of 600,000 Qin soldiers. Undaunted, Meng Tian slowly rode forth to the front lines. "I recognize that look in your eyes. It reminds me of the battle at Chengfu, when Xiang Yan, like a stray dog, abandoned his loyal followers of many years. I spared that man's life, yet he ultimately chose to end his own in my presence. You are commendable, even knowing the futility of your endeavor. You dare to come forth. I admire your loyalty and righteousness. Yet the ambitions of Chu are far too limited. A man like Xiang Yan is unworthy of possessing your Tumult Legion. Join my ranks, and I assure you that your name shall echo throughout the realm." Long Qia's gaze remained resolute. He had prepared himself for death long before arriving, and Meng Tian's few words could not sway his conviction. With a disdainful snort, Long Qia retorted, "Spare me your empty rhetoric. The tyrannical reputation of your Qin kingdom is well known. Why would I align myself with such as you?" Meng Tian shook his head in regret, recognizing the youth's admirable spirit and whimsically wished to recruit him. However, seeing his reluctance, Meng Tian chose to cease his entreaties. He raised his spear and pointed forward, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows from behind. The famed archery of the Qin kingdom was renowned, yet Long Xia was fully prepared for this assault. Drawing forth a command flag from behind, he waved it in the air, and the Tumult Legion swiftly took cover beneath the designated rocks, emerging unscathed from the deluge of arrows. The young warrior adeptly utilized the terrain, having discerned the Qin kingdom's tactics, prompting Meng Tian to nod in admiration. With the arrow storm proving ineffective, Meng Tian urged his steed forward towards them. Yet it was evident that the Tumult Legion had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. Long Xia once more lifted his crimson flag, executing a series of gestures that Meng Tian could not comprehend. While Meng Tian pondered the meaning of these commands, the soldiers of the Tumult Legion retrieved crossbows from behind, causing Meng Tian to shout in alarm. All troops, retreat. Seeing the Qin soldiers pull back, Long Chia lightly waved his command flag, and the soldiers lowered their crossbows. Meng Tian whispered a few words to his deputy, and soon the golden fire cavalry parted in the center. A squad wielding large shields positioned themselves in front of them. And with a command, the shield bearers began to advance slowly. The flag in Long Chia's hand transformed once more, prompting all members of the Tenglong Legion to retract their crossbows and level their spears. The Qin soldiers also withdrew their shield bearers, and under Meng Tian's direction, the golden fire cavalry swiftly arranged themselves in formation, with the air thickening with the anticipation of battle. Chapter 102. The invitation from Lord Chongping. This conflict endured for 3 interminable nights. The soldiers of the Tenglong Legion bore bloodshot eyes, having not closed them even for a moment throughout this ordeal. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Qin kingdom could rotate their ranks for continued assaults, yet the Tenglong soldiers remained steadfast, relying solely on the indomitable will that resided within their hearts. The banner in Long Kei's grasp continued to shift and transform, while the once indomitable spirit that enveloped him had all but dissipated. He appeared to be a mere shadow of his former self, sustained solely by the flicker of resolve within his chest. The soldiers of the Tenglong Legion, if overwhelmed, could afford themselves a brief respite, yet he could not. As the commander, the very soul of the army, he was bound by duty. He must not falter, nor would he permit himself to do so. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged from behind Long Kei, a gentle radiance that gradually ascended his form. Gazing upon this nascent dawn, Long Kei understood that the mission entrusted to him by Xiang Yan was now fulfilled, and thus, the quest of the Tenglong Legion had reached its conclusion. He surveyed the golden expanse above, where the visage of his departed father seemed to materialize. "Father, do you see? Your son has not brought shame upon you. The Tenglong Legion has once more preserved its rightful glory." Long Kei glanced at the weary soldiers around him, who appeared on the brink of collapse. With great effort, he lifted his arm, once again raising the flag in his hand, issuing his final command. When the spirit that had sustained him began to wane, a haze enveloped his vision, followed by a sudden darkness, and his body began to tilt backward. After a few unsteady moments, he failed to grasp the reins, ultimately tumbling from his steed. Witnessing Long Kei's command, tears welled in the eyes of the Tenglong soldiers. They had endured for 3 long days, watching as their former comrades fell one by one to the ground. They had not succumbed to the relentless trials of spirit and flesh. They had triumphed, successfully safeguarding the honor of the Tenglong Legion. A soldier cautiously lifted the unconscious Long Kei from the ground. In that instant, the Tenglong Legion, which had seemed to languish from the fierce battle, appeared to revive anew. The soldiers mounted their horses, turning their steeds